into my face. Tell me now why you want to wait. Running out of words you wanna say. I've been looking for you, looking for you, looking for you. så det synd. My head is spinning round. Oh, I hear now. Yes, the wolves are out. I'm losing sight of our reality. Satellites singing serenade. Send out a signal, please remember me. Send out a signal, come and set me free. I'm losing sight of our reality. Satellites singing serenade. Send out a signal, please remember me. Send out a signal, come and set me I stare and stumble into place. I've tried to build a home. I feel this world coming over me. The pressure makes me fall. If I stay locked in the half-life, In a helpful hand, broken bones in a bloodstained flag, open road and nomadic plans. In a quiet town, bodies fall upon sacred ground. By the flag and a king is crowned. Coming to get ya. I'm coming. The shadows, I've come to make a name. Ready for battle, cause I got a thing to claim. Think that I'll crumble, I'll show you a mistake. Where you see me coming, better run for cover, cause I'm not slowing down, I'm never going under. I survived the pain, I know it made me stronger. So meet the monster I came to conquer. the smoke clears, I'll still be on my feet, forget all of my fears. Cause I know my destiny, I feel a champion waking inside of me. It's set in motion, the legend's spoken. This is my moment, can't break my focus, know where I'm going. This is my moment.
Forgetting who I was, or have to look back that far. And I don't want to forget who, get who. And are you just fucking around in my mind one last time? I'm gonna be real honest this time. I'm okay with it, I am more than fine. I'm gonna roll all less red dice now. Tell me I won't get out. Tell me I won't get out. Tell me I won't. Trap me inside your walls now. Tell me I won't get out. Tell me I won't get out. Crush me with all that you are now. Tell me I won't get out. So tell me I won't get out.
Intel Extreme Masters Cologne is brought to you by Intel, Acer Predator, 1xBet, DHL, Monster Energy, and Coinbase.
These are those moments I don't think anybody else is going to forget.
Yesterday's CS was so epic, I have no idea how we can do it justice, but if we didn't appreciate a challenge here at IEM Cologne, we wouldn't have held a LAN during a global pandemic. Given FaZe Carrigan's history with Astralis, this series was guaranteed to be closely fought. Glaive came out swinging, Magisk multi-killing, Twist taking names, and Rocky yelling? Astralis clinched the grudge match after triple overtime on Nuke. Speaking of triple OT, Spirit and Heroic also ended in a similar fashion after 3 tight maps. Despite a standout performance from LAN newcomer Dexter, Heroic's teamwork stole the W.
Gotta go massive in this one like he has done in previous. He found the first pick, almost the second, adjusted to do damage. He's got the second kill and the third!
And NIP continued their string of solid performances on Ancient versus Gambit, but the world's #1 team quickly bounced back on Inferno and Dust 2, guaranteeing themselves a playoff spot. In the Group A lower bracket, Liquid took on Mousesports. The 3-map marathon ended in quadruple freaking overtime, with Liquid finally sealing the deal and Mouse facing a heartbreaking exit.
And now it's all on the young player of BMAS to keep Mouse in the tournament, and Nap has done it!
G2 versus Big was a much faster affair. Aminex Orb may have looked rusty on Dust 2 with just 3 kills to his name, but he proceeded to snipe his rivals off the server on the following maps, taking G2 to the playoffs. And finally, we said goodbye to complexity after Virtus Pro managed to come back from a 1-map deficit and hold on to their spot in the lower bracket.
Third for Buster, what a beast! Poison goes down, Buster with the ace, all 5 kills!
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We have an excellent day of Counter-Strike for each and every single one of you. The Intel Extreme Masters Cologne 2021 is live and on LAN, direct from the studios here in Katowice, but also the players in Cologne. You know how this goes. Welcome back. My name is Trace. I have Jason and I have Maniac with me. A lot of things to go over here when we get started in our pre-show. We'll just start with the brackets of Group A. Maniac, anything you want to touch on right off the top?
Yeah, I mean, we can talk about the favorites. We can talk about Gambit and G2 acting as such, ranked respectively 1st and 4th in the ESL World Ranking, already in that upper bracket final. So for those of you at home that thought that, online meant nothing, well, maybe you're wrong.
Yeah, exactly. And here we have on the other group stage as well, Na'Vi, Vitality. That's going to be a huge one. Some of the favorites coming through there. Astralis showing they've still got some life in them. A lot of question marks around that team with all the controversy and all the publicity around some of the uncertain future around the squad. And Heroic is going to get a big test today against them as well. Another team that we're looking to prove that their online accomplishments can be matched on LAN.
Now that's pretty cool. We got all this green screen stuff going on, but I really did think that was cool.
Yeah, that's nice.
Yeah, you like that. You do love to see that. A day full of Counter-Strike today. Yesterday we had some of the same. A real grunter, Jason.
Yeah, it really was. Yeah, a whole lot of grunting going on. A deep matchup on Inferno there against Team Liquid that they're able to win out over Mousesports. And man, that's a grueling battle. That was a cool match to watch too because it didn't feel like anyone was underperforming. Like you couldn't look at any of the 10 players on that server and being like, he's a little bit quiet. He's not up to par in terms of his frag count. You know, everyone playing well in a tough beat for Mousesports, who had to play #1 team in Gambit in a pretty dangerous Team Liquid squad as well.
Yeah, so I mean, we're talking about Liquid and Mousesports. We're looking at Liquid at 28-25 in the last map. Of course, Inferno, because there wouldn't be any other map to have a third
beautiful.
One. It was a stage set for an elimination game. It was a very important matchup, all things considered. Mousesports, obviously having taken an L, are now out. Liquid move on. They get to play big next in the lower bracket. But again, backs against the wall for Liquid. Maniac, what's troubling you?
I think that victory for Liquid against Mousesports is extremely important. If you go back to the first round where they got completely handed by NIP on map 2 and 3, very defeated. We didn't really know what to expect from Liquid at that point. That is the type of victory that launches your tournament. It's a type of moment where your back is against the wall and it's make or break. And when you win these, then you carry over that confidence onto the next round. So I wouldn't be surprised to see Liquid now being way more fearful and dangerous for their opponents.
They've got Big today, who can be sneakily, a pretty solid opposition to go up against. And I mean, that's a team I think, you can align that with NIP, who's a lot more structured, a lot more strategic, and a lot more measured than maybe a bit of a disorganized Mousesports bringing in this lineup. That's a team I think that can cause Liquid some problems if they don't come in focused and communicating well.
Well, there's a guy that was like super cool, calm, and collected over on the Mousesports side. Rops goes 90 and 62 over the course of a series.
I'm so sad.
I don't know if that's a little skewed because obviously some extra rounds, but damn, it's undeniable.
Listen, when you put a tweet out that you're entirely worth a 7-figure buyout, you better show up and perform at the first line back, and he's done just that. He's backed it up real well. That's an incredible performance in this tournament and an elimination.
Look, the Rob's topic is one that hurts me a little bit because I get it, being loyal to an org. He's been in Mousesports for a very long time, and I'm sure he's a very expensive player, but he truly belongs in the elite of Counter-Strike. I need to see Rob's lifting trophies. That has to be, because when you have that quality as a player, that impact consistently, series after series, he's a top 10 player for me. There is no debate about it. But I'd like to see him having deep run. He's already out of IEM Cologne. Rops is out of IEM Cologne. That is how cutthroat this is.
Yeah, Rop Sports, they call him over there on the Mousesports side of thing. For us, we get to catch up with the victors in Liquid last night. Elige was gracious enough to grace us with an interview post-match. Let's see what he said.
Elige, we're talking to you after a quadruple overtime Inferno in a full 3-mapper against Mousesports. Can you sum up the map? And can you sum up the match?
That was just intense. Like, I feel like I'm sweating right now. That was just crazy. Because I didn't feel like both teams were making crazy mistakes either. They were just insane rounds happening the whole entire Inferno. So, yeah, it was just a grind, a huge grind.
Liquid have had issues closing out matches. This is a theme for you guys. Was that ever on your brain when you were going into overtime after overtime?
No, I don't think that anyone was thinking that, because I think that a lot of the rounds were super close and we weren't getting steamrolled or anything like that. It wasn't something where we were up 15-7 or something and we just started losing out, like a certain other series. So it was super close games, and in the rounds themselves, they were really close too, where they ended up being 3v3s and people have to pull out hero plays on both sides. So I think it's just a different feel, and when you're playing, you don't really think like that.
And how was Adrian as a coach during those moments? Has he become the hype man you always wanted?
Well, he's not really a hype man. I don't think he'll ever be like that, because that's just not him. But I think that he did take really good timeouts and got us thinking when we needed to, where sometimes, everyone's really hyped up, or when he just could feel when the freeze time was happening, 5-6 seconds, silence, and we need to have a little bit more time to figure out what to do and create that solid plan. And he doesn't necessarily have to have that plan for us, but as long as he's getting it going in our heads, and I'm not saying either that he didn't have any plans for us when these timeouts happen. I know people are crazy when they listen to these sometimes, but yeah.
The last time we did have a LAN in Cologne was, of course, 2019. You guys picked up the Intel Grand Slam at the Laxness Arena. So what's it like to now be back in the city competing in person again?
It feels really good. I thought that it would feel not as insane because it is a studio LAN and there is no crowd. And I feel like nothing will ever replicate that. But it still was really intense and everything. I felt like everyone felt more on their A game today. And thank God we were all on our A game, because if we were on our B game, I think that would have been a different result. So thank God. That was everyone needed every single ounce of energy right there to be able to pull it out, and it came from everyone. So I'm happy for that.
Yeah. And, you know, eloquently put by Elige, obviously giving some credit there to Adren on the other side of things. Jason, what are your thoughts?
On what?
Life in general.
Just anything.
Life,
How are you feeling right now?
Liquid, love, whatever you want.
No, it's obviously a good performance from them. Those are some tough matches when you get down deep into it. And his point about taking those timeouts and having those conversations in freeze time, when you get 4 overtimes in, you're running out of ideas and you're running out of steam, and you've ran a lot of the ideas that you've already had. And so it takes a full team effort to get everyone focused and get everyone talking. And sometimes it's just a small comment from one player who might not usually make that comment to get the juices flowing. So 4 overtimes in, you need everyone.
And sometimes that's all it takes, Maniac. We're going to go ahead and bring our commentators.
Let's do it.
I think this is probably the most appropriate time to let Harry and Hugo speak their piece. Boys, what's up? Hugo, Harry, how are you guys doing?
Yeah, thanks, Trace. Good to be here. We got a banging day. Me and Harry have been getting warmed up, hyped up in the sidelines. Obviously, ZywOo's simple matchup coming up later, that Vitality Na'Vi game. I'm super excited. I don't know how you're feeling, Harry. Number 1 in the world versus number 2 in the world as of last year.
It feels like it feels like every single day we're getting better and better games, right? We had that Team Liquid Mouse Sports game last night. That was incredible. I think that one might end up being hard to beat, right? I think everyone was kind of devastated with that, no matter the outcome, because it was such a good game. You got invested in both teams. You got invested in both teams' story. Then you got that heroic Astralis game coming up to round out tonight, right? Battle of the Danes, Battle of Denmark. And I know Danish fans are looking forward to that one. So, Trace, we're very, very hyped over here. We can't wait to get into the game.
Rightfully so, gentlemen. Thank you so much. We're going to be catching up with you shortly. Obviously, they're going to be doing a bit of the talking here this morning. FaZe and Spirit, the first one on the docket for us. We need to go to a quick break so that when we come back, we can start getting into all the fine print, the nitty-gritty, the little details with little Momo and little Maniac. We'll be right back.
We saw Fnatic do it on Dust 2. There's no reason why Envious can't dig deep now. They know everything's on the line. One more round will do it. What have they got left in the tank?
Flusher looking to end this. It's going to be a third title for Fnatic.
Our team recent performance not that good, but we are working on it a lot, and our main goal is to progress, not to win every game, so it's pretty fine.
Summertime.
Well, we're going to be kicking this matchup off with FaZe taking on Team Spirit. Welcome back, everybody. This is the Intel Extreme Masters, and we do have a day full of action-packed Counter-Strike competitive matches coming your way, all on the professional level and all on a local area network. Right here in the studio with me is going to be Maniac and Moses. My name is Trace. We're going to take a look at these rosters real quick so that you know exactly who to look forward to and to watching. And, of course, there are some nitty-gritty for us to go over. So let's hear from Sumdai Young.
Sumdai Young, thank you so much for joining us this morning. Now, two of your players, unfortunately, have to play in their hotel rooms today. What is it like being on LAN but having to play a part?
We don't really think about it. We just focus on our game and try to do our best. Maybe it's a bit not fair, but it is what it is. We can do nothing about it, so we just play in our game.
Now, you have had some very close wins and some close losses so far. What do you think is holding the team back from closing out games?
Our clutches are pretty bad, at least in Heroic game. And also, some players have problems with aim, like me, for example, and last game Magic's. But we try to do our best, and we train a lot yesterday and today as well before the game, so we will try to make it better.
Do you think that's partly due to a lack of experience?
I don't think there's a lack of experience, because we feel in-game pretty good, and our communication is on point, and game plan is always working. So we just, I don't know, maybe it's a bad form or things like that.
How is Dexter handling his first big LAN?
Dexter is doing pretty good. He's hitting insane shots and doing really nice clutches, so he's playing really well, and I'm glad that we have a play like here.
And you're fighting for survival against FaZe today. What could make you the stronger team in the matchup?
I can say map pool is already pretty weird, because we are not playing Vertigo, and they are as well. So we will just see what will happen, because I don't know even.
I'm excited for this veto. Thank you so much, Sumdai Young.
Thank you.
Good luck.
Thank you.
So you can't aim, but that's okay, because neither can most of Twitch chat, and we know that. One person that definitely can aim over on the side of FaZe, on the other side of the server right now, is Twist. He's coming into this one with 2 aces. We saw one yesterday with an AWP playing a close-ass angle in Car on Dust 2. Really, where is the rationale there? I mean, great, it worked, but WTF, mate?
I mean, you cannot comprehend because you don't have his aim, Twist. Twist, I just call you Twist right there.
Yeah.
Trace. Look, Twist obviously is acting like a superstar. He was brought in that FaZe roster ever so much. 5 maps now deep into this IEM Cologne, considering they're playing in the group stage, and he's at 1.26 rating. This is mission accomplished for Twist. He's got to keep on moving. I just want to quickly touch on that Sumdai Young interview. I'm going to call him out on something. He says it's only about aim. That's our only problem. That is not my understanding of Spirit. For me, the problem with Spirit has always been mental. It's been the ability to close out games, and that is not about the aim. It's about the focus, about the mental fortitudes. That's what I'm looking for.
I just want to qualify too. I would assume, just because it's probably a language barrier thing with the interview, that him saying we're having a problem with aim is just individually they probably got outdueled in the matchup that he's referring to, and that's his way of kind of translating it. So I don't think he actually believes that there's players on that team that have crappy aim or anything like that.
No.
I think they just felt probably a little bit outclassed in that first series.
What about Dexter? Now, aces are cool, but have you ever seen clutches? Because he's got 3 of them.
Yeah, and he is a player that they're going to need to do that again today. Not just the clutches, but the impact with the AWP. He's one of those. He's one of the names coming out of the CIS region where it's like, oh, you have another insanely good AWPer coming out of the region. How does this work? Now, there is a downside to that in a way. He is one of those AWPers that we have to talk about. Very reliant on the weapon. 50% of his kills come with the AWP. And just for reference, when you get to AWPers like Device, like Simple, like ZywOo, they're down at like 33, 35%, 1/3 of their kills. So Dexter's a little bit higher up. That's not necessarily bad, because Shiro also has about 50 to 55% of his kills with the AWP, but very reliant on it, and for good reason. He's very good.
But when you look at the multi-kill, you looked at the percentage right there, can that play into it, Maniac?
Yeah, it absolutely can. I mean, for Dexter, the first challenge coming into this IEM Cologne was to sustain the pressure he had on his shoulders, because he is one of the diamond of 2021. If you look at the stats, actually, you factor in top 30, he is the 10th best player of 2021. Granted, it was only online, but he comes in here with that tag, the tag of a player that has to prove himself. Currently, counting play-in and group stage, he's at 1.26 rating. So again, as I said, the mission is accomplished for Dexter, and from there, it's only upwards. He's already been able to survive the first day jitters, he's activated, and he's definitely a win condition for Spirit.
So in terms of Spirit, though, we know that these guys are really spending a lot of time in the server. And by that, I mean, they have an average of some like 31 rounds or something like that over the course of, what, the past 10 maps. That's pretty wild. Now, does it hinder? Does it help? It's kind of hard to gauge, right?
I think it helps in a way, because I think the more experience, the more matches you get to play on LAN with this roster coming in, with Dexter being kind of fresh to the environment as well, even if there's struggles, even if you're going deep, and as you can see, all of them are overtime or very narrow wins or losses, like that's all valuable time for someone who needs to get that experience, and that experience being in pressure situations. So as long as they're winning and moving on in the event and not getting knocked out, it's obviously, in my mind, a positive.
Maniac Vito's do it.
I really like what I'm seeing, Tris. I'm really like it. It was addressed by some Dion, the fact that both teams, or neither teams play Vertigo,
like
both floated, and these are punish bans. These are punish bans from either side. The Mirage getting taken over by Spirit, and then Dust 2 for FaZe. That is something you were mentioning, that Spirit would go for Dust 2. So as a result, quite logically, we have Spirit going on for Overpass. That's their second most picked map. It's not very good for FaZe. That makes sense. And then the Inferno pick for FaZe.
Yeah, I half wish, like, secretly that one of these teams had prepared a Vertigo just to bust it out just like a little bit, just to pull it out right at the end.
Oh,
well,
we have it.
That's spicy. Here we are.
Okay.
So we just heard SDY say, hey, we don't like to play Vertigo. We're not going to.
Oh, my.
It was the first thing I said to Maniac this morning when we got to the desk was, I hope FaZe floats Vertigo so they can ban Dust 2. Spirit, I just watched them in the CIS RMR last week. They did not look good on any map except Dust 2. That was the one map where they did not feel lost on. I'm very worried for Spirit in this matchup, and especially if you take that map away from them, it's going to be very painful. I think this is a very tough 3-map series for them. FaZe isn't exactly world beaters. They're still susceptible to taking a loss here, but without Dust 2, Spirit's in a tough place.
But for FaZe, Maniac, these guys, they've come here with a vengeance. It feels like they've come here with something to prove.
Yes, it's about vindication for FaZe. It's about sending a message to the world that they can still do it, that they can still belong to the top. And even though they lost to Astralis, I think they gathered a lot of individual content.
That was a pretty admirable loss.
It was, and they must feel like it. They must feel like, okay, we've lost it, but we've shown enough. We've found our ways with Ws as well early on against the likes of Complexity and EG, and now this is not the limping phase that we had prior to this event. I think they're activated. They're going to make life really hard for Spirit.
Yeah, and it's going to be a sight for sore eyes. FaZe versus Spirit. We've got Overpass, we got Inferno guaranteed, and Vertigo, perhaps a Vertigo, just so we can see everybody kind of run around like a chicken with their head cut off, because that is what we all signed up for. Isn't that right, Jason?
Yeah, I'm excited. It's going to be playing up contact plays. I'm taking FaZe in the series, Trace.
Of course you are. For us, we take it over to the commentators. We got Harry and Hugo standing by for FaZe versus Team Spirit. Sheesh!
Sheesh, indeed, Trace. We're ready to get this one started. FaZe Clan taking on Team Spirit. Hugo, you're with me, and I know you're looking forward to this one, right? We were hoping that we got to see these boys. So let's take a look at this. Team Spirit with a T-side start here on Overpass. And already you've got a bit of a fight going on over here in middle. A lot of attention down towards short out of Team Spirit. Maybe this one man out through middle is going to keep these, this stack here for FaZe Clan. Team Spirit might have an easy time ahead of them in this B bomb site.
Oh, Brokey with a headshot, and now Carrigan up close gets overwhelmed. The Glocks are running FaZe down, and they've got mollies to follow up. Barrels clear, and the plant allowed. FaZe are playing retake with no kit currently. That could get problematic. Rain coming down connector. Mir is still hidden here. This is such a good position if you just don't show your head up. And Rain might not check it at this point. He's being baited in by the short player. Rain, loses his life. And now FaZe have to come in on the flank. It is denied by Dexter. Olaf getting a kill. Twist moving in, covered by Brokey. And somehow there's still hope for FaZe, but there's not much time. Sundai Young dies very quickly. And Mir now has to hold on in the 1v3. He can't. FaZe are going to retake that pistol round and pick it up easily. Damn.
Yeah, that's pretty wild, man. You know, thinking about how that round starts, you're quad stacked over in mid and long. You were on the complete wrong side of the map. Chopper's trying to sell this idea that it is the A commitment. So the rotations there for FaZe were a lot slower than they were meant to be, right? Everyone's having to rotate back around from over towards Fountain. The fact that they pull that off is really impressive. And now they can look to lock in a good start here. I'm kind of just astonished that they're able to pull that off.
I actually love this buy for Spirit. You know, I was wondering if more teams would go for something like this. It's just the quantity of Galils, right? 1,800 a piece, plus the armor, plus any util you can manage, and everyone can buy one thanks to the bomb plant. So I think it's a really cool idea. If FaZe see Galils, they're not expecting 5 of them, and so everywhere you go, you've got to watch out for rifles. Certainly not the AK, but it could do. FaZe, of course, you know, expecting a buy here, put everything into it. There were no, you know, dilly-dallying, no one playing USP armor. We've got full rifles for them as well, but they are a man down. Chopper's found that opening kill. Now he has to lead his team to a bomb site. Looking like a Karrigan repositioning to the bank. He has got a teammate near about. It's Brokey with the AUG. So at least the best rifle on this top site right now. Spirit, as said, don't have a lot of utility. They've got 3 smokes. They would love some flashbangs, though. Can't even really get value out of 3 smokes on this bomb site. So 2 go through, and here comes Spirit.
Oh, and Brokey has tried his best to block this smoke at Dumpster. It's given him a bit of a wider angle. Team Spirit, are they going to be ready for this? Nope, blindsides the first 2, drops the bomb. Great stuff out of Brokey. He set himself up for that when he blocked the smoke. Karrigan, sure, he's traded after that first kill. This bomb site is still a tumultuous territory if you're Team Spirit. They're waiting for nades for the bomb plant as well. And if you're able to nade out Dexter, there it is. Perfectly timed for Olof. That has just won you the round. That's why you've got this guy here.
Yeah. What a beautiful round, man. We saw teams like that. You know, in the last year or so, we've seen more teams start to play bomb sites like on Overpass, much the same, right? You know, running nade retake setups where, you know, you get a certain amount of kills, you get the advantage, you fall back, and then you have nade setups. Heroic is such a good example of a team that you know, pioneered that so long ago. Many seasons of Pro League ago. But yeah, you can do it on both bomb sites, right? You know, where you boost on CTB, you can lob nades into the plant, you can, you know, molly something Gamma do as well. So yeah, nice idea for Olof, denies the plant, Mir saves a gun, but otherwise it's eco here for Spirit.
Yeah, man, I really like what we're getting out of FaZe right now. It's very, very exciting. It just goes to show how smart Olof is as well, right? Like, he's waiting to hear the plant noise, and then there's like 6 seconds left, and he hasn't heard it yet. He knows the bomb's also right there on truck, so he goes, well, if I lob the flash now, and not flash, if I lob the nade now and they were anywhere near picking up the bomb, they're dead to it, mate. So look at this. Mir's got this hero Galil. It's not every day that you see one of those purchased up. And it's already removed from the round. Twists up here on this little wizard spot, mate, levitating. Takes down 2 on the cross outside of Monster. Dexter has been able to retrieve that rifle at least, and that's actually quite sick for him, considering he has armor. Interesting to know, he was armor Glock, so I think, you know, the idea always was to pass this Galil around on the players who had that armor behind them. Chopper has been holding down the fort at long for a while. It's a little bit weird because back in the site, right, you got Raid, and then up in the toilets, Karrigan still lies in wait, and you don't know anything about him. So he could be a nasty surprise as you look to move into this A-bomb site.
Chopper, oh, did he get spotted? Rain, yes, he knows what's going on, and he's dropped the bomb. Now down to the rifle, and Dexter's going to hit the shot through the wall. Karrigan followed up onto as well, and Dexter, surely no plant today. It's denied by Brokey. Nice try nonetheless. That saved Galil. Does a lot of damage, doesn't it? 3 kills in the round, so FaZe, they may be up 3-0, but Spirit are competing at least, keeping that money on the edge. And yeah, man, after we got to, cast phases, opening BO3 against Cole, man, I got a lot more hype for this team and what they could be bringing into the table this IEM Cologne round, right? Especially with everyone being on LAN. There's a certain benefit to, all your players being together, getting those fist bumps in, friendly faces, having your coach behind you, rather than, what many CIS teams are going through in terms of having to, play from their rooms. Still LAN, of course, still on local area network, but you don't have that same camaraderie, right, with your teammates. Things like that are hugely beneficial to a team like FaZe in a position here. And so 3-0 up. Spirit focused B, but re-smoked at the monster. That will slow things down if they weren't already enough.
Oh, look at Olaf on this secondary orb, holding the short cross. And this is, it's a bit of a risk. You are putting yourself out there. And, oh, well, there's the opener taken by Team Spirit. Good thing Twist was nearby to keep that even, keep you in a 4-on-4. If Olaf goes down untraded there, it makes this round a rough one for FaZe. Team Spirit, are they going to try and capitalize on this kill? They've just got down towards the B bomb site. Looking like they were going to assemble the boost and then deciding against it. That's because they want to move in for the kill right here, right now. Twist holding from CT is flashed off the angle. Rain's dead in COD, so we need one of these B players to step up, and it's only Twist's left. He gets the dink on Dexter. But armed with only the USP, it's just like, what, 50 damage or thereabouts?
Damn.
Oh, damn good try from Twist, man. Really did all you could have asked for there.
Yeah. I mean, like, on this team, right, for FaZe, you're going to see a lot of different people AWPing, right? Karrigan's been a primary AWP in his time. Rain has only got about 5 AWP kills in his entire life, but everyone else loves to wield this weapon, so that's the benefit, right? So when guys, anyone can pick it up. Twist hit some bangers, even the dink, but no round today. And that's kind of nice, because Spirit on the board early means this one's bound to be competitive. Certainly with FaZe broken economically right now. Looking like an early B pop. We got triple Mac 10s. The money wasn't great. We know CIS teams love these fast Mac 10 rushes. And with Chopper at the helm as well, this is nothing new. And so here they go, lining up the flash, and Spirit about to explode.
Yeah, and they come through short. The Mac 10s lead the way. Olaf Meister tries to cut them down, and he's in with a double on the D. Oh, he softened them up for Twist! And Twist and Olaf, oh, they've ruined this round for Team Spirit. They've cut through them like a hot knife. It's all gone wrong for the Team Spirit squad. And it's the Deeg armor on just 2 players of FaZe Clan that are able to tear you down. That is gnarly.
Twist has had his own meal today, Harry. He's 9-1. He's not missing a beat. Like, every D shot connecting, and even that AWP round, like the fact that you're going for a US, yeah, that last one. Even when you're in that AWP round, when he gets 3 kills of the AWP and then he swaps to the USP, like that's confidence. Not waiting a second to get the AWP back out.
No,
to try it again. No, you're just going for the kill as soon as you can.
From these last 2 clips, getting to see them from Twist POV, like you can tell just from like the fights he's taking, how he's taking them, how it's looking. He's feeling it today.
It is great to get Spirit on the camera shots as well, right? For a lot of these games, we've had, only one team on cam, but now we've got everyone here, so it's always nice. I wonder if Spirit will get loud on LAN, right? Obviously, as said by the desk, we got players like Dexter, right? Not the most LAN experience, to say the very least, and so you wonder where their heads are at, where confidence is at, and hoping that they can keep up the camaraderie themselves. We've had certainly some teams here at LAN, or some players making some noise. Device is the first one that comes to mind.
Yeah, obviously the downside, right, is that the Spirit, it's only some of the guys out of that quarantine right now. Dexter and Magic still in it, and they will be till the end of the event. So the other boys are going to try and carry the energy in this instance.
Wow, better some than none, right?
And better some die young, right? So here we are. Bit of short control taken. Mir maybe gonna get boosted up by Magix. They were gonna employ this the other round and they decided against it and just went with a fast B play. I think with how some of these results have been on the back of these B plays, they want to try and gimmick a kill out of this before they hit the go button.
I love this silent jump as well. There's no one crouching, so you'd have to double jump, and then you hear that squish on someone's head, and it's an easy freebie. It's going to be Carrigan falling, and Olaf feels like he has to take some space. Peaks Monster dies. There's somebody young, Brokey alone on the York, missed shot, and now they get closer. Brokey with one. The lineup is almost there, but Brokey doesn't need it. 3. Decimation on the B-bomb site. Let's fucking go, Brokey. And now we're getting loud face.
Come on, fist, yeah, give Carrigan the fist bump. I was worried he was going to get left hanging. I felt real second-hand embarrassment for Carrigan there for a moment. But Olaf, don't leave you hanging, and Brokey don't leave you losing out, does he? Look at this. Oh, it's gnarly, like he's so ready for every single fight, throwing himself in, some Guardian-esque play, dancing around the pillar. Beautiful, beautiful out of FaZe, beautiful out of Brokey. And, you know, considering yesterday Brokey was one of the players who had, like, you know, some trials and tribulations, I guess you could say, it's great to see him delivering the form we know he's capable of today.
From the get-go as well, no waiting around. FaZe, they're getting pumped up right now. Obviously, hearing Carrigan scream is a delight. And that's just going to keep you performing, really, at this point in the game. 5-1, Spirit shattered. And not just economically as well. It's down to Deagles looking for B picks. I love how Rain started this round. He just rushed A long, got a kill, and completely disappeared. Spirit cannot refrag. They've got to regroup at B.
Twists, man, waiting in this position again. And with the kind of game he's having, I do not love it. It's for Team Spirit, right? It feels like this B site is just... it's home of the gods, man, right now. Like, you keep going in there, and you're getting churned up, whether it's up against Pistols, whether it's up against Brokey's AWP, or even Twist's AWP, you have not been getting the results you wanted. Olaf spots a bunch of players at short, and so now Twist's laughing to himself as he's given another chance down through Monster, this time only good for one. The rest of the gang start to spill on through. 2 out through Monster. Carrigan's holding for this. He can time his peaks with Olaf, and that's never even needed because Olaf has knocked them all out of the round. FaZe Clan up 6-1 and showing no signs of slowing down.
It is beautiful, isn't it? And it's Spirit's map pick.
Yeah, I mean,
this
is like one of, like a bit of a CIS classic as far as maps go. And on top of that, it is like, you know, one of the go-tos for the Spirit squad. That's why this scoreline is so shocking. That's why I think when we look at Brokey and Twists really like spearheading this one, and some of the rounds we've had out of the supporting cast on FaZe, you've got to be impressed with where they find themselves in this map.
Again, not waiting around. Spirit is going right out B. The white peak is denied for Carrigan. Dexter was scoped on with the AWP, and Olaf is smoked off at short side to Spirit. In they go to the bomb site. Olaf boosted. He has cover for the short pipe, but Spirit, they've got numbers out Monster already, and they know where FaZe should be. Mir's coming up to clear it. He's got to be very careful with his double setup and the door off as well. And Twist gets mollied out, leaving Olaf above the boost into the fire. You can't survive it this time around, Olaf. There's no bomb ticking. Spirit don't need the plant. They've got all the kills.
Yeah, and even though Brokey gave us that one moment, asking him to 1v4 in a lost B side, that is an entirely different request.
He's expecting a flank, but it's coming later than he's imagining. It's just making sure he can't save.
God, yeah, this is like some real combat saving.
Yeah.
He just doesn't have the real estate to go back up to A and, you know, be able to guaranteed hold on to the gun. There's that kill onto Magix. That's going to trigger him to try and rotate up, but he's still being cautious. He's still aware of the possibility of this wrap.
Yeah, the more silent it is, the more obvious it is at this point. Why is Spirit not hunting me? Why are they not trying to get the AWP out? Well, that's because they think they've already got it.
Look at how, like, paranoid he is right now, though, right? He knows they can boost Heaven. I think, luckily enough, the fact that Mir has just run through the A site has given him some kind of awareness, but they hunt him down, they tag team him. And Team Spirit get a second, and they find all 5 kills as well, even stripping the AWP away, which is really, the most important thing there. You don't allow that save to come in, because if you did, you would have had an investment coming in here from the FaZe squad. They could have had majority of players on rifles with the AWP to try and bolster it. Instead, Brokey goes for a hero AWP investment.
Okay.
Yeah,
feeling it.
I get, I don't know if I'm the biggest fan, but it's a cool idea. It's a cool idea.
If it works, it works, but I'd be surprised.
If it works, he's going to
does.
look like a 900 IQ, absolute genius. The thing is,
spot.
glass cannon AWP to be juggled around and become more glass cannons. That's essentially what this is.
The danger here is like you've got to play for the save if you can't win the round, because next round you're going to be broke and you're going to be ecoing into a full buy. So, bye-bye Carrigan, jumping on his teammate's head and now falling down many feet. So yeah, Brokey, he's got to get kills and get out alive. Weird Molotov. Brokey going to rotate A. And yeah, this is like, I think FaZe probably know that Spirit are expected to go B in this round, but you're just hoping that, not only can defend the AWP, but maybe Spirit overcomplicate it, outplay themselves, and go back up. They're not. Spirit have had a game plan set towards B all T sides so far. Those flashes full blind everyone, but it's not a problem. As said, FaZe aren't here. So yeah, the AWP, it may be a bit crazy, but it gets saved. He calls the very early.
No, yeah, this was definitely the right way to approach it. It's fine as long as you can commit to the save, as long as Team Spirit let you get away with it. And the fact that this call, as you say, came through so soon, I think is the important part there. And, to really top that off, the whole round was designed around it. He has 3 other players with him on USPs as like bodyguards. They can be the ones to get found first. If Brokey does die, they can at least pick up the AWP and hopefully get it out of the round. So, if that was how they were always destined to play this and approach it, then yeah, man, let's go. Get the AWP out.
It's nice to see Spirit not deterred by some of these really gnarly B-holds. Like, think about these B-holds. Remember, it's Twist and Off with the Deagles. It's Brokey finding the 4K. It's very clean rounds for FaZe, all things considered. So, Spirit, their game plan is B, and they're sticking to it. They're going back to B. They're winning more rounds now. And, as Moses said on the desk, right? He just saw this team play in the CIS RMR. He said that no map was good for them but Dust. I mean, this is their second best win percentage map, right? Like, this is where they should be showing up. It's their pick in the series. FaZe got rid of Dust. There was no choice for it. So, you get a little bit worried if they can't warm into this T side, especially for the longevity of this series. But back to basics, back to B.
Yeah, I mean, hell, dude, this has basically been home away from home for Team Spirit. They've loved hitting this site. This time they've opened on to Twist. Carrigan trying to play around these smokes is only good for 1. And so Olaf now is feeling this pressure. He's all alone back at the B site, calling for rotations. If he can get 1 before that plant comes in, maybe you're interested. Instead, it's Rain knocked out by Magix. And that is going to force the save out of these double AWPs, right? 2 on 4. Already you're thinking about saving. The fact that it's 2 AWPs in this retake with only the smoke on Brokey, you can't do anything to force these players into your sight lines. And so they're just going to try and bow out with the AWPs.
Yeah, I think it's just the mind game now. If they can't keep going B, guys, we're double AWPing A. Like, eventually, they don't know what's up. They're going to walk into it. Nope, Spirit are just setting B from the beginning of the round, and not swaying away from that idea. So how will FaZe deal with that in the follow-up? Oh no, don't. They're doing it to themselves again, Harry. They're trapping themselves in CT spawn. Brokey actually had the A site for a moment, but he's come down to play with Olaf, and this is fine at least. No one's hunting, but you get a little bit, worried after what we saw last time around. So save is allowed. Both AWPs in the follow-up, but not much behind them. You shouldn't really be full buying here if you're FaZe. Give Spirit a 5th, which, suddenly doesn't look too bad. This was one-sided. This was 6-1. Well, now it's about to be pretty darn close.
Yeah, I'm really curious where these AWPs end up. I imagine you just split them 1-1 again. Yeah, Olaf going to head down towards the B site with his, try and supplement this hold a little bit, try and pad the site out. Brokey, what's his call going to be, right? He's up here on A. He's gone down into connector. curious if we were going to have him try and take an early fight, but instead he just smokes it off to steal that bit of control away and slow Team Spirit down on this side of the map.
Yeah, door's also been blown off by his teammate from B, so that's nice. You know, he gets to drop the smoke when it fades, the door's open. Spirit, if they're in connected, they're a little bit paranoid.
Yeah, right? They've really kind of given this illusion, like, yeah, we might have taken short, right? The door's blowing off, con smoke. This is all kind of giving some signals that we've either taken connector or we're fighting short, and that's why we see Team Spirit having to take some time to clear these positions
And
now.
It's such a lovely little ruse because we have 4 on A now for FaZe, so they're really trying to read into Spirit hitting this top site. They're really hoping they go back up, and Spirit certainly may. Taking water though, realize this is all but a fake for FaZe. The bomb's still back in middle, so anything is possible. Olaf dropping B, doesn't want to, you know, stay with a solo Eagle on that B site forever, and Dex is going to get patiently rewarded for Rain's kill. So it's starting to look good now. Twist in the toilets, should be cleared here by Mia. If he goes the full distance, see if the PT-50 can do anything. Okay for Twist. Can he get out with a gun? Oh, he tries to pick it up, but Sundar Young hunts him down, and now it's up to Brokey on the site.
Yeah, 20 seconds. They've got to run into this AWP. They've got to run into the double AWP hold. They've got to break through this iron wall of Olaf and Brokey with just 14 seconds on the clock. Olaf seen an arm. He takes a leg. Another man crosses into the site. Olaf is still here. No scope connects, but it's only the tag, only the leg. If he killed Magix there wouldn't have been time for the bomb plant.
That's the round, Harry.
That's so sad for Olaf, man. It's so close to a round-winning play.
What more could he really have done there? Getting jumped on. Magix is mid-air. But yeah, if he hits that kill, absolute, almost a guarantee that FaZe get that round, right? Spirit may have been close, but the time was already down to 5 seconds as Magix is putting it in. So all the confusion, all the kerfuffle might have been enough. Very nice try. And yeah, look at that timer tick down. Look how close. The spacing wasn't there. That's absolutely around for FaZe if Olaf gets the kill. What can you do? Move on, brush it off, B-rush, and get denied in the entrance. Twist! The damage done is impeccable. He sets his team up for a win within seconds of the round beginning. Chopper's on 10 health. Dexter didn't see anyone, just smoke kills. And where the hell do you go from here?
And of course, it's these two guys who, on these B rushes, whenever there has been a round-winning round for FaZe, it's often come off the back of Twists and Olaf doing the bulk of the damage at B. They open up this round with a triple kill through the smoke, 2 for Twists, 1 for Olaf. And really, for Team Spirit now, I don't think they're thinking about winning this round in any way, shape, or form. It kind of becomes about damage control, trying to do something. You know, trying to make this feel like less of a win for FaZe by dropping some players out of the server.
Yeah, because this was FaZe on their last legs, right? This was them about to be reset or broken at least. So keeping 5 alive here is massive. That's definitely the call that Carrigan's making, guys. Just try and trade at least. Like, don't die. We need this money if we want to run away with the CT side. And Brokey, close shot, gonna hit it onto Chopper. That's gonna be Dexter. Probably just saving himself, right? He's got the mad money, but after peeking into Olaf, there's not really any hope that FaZe are going to give him kills here. So Dexter just looking for some exits and then going to be able to drop over guns if needed. I mean, the money is still pretty good for Spirit, so there's no real problems just yet. Spirit have a chance at a really good T side despite a slow start. And we are getting a bit of a banging matchup here, if I say so myself. Counter-terrorists win. Risky, but he got a molly, so all worth it.
Yeah, I'm happy to see FaZe starting strong as well after that matchup versus Astralis just yesterday. You know, we were very excited to see where FaZe were at after looking at them in the play-ins, right? They were looking really, really strong there. They come into that Astralis game, then they have a slow start. They go on to make it a pretty competitive series that still ends 0-2.
Yeah. The crazy triple OT. You know, like at the end of the day, they took Astralis a distance, man. They were competitive. And so there's something to be said for that.
Yeah, I mean, it was one of those moments, right, where you were kind of left saying to yourself, like, maybe if they'd started the day just a little better, right, and gotten like one extra round here and there, it would have made all the difference. So that's why it's so pivotal to see them in this lead, keeping it up and looking to build upon it now. Into the B site for Team Spirit, FaZe Clan. They're relying on Twists and Olaf again, and this time Twists is out of the round early. Olaf Meister calling for rotations. Mir is holding on to Con. How many can he get away with? Rain, little backflip, but doesn't stick the landing. A man down now for FaZe in this retake. Carrigan and Olaf, the only two able to pressure this bomb site. And Carrigan swinging wide from heaven. This is ballsy. He is out in the open. He is out on an island. The flank of Broki's shut down. Carrigan still committed. Also dies at the hands of Sumdai Young. And Olaf, he might have been here since the beginning. He'll be the only one left in the end.
Yeah, gonna look for some exits as they hunt him down, but really it's not gonna change too much. You can see Mir's already on exit duty. This guy, Mir's had a hell of a round. He caught a connector rotate, then he went back to T-spawn, killed a monster, a monster flank, a big flank, and now he's hunting Olaf down in CT, who seems like he'll get away with his life. He's on full health. Mir's too far, but it's still a nice attempt nonetheless. FaZe fall in that round, and again, it's the B play, it's the B problems. Spirit really haven't even attempted this A site other than that one round into the double orb. They did win it, albeit a very close round. They don't seem to really care about top right now, and I can't blame them with the results coming in with 6 on this T side, with all the money in the world, no more ecos left up for Spirit. Let loose, go wild, have fun.
Oh, Brokey trying his hand at a mid-peak in the round. Will get flashed off and just concedes it for now. I like that the AWP is still trying to get this information early for FaZe, right? Not feeling deterred by how some of these recent rounds have gone. It's nice seeing a confident Brokey. They're out in middle with the toilet smoke down. Brokey can't see a thing. He doesn't know what's happening in mid right now. And he's alone up towards the A-bomb site. If he falls, this is a big problem for FaZe Clan, right? Team Spirit could just pick up the pace and win the round right away. Brokey, we need a big moment out of him on this AWP. We've had a few in this game so far.
He's fired off. They know what they're up against, but he has backed up safely and even called for a bit of a rotate as well. So a little more padded our FaZe on this top site. They'll need to be. Spirit look convinced, committed, 5 here. I wonder if FaZe, you know, they're going to start realizing this B site is completely empty. They don't want to go for any plays, but we do have some monster jiggles coming in, so maybe room for a third rotate. It won't be here in time, though. The smokes are coming over. 30 seconds, Spirit closing the gap. Brokey's still here. That third man of Rain is in position very soon, and so Brokey, if he hits this first shot, it could waterfall out of control of Spirit's hands.
Oh, but he's blinded off the angle. Good flash. Now they're getting closer to Brokey, and he's swept out. Carrigan will put up a hold in this site to maybe give you a reason to retake this round if you're FaZe. He keeps it in a 2-on-2. Twists and Olaf, as mentioned, 2 of the heroes from this B bomb site. They're the 2 left in the retake now. Dexter and Magix both fall off together, and they're playing long around this bomb. FaZe should be able to piece this one together. Olaf has pushed through toilet. Short was clear when he was there last, and site is looking pretty empty as well. They might be able to figure this out. Olaf has just come from short side, so he's not ready for this repeat from Team Spirit. Dead to the AWP, Dexter. Twists, while he's good for the first, asking him to beat the AWP at that kind of range. It's unlikely. And so that's 7 on the board for Team Spirit.
Man, I thought FaZe would realize sooner, right? They just didn't know where that second guy was. They knew one had backed up long, but not the other. And at that point, it's a lost round. Spirit, lovely little wrap there, right? They're scared because as much as FaZe don't have the info, neither does Spirit. They have to walk long. They have to walk toilets. They don't know the timing of Olaf coming up connector. He could be late. He could be hearing them. But instead, Spirit, it's perfect for them. They set up, they deny the defuse, and they find even Steven, 7-all. And FaZe broken for the last round of the half. This could be Spirit winning the T side of Overpass. Considering this was a 6-1 start, that's not what I had in mind.
No, right? This is one hell of a recovery out of Spirit. And they should really be, you know, proud of themselves for this one. As you say, 6-1 down, and now a chance to win out the half. That is kind of unreal. and certainly makes us feel better about Team Spirit on their map pick, one of the classic maps for them.
Yeah, it shows that they got more in the wheelhouse than just a one-map army, right? You know, we've seen Spirit do some great things this year, and so it'd be a shame to...
Oh, the boost.
Oh, the jump. Was that heard? Was that cool? We'll have to find
well.
out. Twist has been watching the boost, but this time he's moved out of position. It won't make a difference. Mir falls off, and Spirit get ready to go.
Yeah, Barrels is Molly. That's going to clear that out. They will have to be worried about the site, and there's a lot of bodies in here. Twist's blinded, as you say. Dexter throwing in this utility to help out with the push. The rest of Team Spirit all following through with kills. Rain on the MP9, good for a double, and he's traded after that. So Team Spirit, they do win out this half from 1-6 down to an 8-7 scoreline. Team Spirit, they're on the up and up, whereas FaZe, they're looking a little down.
Being back on the roster for me has been super fun, first of all. I enjoy it a lot. And playing with, especially playing with Finn, it's been a long time since I did that, Kerrigan. And I think it's been going pretty good. It's been okay. I mean, I'm a little bit rusty still, and I'm still getting used to compete again. But it's just a lot of fun, and I love it, so yeah.
Hey Future Pros, back on Overpass today with another T-sided smoke. This one is thrown from spawn and lands in the doorway to bathrooms. To master this tricky smoke, hop onto the railing. Line up in between these 2 points, aim to the right side and close to the top of these leaves. Then throw the smoke. It may take a few attempts to get it down, but I have faith in you all.
Forgetting who I was, or have to look back that far. And I don't want to forget who, get who. And are you just fucking around in my mind one last time? I'm gonna be real honest this time. I'm okay with it, I am more than fine. I'm gonna roll all less red dice now. Tell me I won't get Trap me inside your walls now.
Yes, Team Spirit. As we stand, they've won out this first half, and that was from being 1-6 down to FaZe Clan at one point in time. They've stumbled back to their feet, and they went on to find success after success on their T side. Now they move into the CT half. Now we get into this second half of play. FaZe Clan are hoping they can have a start as strong as they did in that first half. to maybe put the fear back in Team Spirit.
Yeah, they certainly look fearless right now, just going back to this B site with a vengeance, despite FaZe having some really nice holds down there on lower. Let's see what FaZe's T side's like. Straight up to A, going for the long control, no flash to signal anything. Dexter's caught in the open. He's still able to run back in time. FaZe, do they do the classic? Do they run con to B? Are we pulling out the MM strats, or will FaZe just commit here? Nice tap for Dexter. Rain doesn't get a chance to play the pistol round. He's very sad. And back go FaZe. They don't like what they see in terms of the range USPs. They're going to reset B.
FaZe fans are probably sad he doesn't get to play the pistol either. This guy is often one of the backbones of pistol rounds. So, a pretty important kill to have found. They're going to go down con. They're going for the matchmaking round the world call in a sense, right? Out to long, through con, into this B site. Team Spirit are already here holding the line.
All these taps are dirty. Magic's getting overwhelmed a little bit, but it's not like FaZe are getting any closer or any more comfortable. Everyone hitting their shots here for Spirit, and it is clean as can be. One for Chopper, not a problem. 5 alive. And 9-7, okay. You win the half with a great comeback, and now you take the pistol? I'd be a little worried in FaZe's boots.
Yeah, I mean, mate, if you're FaZe, the best you were able to go up was 6-1 over Team Spirit. They are now 8-1ing you back in response, right? Essentially, that's kind of how the round flow's been. So Team Spirit saying to FaZe, anything you can do, we can do better. We've got this force buy from FaZe Clan. Deagles out aplenty. And a bit of connector control getting taken. Twist is lurking out through top mid, and the bomb is actually going to move back around and join him. Right now, FaZe Clan, pretty standard little default here. They take away connector control, they get out in middle, and they have a player holding on for any B aggression. This allows you to go back to B later on. It gives you a bit of an idea what's going on at that side of the map. And so the fact that they're pulling Olaf away means this might be an A commitment out of FaZe. They no longer have that info as to what's going on at Monster, what's going on at B.
Yeah, Sundayoung got to be careful, but that smoke gives him a bit of room to move. Drops a nice little grenade, just dumping his util while he can. He knows this one feels inevitable. 3 on the A site. Spirit have the right idea in mind. Flash peek, Sundayoung dodges it. Chopper goes back in, and FaZe is just getting whittled down. Cut into tiny little pieces. Olaf up on long, but the Tech-9 is a fickle beast, and it's only Brokey left up, not for long. Spirit 5 alive again. It's not getting any easier for FaZe, that's to say for sure. That was a full force buy. Spirit at least made theirs close when they went for the 5 Galils. FaZe's Deagles don't do any damage. And that's a rare sentence to say.
Yeah, it's just unreal to me, like the kind of guy, the kind of player you must be to be able to not just go like 1 and 6 down and pull it back till you're in like an all right spot, but to actually take it back dominantly in a scoreline similar to what was done up against you, right? And then to keep taking it even further, like that is really impressive. FaZe had all the momentum built up behind them. It was looking really good. You know, Team Spirit couldn't really get anything going. And now here they are, kind of blowing FaZe out the water and making us ever forget that there was this great start for FaZe Clan. It feels like all my attention is getting drawn back onto Team Spirit here on, you know, what used to be like their home map.
And rightly so, right? Because you can't doubt the results in front of us. Spirit are having fun with it. They're flexing. They're pushing up, taking some water control. There's been some nice flashes in this round to catch out Olaf over the graffiti wall. Sundayoung has stopped caring. He is in the T-spawn right now, although this could be awkward. He's going to miss the timing. Oh, yeah, he does wrap connector. I thought he was going to go B for a second. Dexter drops the bomb, but this shouldn't be around the FaZe have any say in the matter anyway. 2 pistols left up. Sundayoung stops walking, and it's not pretty, but it is a kill, and it is a 3rd flawless round in a row. FaZe have not had a kill in all 3 rounds of this T side.
I like that Dexter's very, very keen to, or not Dexter, sorry, Sundayoung was very, very keen to show the flank that comes in, right? Like running to go find that kill. It's kind of going to make FaZe like a little bit paranoid, right? It's like showing you, yeah, look, man, we're coming from some unknown place on the map, a fast flanking. This is stuff you're going to have to watch out for.
Yeah, and Dexter's brought up his first AWP of the CT side, but he is 18-6, right? I think there were questions on, you know, LAN jitters, LAN nerves, even LAN performance, right? If you take the mental out of it, what will, you know, Dexter do on LAN, considering how good he is online? Well, it's not holding him back by any means. That seems clear as day. The flash peek with the boost, Rain is waiting for it, but he can't get a kill. Talking of Dexter, he's opened up on a long. Twist is dead. And so, yeah, this AWP, it strikes fear in FaZe Clan. Karrigan getting out middle. If he runs away, Young will hear it. Karrigan's got util at least to throw towards. That looks like the B-bomb site more than anything. It's going to go down over the wall. Oh, no. My mistake. It bounces off the skybox. It's the little lurk smoke up towards A, and here they go. FaZe regrouping down on lower, going towards Monster. There's two CTs in position, but Spirit are already drawing rotations back.
Yeah, they're so cognizant of what's happening in this round. They've reinforced this B bomb site with plenty of time left, and that's going to prove to be important with Chopper knocked out, Mir as well. And now the bomb's coming back up to A. Karrigan has made that call. He's saying, boys, I'm in the A site. We don't get days like this all the time. His barrel's been spotted, and actually, Team Spirit were coming this way to save. This is wild. They're clashing at the A site now. This wasn't the intention, but it's what's ended up happening, and they might win the round on the back of it. A 2-on-2. Rain's all the way down on the B bomb site. He's having to rotate up. Karrigan has got to stay alive, and he will hold off the first man out through bank. Now it's Young versus Rain. Is he ready for this wrap from B? The bomb's on truck. Rain's in the right place, right time. Defuse getting stuck, and Rain's gonna lock the round in, but still, oh, that is not how that was meant to go.
Oh my goodness. You take that though, right? The double entry into B for Rain. That's, as you said, what forced the save. Spirit are like, guys, let's get out of here.
That's wild though, right? They're running up to A like, all right, boys, yeah, look, we just have to let them have this one. And then Dexter goes, hang on, you're not going to believe this, but the bomb's going down A.
I mean, it was a really nice fake, right? Like, if Rain only gets one there, Spirit is still at B. They're delayed even longer. That round is probably even cleaner for FaZe. And Karrigan, I don't know how he gets away with 2 kills there, to be honest. He's got to be very happy, very relieved that Rain closed it out, because he was so low, tucked close to the bank, but hit an immediate headshot in the 2-on-2. That had to happen. If that was a 2-on-1 for Spirit, they can cover the defuse, they can win the round. Another flash peek for Spirit. They're going back to this again, but no one here this time. FaZe are very slow out of the gate. Not a lot of utility. They take 4 casualties in the previous round. So got to be very careful with where these grenades go. You need enough for the late round commit. And really, at this point, they don't even have enough for a late round. They have no smoke. They have a double molly getting used now. Rain's got to throw those flashes.
Yeah, your sight I mean, this whole round is going to be very, very brawly, right? Like, no team really has ample utility. You know, you've got like a full amount on Dexter. That's it for Team Spirit. And on FaZe, you've got no smokes to cut off these angles. So I think in a way, Dexter is kind of the freest piece in the server right now. You know, he's able to slow you down with utility. You're not really able to cut him off outside of using these flashes. And that makes the AWP a pretty dangerous prospect. Luckily enough, he's up on the A site. Oh, he's rotating down a B. Why would I say that? Why would I have said that? FaZe Clan, oh, they've been cursed. Young caught from the pit. There's more where it came from, Magix. Oh, it's just a slaughter in this B-bomb site. Everyone's dead in a matter of seconds. The lack of utility leaves so many angles open. A handful of flashes to try and set up the guys to get in. And it's not gone well. Twist takes some to the grave with him, but it's still a Team Spirit round at the end of the day.
Yeah, lovely little anchor work there for Young. That first player gets through before the flash pops, but Young gets like a second of vision and is able to take that kill and really just, you know, snowballs behind that. If FaZe get the first entry, who knows where that round goes, but instead they just kind of siphoned in one by one. Easy peasy for SDY. Spirit coming in with another gun round.
You know, I think you got to say the calling for Spirit has been great so far, right? You could be forgiven for thinking these guys have X-ray as well, because it feels like they're always hitting the timings on these rotations with perfection, man. Like as that B push is coming in, you just put a fourth guy down there. Now Reigns, Deagle. Oh, he's even trying to spam the Heaven player.
He hit him for 3. Man's got the lineups. And he'll need to have them through this con wall. He's getting double-faced. But even so, that's a great way to start off a round that you should have, to be honest, no business winning. But for Deagles, hell, anything is possible. Up come FaZe fast as well. This gets hurt by the B players, so rifles need to be ready. And Brokey wins a Glock fight. Dexter alone with everyone in his face. Pistols out, backing up. He's taken 2 to the grave, but they're getting close.
Oh, this orb, you don't want to give it away. Brokey trying to Glock another player out of the round. You ain't Glocking Dexter, ain't you read the rules? Here's Olaf, last guy left alive. Oh, and Dexter nails him on the swing out of bank. Dexter's been a real cornerstone of this this game, man. Like the A bomb site has felt so safe, so secure because this AWP of Dexter is there. The way that he's been approaching it has been so sound as well, right? Like we do occasionally see, you know, him looking to fight over towards mid, but you'll note that every single time we get into like either these fast A rounds or as the clock is running out, he's always playing back in the A site, right? Yeah. Just there to get information, thin out the herd, set his teammates up for a retake. And, you know, it must feel very, very freeing that you feel so comfortable saying to Dexter, look, man, you are responsible for A, and occasionally we are just going to play 4 or 3 dudes down towards that B site and leave a lot of the pressure on you, and he's not crumbling under that pressure. He's molded by it.
Now he's free to roam as well. Look, he's checking out B. He's going for a monster peek. He doesn't see anyone, but there's a couple of players there. But that being said, FaZe is still grouping up on top right now. And so Dex's rotate back up is well timed. Very early, in fact. Premature, as FaZe have a lot of room to clear in middle before they end up committing. Brokey's got an AWP. He saved for it with that Glock. FaZe had a 5-on-3 last round, man. I mean, you know, you can't look at it just that way. They were on pistols, but now they really need to put their money where their mouth is. They need to win a gun round here, or Spirit are going to close this map out. Some Young close in the toilets. Flash is starting to go over. He sees the util. Can he find an appropriate shot? Doesn't want to be caught in the open. Now it's Dexter on bank as well. Some Young just trying to stop the bomb plot. He needs a couple here, but Twist with a hard clear leaves Dexter locked out of the bomb site. It's all owned by FaZe Clan. You wouldn't even be, you know, upset to save here if you're Spirit. You're so pushed out of position. You have no flank. Everyone's in CT, and that is the call being made. No map control for Spirit. No hope with a man down. Out they go. And try it again later.
Yeah, and being real, you know, if you were going to lose a round as Spirit, because, you know, it's not uncommon that occasionally, right, in a 30-round game of CS, you will lose a round at some point.
At least.
You know, if you were going to lose one, when you're up in the lead in this position, this is the way you want it to happen. You know, you lose one player, you save on everyone else. They haven't really done anything to your money situation. You know, you're still able to keep the pressure on your opponent. And for FaZe, it's merely a step in the right direction at this point, right? Like they still have a little ways to go before they're well and truly, you know, hot on the heels of Team Spirit. A victory in the coming round, now that would be huge. That would be an entirely different story. Now, if you're able to find a victory and remove some players from the Team Spirit squad, knock them out of the server, well, then you will start to get into that realm where you're resetting the money, where you're getting 2-for-1s on the back of winning a round. And so that's why it was important for Team Spirit to keep that save up there, just to keep this pressure on and let them have a chance to fight for this lead.
Yeah, FaZe aren't far from that position, at least in terms of resetting Spirit, so This is a very important round, especially if you're going for it. Carrigan with a molly. Oh dear, Chopper, he's going to get heard running up. He actually escapes getting tagged, so maybe they don't know he's in position, but he knows where Rain is. Carrigan flashing, but it doesn't go well for him. He runs into the wall, and it's going to be Chopper finding the first. Dexter now on short side, catches Olaf, and they already know about Rain. They caught him earlier, so Molly keeps this guy contained in the corner. Twist tagged in middle by another AWP. It is falling apart for FaZe right now, and they have no idea where to go, what to look at. Rain getting dunked, does respond, but that nade just came over the wall, putting him down to 40. Even if FaZe are getting kills, they're getting bruised, they're getting battered in the process.
Yeah, you know, you're the walking wounded at this point in time as well, man. You're on like the reserves of this squad. Brokey, the only guy with any HP, he's given up that AWP, put it in the hands of Twists because he's very, very low. And FaZe, are they going to look to commit to B, right? They're trying to get in, they're trying to go. Rain dies on the initial peak. Oh, there is a follow-up for Brokey at least. Oh, and he might have saved the round. Little double AWP retake left up in this one, and they nailed the shot onto Brokey. So it's Twists, and he won't miss. Out from CT, swinging is Dexter, and the Deagle ruins Twist's day. It's another nice try from the AWP in Twist's hands, but not destined to get past the double AWP on the Team Spirit side.
And CIS are silencing the haters this tournament, Harry. There's no question about it, right? We may have seen so many successful CIS squads back at Katowice with the caveat of online play. Not today. Dexter is absolutely tearing through FaZe Clan right now. He's 26-8, 3 kills in that one. Twist in the perfect position to win the round with the AWP as well, and Dexter just wide peaks him. This is impeccable for Spirit. 14-9, ready to close the map. Let's see if FaZe make it that easy.
Flashes through Monster, but not committing to B just yet. Certainly applying some pressure here. Making Team Spirit a little nervous as to what's going to happen here, but the boost nets them that free kill onto Olaf.
They've been doing that every round, man. The flash peek with boost, different variances of it, you know, peeking deep tunnel, going over, flashing into con. Spirit have been trying this every round. Now that FaZe finally take water, they figure out the hard way.
It's got to feel rough. FaZe Clan, you know, they came into this, they were feeling all confident. Carrigan was yelling nice things at his team. And now we could do with more of those nice things. We could do with more of those good times. Instead, Finn's gonna die on his push out through Monster. And now the numbers dwindling into the crossfires they go. Team Spirit up onto 15, and for FaZe, well, the good times might be coming to a close after all.
Yeah, we've not talked a lot about Mia in this game, but he has a massive round there, so great to see from him. This guy's such a talent within the CIS region. He's, you know, often been, you know, I just don't think we've seen him on these world stages, in these finals, like I think he deserves as an individual.
Something I really wanted to talk about, seeing as this game feels like it's going to end soon, was Brokey. Oh, hang on, he's getting 5-man boosted. He came into this firing on all cylinders. He was up 10-1 when we were 6 rounds into the game. Well, since that point, right, an additional 19 rounds have played out, and he's gotten 6 kills.
And what, 13 more deaths?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, Dexter, right, which was the other point I was going to make, he's only gotten stronger as the game's gone on, right? He's topping the charts. The AWP on the Team Spirit side has been snowballing out of control, whereas the AWP on the FaZe Clan side has felt like it's had waning results. It's a real shame, because when we got that 4K around Pillar, I was thinking like, oh, Brokey's in for a big day.
I mean, everything started well for FaZe, right? It was 6-1. Twist was winning insane rounds as well. Look at Chopper, no fear. Pushed up on long, taking Carrigan out of the round, and he has the lead from beyond the grave. Twist, that's a big kill to Some Die Young, but they're still walking into Dexter, and he is yet to falter on this AWP. No change today. Hits Brokey down low, but at least he's on an AWP of his own, and Dexter's so blind, he can't find a flick shot. Twist This is why Rain catching connector rotations and Chopper all alone. May as well give it a go, but at the same time, you don't have money here if you're Spirit, so a save isn't a bad call, and Brokey might not let it happen anyway. Chopper just tucks in the corner, and yeah, maybe sit here, wait for some exits to come by.
I think you got to give credit where credit is due to Twists, right? For keeping up, like being the identifiable player as someone who has kept it up throughout the entire game. It feels like whenever FaZe have one around, he has been an integral part of it, right? You know, don't get me wrong, we've had nice moments out of guys like Olaf, Rain in this round as well, but Twist, still a name mentioned alongside him. Now, Rain!
Oh, that's good.
Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, Brokey saves his life! Rain, you owe Brokey big time for that one.
Oh, you can see him walking up, man. That's sad. Nice try. Either way, it's
also mad respect for Brokey for checking a corner that his teammate had just walked past and not assuming that everything was a-okay.
You should always do that. You should always, you know, if you have the time to clear it, not if you're entering into a bomb site, but, you know, in a situation like that, clear everything. You never know where they're hiding. And right now, Spirit aren't hiding. 15-10. This is a statement right now. Certainly haven't won the game yet, though, right? We've seen many a team get ahead of themselves at a scoreline similar to this. I mean, FaZe are no exception. So pistols out and a push towards short. Okay, don't win this round, Spirit. That's actually against the rules. Magix has grabbed a gun. He can rotate up A. In fact, all of Spirit can rotate up A if they please. And yes, oh my goodness, they're going for it. What a call. FaZe aren't hearing these rotates. They're on long as well. So Spirit are allowed to run everyone back up.
This is wild, man. Like, if you were up short, you would at least know what you're running into. The fact that you've come from long means you are reacting as it's happening in real time, but still, they catch that AK, and now any danger in this round should be quelled, you know? It really did hinge on Magix with that rifle that was retrieved, doing some work. I'm a little bit miffed as to how he's the only guy to make it to the site, right? If there were USPs alongside him, you could have juggled that AK around, you could have kept fighting with it, you know, kind of peaked in waves and kept the AK with players to wield it. Unfortunately, Magix was in the site all alone.
Yeah, I would have loved to see more players get out there, right, and just bait for him.
Yeah, it's more like, it's kind of like they just said to Magix, who had the most to lose.
Good luck.
Go out there, bud. We're just going to hang out back here in CT.
Is, like, even playing like Dumpster, for example, I know that Util came in for FaZe, but
oh my god, Chopper actually went and got it, the mad lad.
Nice. Oh,
and then died to bomb.
Okay, well, it was a nice try. Yeah, like playing something like Dumpster and going for that headshot angle, like at least if you die, your teammate can immediately grab the gun with no risk of death, like, you know, just cycle it through your team. All this being said, none of it matters. FaZe have won the round, as they should have anyway against USPs, and now Spirit have got a full buy. Dexter back on the orb, finally double-digit deaths, but maybe no more. He wants to close it here and now.
Yeah, double orbs purchased up. Sumdar Young and Dexter donning them. Nade stack doesn't find all too much damage onto Chopper. It's nice from FaZe. They're trying to problem solve. You mentioned how this boost has been coming in a hell of a lot. That's why they throw the nade stack, to try and deal with this short flash boost combo. Unfortunately for them, the nades don't find much, and the boost still comes in. So it's information gained now for Team Spirit.
And just a note, we saw that like silent boost on the T side outside of water for the barrels peak, right? Where the player's standing up and you can jump on his head. There's loads of spots you can do that on loads of maps. They just did it again on short. So, you know, the boosting player is a little bit lower down. And so, you know, they don't need to crouch. Therefore, it makes the boost quicker, it makes the boost quieter, and it lets them peak it fast with a flash. Sumdar Young, this is not where you want to be with the orb. He's been boxed into a corner by utility. He's going to move into the toilet. There's only really one man here unless they come through Divider. The flick shot is in. Sumdar Young now trapped, and they've got him boxed in. He's the only guy here. Gone very quickly. Now up to the long player. Dexter creeping back, but he doesn't want to overcommit. He knows he'll get cleared, and he'll use that to his advantage. 3-on-3 here. FaZe are getting stuck.
Yeah, that's a little bit rough. I think if you're Twist there, you're really not anticipating another AWP waiting at long. Olaf going to win that fight on Tamir at least. You've still got to be concerned about Dexter. Brokey is looking to try and deal with this long player, but blinded. Oh no, the flashbang. Dexter sets himself up for that kill. Molly onto Truck. The utility is just perfect. And now they know about Rain on the flank. Both players knives out, and Rain's dead to the M4. It's the defuse found for Team Spirit. There isn't a kit on Magix, but he's got enough time. 16-11, Team Spirit takedown phase on their map pick. And now we look to the future. It's gonna be Inferno as map number 2. We're hoping that things can get heated up again in the FaZe kitchens.
Bit of a stumble step here from FaZe in the first map of the series. Overpass going the way of Spirit, 16-11 after a pretty close first half. It's Spirit running away with all the cookies. Welcome back, everybody. This is the Intel Extreme Masters. It's Cologne. It's 2021. and we are on a local area network. I've got Maniac and Moses here with me to talk about what went wrong for FaZe and what went right for Spirit.
All right, well, I'm going to pull a fast one on you. Let's talk about what went right for FaZe at the beginning.
Okay.
Let's kick this up this way. They win that Deagle round with Twist and Olofmeister on the B side, which is beautiful. They reset Spirit. Then we have the Brokey clutch, and we can just run it right now because I want to mention how crazy it was from Brokey on that position on the B side. Even though Spirit had a good start, we know they had this weird ability to fumble some of these 5v4s.
Yeah.
And then Brokey just destroyed Spirit. He destroyed Spirit, and at the time, I thought this is it. This is a breaking point from Spirit. If you've looked at their game and you know how mentally they can be sometimes shook down, this is the round I'm mentioning, Tres. This 4-1 in the lead for FaZe Clan. Team Spirit have that beautiful entries on the B side. And have a look at the positioning from Brokey. He never, ever allows for a trade kill. This is beautiful, pristine clutching from Brokey. Obviously, with the fast scopes, we're going to go in right to appreciate just the spectacle that he's putting here, because he's never in a position to get traded. This is perfection. And at this point, if you're Spirit, there's nothing you can do against that. But in your mind, it hurts you so much. They just lost the pistol round, the Deagle round. Now they lose this 1v4. It must hurt.
I mean, unfortunately, that was just a sign of what was going to come, because the only thing saving FaZe for that early good start was those heroic plays. Double Deagle kill from Olaf, triple kill with the Deagle from Twist over at Barrels, then this Brokey round. But you say Spirit still is finding those openings. They're still finding space. They're still finding success at that B bomb site, even if it's taken out from beneath them. And eventually, as the half wore on, they hit some very nice. They had a nice timing B rush, and that just swarmed it over. They abused that B bomb site for 3 rounds, went back to A, won around there, and the rest of the half was just still going back to B and just using that like bread and butter. And it's one of the qualities of Overpass right now. The B bomb site is gets a lot of attention these days. And when you flip side, if you want to see what FaZe did poor in their second half when they're on their T side, they win that 4th round. They go into the 5th round with weapons, but very light on utility. They spent way too much in the early stages just establishing like a standard map control and map presence, and then they eventually go back to the B bomb site. It's like, hey, who's got smokes? It's like, nope, I got a flash, I got a Molotov, and I got a flash, and that's it.
Together,
and then it's like, what are we gonna do? So I mean, just a little bit running out of utility in that sense. But you also have to say, Dexter was an absolute madman. 28 and 11, he was fantastic. He found a lot of opening kills. I think he had like 2 or 3 picks towards long A on their CT side, where he just got them an early man advantage.
He's got a nearly 75% kill assist rating, right? And that alone kind of speaks of volume between him and Mir. They were pretty much closing down FaZe at every turn of the way.
He was the main factor as to why Team Spirit were able to destroy FaZe in this game. And you just have to keep in mind, right? If you're Dexter, this is the most important event you've ever played, right? They were in IEM Katowice 2021, of course, which was online, but now this is the first LAN event. He's got everything to prove, and he's got that killer instinct. He's got this ability to find the sweet spot between being aggressive, being defensive, but whenever he got to find a kill, whenever he's got the advantage in the duel, he's going to go and get it. And this is a trait that is very rare in Counter-Strike players. Not all of them have it. Obviously, Simple is the prime example of that mindset. You can see Dexter, as soon as he gets a leg shot, I guarantee you he switches to the USP, goes to finish the target. He's got that bloodlust that is very particular to see, and I'm just happy to see him find his footing for Spirit in that event in general.
Like a shark in a goldfish pond, almost, with, obviously one of the goldfish.
Shark in a goldfish pond.
Yeah, it was a reach, but also the reach the fact that this is an elimination game. Now, that is very important, and what can that mean for the mindset of FaZe, who, they've came here and they've looked pretty good, and then at this point, it is now do or die time. We go to Inferno. FaZe love a little bit of Inferno. So what do we think?
Well, I like I said at the start of this, I think one of the biggest weaknesses Spirit have is their map pool. I still don't have a whole lot of confidence in it. So I think FaZe, you've got to be confident, having done your research and having had the conversations ahead of this, that Spirit's, once you get past that first map, obviously Dust 2 not in the pool, you're happy with that. That's their best map. Overpass, you drop. That's unfortunate. It's not a great map for you either, but you have to be confident in the fact that you feel like you have a deeper map pool available for these maps 2 and 3. In fact, Spirit have not beat a top 20 opponent in a series without Dust 2 being played since like Katowice this year. It's been like 4 or 5 months since they've won a series. But the good news also, though, is FaZe is ranked 36, so they're not a top 20 opponent.
There's also just a caveat to the losses of Spirit on Inferno. In the last 3 months, all the teams that have beaten Spirit are from the CIS region. And I guarantee you there is something psychological happening when it comes to Spirit and these derby, like regional derby matches where they really drop the ball more often than not. This is not the case here. Spirit on Inferno is not a great team. I'll join you on that one, but I need to see a reaction from FaZe. We need to see a reaction.
So you're saying there's a chance?
1 in a million.
1 in a million. Let's find out. We're going to have to go to a break, and when we come back, it's FaZe and Spirit continuing this best of 3, this elimination best of 3 on Inferno. Don't move a muscle. We'll BRB. Game. He's going to get that shot, and it has to feel a little bit going out middle of the air. Oh, you've got a big 3, takes every single one from nothing to the AWPs.
I can't believe he's just done that.
Epics.gg official CSGO trading card. Collect your Epics on shop.eslgaming.com.
Message today?
Anything at all. It's a letter just to say hello. You know, it's been a long time. You get to
It's like passing along.
Aussie, oi, oi, oi. K's, nice guy. We know him well. Thanks for that, mate. All right. This sucks. You've made the right choice, maybe.
You like that writing? Haven't wrote in like 10 years.
That was pretty harsh. I think that's funny. I thought it was gonna be like a nice message or something, and I'm getting trolled. We have to write to Vitality though. We can probably just write.
If you wanna win Apex, you gotta throw better flashes. Well, I'm not sure they're right, because I'm throwing good flashes though.
Config and JK.
Oh fuck. Would have said hit the gym a little bit better.
I mean, I agree.
Well, yeah, I think so too. I just want to get fit, you know. I don't want to get massive.
You're already fit, Justin.
Yeah, see, you look beautiful. There it is. You got this, boss.
The Brazilians, I don't want to die, dude. I'll just say good luck in the tournament, boss.
Good luck in the tournament, boys. Obo, do you even lift? Could it be like a question or something?
Obo, can you tell us your workout routine? Yeah, my workout routine, definitely need to get a more intense one, I think.
I'm thinking about the Speedy because the name is like kind of like speed or whatever. So,
yo, Speedy, how fast will you run away in the server? That's my magic trick. I can change the client settings so I'm faster than anyone, but don't tell it. What do we write? Wenn du eine Idee hast, sag einfach, ne?
No pressure. If you're not performing, your team will not make it. Greetings, Rob from Dennis.
Okay, I'll write something.
Dear Team 1, I don't know much about you, but Robs and Dexter wish you all the best in your journey in Europe. Thank you, guys. We know a lot of you. We are big fans of our game and your hard work, and we expect that later of this event, you guys will know who we are. Thank you, guys, for the message. I think we can say we are learning a lot with these guys.
Dear Big, we are learning a lot with you guys, especially your good utility, but we can do it better. Good luck in Cologne. Oh man, that's a nice message for sure, man.
Kerrigan and Rain. I want to write to Olaf.
Hey, Kerrigan and Rain, how long will Grandpa Olaf stay this time? Keto plus Tabson.
I mean, they may be scared for him that he stays too long, you know?
Yeah, I think they're a little bit afraid.
A little bit afraid.
Hi, Mountain Flames, that's you want to write? Fuck off.
Hey, Mountain Flames. Hi, Flames. Fuck off. Kerrigan and Rain.
Okay. Okay, let's write something in French.
Ooh, it's few words. Oh, I thought it was Lambert. So, voulez-vous coucher avec moi? So it's a famous phrase, I would say, in France. Do you want to sleep with me? I mean, so I need to write something, right? You know that famous meme? I think it was one of the first major on CS when he, you know what I mean? Like he put his hand like this and I think it was red.
Dear PTR and Johnji, nobody will keep you hanging this time. Hashtag CLG, hashtag meme, hashtag old days. Haji and Maka.
Yeah, we've definitely been working on it.
here we are, ready to move into the map pick of FaZe. We're hoping that we can have another strong start out of them. We're wanting a big series out of this one here. Team Spirit, they really brought the heat back on Overpass from going 1-6 down to winning out the first half to getting it over the line. And now the pressure's on for the boys on the FaZe clan side. This is where we're going to look to guys like Carrigan, guys like Roban to try and calm the guys down, get everyone feeling it for this second game. Nerves obviously riding high.
Yeah, right. I mean, Spirit looked pretty calm, man. They looked pretty relaxed. Even in victory, they were just sort of chilling. You know, oh, nice guys. Well, that was fun. Shame we're not 5 dudes here, but we can do it 3 on 5. And yeah, they certainly can. That was a really, really nice game on Overpass for Spirit. FaZe, you know, it's not the end of the world. They have their map pick coming up, right? This is one that Spirit in the past have been really good on. Maybe recent results haven't really set them up successfully, but given the context of this game, given what we just got out of players like Dexter and Mia, or Dexter and Mia, I have hope for Spirit, right? I think a 2-0 isn't outside of the realms of possibility. That being said, like, we had so many bright, shining stars for FaZe. I don't really know where they went. Twist never disappeared. He was apparent all game long. But players like, you know, Brokey, for example, extremely strong starts, slow finishes, can't afford to happen here. Unfortunately, T-side AWPing on Inferno is not a fun way to start your day. So let's get into things. It's Inferno, it's map 2, it's FaZe's pick against Spirit.
And already lots of attention up through middle for FaZe. Brokey, that's one hell of an opener. Dexter on the receiving end of that little Glock burst. Magic's dead after one. It's a nice opening shot, but still, he's put in the dirt. Mir a little bit late on this banana flank, can't capitalize. And so Chopper down in the pit has got to make a stand. Oh, make a stand, he's shell dancing. No. Chopper, how's he done this to them? Attack Chopper, man. The Apache down in pit. Rains death from above. And just one man left. Chopper can't seal the deal. Mir will be there to get it over the line. Do not know how Chopper just got away with a hat trick from that position.
My God, just dancing, right? Jumping up, using the pit as cover. No, there's no way in hell he should be getting more than one there. And think about how many whiffs we saw from Chopper. Look at these shots just missing. And then he deletes 3, gets the reload off as well. That's one way to start strong. Dexter may have been double headshot in middle by Brokey, but it didn't matter. It didn't change the round. And FaZe, no bomb plant, no force. Going to be getting those guns in as soon as possible. This is going to be an easy round for Spirit. They know it. They've got 4 MP9s. They want to make that money. Obviously, it's going to leave them running bonus round into AKs. So, you know, that's always in the back of your mind if you're FaZe. Once you spot all these underpowered guns on a map like Inferno, they definitely value in the SMGs, and Mir's going to show us why. Pushed all the way down through B. Hello. Brokey's right below. He's heard the steps, and Mir needs to flick back. He does. Just in time. 2 left. Make that 1. It's nice and clean. Think about on the CT side, man, the amount of rounds that Spirit would take flawlessly. The first 3 rounds of the CT side of Overpass, no one died. So, yeah, really, really influential in building that money early. And, in fact, they're even going to start to throw out SMGs and upgrade guns here, knowing that FaZe have a rifle round. That's smart.
Yeah, it's still kind of this like quasi bonus round, right? Where you have these SMGs and FAMASs in play, but you've padded that out with the M4 on Mir and the AWP in the hands of Dexter. I like that Dexter's put a real spotlight on just bringing this AWP out as fast as he can, right? CT side AWPing is where you're going to get away with some of your best work. And so you want to take advantage of having this gun as often as you can. Deep smoke's going to rain in down Banana. That's going to keep FaZe Clan pretty modest here, right? They've taken this apps control, but they don't really have any foothold over towards middle. That's something they're going to have to focus on now with this utility going down. And that's because they've been locked out of Banana. You need real estate here. You need some kind of map control. Team Spirit have managed to take a lot of it away. FaZe completely ignoring Banana. They do have a player keeping an eye on it, but it's very, very passive. You know, Twist is just waiting for aggression. But it does at least leave them the option open to go back to B. However, Magix might get all this info from his apps play.
Yeah, and Dexter's wrapped CT as well after seeing that mid to B lurk smoke come in. Freebie for Magix almost doesn't fire in time, and now the B rush coming in, they've seen it, and the grenades are brutal. Look at the health of FaZe. Oh my god, 200 damage worth of HEs, and now triple B. Spirit are so ready. FaZe are running into their inevitable death. How many kills can they get on the entry? Young tucked, and he can't get a thing done. Mir now needs to line up more than one, and so he does. The bomb getting planted. It's on for the retake for Spirit. Cancelled by FaZe. They go back on the pit. A fake again, and now Spirit, time to move.
Yeah, all these fakes, they don't come back to punish him right away, but they will eventually. That's a little bit rough. They're so, so paranoid. They're anticipating a swing from CT to deny that bomb plant. Olaf fakes it out twice, hoping to bait the peak, doesn't get given it, and on the third time when he tries to plant, the CT smoke has already faded.
Yeah, and the sad part was, the read was right for FaZe. There was a third player there from the beginning, before they were even in the B site, so there was a guy there who was just waiting for the retake, waiting for his team, and, you know, as the fake comes in, the smokes fade, so that doesn't help your chances anymore. What a start for Spirit. And yeah, like, you know, the long smoke comes in, but no one commits behind it. So it's so easy to know what's going on so quickly with Dexter repositioning and not just being cut off at Library. Beautiful round. And more to be found here for Spirit with pistols in the hands of FaZe. Up Banana they go, 4 players, and a nade has already done some damage. FaZe have a lot of util, so I don't think they're going to, you know, gung-ho run in just yet. They probably want to run a couple of fake smokes and force out all these Molotovs, make sure their actual execute is going to be nice. At least that's the option with 5 smokes in this round, or 4 currently. Oh, the grenades just really aren't very nice, are they? FaZe haven't really even seen someone yet, but they're battered and bruised. Boost coming up. Only one player beats the Molotov. Now they smoke it, and Mir sprays from above. It's a bit messy, though. He needs to get a kill. So much damage, yet no frags for Spirit. FaZe have the site.
Or through the smoke, Young brings in an equalizer. And that's pretty huge just for the mentality of Spirit here, right? Nades following up, doing even more damage, and now you're definitely spurred on for this retake in an even odds bout. So much damage applied by Mir and this utility, and it's continuing to rain in over the top, making FaZe uncomfortable. But a lot of time is ticked off this bomb. Spirit have got to go, and it's the pistols finding all the kills. What? Everybody dies in the retake. And FaZe get out of that round with 4 alive, 4 free guns on a pistol round, including the AWP for Brokey.
Well, that's not one that you could expect, right? I think some kills had to come in earlier, right? You know, no one was in the bomb site. Everyone was full smoked out, which is fine. You think is fine with so much damage done. But Mir can't get kills off for the boost. Young opens up first, but it's all just too late in the 4v4. And then, you know, FaZe push up close to the smoke. So they hunt down Spirit. They don't give them the room. And now look what that's done to Spirit's money, right? It's a little bit less to play with, and most of that coming from the fact that they, you know, rebought in the bonus round. You don't see a lot of teams do that. You often see them just stick with the SMGs, but because they reinvested, now they don't have a lot to play with. Obviously, that reinvestment was worth it. It did win them a round, but now they've got to do more with less. Orb double FAMAS and a shotgun for Magix. Okay.
Dexter's gonna have to flick, and yeah, man, that felt like it was destined to happen. Rain, nice little double up, even catching Magix as he tries to drop in to get that trade with the Mag 7. Still a double long side setup. Will Carrigan be ready for this? No, the Deagle blindsides him initially. Rain takes a kill back, and at this point, you've seen an extra player over at long. You've now seen that Chopper is here, and Rain is on for the ace. That bomb is going into the B site. Rain's just playing it safe, man. He's very, very low. That's the kind of dude Rain is, right? He's taking this one slowly, still looking for the A player, and Chopper's left him entirely, looking to hit the B site. Brokey wisens up to that fact and keeps the round locked in for FaZe. Now the money's gone on the Team Spirit side, so we've got these equalizers from the get-go. We've got the momentum building back up for FaZe. This is exactly what we wanted to see. You know, we were treated to some great little lower bracket matches yesterday. It felt like the threat of elimination, the survival instinct really kicked in for all the teams that we got to see, right? That Liquid Mouse Sports game delivered across the board, and it's because no one wants to go home. No one wants LAN to draw to an early end.
Exactly. And we have double elimination games on today, on right now, in fact, with Renegades Furia taking each other on the B stream, as well as this one. Loser does go home, winner fights on, but with no guarantees in the future. It's a cutthroat tournament, Harry. We can only have so many teams in those playoffs. One of these teams won't be there for sure. Maybe even both. We'll have to see. Right now, this eco's getting cleaned up. Olaf doubled in apartments, and 3 players here, but only USPs. FaZe can walk into the stack with no problem. Their spacing's very nice. Nothing can possibly go wrong, and I mean that with all honesty. Nice, quick, and clean for FaZe. No casualties against the USPs, and now Spirit coming back in with a very important gun round.
Yeah, whether or not you win this run really starts to decide whether or not you kind of get to have a bit of a momentum break, right? You want to stop FaZe from building in. They've just taken 3 in a row to tie the game up. This round not only would put them in the lead, but once again, it would kind of start that 2-for-1 chain of CT economy where you lose a round, you're having to save a lot, you're having to take ecos after round losses. And so this round is important for the momentum. The first stages of the first half. Lots of nades rain in on Brokey, and it was only a matter of time with so much utility landing right on the guy. Quite a way to get rid of this T-side AWP early in the round, right? Brokey never even gets a chance to play the damn game.
Oh, this timing is weird, though. FaZe are getting out apartments as Spirit doubles short aggro. Now, one player does go back. They have this crossfire in middle. Thank goodness Dexter is looking in the right place. FaZe could have popped out halls there, and they still look like they want to with the bomb coming up middle. Carrigan would love a flash to set these guys up. Does anyone have it? He certainly doesn't. Rain, the only one with that utility, and he's at the forefront. This is not perfect for FaZe, but they've got to make do with what they've got, and no one is watching this position yet. Out they go with that heavy short side setup to worry about first and foremost. FaZe are silent. They're dropping in. Chopper spots them, but it's all too late, and they clear him up to Magic's back along with 1 kill of his own, and now with a kit and a lost bomb site, Spirit can set up for retake. Long rotates from those B players, plus the AWP on the low Mia, but it still has to be attempted.
Oh, Rain is flashing Olaf in on the short side, trying to thin out the herd. It's only 1 for Olaf, but a lot of information at least out of that peak, right? He saw everyone at short. Now FaZe have a good idea, a good mental picture of how this retake is going to look. Rain is holding this little shallow short angle, and it's allowed this crossfire between him and Twist to just tear through the Team Spirit retake. And so FaZe, you know, we pin this as an important round for Team Spirit in trying to stop this momentum that FaZe have picked up. With them not getting that over the line, look at what it's done. The money is back in the dumpster again. You're in a very, very weird spot now with still this AWP in play. FaZe have got no issue. They're banking up cash. Look at Rain, right? $10,000 on this guy. He is loaded.
Yeah, I love that angle that he plays as well that round, right? Like that's not one you'd hold on as a CT for T's committing, but with his teammate in the site in that cold zero corner, Rain's got the perfect cover. Like no one's close peeking his teammate there. So really nice angle. Dexter handed the AWP at least, but surrounded by nothing but pistols. FaZe up in the lead on their map pick. T-side started strong. Can it stay strong? They've got Banana. They're looking for apartments, and Dexter's running the rotate. This gets heard from top B. FaZe, They know players are reinforcing that B bomb site. Dexter still gets set up in the back. AWP in dark, a couple of pistols, boost up as well. Spirit, all these pistols need to do is find a kill apiece, and Dexter is in the position to multi-frag. FaZe, do they have a molly for this spot? Usually coming in on the new box, and so it will be. Dexter, time to shine.
Yeah, this is unfortunate for FaZe. This is not only where the AWP is, this is where the armored players are. The AWP dead after one, but you got to worry about these pistols. They have this crossfire set up, and they've torn through the FaZe offensive. Bomb now getting planted, a 2-on-3. Only pistols to beat, but the numbers are favoring Spirit. FaZe, they're relying on Olaf and they're relying on Brokey. Brokey has retrieved this AWP, and one of the players, Chopper, all the way in back CT, is wall banged out on that shot, collateral through his teammate. Oh, that's brutal. One shot has stripped you of the chance of retaking this site, of making something out of this round. Mir, the only man left. First Deagle shot lands, but at this point he's playing for damage. That's all he's able to do, and it's a lot of damage at that. The Deagle removing both players at the end. Is he able to find a gun as well? Yes. No. Oh, yeah, he does get one right at the end.
Nice try. I mean, as far as ecos go, you're happy with that one if you're Spirit.
Yeah,
you would have loved to win.
Considering, like, you know, there's not really any accounting for the fashion in which you lose that, right? Yeah. It's a very unfortunate lineup on the collateral AWP shot. You know, that was never an intention. That never even crossed your mind that was going to happen.
Yeah, and you know, you do damage. It's something to capitalize on coming into your gun round. It's not like FaZe are having money troubles just yet, but it's got to start somewhere. Dexter back on B with this AWP and the triple setup. If anyone tries to contact, beat the corner, they're a dead man. Even nades going over the top do nothing. Dexter waiting for this face. And Twist might just give it to him. Dexter doesn't waver. Oh, and he sees the hands. Carrigan gone, and there's the commit. With one flash, it's all it takes. They've traded 1 for 1. Dexter's pushed out of the bomb site. So is his teammate back in Coffins. Nothing to do but play retake here, but these rounds have not gone well for Spirit in the past.
Oh, Dexter's running through with the Deagle. He just takes the fight straight up. Magix is with him, and now there's even another player here on Coffins. Oh, it's gone to the 2-on-2, and right now, a long way away is Chopper, having to rotate through CT. So for the time being, Young lets this bomb go down. He lets it get planted for FaZe, and he sets up to play retake with his team. Olaf, Meister, and Rain. Back of the site, trying to play it together. Rain's going to take the head off of Young, and now they've spotted Chopper, who's good for the first, but he can't transfer over. You saw that trying to come through, right? You saw the cogs whirring. He was very aware that the double peak was coming. Being aware of it and being able to actually make the action happen to take the round in 2 different things. FaZe play that to perfection. They put up a 6th on this T side.
Yeah, man. FaZe's B takes are really good right now. Thinking about how both of these rounds they've walked into triple stacks with the AWP here as well. And both times the AWP has found the first kill. So, you know, you're expecting these rounds to somewhat snowball to get out of control, but FaZe are doing a really good job of keeping a lid on it. And now they're up to 6. Another buy for Spirit. AWP surrounded by a bit of everything. Starting to clear apartments, just going back to their default. A couple of late banana players taking their time. Brokey has got that AWP as well, worth keeping in mind. He's got the bomb right now, back from spawn. So looking to group up on A, our FaZe clan. A bit of a change of pace. And back into another stack. They can't seem to avoid. The Mir is even on rotation as well. It's a big risk to pull in a round like this, leaving Young alone on that B-bomb site. In fact, Mir won't do it for long. He does hang around with another banana smoke ready. Meanwhile, FaZe are getting ready to explode into A.
Yeah, there is this double porch setup, which I always think is a great way of trying to quell these A plays. The only vulnerability you have is to an apps player, or if you just get one tapped on the mid push, both of them do on the short side, and Dexter can't get away in time. That is clinical out of FaZe Clan.
Yeah.
So often you see those boosts get away with something, right? Because you do just have so many crosshairs bearing down on a position from 2 different angles of elevation, and yet still FaZe unscathed on the A push. They find all the kills and they keep 5 alive.
I love some of these rounds of FaZe. They're so contact, man. They're not running executes, which is so expected on a map like Inferno, right? When you're Spirit and you see the Moto smoke come over, you see Util start to come in. No, FaZe just throw one flash and there's 4 dudes running up short side. They've been doing the same on B, right? With like contact plays, like flashing the CT player and just running in with the smokes landing as the T's get to the choke point. It's very risky. You can also get, pushed through, lined up, but at the same time, Spirit are having no warning as to when FaZe are committing. And so that's 3 rounds in a row that FaZe walked into a triple stack and still survived. That time, flawless as well. So it doesn't really get much better. 7-3, and it's a masterclass.
No, I really, really love that, man. And these are the kind of things that, Karrigan is good at. He's very, very aware of, like, how to get the most out of his team, and also the fact that, like, you don't have to play some, like, mega slow default with, like, all these set pieces moving around every single round, right? You can just have faith in the stars on your team to create the space on the back of, telegraphing very little. I think if you were to compare like a Nico-led FaZe Clan to this one with Karrigan, I feel like we very, very rarely got rounds like that out of Nico's FaZe back in the day.
And is it the case that they walk into yet another triple setup? That's what it looks like. Chopper is in a spot to throw a lineup smoke.
That's the thing that's so mental as well, Hugo, right? It does feel like they have been walking into the stacks a lot of the time, and yet still are like winning these rounds and have this convincing scoreline.
All through the smoke, and again, no warning here. Karrigan just runs wild. He does get traded. There's many more where that came from. Magic's getting one, but out go FaZe back into the A site. Dexter in the pit, and he has a chance with Chopper on the crossfire as well. Chopper misses. He needed a kill there. Only damage. Dexter needs to capitalize, dropping one and hunted down on the reload. There's just enough time for FaZe to plant, and Twist is here to cut off rotation. Bye-bye to Mir as well. It's beautiful. FaZe on 8.
Yeah, lovely added Twist. Love that. 8 on the board for FaZe.
Yeah, this is great for Twist. Like the games we've seen in this tournament so far, he has really had impact. Like even in games that FaZe have bottled, big leads bottled, like Twist has always been the guy keeping up, top of the board, looking really good, looking reinvented as well. And it's kind of nice because at the same time we have Liquid succeeding, and so kind of everyone wins in that vein.
Dexter tries his hand at that fast banana peek. FaZe are lobbing some utility up towards B. As you kind of highlighted, Hugo, a lot of these last few rounds have just been sudden explosions. So seeing that utility at the B site has got Team Spirit a little worried. They keep that double hold there, and while this is happening, FaZe are just steamrolling, knocking on the doors of this A bomb site. The Barbarians are at the gates. Team Spirit have got to hold on. They've called for rotations, and Twists is already cutting through them. Still Chopper up in this A site with Magix alongside him. Magix falls to rain and Twists through the library wall. Oh my, Chopper, the only man left standing. Now they don't know about him. He's played Trigger Discipline for as long as he can, but only 1 kill, and that bomb's gonna leave the A side of the map. Just looking to secure the round was Karrigan, while the rest of the gang hunt down Chopper. FaZe up onto 9, and as a little reminder, the last round that Team Spirit won were the conversions on the back of the pistol.
Ouch, yeah, that's a very good point. And man, when Twist is killing both B players before the A site is even lost for Spirit, that's when you know that things are not going well, right? That double library rotate, Twist gets them both, man. And at that point, you still have 2 players in the A site for Spirit. FaZe just box them in. Nowhere to go, nowhere to hide. And a 9th round found. Pauses now for Spirit. Good time for it. Not seeing a lot of, vocal people here.
Yeah, I mean, I want to take this time, especially with FaZe looking so good, to big up Carrigan even more, right? Like, this 9-3 is in part thanks to the great calling coming from him. And on top of that, when you look at this guy, he's just someone who's very, very knowledgeable in terms of what he has to do to win the round. He's not necessarily looking to have a mad round himself, right? He will gladly be the guy to go in first, to get information, to create the space. And I think that's such a strong way for an IGL like this guy to operate, right? That's always been his kind of go-to style. That round there, it was him running up into the B site, if you remember, trying to give the illusion of a B play while the rest of the gang are out there wrapping in towards the A side. Sorry, that was the round before last. Last round, it was him grabbing the bomb and looking to go for a safe plant at B, right? He'll give himself the roles that means he dies first, or the ones that leave him planting the bomb. He's just looking to pick up round wins.
Yeah, and FaZe have got more than enough for this T side, right? Anything else is just gravy. It's just a little bit of a sauce on top. 9-3. And we've only got pistols here for Spirit as well, so it's not going to be getting any easier. FaZe just keeping up mid-pressure, baiting out util, being annoying. Magic's get spammed. Down to 40, and FaZe look like they want long as well. Carrigan's walking up behind the smoke. Magix is here, but on his last legs, as said, and Carrigan will rip them right off. FaZe, here they go, with Carrigan at the helm. They are taking a lot of room on A.
Yeah, look, we have it again right there. Look, Carrigan will be the guy to face it long. If he dies, that's fine. He has other players to trade it out. But in getting that, he's created space, he's created opportunities. Olaf gonna dome, Chopper and Brokey here to help out while this is going on. Carrigan is holding down the long side. He has just missed this timing onto Mir and Sumdai Young getting out, but he's going back, gets the info, gets the spot, and is able to mop up these rotations. 10 on the board for FaZe. And still, for Team Spirit, if you're thinking of the rounds they've won, you're thinking all the way back to the first 3 of this game. The pistol and those conversions since the guns have been out for FaZe. They have not taken a single round yet.
Yeah, and this series is so scary now, right? Not just because it's an elimination game, but because of the unknown quantity of that third map, Harry. It looks like it might be coming through here. It is Vertigo. It is the map that none of these teams play. We had different bans in this series, and we don't know what to expect there. It's unknown territory. We're in the dark. Both these teams having lost to the Danes in the previous round, that being Astralis for FaZe and Heroic for Spirit. This is now their last chance. This is now the elimination. And Twist eliminates Sumdai Young on the AWP. Quick trade. And Twist looks like he still wants the bomb site. Through the smoke he goes. There's a gap, but Mir can't find him. Twist is in deep. He doesn't have the bomb. He doesn't have his teammates, but it doesn't matter one damn bit. Spirit think everyone's here. Twist is selling the fake. They're getting flanked right now. All three teams in position. And Twist is having a hell of a round. 3 kills. Reigns wrapped A. He's cleared it out. And Spirit are just confused.
Yeah, you don't get a round like this really ever, right? Like, one guy sells that B fake, and not just in a way that he's drawn some rotations, he's kept people there. No, he's fighting them, he's taking the site away, he's locking them out. They're setting up for what they think is a B retake, where Twist has just wrecked them, and now they're left saving in a 2-on-3 because they're just so far away from where that bomb's gone down.
It's a nice reaction from FaZe, because the best part about it is that wasn't the plan at all. That wasn't like what FaZe had called. You know, they wanted to take their top B peak. Yes, Twist trades Carrigan immediately, but then he realizes, wait, Spirit have never been playing the bomb sites. They've always been playing CT Coffin. Every time we go B, we smoke and we get 5-on-5 post plants or 4-on-4 post plants. And so he realizes that second player CT, I can just take the site right now.
Yeah.
And that causes so much of a panic. The fact that it causes a panic shows where Spirit's head is at as well. They see one player and they draw their entire CT forces over. Yeah, let's go indeed.
Yeah, I mean, dude, they're full confident, right? Like, Rain even throwing his gun out for literally no reason other than to just spend the money buying more.
Better skin, maybe.
Rain just, like, throws out his Calvin Klein boxes every time they're...
One.
Yeah, he wears them one day, throws them out, buys a new pair. That's the kind of lifestyle you get to live when you're the architect, when you've been in this FaZe squad for as long as he has. so dominant. I don't even know how to build the case for Team Spirit. And oh, it's getting sweeter. Carrigan again with the opener.
Leave him alone.
Just lovely stuff out of this guy, man. Creating so much space for his team. I know I've been talking about him a lot today, but the thing about Carrigan that y'all don't understand is he wasn't your typical nerdy computers kid back in school, right? He was one of the first to get a girlfriend.
Wow, I completely forgotten that. Absolute piece of gold, Harry, the classic. Chopper, Apps push is good, but Olaf's there to trade, and it's actually getting a bit of uncomfortable. Magix has hit an AWP shot down B, and Dexter's dropped Olaf, leaving Brokey in the clutch. Hell, it doesn't matter. This round, you could lose it. You still have the breathing room, so why not try and pick up an absolute banger? Brokey, 1v3. He's got a 1v1 here as well. Molly's going to go in. Nade follows. And, oh, Dexter's dead.
Oh, okay. Over at the short side, there is still a second player for Brokey. Pushing up. Magic's taking his head off from long. And it's 11-4 FaZe Clan. They do drop one to close that out. Team Spirit, they win one rifle round in that entire first half of play. They're going to be relying on their pistol efforts to carry them through in the second half.
I think that's a lot of prospects in our game that need to be better, and I cannot say only one or two. So we just working overall on our game positions and things like that. So if we take care of it, it's gonna be good again.
Hey Future Pros, back to Inferno today with a pretty useful Molotov. This molly will force back an AWPer playing close to porch. To execute this, use your KZ skills to get onto the corner of this railing. Aim below the wooden rafter and at the bottom of the cracked paint on the wall. Then jump and throw. This will force any AWPer playing porch side to move back onto the site, or play more aggressive, so watch out for that too. Good luck!
They're looking at us, an audience. Keep telling us what we can do, but here we are, showing them, making them wish they were you. We've heard the most when it comes to this. Yeah, every shade of blue, but don't even care what they all say. They think we're out of control. Yeah, truth be told, we know it. It's just the way we live. We own it. Can't stop, we love the thrill. We know it. It's just the way we live. We're grown-up kids. Just the way we live.
Yeah, they done told me to be my.
Wow, what a recovery from FaZe. Talk about a redemption arc, right? From Overpass, where things got real hot and heavy towards the middle and end of the game. Well, they get onto their map pick of Inferno, and they come into their own, don't they, Hugo? 11-4 half, and that was with Team Spirit winning the pistol and getting the conversions. Outside of that, they managed to get one rifle round on the Team Spirit side.
Yeah, there's going to have to be one hell of a recovery here for Team Spirit if this one isn't going to Vertigo. I can't lie and say I'm not excited for the prospect of Vertigo between these two teams. But at the same time, if Spirit can do the unthinkable, then all the more credit to them. FaZe, not nervous yet, however. Grenades on B for Carrigan. Got to be joined by Rain. Triple A setup. Team Spirit, they're everywhere. They're up mid, they're in Banana. They're making noise, they're keeping FaZe in position. Whatever the setup is, it has to stay this way. FaZe don't know where Spirit are ending up. Back out of B with a bomb. Smoke up on the long side. Roki sees it, he can do nothing about it, but he can wrap Archway and make sure there's no mid to B, or at least get the info as to whether there is. Brokey spots the jumping players and Spirit make their way to B. That's a good entry from Chopper. That will kickstart things, as now FaZe have got to watch their back.
Carrigan is the man to deal with this. Rain having to focus his efforts on Banana. He sees a lot of bodies heading towards his teammates, so he tries to help thin them out a little bit. Now all the pressure is on Rain. Low on HP, finished off by Sumdai Young. Twists up through Banana, is also dinked out of the round. And so now we look at Olaf, who faces the same fate as the rest of his colleagues moments before. 5 on the board for Team Spirit. Another pistol round victory. That's both pistols now going their way on this map. And the big question becomes, can they carry that little Team Spirit, you know, conversion track record going forward?
That's the one thing they have right in this series, is, well, and the first map, obviously, but they've been very, very good at converting their pistols. And so FaZe is forced by coming in, looking to put a stop to it. Definitely worth going for a force here with such a lead. FaZe do have the room to do it.
I mean, obviously the headspaces and the kind of experience up until this point is very, very different from when they won their first conversion, right? FaZe are a lot more fired up. They're a lot more willing to take these fights. And Team Spirit might be doubting themselves a little bit more, right? You might be a little more worried than perhaps you were when you first came onto this map.
Yeah, numbers in Banana now for Spirit. They've thrown the long smokes. They've kept FaZe interested on A, but not forever. And actually, out they go. Back to the A site. Smoke up on B, but with no one committing behind it, FaZe should be making the call to be very aware of this A site right now. No one's leaving it. Got that cubby position for Olaf as well. Some crazy lineups coming in here for Spirit, trying to figure out what they want to cover, what they want to smoke. It is awfully quiet right now. Cubby molly in, Olaf in hot water, but he's got a smoke to put it out, and thank goodness it does.
Oh, yeah, I was worried for a moment when he throws it like...
so deep.
Yeah, because sometimes...
I've seen smokes bounce on mollies on this map.
Oh, okay, everything's fine. Everything's all good. Team Spirit get out into top middle. They've got this real estate they were looking for. Olaf dead on the long side. Brokey back in the site. Arm with a dig. Dead to Sumdai Young. Twists. They're all around him. He's really got his work cut out for him. And he's no chopper. He's not flying high in this round. Instead, he's put in the dirt. For Rain and Carrigan, it's just going to be a save. These two never even left the B site. They never even considered this one. So there is that track record of the conversions, keeping up appearances for Team Spirit. Maybe, just maybe, this could be their way back in, because you know what Zonic says about these 4-11 scorelines.
I don't know. What does Zonic
says it's a dangerous scoreline, right?
He does say that, Harry. I think he does, yeah. I've heard that before. Danger on the horizon.
He's going to regret giving that interview. Yeah. We're going to make him regret ever uttering those words. Man. Okay, so this is it, though. This makes it a lot more exciting, because I was kind of worried that, you know, we were going to have... I love the redemption arc storyline for FaZe, but I do want to see Team Spirit, you know, put them through their paces a little bit more.
it wouldn't feel right if Spirit showed a really great game on Overpass. If they were just swept here, it would feel underwhelming, and maybe they'd be a little bit ruffled coming into the third map they're not very familiar with.
I also think it would kind of take something away from FaZe if it was just like, for Spirit, they can never get anything going on that map. You want it to be like, they still came in fired up. They were looking for the 2-0, and FaZe were able to beat them by just hands down manhandling them, as it were.
Yeah, right now it's heavy grenades down Banana. They've thrown 2, but they've got 2 more. And so Spirit think there's no utility at B. They couldn't be further from the truth. That being said, Spirit's util does a lot more damage than that of FaZe's. A lack of armor helps. And FaZe leave, right? They've shown 4 players here technically with those HEs, and so surely they would still be in the bomb site. Spirit try and find that out. They put the pressure on B, throwing those smokes. They've done a lot of damage. And so really, as long as they group up, play their cards right, there should be no way this round can be out of control. It's one Deagle on Karrigan with armor, the one man weaponed and with health here. It's going to be the hardest guy to get past here in the boiler, close range. We know this Deagle is deadly at such a position. And here comes Spirit around the corner.
Yeah, Karrigan can hear the footsteps, but he's just wiped off the base of the earth on the first peak. And so this should just be the follow-through, really.
Yes, it should, Harry. And there it goes. Oh, Magic's wallbang headshot. Bye-bye FaZe, locked out of the bomb site and just looking for exits. Any kills here would be fantastic, but Miz jumping into twists. And I don't think FaZe are going to get any bonus kills here. God, they're hungry, aren't they? They really want this money. Mir is not waiting around. And it's gift-wrapped for him.
I'm almost surprised that we didn't see a heavier FaZe presence in the A-bomb site, right? It really felt like the idea in that round was to throw a bunch of utility down Banana in droves and then, like smoke off top Banana. It really give this illusion of like, there is a lot of us here. And that is the thing that sent Team Spirit back to the A-bomb site in the first place. So, it kind of felt like a little bit mismatched because you were trying to get them to go A, I'm assuming, when you're throwing all that util.
The mind game goes both ways, Harry.
Yeah.
The mind game goes
no, it
both
does
ways,
go both
right?
ways,
Reverse
right?
psychology on reverse psychology.
Yeah, not to mention, you did throw your nades in like a wave kind of form, right? So you throw the first 2, then the second 2. That maybe could have like been by design to telegraph, oh, we've rotated those other 2 guys off.
Also, after the second bout of nades, FaZe did try and rotate, and then they considered against it.
Exactly, right? That's what I mean. Yeah. You saw that moment where they almost followed through what I thought was the original game plan. Anyway, this round's already live, but we're still debating the intricacies of an eco, mate. Who cares? Look at it. It's a man advantage taken for Olaf early on. He started FaZe off well in a 5-on-4 that goes untraded. Team Spirit, they do have this Banana control at least, so that's something for them to work with later on in the round.
Yeah, huge opening kill for Olaf, especially considering it's a 5-on-4 now. Spirit are going to have to execute B if they want to pick this up, and they've still got to wait for the bomb. It's a long way out right now. Chopper's grabbing it. But yeah, when they eventually do commit, there's even a third CT in position. Util starting to run dry. But Rain has a Molotov on this B bomb site, plus a smoke. As long as that can come out at the right time, then Spirit could get in trouble, but that's a push through for Mia. Finding Karrigan changing position now. Rain dropping his grenades, and Twist just spamming through the smoke. Spirit are not in yet. They've still got a bit of time. 25 as they cross in. Twist does drop one through the smoke, and Rain is yet to show his hand. Headshot can't connect. It's getting messy. Magic jumps up, and Twist on the boost finds another easy round for FaZe. There's just no time, even with that kill from Dexter. He's dinked, and Olaf here to clean up the round. Oh, it's just crossfire after crossfire. Bye-bye Spirit. First gun round for FaZe, and it's easy.
Yeah, beautiful stuff, right? The guns come back out, and this is exactly what happened in that first half, We're looking at Team Spirit in the pistol, in the anti-ecos, and we're saying, oh, maybe there's something to this, like, oh, they're beating these eco-in players like it's nothing. Then we get the guns. Then we get the return to just being able to play these crossfires. You've got utility to try and slow down and do that early damage to Spirit. And FaZe are right back on the horse again.
Brokey, I love this play. So all the way on the cross, and he actually never got spotted from alt mid either, so he's able to peek this angle down apps. And unfortunately, it is avoided. Spirit are all up in B, but that's at least info that FaZe should get soon. Karrigan's also playing contact with the orb. Is there a flash for it? No, it doesn't matter. There is, but Karrigan gets stuck on the half wall and can't get away. It's up to Rain again to do some damage, do the dirty. He's found one. Twist tucked in, realizes no smoke is coming, and so he puts up a double instead. Now just some Young, and the B rushes right now are getting really, really torn to shreds. Some Young goes back after clearing the site, but they're both CT.
Yeah, he's still got a minute, and he does have a smoke as well. So once he learns Banana's clear, he's going to have two options open. Oh, hello. FaZe are also making moves during this time. They both give up CT, and they're now wrapping in towards top mid. This is weird. They're starting to go back to Banana's side as Young is recommitting into B. No way is he going to walk CT now as well.
This is insane.
No way. He's cleared all these angles. He's very confused. Young is thinking to himself, what's happened here? And I think he started to piece it together now. He's running all the way through CT spawn, and he's going to get the bomb down on A. This is huge brain out of Young.
FaZe.
How has he just outmaneuvered FaZe Clan on the back of this uncharacteristic move?
Robin's so confused.
Yeah, Robin's not happy with this one. Young. Oh, you smart, you clever man. Can he win the 1v2? There's the double up! And it's 8 on the board for Team Spirit. Young, a big brain on his shoulders and an even bigger round.
No way in hell that just happened. FaZe. Oh my goodness. I have no words, Harry. There's no logic to it. The rotate out, it's fine. Like, you know, FaZe are just staying grouped. At the end of the day, if they're playing the trades, it should be fine. But even then, they just get so outplayed twice on both wraps. And Young, 4 kills in the round.
It's the timing of it that's just so insane. Like even when they were doing it, and, you know, we can see everything, it still is like an odd choice to have made in the sense that, like, how do you read into that as the T-side player? He clears out CT, doesn't see anything, and he goes, well, I know what they're doing. I have a feel for this. They ain't fighting me here. They're going to be fighting me from back there. And so he reads into the wrap round.
That's hilarious, man. FaZe can't afford to get too dismayed from that round. They are broken, so there should still be a 9th for Spirit, but can't let that get in your heads. Maybe I speak too soon with a D shot like that from Twist, but pieces are picked back up by Mia and Young once again. It's only Rain and Spirit doing what they had to do in getting rid of this eco. Very, very good on anti-ecos on this team, right? They haven't let FaZe get away with these Deagle rounds.
Not many teams are nowadays,
I was going to say, right? Like, you know, especially against a team like FaZe with Deagles, like they have had their rounds on Overpass, like that Twist, Olaf, Behold, but most of the time, FaZe will finish a BO3 series with lots of these wins, and Spirit are just not letting that happen. I don't know, man. Part of me has faith. Part of me still believes in the Spirit
right?
comeback.
Especially after that clutch, you know? If anything was going to reignite the team, sometimes all it takes is one player having a round that should never happen. And suddenly it instills that belief back in you that, hang on, these guys are only human. You know, we can beat them. They do make mistakes. We can capitalize on those mistakes. And now there's only 3 rounds between FaZe and Team Spirit. It's certainly starting to look more doable. On top of that, they've got FaZe right where they want them, right? We spoke about the CT money and how it was affecting Team Spirit in the first half. Well, they've now got the opportunity to do that to FaZe Clan, to make every victory feel like a 2-for-1. And so in reality, you're only 1 rifle round away, if you win this, from tying this game up.
It's very scary when you put it that way, Harry, but it's not far from the truth. And FaZe know that better than anyone. No kit in this round. They've got to be very careful. Flash play into abs for Olaf. He sees nothing, but that's actually awkward because Spirit are moving in a second after he goes for that play. Olaf's internal timing on this position is going to be incorrect, but he's still watching. He's still ready. The flash goes over. He's so blind. And Magix gets the entry, dropping into the pit, leaves Brokey at the back of the bomb site, but he's found a double, dropping the package. Finally traded by Dexter. Chopper's got to kill the rotates here. They're relying on him, but Twist back behind the long smoke does keep things alive for now.
Oh, it's a 2-on-2, and a 2-on-2 that decides an awful lot. Right, this could either be FaZe Clan recapturing that flame, that momentum, that feeling, and starting to push themselves towards victory, or this is where Team Spirit make a stand. This is where Team Spirit start to regain control of this series. Missed shot from Magix, but he does pick it up. Now just Dexter versus Rain, the head-to-head that could decide so much in the series, and Dexter's gonna close it out. 10-12 now in favor of FaZe still, but the money is broken again, and so Team Spirit are knocking on that door. FaZe, can you hear him?
Unwanted salesman here. He's trying to pitch you a 2-map BO3. You want to go the distance. You don't want this deal. Spirit still got steam in them yet. And FaZe, as said, broken by, you said it yourself, 1 rifle round away. That's in the follow-up. Right now, FaZe have no business picking up a pistol win here. The scout looking for an opener. If Twist could find that up, it would be a huge relief, but not allowed by Dexter. And this is getting awfully scary, Harry.
Yeah, I don't want to say I've seen Karrigan and FaZe choke a lead on Inferno before and ending up regretting it.
Just say
but I did say it, and I have seen it. And so there is a part of my mind that gets worried, right? I start to have deja vu. I start to have flashbacks.
You know, yeah, what can you do, man? What can you do? We saw FaZe choke a bit of a lead against Astralis. Wasn't that an 11-4 game that went into the triple OT that they eventually lost? It's happened before, it can happen again. And in an elimination matchup, that is not where you want it. Rain, headshot by Mir up on the coffins. And Spirit, they don't want B anyway. They go back into A. Back into the stack, sure. But again, with very limited weaponry, Spirit are more than favored to convert this round. Someone needs to be a hero here for FaZe if it's going to go any other way.
Yeah, and just being truthful, it shouldn't at all be a FaZe round. They've got really nothing riding on this one, nothing to do the damage to make it happen. So if anyone does manage to step up, they deserve even more credit. With that said, it does feel like this is just falling apart. Olaf Meister, the only defender left, is dead in pit, and Dexter picks up that mid-rotation. Now 11-12, and this is what I was saying. If you won that last rifle round, you were only 1 rifle round away from tying this game up. And truthfully, it will be more impactful than that, because if you win this rifle round, once again, you get that 2-for-1 effect. That would put Team Spirit in the lead.
Well, this is it. You know, FaZe have had enough, you know, bad buys and kitless buys and opless buys to chat and talk about this and figure out what they want to do for the most important round yet. What will be the port of call? Brokey on the AWP here. At least we got everything we need for FaZe. No excuses left here. Brokey boosts Olaf up on the short porch. Spirit trying to late take B. They flash over the smoke and they start to move in. FaZe are not fighting for Banana much on this CT side. They've been perfectly fine with giving it up. It's left them with very little info. But it's not like B's really been the problem. We've seen a lot of A executes for Spirit. Some clutches coming through as well. Triple porch side now for FaZe. They're putting everything in the basket. Meanwhile, Spirit are far from committed. There's a smoke on the molly. Brokey has room to peek. Spirit not going to go through the choke that he needs instead. Brokey will have to wait a little bit longer before he can activate. But it looks like they will be coming his way after all. Bomb going back through the ult mid. 50 seconds, Spirit. Very doubtful they're going to be going back into the unknown of Banana at this point in the round. FaZe's triple setup could be the answer.
Yeah, there's a lot of attention on the apartments, though, and it's pretty easy to kind of knock Twists out of his position and then wrap onto these short players. If Twist falls, the guys at short are in for a world of hurt, so he is the point man. He has to hold on, and it's only good for the first out of him. Now over here at short, Brokey and Olaf, look at them, man. They're like sitting ducks. Brokey dead to the mid-wrap. Twist, he had to keep the apartments in check, and with so many players flooding his way, it felt like a round destined to go wrong. left up in a 2-on-3. Retake of this A bomb site are FaZe. Carrigan and Rain, the two to try and do it. They spot Dexter down in the pit. They do manage to get past at first, but they lose Rain at long, and Carrigan's not long for this world either. 12-12, we're all tied up, and this is where, if you want to look back at the defining moment in this game, it's that 1v4 from Sumdai Young.
Absolutely, yeah. And in the same way, we looked at the first half and we were saying, wow, FaZe, you know, they're walking into these stacks every single round on rifle rounds, and they're still winning. They're getting up with 5 alive in what a 5-on-3 holds. Well, Spirit are doing the same now. They're not avoiding stacks. They're not running B executes, and they're still winning rounds. It's obscene stuff right now. Also worth noting, Twist, I'm pretty sure he dropped the AWP over to Brokey. He had no Kevlar in that round, so his positions were severely limited where he could actually play. The Kevlar doesn't come into account. He gets headshot immediately anyway after 1 kill, but it did limit his ability to, you know, play in the open, play boxes that could be spammed. He had to just sit down on the cart and, you know, face first. So that sucks as the top performer in the server to be limited, but anything to get the AWP in. However, it doesn't make a difference. 12-12, Deagles yet again. This cannot be a game that FaZe balls up.
Yeah, man. This is terrifying, you know? It's scary to see that, much like on Overpass where FaZe had an incredible start here, that they were way stronger. You didn't think it could happen again. But all it took was Sumdai Young breaking the kind of streak, getting Team Spirit accustomed to winning again, making them believe. And now they've tied this game at 12-12.
Look at the stack, look at FaZe's rotates right now. They're putting everyone towards B. Twist might even be leaving this bomb site. Oh, the self-doubt is there. Now they go back to a 2-2. And really, being honest, you're never going to win this round in a 2-2. I think you've got to be calling stacks at this point. Like, someone's got to be heroic, because really in a 2-2, either the 2 players kill everyone, or you end up in a post plant that you can't win due to lack of kits, lack of util, lack of weaponry. So really, at this point, I would love to see FaZe stack. It feels like they're only means to an end in this round. Instead, it's, as said, just this double setup on B, and Spirit surely a freebie here.
Yeah, I mean, I think you can tell as well, just by the way they're maneuvering, right? They're not afraid to take a long pause and just sit. They've been very, very comfortable with their timings. They've been able to win rounds even when they're going for these Na'Vi-esque, you know, last-second plays, and this is going to be one of them. They feel comfortable to do it because, hell, man, they've pulled this game all the way back to an even scoreline. In they come through short. They blindside the Apps player. Now, will they be ready for Rain? That's the million-dollar question, and we get the million-dollar answer. Sumdai Young ruins his day, and Team Spirit are now in the lead at 13-12. That is assuming that these Deagles don't make the retake interesting, and they won't. Brokey's left to save.
A very safe assumption. Can't even get the gun either.
Something I wanted to say as well is, like, the thing that does make me nervous when you look at FaZe, right? I think about, like, Carrigan, Olaf, Rain. These guys used to playing together. They used to have a problem with closing out games back when this was the original team. Then you've got Twists in there from Team Liquid fame, who, as we all know, they're great at closing out games in a timely fashion, right? It does get me a little bit worried. This is a team that from the components, from what it's made out of, has had a history with struggling to close out matches.
Boy, I'm so glad that Carrigan can't hear you now, Harry, because you don't want to be getting in their heads, right? FaZe have got to be up there enough. They're rooting around. They're looking for something, because Spirit have pulled back the impossible. 11-4 at the half. Carrigan, he's out of options. He's running down Banana, beating Molotovs, and looking to find Spirit caught out. No one went through the smoke, though. Spirit will respect it, and so FaZe get the Banana control, a position they've not really had on the CT side. They've not been fighting for it, so it's nice to see caution thrown to the wind and Carrigan just going for that, but it won't really net anything early. It leaves Rain alone at B with a smoke. He's jump spotting, so just trying to stay alive. Meanwhile, Spirit back on A, but I don't think this is a commitment. With Mir still back on ramp, we might see Spirit double back into one of these late Banana plays. Their defaulting has been immaculate in this T side, and they've again conditioned FaZe to the wrong positions. 4 on A, Carrigan starting to doubt, and rightly so.
Yeah, look at the difference. Just even the tiniest bit of confidence has made this Spirit. As they've continued to build up, this T side has looked entirely different to what we got out of them in that first half of play. It doesn't even look like the same team. They're so structured. Everyone's feeling confident. You're able to just leave players to create space for you. And you're really believing now, right? Like, Sumdayoung gets the 1v4. That ignites the spark that has built up to this moment. It's a big domino effect. And so here's the utility going into this A-bomb site. Once again, Team Spirit, they show you nothing until that 20-second mark, and then they give you it all.
Yeah, but Olof's here with the first kill. Twist is helped out, and Olof's pushing in to drop the bomb. Orb trades, but Dex is going to have to combat Orb here if he wants to win the round. There's 10 seconds. Mir's focused on rotates. You don't have time to stop and wait. Someone's got to go, and it won't be Spirit. It's FaZe. Surely finding this one kills at this point won't make a damn difference. The clock favors FaZe, and even though Mir gets some good damage off, Dexter saves the Orb, and FaZe save their bacon. Their first round in quite a while on this CT side is better late than never. There's still chances to close this map. But the problem is they do lose a lot of bodies there. I say it doesn't matter. I guess it doesn't matter in terms of the round. But in the follow-up, no Orb for Brokey, less utility. We've got Famas on Olof. It's not pretty. So, it's, you know, you don't win the round there if you're Spirit, but you do set yourselves up in the future.
Yeah, something that was actually pretty huge, though, was I think it's Sumdayoung falling after time. You know, that's a nice way to try and impact the T-side money. You were going to be struggling to do that. Goodness. Look at Karrigan, confidence back in his heart now, back in his mind. And him and Brokey will open the round up in a big way for FaZe. That's their second win, right? In the same way that Sumdayoung winning that 1v4 ignited the passion within Team Spirit to pull it back. FaZe finally stopped what has just felt like an onslaught of rounds for Spirit. And they go back to something that's a little more aggressive, a little more risky, not afraid to take that chance, having just stripped the round away from the Spirit squad.
It's a very ballsy call, but boy, does it show the results 2-on-4. Not one that's unwinnable for Spirit, but one where the odds are not stacked in their favor. Really, really nice stuff for Karrigan. I think he realized as well, the previous round, he ran down Banana and got all that space for free, and he realized Spirit are respecting us. They're giving us a lot more room than maybe they should be in these early rounds. And so FaZe just start to take space. Now, you just sit back, you relax, you let your players anchor your bomb sites, and you hope to hell that they can hold down strong.
Yeah, right. You're just saying to them now, like, all right, boys, so 4-on-2, play it together. We cannot lose this. And so here is a B play. FaZe have already got a man boosted, playing up with this crossfire. Oh, it's meant to be there to help Twists out, but Rain didn't actually have vision on it. Having to peek over this smoke, he goes unchecked and gets away with the first for free. Dexter having to plant this bomb, just 15 seconds left, flash through, and there's the killing blow from Rain. 14 on the board for FaZe.
Okay.
They're back in the lead.
Where the hell was this FaZe about 20 minutes ago, man, right? Spirit pulled one hell of a comeback, only to go quiet at the end.
Being truthful, I think, you know, when the comeback's coming in, when you are getting, like, you know, you're losing a round, you're taking an eco, it feels very demotivating, and your brain kind of changes from, you know, playing for the win to playing not to lose. And it feels like since they got that first round, we've seen a FaZe clan like we had in the first half, playing for the victory, not afraid to take a risk, confident in their ability to do it. And as you say, Team Spirit, because they've been going for these, like, explosive 5-man pushes at 20 seconds left, they are conceding certain areas of the map. And FaZe have only just realized that that's something that they can exploit.
Deep breaths all around. This is the decider, really. Spirit, no money if they lose this one. Would love a bomb plant a minimum, but really are looking for the win. FaZe doing a really good job of holding on to util here as well. They still have 3 smokes, 2 Molotovs left up. A gambling B. Spirit retrieved the bomb, and Dexter does not have an AWP to supplement his buy in this round. Long smoke denies Twist info, and that will draw another rotate back. Brokey comes back in with the AWP. Bombs up Banana. Spirit with 3 in middle, though, looking to fake things out before they double back to this site. Brokey's orb is not going to get pushed off any kind of angle. In fact, he may get fed instead. There's not really flashes to get you up around these corners, and so dry peaks will give Brokey 3 kills. Magix is gone. This long wrap into CT is not going to work. It's just coming down to the B crunch, and that's a re-smoke at 28 seconds. Spirit have to go through. They cannot afford to respect it. They have 1 flash on Dexter, and it's got to be a god flash. They've got to go big. Chopper on the lurk is cut off an AWP, but Mir is looking for these entries, and he's found it. Carrigan trades, one more for Carrigan, and that's almost enough. The bomb picked back up, just enough time to pop for Dexter, and it's up to the clutch.
All right, it's another one of these clutches. It's another one of these clutches to decide if Team Spirit can make the comeback happen, damage the way of Twist, but now peek from Banana as well. Olaf and Twists, they don't give him the room nor the respect, and with that, FaZe Clan are back and in this lead up onto 15. Map point now solidified and one away from taking us to a third.
Oh, damn, FaZe. It is great to see, right? Like, obviously, Vertigo is such an unknown quantity. It's so exciting. Neither of these teams have played it with their current rosters. In fact, it's been, 2 years for some of these guys as well. So who knows what's coming up? And thank goodness FaZe could hold on to maybe take us there. Instead, Spirit, they're still looking for OT, right? They still want to end this in 2. I think both teams are a little bit nervous about what Vertigo could have in store, just due to the unknown quantity. But this buy for Spirit, this is not a map-saving buy. Dex's AWP has been influential. It's not been apparent in these last couple of rounds. Hell, Chopper's even on a Mac 10. Certainly not going to hold him back too much, at least. And he does have the util. FaZe even throwing in new tricks into their book as well, retaking banana control. And they could even set up with a flash on the corner as well. Rain can certainly do so if Carrigan wants to get stuck in, but boy, the stuck's going to come to him because Spirit are fully grouped in banana. 5 players, Chopper, he can throw a lot of util from this position, can pop them in with a flash, get a coffin smoke. There's only 2 CTs here. There's enough chance. This is the best hope the Spirit are going to have to win a round with this kind of buy.
Yeah, especially with the setup they're running, right? If you can get past Carrigan, if you can kill him, and then, you force Reign to have to back off, that would be huge. But instead, they find a lot. Now, one player has slipped the net. Mir has crept through. Spirit are not pushing, because they're saying to Mir, look, man, see what you can get away with. See what you can do. However, Reign seems surprisingly cognizant of this. They're clearing out the construction. They deal with Mir in the back line. They're running through smokes. They're lighting them up. And FaZe Clan, they do close out Inferno in the end. Oh my, what a map. What a series this is proven to be. It's going the distance, the fun, the action. It's not stopping here.
You're exposed in an event like this. You can't walk away and forget about it. This is the environment until you leave. And you have to sit in that hotel room thinking through every round or every moment or every mistake that you made in a game, and you can't fix it. You can't do anything about it. It's happened. You just have to live with it.
I think and I fear that some teams lie to themselves. Yes, it is a different context. Yes, some players might perform better, but it would be very dangerous. It would be a trap to think that all of the issues they had will just disappear now because we are online. That is not going to be the case. So if some of these teams still continue to struggle, we're talking about the VP, we're talking about the vitality, after this event, then it's just going to be about themselves looking at the mirror and trying to understand what's happening.
The kings of Counter-Strike, juggernauts, and an unstoppable force. That's how you could describe Astralis' blazing hot form in the latter half of 2019. There was almost nothing they weren't able to win. However, the semifinal in Cologne against Team Vitality just wasn't one of those days. But they didn't bow out without a fight. After being demolished on the first map, the Danes showed their true colors on Inferno, and after an intense battle managed to bring the game into overtime. Now was the time for heroes to rise, and Device was the one to heed the call.
They do have a 3-man stuck on this side. Device, who's had a really rough game, flashed, he's going to get that shot, and it has to feel a little bit going out middle of the air. Oh, you've got to be kidding me! He takes every single one from nothing to the AWPAs.
Cool.
Your channel.
Nice!
Headphone warning.
Yes,
Ow.
indeed, Jason. You actually nailed that one right on cue. Of course, for FaZe Clan, the only warnings they're issuing around here are a blast warning right over there to the side of Spirit, because that's a map loss on Inferno. Does take us into uncharted territory for both of these teams over into the side of Vertigo, and we'll get into that just real soon. Welcome back to the Intel Extreme Masters, everybody. Maniac, Moses, who wants it?
Take it away, Jason.
FaZe got away with one there. They're very fortunate. Yeah, I mean, they had obviously had that great first half that they needed in every way. That was a dominant, dominant T sides from both, really. But FaZe's T side felt like, Twist getting some very good entries, Rain having a good opening half as well. Some of those takes just seemed like just headshots all around, like very FaZe-esque, like the history of FaZe, where you could just see the individuals opening things up and just having easy fights. Spirit, I thought, played a different kind of T side, bailed out by having both pistol rounds, a magnificent clutch as well, that propelled them into a comeback. But FaZe, it seemed like they were going to let that one drift away.
Yeah, it felt like as soon as Kerrigan had these few clutches won under the belt, that's what ignited him to just find the answer to any single defenses that Spirit was throwing at them, right? We can talk about these few clutches from the beginning of that game. This is round, I believe, 7, 8, and 9. FaZe will win 3 clutches post-plant situations back-to-back, and this is where I think the experience is shining the most, in these very tight, close situations where individuals have to make split-seconds decisions about knowing where to be, where to aim. We see this example right there from Rain. This is experience. He knows what kind of broken angle he can take. These clutches that FaZe win at the very beginning of this half is exactly what Kerrigan needed to then just put Chopper in the dumpster. He didn't know what to do after that. He hadn't figured out all the way, and this is also the reaction that they needed after this first map, that very sad first map.
Yeah, but I mean, I don't know. I was feeling good for FaZe. That second half was real iffy and made me drop a lot in the confidence that I had.
Yeah,
you think they win? You think FaZe win this map if they don't win these clutches? I personally feel like these 3 clutches win the map for FaZe. Like the beginning of that half, I don't think Kerrigan runs away with it without it.
Yeah, that's fair. They probably caught some momentum off the back of those and were able to close things out. I mean, obviously those clutches that get you these rounds, they get you off to a good start in the ensuing rounds, always going to be impactful. I mean, it's the same thing in the second half. It's a very similar story. The clutch from SDY that propels them to have the comeback that put FaZe's economy in a dumpster for like 2-3 rounds, ended up being like a clutch that actually probably won them 3 rounds overall. So that's huge.
Yeah, round 20, there's a little bit of a ring around the rosy for some Die Young.
That was weird.
1v2, it's like we're all going to walk in one big circle at the same time. Duck, duck, goose style, Jason.
Yeah, and those clutches are the ones like it feels bad because like you can like nitpick some of the decisions in those clutches. Like I know at the time I was saying surely you leave the Opper and CT spawn and have him watch B and you have Olaf with the M4 go back towards Arches.
It's not even wrong.
Like and it's like you can be very nitpicky about it and they choose to stay together, which again is like another solid decision that you can't really criticize, and it just happens to be the perfect decisions from SDY the whole way through.
So Vertigo, Are we gonna? Do we want to broach the topic?
You guys want to know something cool?
What's up?
Neither of these teams have played Vertigo in a year.
Yeah,
Nice.
cool.
I'm so pumped.
No, we are entering into a very unique environment in Counter-Strike where it's not going to be about tactics. It's not going to be about game plans. It's going to be about individuals making the right decision, IGLs just on the fly figuring out what the hell to do. And at that game, I think Kerrigan has got Chopper figured out.
Yeah.
I think Kerrigan is miles ahead of Chopper in terms of finding solutions out of the blue, just analyzing what's happening and say, listen, next round, this is what we got to do.
I think Kerrigan might have that advantage in one sense because we're kind of like making fun a little bit because neither of these teams have played this map. It's both their vetoes. They haven't played it in a year. Obviously, these players play this a lot probably in FPL. They run into it, so they know the general, the basics.
It's going to be a good game.
I would hope so. But, I mean, there is like certain strengths, right? Like Kerrigan, if he can like maintain and calling a really good pug style for FaZe can be effective, but I think Spirit has the edge in individual skills. So if this game breaks down and the individuals get a lot of freedom, I think Spirit's got a big advantage there.
And in other news, Furia beat the Renegades, eliminating them from the Intel Extreme Masters Cologne. They're going to go on to face the loser of Astralis Heroic, which is our last game of the day. For us, though, eyes peeled right here on the prize. We're going to be jumping into Vertigo between Spirit and FaZe when we return. You're watching the Intel Extreme Masters.
Close. That's true. You can do the dog player. Oh! Nice calm on the flash. Oh, nice. Two outside, one thing outside.
Nice. Rush was low.
How did he get there?
Nice.
How did he get there so fast?
Mate, move. Nice.
Oh my god, they're just hiding.
No, he's just...
Last guy was warehouse, could be chasing me. Yeah, he's lower. 50 HP was secret.
Yes. Nice, Harry. No, he's so fast down bed.
Nice, bro. This is the comeback.
Oh my god, both outside, both outside.
Hell, Harry.
Nice.
Hell. Oh.
Nice! Let's go!
One up.
Both outside.
Double spray down from Rush leader.
The spray down.
Break up. Nice.
I'll tie already, aren't I? Oh, you've let him get in such a sick spot now by not sticking it. Oh no, there's one.
Nice, Harry. Get him out.
One main.
Fancy roof, I think. Heard a ladder. Got him.
They're just sitting outside. Sitting. I've gone around the map. Nice. Unlucky.
myself in the mirror not so long ago, and I told me, do you know? I told me, do you know? All alone in your head, but you don't have to pretend that you will make a change, 'cause you don't wanna change. I'm gonna be real honest this time. I'm okay with it, I am more than fine. I'm gonna roll all less red dice now. Tell me I won't get out. Tell me I won't get out.
Well, we've been blessed here with one hell of a series. If you're not feeling excited for Vertigo, you really should be. It has been years since we've seen these teams adorn this map. It is going to be remarkable. No one really knows what to expect, be it the players, be it the analysts. We don't really know what's going to happen here.
Yeah, for FaZe, last time any of this team or any of these players in this org played Vertigo was 2019. For Spirit, it was 2020. Obviously, both those teams with different rosters. We had Nico and Cold in this team last time they played. We even had Idis Balance over in Spirit when they were there last. So yeah, absolutely no clue in terms of these 5 setups on either team. But the fact that both teams are willing to float this map, a typical ban, right to the very, very bitter end, makes me think that we're going to see something saucy. Obviously, with Ancient coming in, Harry, recently, that does a lot to the map, all right? For teams that didn't like Train anyway, like a Liquid, for example, they were more than happy with that map gone. But for other teams, they've had to pick up a new map to replace the ban of Ancient. That's if they want to ban it. So here we go. The Do, the Die, the BO3 that's gone the distance. It's FaZe Clan, it's Spirit, it's Vertigo.
Yeah, I really wonder if this was like a big brain move out of FaZe, right? Because Team Spirit, they were the ones who kind of floated, left it to FaZe, whether or not this went to Vertigo or Ancient. And I don't know if they would have anticipated a Vertigo pick. So let's see what happens here. Fast up A for Team Spirit. They're running down the A bomb site. They're looking for a plant through the smoke. Mir finds one. Lots of bodies here. All players that are left alive are in this A bomb site fighting for control.
Yeah, nice cover for SDY as well. Keeps it in the favor. Spirit can now just tuck, right? There's currently no kit for FaZe. Maybe there's one dropped on the ground, but they need to get on the bomb soon. Push coming in, and the tap from Sunday Young is sublime. No way FaZe are going to be picking up this round. They are getting beaten to the punch. Twist chased down, and Spirit find that first. Lovely little stuff. And yeah, no hesitance for Spirit, just straight into A with a quick smoke. Love the pace there. And FaZe, back to the drawing board, back to the Deegs. However, if there's one thing we've seen in this series, it's been good conversions from Spirit's pistol.
Yeah, they've not really struggled with it, have they? You do have a lot of utility here for FaZe. That's going to come in handy, right? You can try almost go for like an Inferno-esque smoke delay play, but it is going to hinge on fighting for this ramp control. The fact that you don't have it already is a bit of a bad sign. It means that now Team Spirit getting up through the short side means this Deeg player trying to peek down ramp has had to relinquish this control. You can still delay them with the smokes, right? You can keep re-smoking short. You can make that a real nuisance for Team Spirit to get. And that might, you know, kind of make this A play taper off, or at least have to come in through the top of ramp as a bit of a guarantee. While this is all going on, Mir's trying to sneak out through mid. Spirit showing that they're pretty willing to fight, right? These are some very wide angles getting taken. They are looking for these players in the A bomb site. Thus far, I haven't been able to find them. Wall of smokes is in, and they're going to try and push up behind it. With 2 on the short side, these guys are able to keep fighting, even with the smokes down.
Yeah, they're waiting for Mir, though. He's activated. He's found a double already, killing a B player, and now an A player. So now the T's can just flood the site and win every other engagement. Olof alone. Deagle in hand, and oh, that could have been it. Could have been the beginning of something, but Dexter 3 kills will not let Olaf back in, and Spirit find their second. Yeah, nice basic round, just keeping enough pressure on A that FaZe had numbers there. They had 3 stacked on A the entire time, and that gave a lot of room for Mir in middle. Spirit looked fairly comfortable to begin, and FaZe, it's fine. It's an early game. No strangers to comebacks on either team. And we've got full nades here. So where do FaZe want to lob them? Back down B, it seems.
All right, Carrigan testing the Overwatch capabilities or something, like watching them through the floor. That's all well and good. Here's the ramp, so he's going to call for these nades to come back round. However, will they survive the crossing in mid? Yeah, it's all well and good. They do deal with Mir. Carrigan's melted in the A-bomb site. And I like this from Spirit, right? They're just running it down. This is actually great to dodge the impact of this nade stack. You can't nade the bomb planter if you can't get into CT and elevator.
Yeah, that's such a flex for Spirit, man. You're right. I mean, they didn't know there were 5 HEs there, but they actually make the perfect play to counteract it. Just in your face. FaZe never throw half the nades. And Spirit go 3-0 up, as is tradition. Here's the buy. Brokey on the AWP. Always a good sign. Dexter, he doesn't have the AWP. He could have. He bought a Krieg instead, mate. He's 8-0. We see a lot of AWPers try Kriegs. Simple's used it. Nico's given it a go. And yeah, I mean, the headshot with this gun is not fun to be on the receiving end of.
Ooh, over here at ramp, there's a bit of an exchange. Smokes are down. FaZe is still fighting for this control. They've got a deep smoke to complement the one-way at top ramp. Mir is once again given a lot of levity over here in mid. No one's actually even considering this. So Mir's position, oh, there's Brokey going back. Okay, it's good that Brokey makes that check happen. Mir was getting a lot of real estate and could have done some real damage. Now you've kind of thinned the herd out. You've dodged this wraparound that was coming in, and you've started to piece together a very good understanding of what the game plan was for Team Spirit in this round.
Yeah, Brokey's still here with the AWP, but he's back in with another. Pushed up on short with cover from a rifle. Olaf above the smoke catches Magics, and Dexter's looking to trade. He does. Jumps right back on the sandbags, no fear. So 2-on-3 here. They know about the AWP. Was trapped at short earlier. They're still getting pressure from Rain, and he's got another kill, leaving Sumdai Young in the clutch. If Brokey wants, he can walk up and activate on this flank. They just need to make contact first. Sumdai Young yet to be spotted, creeping and crawling into the bomb site. And there's surely no way out here. Double peek can come in as soon as contact's made. And oh, Rain's put the pressure on. Forget Brokey, it's the 2 rifles that look to lock this round in here for FaZe Clan. SDY trying to isolate a fight. And in fact, the AWP has gone wide. Brokey ready to close. Oh, he turns, but he still hits the flick right back. FaZe on the board. Brokey with a 3-piece. That's what you like to see.
It's pretty common for Carrigan to keep little tricks up his sleeve like this, right? You know, leaning into Vertigo. For me, it is the fact that it was FaZe to have made that call that feels significant. You know, it was them to decide to take it here. A part of me also wonders, what with Twists in the squad, right? Liquid always had Vertigo as like a bit of a backbone of the team.
Yeah.
So surely he's bringing in a lot of knowledge, a lot of ideas as to how he wants to approach this. Carrigan as well liked it back in Mouse Sports, so it makes sense that they're going to have a game plan here, right? They're going to have stuff prepped. They've got some strong Vertigo players, despite the fact that we haven't seen this FaZe squad or previous FaZe squads really lean into this map at all.
Yeah, I like that Carrigan's got the Krieg as well picked up from Dexter. He likes an AUG, but now Krieg on the CT side, that can get really filthy. Flash for Olaf, he gets out of close wood. And that's well timed because mollies are coming in, even a boost. Got to watch out for that molly touching you. Yeah, I was going to say through. Oh no, through the wood. And now they know. Now they're expecting it. Twists. Going to wall bang out Magics. I don't know if he would have heard it from that range. He's just given it a spam. And boy, was that the right call to make. I feel like that wood spot is so hard to get value from. I love the left side boost that you can do for that headshot angle instead. Lets you, jump up on Tetris and often avoid this quad player. Twists. Still sat back, relaxing, waiting for everyone to commit, and they shall eventually.
Yeah, it's a contact play, and there's no Molotov to burn out Twists. That's actually pretty huge, right? That's one of the best ways to deal with this position. You just molly it, and that's like a free kill if it doesn't get smoked. At least if it gets smoked, you get the info. They don't have that, so they've got to go in and play reactively to Twists. He's on for a double before the trades come in, and just Dexter left out in the open. Olaf's going to find him. FaZe Clan take a second, and it's very, very similar to how all these other maps have begun, right? Team Spirit finding a pistol, getting conversions, rifles come out, and FaZe immediately apply the pressure once more. They're looking for the equalizer now. They've broken the money of Spirit, and so the equalizer should feel as good as done if you're on the FaZe squad.
Yeah, just about putting that number on the board at the end of the day. And you're right, it really shouldn't be too much of a challenge with this investment. We've got fast players over Spirit. FaZe's going to hear it and get ready. Carrigan with a Krieg, finding the opening kill. And he is not contained. He's going back for more. Eventually flash back out. Going to re-aggro on short side instead. Dexter getting even tagged through the wall. And I mean, if you've stopped at this point, if you're Spirit, it's very hard to start up again, right? There's no util to pop you around the corner. Rain about to find Chopper, moving up, very low health. And that should be free for him. Doubled up for Rain. And, well, this is all just the inevitable happening here for Spirit. Trickling apart. Oh. Carrigan needs some help.
Yeah, he might need a bit of assistance here. It was meant to be nice and easy. Brokey could be the guy. Him and Twist's gonna help out. Yeah, they lose Carrigan. It's all well and good. They don't keep the Krieg.
I mean, I saw it let him down there, you know. It's not a perfect gun by any means. But it is nice having something different, having something new on that CT side. Anyway, 3-3. And we still haven't seen these T-side orbs. Where they were an option earlier, they are no longer now. FaZe, however, have continued to don theirs on Brokey, and he had that lovely little three-piece on the A site, so we know he's comfortable. Warmed in, going back for more.
Considering how powerful the Krieg was, though, I think it's in a really good spot right now, right? Like, we see Magic's donning it again. Yeah. That's because you can't afford the AWP, right? But the Krieg is still a nice anti-AWPing weapon. It still gives you something that can contest with the AWP at range. And, you know, if Brokey, not that he misses much, but if he misses a shot up against this Krieg in a head-to-head bout, the Krieg normally wins that. So it just gives you a little extra bit of oomph when it comes to countering this AWP if you can't afford one of your own. And it feels more situational, which is right where the Krieg should be.
Yeah, Carrigan tries to get aggressive. He hears the molly come in and wants to catch the player with nades out. Instead, he gets headshot, and the AWP has to back up from what its intended position as Sandbags was. Now Rain pushed on short. If he activates, he could try and find a timing here. Doesn't want to go too soon, however, and be caught when Spirit are holding. Jump up for Magic's punished as Rain shoots him right in the face with that AK. And now Brokey, it's his chance to dance. Spirit, they've got to commit 30 seconds. Smoke's going over, flashes to follow, and now the util has run dry. Brokey giving up the bomb site, leaves Rain on an island right now. He needs to hold on his own, so Brokey comes out for support. I love this double setup for FaZe, but Rain has been dropped through the wall, and Brokey now has no cover. He's removed as well. It's gone perfect for Spirit. One man left up at the bomb site on his lonesome, bomb planted, and Olaf might be thinking about getting alive. They won't let him survive. Double face from the site, and Twist to save.
Yeah, it's a bit sad in that round there, man. You know, you drew attention to Brokey barreling through that smoke to go and join up with Rain. And if that did continue to be a double setup, it could have had some pretty decent results. It's the fact that Rain is spammed out through the wall. And then I don't know if it's just miscommunication or Brokey just deciding to dedicate to an angle. I think at that point it is just the latter, right? But yeah, he gets sidelined from the players coming up through ramp.
Yeah, it's not like Rain got rushed or anything and Brokey knew they were close. Like Rain literally just got spammed through yellow. So at that point, you know, you don't know which T is coming first, left or right. Brokey, you don't want to post up on an angle and then turn and get peeked from said angle. So yeah, that's just a bit of a mess. Didn't go to plan for FaZe. And what that round could have been, maybe if you hid, but then the smokes would have come down and it, you know, again, useless until the post plant, really. A post plant the FaZe never really attempted, so One saved gun and a rebuy here. Spirit take the lead for now.
This is good, though. It's fitting for a third map that we already have something that's a little more back and forth early on, right? A lot of the other games so far have started off with pistol rounds for Spirit, then a streak of rounds out of FaZe, and then we normally get like a late game return in which Spirit start to build back in. This time, you know, from the get-go, they've brought the rifles in and they've kept the lead in their favor up 4-3. They're back with ramp control, but they are looking at other avenues in this round. Usually, they've had like 4 bodies towards ramp trying to contest for this territory. Time will have to serve for us to see whether or not this is still going to come back into an A play with this ramp control. It does look like it. They were just holding this default early, making sure that FaZe don't get aggressive. They know that Karrigan's going to be looking for solutions, and oftentimes a bit of aggro over towards B or mid can be that solution.
Well, that solution was the same on Inferno, Harry. Think about the CT side right at the end, right? Karrigan pushing down Banana, then those mid pushes that eventually won FaZe the map. So, yeah, not against it by any means. Here comes Spirit, though. Another A commit with the smokes down. This time, Karrigan has Rain alongside him, fighting in front of the smokes, even over them, but he's blinded and made redundant Magics with a double entry, looking for a third, and he's done a lot of damage to Brokey, trapped in on short. They know it. They've got him boxed into a cage, and the bomb has been planted in the meantime. This is a lock-in round for Spirit. You can already see FaZe trying to back on out, and maybe they'll save their guns, but that's all FaZe will get away with in this one.
Yeah, you hate having a cooler save like this, man. You know, you're just getting dealt these relentless A plays. I feel like, you know, as you say, it's been like a year since Team Spirit have played this map. I feel like we're watching Vertigo from, you know, 2019 almost, with the amount of just constant A plays, constant A post plants.
Yeah, I mean, it is still the meta to a degree, but we do see more variety nowadays and people like trying to play away from the meta, and like teams that have really cool B executes, like full blanket smokes over the bomb site. So yeah, you know, as a meta gets established, like an anti-meta also follows. So yeah, there's nothing wrong with the A plays, though. At the end of the day, if they're working, they're working. Spirit is really, really good at, you know, getting ramp for free. FaZe haven't actually won any ramp fights in the CT side yet. You know, Rain's got a couple on short in the past, but in terms of actually winning the ramp battle, that's been Spirit's every single time. And then it always hits that awkward point in an A round on Vertigo where Spirit, the T's are just sitting on ramp in a 5-on-4 waiting. And there's nothing you can really do at that point if you're FaZe. If you start flash peeking in, you're just going to eventually dig your hole deeper. So yeah, Spirit's executes have been really nice so far.
See, in another way, I look at like the Vertigo A site and the Ancient A bomb site as playing very, very similar.
Okay.
You know, like it's all about taking that like lengthy fight, right? Like A main is almost similar to what you get out of like a ramp peak. Plus, I think the post plant nature of these sites is super similar as well. Like all about like backing off to one of your previously owned positions to play around a bomb.
Oh, ramp one out again by Magics. Oh, he's a beast with the Krieg, man. Who knew? It's one thing when I saw it in Dex's hands earlier, Magics is pulling it into every single gun round. Dexter does have the AWP, although yet to be used. Spirit are winning fights everywhere. Finally, Mir did get dropped in middle, but otherwise it's been going pretty damn well for Spirit. 4 players up on ramp, 2 on the A side for FaZe. Rain underarmed here with an SMG, and this is a contact one as well. They've got a smoke, but no flash. As Dexter crawls up, the short players, are they even ready for this one? They're doubled up in the smoke. This is such a weird round.
Yeah.
The aggression's coming in, Chopper's holding for it. The call has been made. They must be short, or they're not A. Chopper!
Chopper! Oh no, 4x3. Magics is going to still deal with the short man, but the bomb's dropped out in the open. Oh dear. The alarm bells are going off. They're waiting for Dexter to come back, but he's all the way in CT. Magics is out on this little island, having to get the job done single-handedly. Dexter has got to get moving. He's got to pick up some pace here, throwing flashes for Magics, but he's not peeking on the back of them. Dexter needs to get that bomb down. Magic's dead on the sandbags, and now it is just Dexter. They know he's in the site. He's made noise. He's throwing flashbangs and twists, peeks out and rids us of Dexter. So FaZe are up onto 4. I am a little bit, you know, because it felt like Dexter was still considering other positions early on. I thought they knew that both players were there.
No, they only spotted one because Chopper, who was sat down in that corner, he knew that they could be short. That call was made by Dexter. Like, he's up, site's clear, everything's clear, just care short. Chopper's sat there, and then as Chopper's about to get pushed up, a ramp flank comes in. His attention's fully on the bottom of ramp. He gets killed from above. He only sees 1 of 2 in that position. And then it all just starts crumbling apart there. Very weird round, but nice double push there for FaZe in that disadvantage. Not one the Spirit are going to be happy with, and you can tell from what they've already started to do. Dexter dishing out death to Karrigan on the A site. And so already Spirit are back up to their usual tricks. 5-on-4, Magics, only a Galil this time, no Krieg today. And that just shows the money woes that are in Spirit's hand right now. They've got to pick up this round. I mean, whoever does will put the other team on eco, so a lot of weight in this one. And a lot of waiting as Spirit hold for the bomb to come join them, plus that last player from middle and Mia. And in this waiting, FaZe are reconsidering. They're looking to crunch mid as a unit. 2 players, one from either side, going to peek together. And that's a good info, at least for FaZe, but they need to quickly react and gamble the right bomb site. Only one is actually here. Broky's playing very passive, and he's been flashed off the angle as Spirit commits.
Yeah, Rain's dead on short, bomb plant coming in, and really, well, if it wasn't for Twist getting that kill, I think this would have just been a save. They might go back to that with him falling an elevator. No, they're still finding ways to claw themselves back into a retakeable round. Now, will this serve as temptation towards demise for FaZe? Will they attempt the 2-on-3, lose out and have nothing? Or do they risk it all for the round? Another out of this AWP on Brokey. Over and into the line of sight of Young, but the defuse is in regardless. Olaf Meister sticks it, and FaZe Clan make that retake happen.
That should never be a round for FaZe. That should never be around. Spirit is just fighting loose there. They already think it's done. They're ready to close it up, put a bow on it. Instead, it's Brokey hitting shot after shot with this AWP. Whenever he's had it in the right place and he's not been overwhelmed by double faces or these really suffocating executes, Brokey's been beasting. And great little defuse in the smoke there to close the round. Oh my God, Spirit. Ooh. Nice shot from Brokey to start this one off as well. It won't matter. It won't make a hope in, or any difference rather. Spirit do lose some health and guns get swapped, but you'll notice this is one of the first rounds they've actually gone elsewhere from that A site. Pushed up on B ramp, Twist in a nice little safe position to grab a freebie, trying to double down. He can't. Young keeps this in the 4-on-4, and Spirit still have a bit of mid control.
Oh, I like that re-aggression from Olaf. Young not at all ready for that. And it is these re-aggressive peaks back into these pivotal positions, these swing positions that have secured FaZe a really good spot in this round. You re-aggro at B and A simultaneously. You catch a player on either side of the map. And look at what it's left Team Spirit with. You've lost your prong at A, you've lost your prong at B. Who does that leave you with? Mia in mid. You've got to rejoin with him. And now you're like retaking territory that you needed to have to launch a site take anyway. You know, as they're moving into ramp, Olaf could be anywhere. He could be close left. He could be underneath the stairs. He could be hiding behind the spam spot. He can be Tetris. You're having to retake an area you previously held. This is wasting precious time. There's 10 seconds left as the push is coming in, and Olaf, waiting patiently back in the site, has got the round signed, sealed, and delivered. Brokey finds them both, and FaZe are on to 6.
Doesn't that feel nice? Yeah, great stall for Olaf. Doesn't fight after he re-aggresses, just backs up, drops the smoke, lets Brokey kill both crossing players. And if Brokey misses or if Brokey dies, Olaf is there to make sure there's no way that Spirit can plant the bomb. Guaranteed round for FaZe. And yeah, we're starting to see FaZe have a little more fun with it, right? A little more aggression on the CT side. These A short pushes that they've been doing a lot. The re-aggro at B there, clearing mid is 2. It's been good for FaZe. They've warmed back into things, despite the strong start from Spirit out of the gate. We've got a Crash player. Magix will be right back. And then we'll be continuing with the action. But worth noting, this follow-up round is going to be pretty poor for Spirit. Got no money. So if you're going to get a drink, if you're going to get a snack, if you're enjoying the Counter-Strike, go do it now. Take your bathroom break. Get something to chew on. And
From the bathroom.
No. Yeah, there are these really cool cakes in the urinals, dude. They're delicious, super minty. Come back and chow down on this Counter-Strike. We're back soon.
Yeah. Oh, man. Okay, so, you know, kind of taking stock of this one, considering it was a very, very open playing field. It was very wide open, you know. We didn't know where to put these teams. I like that we're getting something so competitive. I think it was always going to be pretty brawly, right? And it's certainly living up to the hype in that regard. As mentioned, you know, these elimination games have really delivered. I think the threat of exiting CS's first LAN in so long is really spurring people on to stay in it as long as they can. Everyone wants to return to the LAN season feeling like they've accomplished something.
Yeah, for sure. The quality of gameplay has been so much better than the online, time. And I'm sure that's a myriad of reasons. Not only the fact that it's just LAN and therefore everyone's feeling a lot more fluid. The game runs better. You don't have ping problems, but also, not just things on the line, but this is what you've been waiting for. A year and a half to finally come back to all of this. You don't want to botch your opportunity.
Hugo, I'm sure you can relate to this, but like for some of the more inexperienced players in the server, right? Some of these guys embarked upon the entire esports journey with the goal of being at big LAN events, right? Think about the amount of new breakout players we've had, or the guys playing their first LANs. This was the reason they got so invested in the first place, was watching the legends take each other on at the biggest events with the biggest prize pools on the biggest stages. And I think now for a lot of these guys, that dream, making that dream a reality is only just setting in, because for the last, year and a half, you've been playing from your bedroom. You've been playing with your friends on the internet, essentially.
No, it certainly doesn't feel the same, right? When you look up and there's a camera in your face and there's an admin behind you, and yeah, for sure, the pressure's on. But as cliche as it is, pressure creates diamonds, Harry. Never heard that one before, I'm sure. But just the sheer amount of aces we've had in this tournament alone just show that people are feeling it, man. People are happy to be back here on LAN, and well, after this map, one team won't be. One team will be eliminated. Spirit right now are broken. They've got just Eagles and Tex. Scout and Magix moving up onto the A ramp. Brokey's here. Got to be careful with this re-aggro. They're just about to walk in, and there's a trade up on A. Magix gets that Scout headshot. That's key here for Spirit to get them a little bit closer to this site, but already FaZe are throwing numbers into A. Brokey re-aggroing again. Almost catches Sunday Young, and the second time around he will. 4 on 3, out he goes. Chopper's up close, but he hasn't activated yet. That gives Brokey the room to escape death. And Spirit, with the smokes now fading, are going to have a hard time to plant.
Yeah, they've actually backed out entirely from the site, right? So, like, as though the problem wasn't bad enough, you've now got to retrace old steps as well. This bomb really not having much of a chance to go down. It would take something remarkable. Like, Magic's going to have to start straight up wall-banging fools with this scout, and instead it's him getting domed from range by Twists, keeping his headshot percentage looking clean. You know me, Hugo. I'm a bit of a. I'm someone who really.
Freak?
Yeah, I'm someone who really appreciates the finer things in life, like a high headshot percentage, and that's why I love this guy. That's why I love Twist.
No, you are deadly right there, Harry. And I mean, Twist is the guy to talk about if you want to talk about headshots, as well as you, of course. No one's quite done it in.
No one's quite done it in my fashion, but that's fine.
You know, matchmaking.
We'll get there one day. Here we go, Olaf Meister. Oh, he's even getting a little bit cheeky with it, playing this close angle. Now, I think Sam Dae-Young has definitely heard him dropping down. I don't imagine we get a head-to-head between these two at the B site. I imagine it's a bit of a stalemate waiting game over there. Instead, Rain could be one of these first points of contact over on A. He's tucked in it short, can conceding some ramp control. Team Spirit, they've got what they came for so far.
Yeah. It's all the timing of this short aggro. Does Rain want to go back for it? He's been mollied out, but he just smokes it. Gotta watch out for the wallbangs, all too familiar. Magix has been eating grenades this round. Molly and an HE. And still Krieging throughout all of this too. Spirit are waiting for Mira in middle. He's been good at finding kills on these lurks. And really no one's watching other than a player sat back in CT, that's Twist. He's not playing for mid, he's rather just playing for, or rather to deny the split into a bomb site. Roki's back on A with the Orb. He's really been the star of this A defense with this AWP. And here's that double short push. Look at the timing of it. Oh, dinked. Sunday Young holds strong. Karrigan's still here. He's had a bit of a mare so far, 2-9. But this could be the round where he could come alive. There's cover for the plant. And Magix will not let Karrigan deny it, leaving Brokey in the hot seat. He doesn't want to be here. He wants to save, but we've seen them win rounds like this before. However, this will not be one of them. Brokey now essentially alone. Twist in the elevator has really no reason to commit here. He's going to go for it. Denied by the Krieg. Brokey scopes up, and now they know what's going on. Brokey just fighting for his life.
Oh, Sunday Young from the short side denies that AWP getting saved though, and Team Spirit, if there ever was a way to take a round, that is what you want, right? I think you're very, very fortunate that FaZe don't just cut their losses a little sooner and actually commit to fighting you, right? Twist kind of comes in because Brokey's stuck. Like Brokey's saying, look, man, I'm either fighting till I die or... and that's really it, right? And so Twist tries to swing out from elevator to give him a little bit of room, maybe assist the AWP. And you lose everybody. Look at what that's done. You come in with this investment. Yeah, you've got a double AWP. That's big. But everyone else is lacking, and your utility's lacking as well. You don't have the ability to soak up a bomb plant here. You're going to be hard-pressed to do anything in a retake.
And again, Rain, just up to his usual tricks. Magix has been a beast on this map already. This time not with his Krieg in hand. Oh, look at the sandbags AWP as well. The flash comes out. Brokey will hit the shot. Necessity to get that kill. Rain also finds one, and blink and you miss it. FaZe are all over the board right now. They're winning every engagement. 3 kills coming from 3 different players. And Spirit suddenly don't know what to do and where to go. They feel like how Twist and Brokey did in that previous 2v5, just lost in the source. They at least have the chance to pick a bomb site, but neither one is any more enticing than the other. FaZe actually pull out of A somewhat. Still Rain to worry about. He's the early warning system, and he can even move in as well, but he's in no hurry.
Yeah, I think if FaZe, you know, make this statement by winning this round and kind of repelling another one of these A plays by just fighting at ramp, that's a huge deal in the grand scheme of winning out this first half. You know, Team Spirit haven't really shown us anything outside of this ramp control, right? And that's maybe to be expected from a team that haven't played this map in a year. And so the fact that you've just taken it down on a force buy, double AWPs, Deagle's in play, and you're able to win it out so convincingly, if you get Team Spirit scared about these ramp takes, the only thing they've been able to lean on, then you're right where you want to be, and a chance at a 9-6 half has presented itself to FaZe.
And you mentioned the pieces of the puzzle earlier of FaZe that do or have played this map in recent teams, being Karrigan and Twist, right? Like, I certainly think FaZe is going to have more to show on this T side. If they're floating this map, they're playing Vertigo, they're going to have more than just this A ramp control, because you're right, it's not really anything else for Spirit. They've attempted B, they've been denied by Twist solo B like twice, and then the other time they went B with 10 seconds left, Brokey had the AWP cross. So there's nothing else to look at and go, this is working.
I'm glad you bring up Twist there as well. He has been doing a very good job over towards B, right? You feel bad for him in a lot of the A rounds when he's left retaking, but at this B site, it has been his bomb site to hold on to. Once again, playing over here, back of quad, smokes himself off and is trying to peek around it. It's very claustrophobic, but the utility is tearing through Team Spirit. There's more where that came from. Brokey catches the first player crossing, and as mentioned, you deter Team Spirit from hitting ramp. This is what they're left with. This B play is ugly. They're a man down. They're low on health, and they still haven't cleared out Twist, who's starting to thin the herd out even more.
Yeah, this is a mess. You've got a triple up for FaZe and almost nothing left for Spirit. They're going to get lined up. Twist looking to clean up the half, and so he will with his team. 9-6. FaZe looking ferocious right now. Vertigo may have been an unknown quantity, but we're starting to get more pieces to this puzzle. 9-6 at the end of the half. Let's see if Spirit can recover on their defensive side.
Oh, I see one up at this house. I'm just gonna go on the right side. Yep, on the right side, trying to go in. Other one's inside the house. Oh my lord, wow. Oh,
oh, oh, oh.
Two of them. I'm coming, Bablo.
Inside, in the corner, right doorway.
I'm low side.
No!
I'm reloading. They're dead. And there's a fella towards gas station. He's gone inside Perry. The one in the gas station is probably gone inside as well.
Okay. There's two at Gassy. They're not on the same team either.
I'm gonna dome. Hopefully there's people there. Well, hopefully I saw.
There was a guy close. He spotted you. At this house.
Trying to blow up that barrel. He was behind the rock. Yeah, next to the barrel. Just looking at me.
A little bit of a surf going there. Under the patio, just here. We're on close to that ping.
Yeah, he just scouted at me. I'm coming. Nice.
Yeah, I'm on a go.
Good luck. Nice.
I don't know where this guy went. Okay.
Can't see him in the tower. Oh, I saw him. He hit me once. I'm going. I might die off this. Nice.
That was a cool dive.
This third map of Vertigo, a map that neither one of these teams have played in years, is where we find ourselves right now. FaZe holding a lead at 9-6. Spirit about to embark on their CT side. They've been good at finding these pistols, getting the conversions. If that holds true now, they could tie this game up again very, very quickly.
Yeah, it's a big if though. FaZe look a little more prepared on this map, right? Spirit didn't have a whole lot to fall back on the T side. The A plays were good until they weren't. FaZe already showing a different vein. Fast into middle, 4 players. Mir, he's got the spot. Chopper 2, swinging wide through the smoke and hitting the headshots they need. Magic's as well is even here, and Chopper's found a double before he eventually concedes mid. 2 on 4. Lots of damage done. This can swing very quickly back in the favor of FaZe, but suddenly it's all twists. Oh my goodness, he's got a chance. Do not count him out. 3 players tagged up. He takes down the first.
Yeah, 2 of them so low, just next to the man with HP. Oh. They swing it together, and it's Sumdai Young with 1 point of health to lock in that round for Team Spirit. It feels like history, keen on repeating itself, as it would seem. 7-9, and with more rounds looking to follow for Team Spirit, they're keen on closing this gap yet.
Yes, excellent. And really, with no bomb plant, we should have a Felico. So it's probably not going to be, you know, the 9-9 score line before the bye. FaZe will have a gun round before that fact. But yes, this is as close as it gets to guaranteed here. Twist with a deagle. Never be too sure, but let's see what he can get done with it. Otherwise, Spirit are going to be looking to make money, get that AWP in ASAP. Love to see some Dexter on the A ramp taking some spawn peeks. That could be fun.
Yeah, and already, you know, I'm expecting to see a larger kind of breadth of cooling out of this FaZe T side, right? That's something that we were talking about a lot, was how for Team Spirit, largely just ramp plays worked out, whereas for FaZe, you do at least have a lot of individuals who have plenty of ideas as to how they want to approach this map. Into the B site, FaZe start to pour, but 2 rotations have already arrived for Team Spirit. They should be good to get this locked in. And indeed they are.
Oh, did they find the A4? Oh, it didn't look like they did. Still stuck with SMGs. There was a gun in the middle of the bomb site, but yeah, wasn't able to grab it. That's probably a miscomm there for Spirit. Bit of a shame, losing some money. And it does actually make a significant difference, considering FaZe now coming in with a full buy, right? You do have the AWP, but you have 2 SMGs instead of, you know, well, another rifle. Not the end of the world. Dexter on the AWP is always worth its weight in gold, so let's see what he can accomplish here up on the A side. Not taking spawn peeks, rather just sitting back and relaxing. Like Brokey did, we didn't see Brokey really throw caution to the wind too much on the T side, or the CT side rather. It was just a lot of setting up, either on short with Rain, or back up in heaven or the boost.
Yeah, I can also imagine, like, when you don't really have a crazy idea of what your opponent is looking to do or what their tendencies are on this map. Like, both teams are in that position, by the way. You know, it makes going for these ramp fights a little bit more scary. You're not fully aware of what your opponent likes to do here, because you can see right now, we got Rain playing around this little one-way smoke, gives you an angle up towards top ramp and short. That's something we see Liquid do a hell of a lot.
And already look at the fake play that FaZe are pulling into this round. Dexter will finally regress and get that AWP shot off, but this is all a ruse. It's a B round. Samdai Young is here alone. Twist had some great anchoring on B in the first half, but Samdai Young's calling for help. He won't be a one-man army for long. The rush is in for FaZe. Samdai Young doing some damage, but he can't convert a kill, and the double entry is in. Karrigan leading at the forefront. Twist and Brokey responding as well, and FaZe's little fake back into B has worked wonders. They're being wrapped, however.
Yeah, Magix is here pretty quickly, all things considered, right? Will they be ready for a ramp flank so fast? Yes, turning on a dime is Brokey. And this leaves it all on Dexter, who will just look to save that AWP. It was the one big ticket item, and it's taken out of the round. A chance at a free upgrade onto the AWP for FaZe, but they don't take it. And I think that's important to note, right? Obviously, they're also coming up against a weak buy here from Spirit. That could have been one of the reasons for not taking it. But I think it's because we're going to see a lot of these fakes. We're going to see a lot of fast rotations. And if you need to be quick, you don't want Brokey lugging a big green gun around from site to site.
Yeah, rifling's absolutely fine here. And you know, as you said, the money's low. That's important for 2 things, right? You don't want to get pistol rushed with an AWP. But also, if you lose this round, you're giving the AWP right back to them. So why would you want to risk that? You know Spirit can't buy another one here. And so not picking up the AWP guarantees no AWP. And that's a relief for FaZe, considering it's far more potent on the CT side of this map, as it is really for most maps. But yeah, rifles are out. Karrigan is gone, though. Dexter with a random peek up on ramp to find that kill. Good start for Spirit. It's what they needed when they have weaponry like this. The one gun, or the best gun, rather, for Spirit, put to good use. Samdai Young again at B. Wasn't able to get a kill last time. This time has support, and Molly's going further than him.
Yeah, he's playing up close on the sandbags. Tucked in behind them. Will he go unchecked? No one's looked at it yet. The MP9 is allowed to do far too much, and Brokey is left in this clutch. Cut down by the players in rotation. And Team Spirit with a bit of support for Samdai Young in that B site. Just someone else to pull the attention off of the anchor player. It lets him get away with a lot more than he should have been able to. So Team Spirit are keeping this competitive yet. Start of that round as well, it all gets opened up with a man advantage being taken over towards that A ramp. Carrigan not ready for just a dry peak, right? And you can hardly blame him. So often, you know, you get flashed in if you're looking to wide swing ramp like that. Now it is just pistols for the FaZe squad.
Oh, yeah, and that's exactly what Spirit want. They'll make mincemeat out of these armorless and weaponless players. Twist looking for a Glock shot at B, won't work. Oh my goodness, I'm lying to you. He somehow gets that kill across the B bomb site against the right. Put him down, Mir. That's not allowed. We've got a loose animal.
Okay, but look, man, this has kind of made it interesting. There's still this 1B player, and they hold it. They hold the line. Brokey doesn't go over construction. Instead, he's caught fighting elevator. There could have been something there.
I'm still reeling from that. Like,
I can't believe
dude.
the Glock just...
I just called it off before it even happened. Like, yeah, he's not going to... Oh, okay, yes, he will. You don't see that every day. But good eco from FaZe, whatever. They're already over it. They already don't care. It's onto the guns. It's onto whatever Carrigan's calling at this point. Still having trouble individually, but this won't matter as long as the calls are there and he's doing what he usually does, right? Setting his team up for trades, setting them up for success. So here we go. FaZe pressure on B early. And Spirit are therefore freed up, right? They have this ramp info. Rain's been trapped behind the one-way for a while. And they are going to face him, which is a bit of a mistake, right? When that one-way's down, it's just so favorable. Magix, he may hit some damage, but he really cannot see Rain like Rain can see him. And so, you know, it's things like that, right? When you don't play Vertigo all the time, you might think you have a little more of a hope there, but that's just like a statistically dangerous play. Too dangerous to risk. And so FaZe with the man up now have the world as their oyster. They can execute into B, and there's no one here right now. They're playing construction.
Ooh, Olaf going to win this opening fight in middle and extend that advantage even further. Now he does get caught with nades in hand, but still, you know, you're sat pretty in a 4-on-3 thanks to the hard work of Rain previous in the round. Samdai Young once more trying to anchor this B site. Maybe that ship has sailed, however, and it's looking like it. It's FaZe dropping anchor and parking up. 11 looking to appear on that scoreboard. Chopper and Dexter left to save the M4 and AWP. I think getting these openers is going to prove to be key. And I hate having to say it, but a part of me even maybe thinks that at least right now, Carrigan could even take a bit of a back seat in that regard, right? At this event so far, he's had around about 30% success rate in opening duels, which is pretty damn low, all things considered. Now, oftentimes, I would supplement that kind of stat by saying it doesn't tell the full story, right? Carrigan's usage is in the info he gets, the space he creates. But when you do go and look at the numbers, FaZe's success rate in 4-on-5s is not very good either. And so, you know, if we could get a few more entries out of the other guys, out of your Rains, out of your Olafs, like they start this one, save Carrigan for the late round, maybe there's something to it.
Yeah, and we have, you know, some stars showing up here for FaZe to at least do that, right? Brokey and Twist having great games individually. No one rivaling them on the other side. And even this buy is pretty weak as well. Spirit have to go for it. Round the save, and it's a shotgun with a couple of guns, so, or a couple of rifles. So let's see what they've got in store. Samdai Young solo B with his Nova. Nothing wrong with that. Can tuck in on the stairs. And actually, it's a pretty good gun for that position, but it's already been naded. Pressure being put on by Twist as he lurks outside of B. The rest of FaZe walking back and forth between the sites, unsure as to where they want to commit. The one-way's down, but Rain is not up in front of it. He re-throws it. Oh, that's gone very, very deep. That's not what they wanted. Even with the flash, they blind Chopper, but no one peeks. And so, like, FaZe are faking out A, but they don't know how close his CTs are. Chopper now realized, and they're going to hunt him down, but he sprays and gets a lot of damage off Carrigan. That's a crucial trade there onto Rain. And now FaZe can group up and hit B if they want. Twist has been there all round long, or Olaf, rather, who's taken that spot. Excuse me, he's in middle. The map eludes me yet again, but this is still really good real estate. Mir's coming in on a rotate, and he has no idea that Olaf's out and about.
Yeah, there is this Nova deep down ramp, which could make matters interesting, right? Samdai Young, Nova, headshot, but not the killing blow. There is a rotation from Dexter. He's dealt with Olaf on this mid lurk. However, The B site is already feeling too far gone for Team Spirit. Dexter's had to reposition. He takes another peek in, and now they're interested again. Now they're believing in a 2-on-2. Carrigan's cancelled out. He was trying to hold the site down to allow for this bomb plant. And it's the kill out of Twists that should have just sealed the deal that is this round.
Yeah, hey, you called it yourself, Harry. You wanted Carrigan to take more of a backseat, a late round play. Well, there we go. He has a massive 3K round. It all starts with him trading Rain on that A site and then coming into B with the entries.
And that's the thing, you know, I would never want to take anything like out of Carrigan's usual style of play, right? I think he's so good at what he does. It's very much his style, and it always has been, to be someone who leads from the front, right? But just till he can rebuild it, even a tiny bit more confidence with a round like this where you put up 3, you feel like, okay, right, I'm reading the game really well in terms of my calls. That much has been clear. I've been setting up my team, and now I myself have had a nice impactful round. Hopefully that's gonna put even more fire in his eyes.
Yeah, you want to talk good on Spirit here, but you know, reality is hitting hard right now. This is not a good position to be in. 12-10 down. It might be close, but Spirit are on 2K cash with a full eco following this. Dexter has that saved AK, but really reliant on that to do something unbelievable when it's surrounded by USPs. And so this is FaZe's chance to close the game before it gets difficult, right? Or at least get in that position to do so. Back up A with a lot more players this time around. Dexter's peered into middle, and it's fully empty. That sets you up for a flank if you want, but you don't know who's holding and where they are. Twist is at least lurking around the bottom side of things, making sure that no flank is allowed. So at very least, Mir should be dead if he commits, but he is going B, the wrong lead. Meanwhile, the boost on A is about to confirm what's going on.
Yeah, it's almost like, you know, this is, even how Mir's flank has panned out here is credit to FaZe, right? Twist could be caught. No, never mind. Nails the timing, falling back. And then, you know, whenever Team Spirit were going quiet, FaZe, for the most part, knew it was going to be an A play, right? That was really all we got out of them. Because, you know, FaZe have shown such a deep breadth in terms of the cooling, they've really kept it varied. You have to be ready for anything. And Mir, on that wraparound, you know, maybe if he hits a better time and there could have been more accomplished. This is just the cleanup of A. They boosted up Magix as well. He's dropped and the AK's cut loose.
Yeah, that's a cool idea there for Spirit. They put Magix and Dexter on top of that boost, right? And then as the full execute came in, Dexter jumped on Magix's head to see over the smokes. Now he immediately got put down. FaZe were very ready for that somehow, but I like the idea. Try to throw the one gun into the fray, and then Magix get to go when Dexter dies, right? But it doesn't go any better there for Spirit. Was only an eco. This is it now. FaZe 13-10. This is a full buy for Spirit. It's one that has to yield results, considering it's, you know, it's not the best, right? No orb, no kits, limited utility. Spirit didn't want to double eco at this point in the game. They want to get as many gun rounds as they can out of the bag. Rain again on this one-way. He's been so successful here. They know he's in position. He's going to drop out after spraying. Meanwhile, mid's getting taken, and Olaf, who gets caught in the backline. Carrigan's already up ahead, and he needs his kill, or the round will fall apart. He's sandwiched between two, and he at least takes a one out with him. Twist with a crucial B entry. May have just saved the round as Brokey was coming through mid with the bomb.
That's insane, man. That has just given Brokey passage to get the bomb down. Twists and Carrigan might have just made this round possible. It was looking like it was gonna come together for Team Spirit, but now you get to have these late round pieces spring to life. They were waiting to cut down rotations, and when it didn't look like the bomb was a certainty, that was a problem. Now in the late round, they've used it to thin out the herd on this retake. Chopper trying to get out through ramp. His pressure is able to win his fight, and back in the site, Dexter's secured his. They don't have a kit. It's gonna be close.
I don't think so.
Oh, it's so tight. They don't have it. FaZe Clan 14 and a 2v2 that ends in heartbreak for Team Spirit. A matter of moments, proving to make all the difference. And that's the thing about Counter-Strike, right? Whether or not a couple of $100 difference, whether or not you have that kit, it might feel like a minute thing in the beginning of a round. But when you get to those moments, when the pressure's on, when one little round could have made all the difference, You lose it to time. It's stolen away.
That's such a heartbreak. I never thought Spirit were ever going to win that round, but suddenly they made the kills happen. Chopper's at least kept his gun. He ran away from the bomb while his team was on the defuse just in case. And very fortunate he did. He's put it to good use, finding Carrigan early. Irretrievable gun for now. And Dexter begging for the weapon. He does have 20 more health. That can make all the difference. And I mean, it's Dexter after all. You want him to be armed because he's already dangerous, re-aggressing up on the ramp, and these T's are walking up on the right side. This is a hard angle to hit. The sandbags can soak the shots, but not Dexter's as he eliminates Rain. Magic's on short. Gun's now gone. Fully out of the map, fully lost in the source here for Spirit. They've got to get it done with pistols.
Yeah, the fact that they're 4-on-3 does give them a little bit more room. Oh, you could see through the wall, through the pixel gap, Magic's got info that there were players up close on the ramp. I wonder if Mir's going to try and use this to his advantage. He's peeking through. He's the one getting tagged. Brutal scenes, and what was a 4-on-3 where you at least felt like you had a bit of room to maneuver now becomes a 3-on-3 that massively favors FaZe, right? They can go silent, they can set the pace of this round, they can choose where they want to take. Team Spirit don't have information, they don't have weapons, they're low on HP, and they're desperately looking for anything to give them an edge in this round. Sadly, that means that these players in mid that went looking for info pay the ultimate price. And Sundar Young drops the bomb. There's only 5 seconds. Twists needs the kill. There's no time for a bomb plant, and he gets it with a second left on the clock. The king of time, 15-10, and FaZe 1 away from knocking Team Spirit out of IEM Cologne.
Oh my goodness, they thought it was done, man. They thought it was over, knife out, over construction. What could go wrong? The third man in B almost wins it all. SDY, he thought there was a ramp split, right? I can't blame him with 2 over con, but it was Twist late to mid. SDY couldn't get safe in time. And 15-10, I can't believe some of the rounds of Spirit have lost in this half. Poor them.
Twist deserves so much thanks for this win. He has been a cornerstone for FaZe throughout the entire event so far. And it really is great to see, right? Because some of the debuts we got, I don't think we got Twist looking his best. It feels like now he is getting truly integrated into this team and emerging as the star we wanted to see.
And how a LAN player, this guy's been under all sorts of pressure. He's been in all kinds of finals, so this is not his first rodeo. 15-10, and Spirit getting dealt death unless someone can step it up, pick up the pieces of this BO3. SDY gets an opening kill on B. That will send FaZe right back to the ramp, but look who's here. Got Magix in this weird off angle behind the fence, and he's got a spray as well. Rain gone down, 5-on-3. This one's looking a lot better for Spirit.
Yeah, Carrigan and his motley crew going to try and tiptoe their way out through ramp. They might be able to surprise the short player. No idea. Chopper sidelined. Player up on the boost has been spotted as well. Mollied out by Brokey. This was a 3-on-5. This was meant to be a path to recovery for Team Spirit, and now it's left hanging in the balance of a retake at this A-bomb site. Carrigan and Olaf Meister, 2 of the all-familiar faces on FaZe, trying to see this game through to the end. And there is Olaf trying his best to make it happen. Carrigan looking to go above, but also beyond. Has dropped out the AWP. Mir left in the 1v2, and it's Carrigan to send Team Spirit packing from IEM Cologne. FaZe Clan will keep on fighting the good fight. Woo.
last time left, say you want away. You, yeah. You, yeah. I've been patient with you, if I could say, yeah. You, yeah. You. No, I don't mean to stress you, but you ain't even guessing that lately it ain't been the same. All of this test relation, make sure you straight, you out me. Just need a night, yeah. We could hop in the cool, hit the highway. Cool, we could ride away. Down, skirt, catch a fire with you. We could hop in the cool, hit the highway. Cool, we could ride away. Down, skirt, catch a fire with you. Conversations, it ain't enough. We gon' need more, yeah. I wanna see your face. Put me first. Same old, like a change. But don't get me wrong, I'm trying. You got that touch. Need you get involved. It's getting late. Come around, yeah. Be done for the day. Now it's my turn. Boy, just make it work. 'Cause baby, it's worth it. Are you pulling up?
I hear your steps and every move you make. I'm always one step ahead. I smell your fear, your tired sighs are music to my ears.
Quite the showing there on that last map. Of course, we do see Vertigo go the way of FaZe. They stay alive, and now they're going to have to stay alive through that lower bracket, playing either the winner of Vitality, or, am I crazy? Yes, I might be. Vitality or Na'Vi. So we got that going for them at least. Welcome back, everybody, to the Intel Extreme Masters. I've got Jason and I've got Matthew here. Guys, so FaZe beat Spirit on LAN. Now what happens?
Spirit work on that map pool, baby.
Yeah, I mean,
fair.
It has to be the starting point of that discussion, right? How do you end up for Spirit playing your life at the IEM Cologne event by playing Vertigo, a map that's been your natural Vita forever? You floated in the first round of Vita. I can respect that. You floated, that's cool. But in that second wave, you don't play the dice.
I was joking when I said I wanted to see a third. It's like that.
you proud now?
floated for somebody to ban it in the second round. It was like the worst game of chicken ever. They both lost.
Oh, man, no one really likes that. Speaking of losing for Spirit, you know, is there any building blocks that we could take away from this? Obviously, this is a team that has hung their hat high previously.
You mean Spirit, you said?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, I think the biggest issue they have right now is the map pool. I think before, I mean, I don't even want to have the conversation on changes because I think they have a solid team. I like Dexter a lot. He obviously showed some good stuff. I think you have to look at this and say, what would this team be if they could be scary on more than one map? And you know, like Overpass was good from them today. It's a weaker map for FaZe. I'd like to see them against some of the top competition, but really they hang their hat on Dust 2. It's a go-to pick for them. If it is available, they will pick it, and everyone knows it when they go into that. So I think if you're Spirit, before you start thinking of this roster in any way, you think about what map next you want to add in and really kind of develop to be another pick for you.
I agree. I also think that the defense was just a problem for Spirit overall in that series. Honestly, you look back at Inferno, very, very dire CT side. Same story here on Vertigo. The idea that if there isn't a plan that was established before going into the map, they're not going to figure out one as the map is progressing. And that, to me, is a problem, right? You look at the top teams of Counter-Strike, as the map is progressing, they figure out problems, they figure out spontaneous ideas. For Spirit, in that Vertigo game, as soon as I see that the B side is getting abused by FaZe, I know that Kerrigan's going to find ways to do it over and over and over again. And that's a problem. That cannot happen at the top level of Counter-Strike.
Defensively, the B bomb set on Vertigo is really, really tough if you don't have like a really solid plan as a defender, especially with your support player, especially with your mid player. It's like a 3-player deep plan that you need to know how to respond to those situations. So can be very dicey if you're not experienced in the map, as we saw here. And also, fair play to SDY. One of the things he said was their biggest issues was they weren't playing clutches very well. They weren't playing post plans very well. And they had a few of them, especially down the stretch here in Vertigo, that really cost them.
I mean, I'm pretty sure they just lost a 3v2 to lose the entire map.
Yep.
Right? So, yeah, with all that in context, it does make very much sense.
Especially a map like Vertigo where you're not really experienced as a team or not experienced at all as a team. Like those retakes, coordinating where you're smoking, when you're going, what proper flashbang you're using, that gets very difficult to kind of just organize retakes on the fly.
And that's the argument for saying, how do we end up on Vertigo when you go up against FaZe? Because, sure, Kerrigan has some sort of experience with mouse sports on it, so they were not starting from zero. But still, the skill set, the abilities you need to have to win a map that you haven't prepared, I don't think these would be the ones we qualify Spirit with. We say, yeah, when they have a good, strat book in general, on Dust 2, for example, on Overpass, sure, they can bounce off of you. But Kerrigan, I said it in the pre-show, he's got that ability to figure out things on the fly. And that was the difference.
That's what is the mark of a true in-game leader. And actually, to get the job done like that, hats off to you, Kerrigan. For us, we should definitely hear what FaZe Clan have to say.
Brocky, congratulations on saving your spot in IEM Cologne. First of all, Vertigo. We haven't seen you play it for over a year. How long have you been working on it to get it ready for this moment?
We have been practicing it a lot, actually. Like most of the days, we had one of Vertigo at least, so it was good for us that we got the Vertigo pick instead of Ancient.
Is it a map that you particularly enjoy playing?
No, not really, but I somehow got 18 kills in the first half, so I guess I helped my team.
And somehow you're also pulling off incredible plays with the AWP on every map. What goes through your mind when you're in a 1vx situation, say like the one we saw you play on Monster on Overpass? Do you think about it, or does it just happen naturally?
I'm just clicking mouse and people are falling down. That's what I'm doing. I'm not thinking.
Well, it certainly works for you. Something that seems to be a bit of an issue for FaZe at the moment is the pistol rounds. You won one, and then after that, it was a little bit more difficult. Can you put that down to anything in particular?
It's just RNG. I think it's not like either you win or you lose. Like you can win the next round. It doesn't really matter.
But do you think if you had one more of the pistol rounds, then maybe it could have been a 2-0 to FaZe, for example?
Most likely. Like we're pretty unlucky with pistols nowadays, so if you get one, it's really good for us.
Well, 14 of the world's best teams made it to the top 16 here at IEM Cologne. So as you proceed towards the playoffs, is that something you're going to focus on? Because there are going to be some teams that don't let you get away and get back into the round if you do lose a pistol.
We're just playing till we get to the final. Every game is every game. Like, it doesn't matter. We just play one game by one.
And do you see yourselves in the final?
Everything can happen.
Okay. That's not a yes or no, but I still like the confidence. Thank you so much.
In the middle.
In the middle. Brilliant. Thank you, Brocky.
Thank you.
Yes, every game is every game. Thank you, Brokey.
I like that. That's good interview.
Yeah, it was up there.
A few words.
Yeah, it had reminiscent, maybe like the water boy with it. Anyway, we're going to go to a break. We're going to come back with Na'Vi and Vitality, one that everyone has their eyes tuned into. An upper bracket semifinal for the group of B is where we find ourselves after the break. Coming up. He's going to get that shot, and it has to feel a little bit going out middle of the air. Oh, you've got a big three. Takes every single one from nothing to the AWPAs.
I can't believe he's just done that.
Epics.gg official CSGO trading card. Collect your Epics on shop.eslgaming.com. I started playing CS when I was 14 and my first LAN when I was 15. So it was like in 2008, 7, yeah, something like that. I was like smaller and skinnier. I was like a really small guy back in the days. I'm not big right now, but it was even worse. Obviously, back in the days, you had this big PC. Even my screen wasn't the big ones, but it was short ones, but really, really heavy. So I had to put all of those things in my suitcase to go to LAN. The LAN was in the south of France, and I live in the north. So I had to take the train. The suitcase was like way heavier than me. So just to put it in the train, I asked people to help me because it wasn't possible for me. And yeah, I remember that moment when I just arrived at this, like it was a small French LAN. It's known in France, but it's really small. It's nothing like big. And it was like, it was a dream come true. I was watching those LANs online and trying to see how it went, the photos, etc. Because back in the days, we didn't have many videos about that. And yeah, like meeting all the people I used to play with or to play against for a year and spending my whole life playing CS at that moment was something really special when I arrived. I remember that feeling, and that was something like I will always remember because I felt like I was like a kid dream, kind of.
Yeah, I think I started playing like CS at 7 years old, like this. And my first LAN I played, it's like 9 years old with my family, like my cousin play, my brother play. Like, I mean, my mom, my grandmother coming for the LAN with me. So it was really funny and like Danny said, yeah, it was like a dream. Like everybody like crying in the same room. Everybody, yeah, it was just. I don't know what to say, but it was really exciting to play in the same place. Like,
Did your grandmother play?
Nah, just watching. Monique.
My mother tried
Yeah, my mother too. They try to play. I knife them, but contact.
Well, we do have a big one on our hands, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the Intel Extreme Masters Cologne 2021. And of course, it is time to jump into what is Na'Vi versus Vitality. We've gotten rid of Maniac and we've moved Jason to the middle, which gives us ample amount of room for YNK or Yanko down on the very end. And gentlemen, things are about to spice up a little bit. We talk about this matchup in depth. We talk about what it means, where these teams position themselves in the brackets, and moreover the head-to-head they've had in the past, because that's certainly something to note as well. 26 maps between them both, and that alone is something to grab on.
Yeah, these two teams, I mean, completely different spots as well, and like where these teams are at right now. Na'Vi competing to be the best team in the world, currently ranked #2. Vitality feels like they still got to get back up there, but obviously the big draw, the easy thing that your eyes are going to go to is Simple versus ZywOo.
Simple versus ZywOo, that's the keywords I was looking for. Thank you so much, Jason.
Those are the ones.
Epic's GG, let's do it.
Head-to-heads don't get better than when Simple and ZywOo step up to the plate. It's impossible to imagine Counter-Strike as we know it without the presence of Simple, one of the most consistent players ever to touch the game. The AWPer is able to single-handedly turn the most doomed of situations in his team's favor, in unforgettable style. Young AWPer ZywOo, however, has done something Simple has not. Held onto the coveted #1 player spot for 2 consecutive years. Like his Ukrainian counterpart, sharpshooter ZywOo can solve an in-game problem so quickly, you'll be left wondering for days afterwards as to how he did it. Buckle up, ladies and gents, because these two never have an off day.
Did you see the hats they were wearing, Jason?
I seen them.
You did? I didn't see them. I don't see them right now because they're ready to throw them into the ring, Jason. That's what we're looking for right here. Yanko, I want to talk a little bit about the matchup that is Simple v ZywOo.
Just look at this graphic. Like, this is their stats on LAN since 2019. Look how close it is. Like, the
kill assist, survival trade, key AST strat, they're by 0.1%.
Yeah,
is the difference. Like these two guys have been dominating the CS scene, Simple for a long time, ZywOo ever since he came into the tier 1 scene. And I think I really love the comparison that Anders once did about them. He said ZywOo, he's like the guy who, you know, he has all the perfect answers to the test, exactly what you would want. That's his decision making. But Simple, he's an artist. You know, he comes up with answers to the question that you didn't even know were a possibility, right? And I think that's a very good way to describe the two players, the differences between them. And I think they're just, you know, whenever we have these two guys together on the server matching up, I think it's just a joy to watch.
Jason, we look at both of these players as the torchbearers for their team. And I don't know if there's a better way to put it.
No, I mean, Simple's obviously just been hitting a crazy, crazy level. It's actually kind of weird because we all know. I don't know if anyone else has this feeling because we all know ZywOo's like an incredible player. You can make the argument for one or two, whichever way you want to go with it. You know, it's a lot down to personal preference of their style. But I feel like I just don't hear ZywOo's name a whole lot recently, and I don't know if it's just because Vitality hasn't been as good as they were previously. But you're always hearing something about Simple. You're always seeing a highlight clip. You're always seeing something new pumped into your face that Simple's done that's actually insane. ZywOo, it feels like it's like we know he's so good, but we don't actually see it nearly as often. We don't see that magic and hear about it so as frequently. So for me, I think I really want to see something big out of ZywOo. I want him to come in and show a little bit of the attitude that makes Simple such an endearing character, which is that you step into the server and you straight up just say, and it shows in your gameplay, that you're going to dominate the match and you're going to lead your team to victory.
Is this one of those, and correct me if I'm wrong here, Yanko, because, you know, I'm American and whatnot, but is this like if Ronaldo played against Messi?
Yeah,
nice,
that's a fair one. But, you know, I'm also a bigger NFL fan than soccer. But yeah, this is a pretty fair comparison. That's why we picked them for the head-to-head, right? Like you can talk about someone else, but really it makes no sense, right? These are the two stars of the team. And I think what Jason pointed out is fair. I think that's a little bit to the fact that, you know, Vitality as a whole has hit a bit of a slump with the addition of Kyojin, right? Losing a veteran in RPK. It was a bit of an adjustment period. And I think it's also fair to say that ZywOo and his form and his individual performance is just a little bit more dependent on the cohesion of the team as a whole than it is for Simple, right? I think that the raw skill is a bit higher and the ability to just carry no matter what your teammates are doing, I think that's a bit higher for Simple. Because we've seen him, you know, multiple times just single-handedly kind of carrying Na'Vi some of those
He's getting his
games.
Just look at this. That's going to speak a testament to what you're saying, Yanko. First, in how many categories is that? 7? My goodness.
Yeah, that is 7. Good job, Chris.
Yeah,
I mean, this is actually incredible. I think what's more incredible about it is I don't even think we're necessarily surprised that it's there. It is just like, this is just, you know, his resume. This is just what he does. And especially in this event, when you look at some of the dominance he's had, when you go back to the MVP trophy he won at the CIS RMR, like he's playing an unbelievable brand and level of Counter-Strike that, man, there's no one who can match it. It's wild to see.
Well, both of these guys, we look at that tide changing. Go on, Yanko.
Yeah, we had those. We had that video as well, a piece about, you know, what makes great LAN players, and people were talking about composure, decision making, everything, cool under pressure. That's Simple for you. But yeah, moving on to the map, Vito, the permabans are out with Ancient for Vitality, Vertigo for Na'Vi. I think Na'Vi picks Nuke. Vitality going for Overpass. That was their pick against Furia as well. They managed to have a comfortable win there. So no surprises with the picks as much. And as a decider, we do see Mirage a little bit interesting from Na'Vi. Usually they would have tried to avoid the map, but probably with Bit, they feel like they're better on it than they were before.
And for us to sit here and pick one side or the other, is it really that clear cut? Is it that simple? No pun intended.
In terms of the maps, no. I mean, not really. I think Na'Vi could have gone either way. Their win percentage on those final 2 maps are basically the same, and it's going to come down to whatever they're feeling confident coming into this event after some recent matches that they've had.
I think for them, moving into the tournament, this Overpass is going to be important because it's probably the map teams are going to try and target Na'Vi if they can. You know, the Na'Vi Gambit in a series would frequently pick it against Na'Vi and have success on it. So I think if they can take a win here, it would mean a lot to them, maybe in some future vetoes and so on. But yeah, that's the question mark for me in this series. How good can Na'Vi be on Overpass?
Yeah, big question marks coming into this one. So Overpass, Nuke, Mirage, and that sound means just one thing. We've got 2 GOATs in the server, and we aren't even playing Farming Simulator. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time to jump into Overpass. Na'Vi and Vitality, and away we go.
Yeah, I have been looking forward to this one since the moment I woke up today. Simple versus ZywOo on LAN. The last time we saw this all the way back at Blast in 2020, right at the start of the year out in London. We've been waiting a long time to see these two duke it out on LAN.
Yeah, I can't wait. Here we go. Great map veto for this series as well, but Simple, not the start he would have wanted. Wanted to get involved in the action. Instead, dinked down and forced to retreat. He's at least tucked in the cubby. We'll see if Vitality check it when they move up eventually. They've got more than enough util to run and execute. They don't want to get 5 players spotted just yet. Electronic could get that info if he goes a bit wider. They're very close. Simple. Will he get cleared? No one's looking likely right now. With the flashbang, he goes in. Everyone's blind, but they still get the kill. Electronic push back to the bank. He's losing his teammates. Everyone going down, and his Vitality running wild over the A site.
Yeah, just left onto Bit, who's tried to come up through connector, looking for anything to begin this 1v4 retake. Apex has lost his gun. He had to run back into the site to find it. He's good now, he's armed, he's ready. And Bit's getting wrapped through the toilets as well by ZywOo. I almost want this to start without kills found for ZywOo and Simple. And yeah, look, it is the others, essentially, right? Yeah. The names that we haven't really mentioned as much, making the magic happen. Bit dead to Kyojin. And you know, I want to start this off, Hugo, by talking about this Vitality squad. I think there's a lot to say as we get ready to head into this series, right? I'm super excited to see Kyojin on LAN for a start. That's a cool vibe. Masuta as well is someone else who... For me, when I look at like the big players on this squad, he has very, very quickly risen up those rankings, right? Remember when he joined this team and everyone was saying, well, you know, he wasn't bought in to be a fragger. He wasn't bought in to be someone who puts up crazy numbers. It does feel like since we had, you know, ZywOo not deliver those like insane, you know, 40 kills in a map kind of performances, Masuta has very much been one of these players who alongside him has proven to be strong, dependable, and capable of putting up these big games.
Yeah, and considering these guys both came from like similar places in Masuta and Kyojin, and like found out of nowhere, found from frag movies or performances in pugs, or you know, just doing what they do nationally, like that's really, really cool. You know, there's lots of things Kyojin can relate to in terms of Masuta's story, and I'm sure he's, you know, very vocal with each other.
It's almost like
pumping each other up, you know?
It's almost like the parallels we draw between, you know, guys like Frozen and BMAS in with Rops in mouse sports, right? And how the situation that they're all going through is kind of similar, but they're at different stages in that evolution.
And, you know, it may have taken time for Masuta to get acclimatized, but yeah, there's no question about it now whether he's, you know, up for the task. And so you can presume if they do whatever they did with Masuta to Kyojin, if they take him through the same rigorous structure, who knows what kind of star we could be, you know, opening up here for the future.
Yeah, I don't know if anyone's ever watched Kyojin's videos, man, but in terms of raw mechanics, he is just disgustingly good. Like, and so I can't wait to see what kind of player he's molded into eventually. Let's take a look at this, though, because we got a force buy for Na'Vi, and Bit working with a Deagle up here close to the toilet. Simple, bested by Apex in the head-to-head. We still have yet to see ZywOo and Simple meet one another. Instead, Bit looking to be the point man with this Deeg up close to Divider.
Yeah, do they check him? He chases. He doesn't wait. ZywOo gone early, and now Bit in and behind enemy lines to some degree. If Kyojin chases and loses the bomb, that's a problem, but Shox comes in to provide cover. Re-smokes in on CT. Na'Vi are trapped out of this bomb site right now, and no way back in. Burning his boomage. Bomb can be allowed to be planted here with that Molotov in the bank. Kyojin only had a moment to get it in before Electronic could have peaked. But with that plant happening, Vitality, a safe, assured round here in the second. Na'Vi are just looking to get exits. Perfecto's already run away. And Electronic would love a gun, but they're not going to give him squat. Out he goes.
Yeah, you've at least got these Deagles to try and do something in this next round, but the odds are we're going to see the conversions come in and that 3-0 for Vitality to open up. obviously it was all the way back in Katowice in 2020 that the world really started to feel like it first got affected with, you know, like moves to online play happening after that event, right? The event was crowdless as well. It was as things started to kick in, and there, you know, we all remember the Na'Vi from that event, right? And it felt like they were about to embark on an era. It felt like we could have moved in to a Na'Vi era. And then I think for a lot of outsiders looking in, it felt like the switch to online play very much sucked the steam out of that.
I mean, especially for Na'Vi, it's something we talked about when it happened, but when it did happen, it had been over 2 years since Na'Vi had even played an online match. Over 2 years, that's unbelievable. So yeah, crazy stuff. Simple, oh my goodness, is destroyed by Apex on the long side. Not even using his primary, just running wild with the P250. And already Vitality just shutting down Simple in these first 3 rounds. It's not been a difficulty. You got Goosh, remember, on long on the pistol. But again, yet to have a gun. That's really what we're waiting for. Shox is going to get delivered a freebie. A bit coming up the ladder. Ooh, it's a bit messy. Down low. Shox doesn't want to give him a gun, but one bullet would do it at this point. He knows that. However, there's not that much pressure on getting this kill at this point in time. He smokes it off, he fakes the retreat, and then he comes back hoping for Bit to bite. He won't. Instead, Na'Vi just sit in connector and wait for Vitality to come to them, and they will.
Yeah, it's about to be a real brawly round here as they just fight this connector stack. They break it apart, they deal with it well. ZywOo makes some money. That's important, right, for him to try and bring that AWP out as early as possible. And they're going to let him lead the way. He's also low, right, so someone else can just trade this if he doesn't get kills with the MAC-10, but he will farm them up. ZywOo making 1.8k at the end of that round, has actually flushed his bank account with enough money to bring the AWP out right away.
Yeah, B-Stream update, just quick. We've got big Liquid over there, and wow, Liquid,
it's that big Liquid game?
Yeah, Liquid having some trouble. Who knew? So that's over on the B-Stream. Just add a B to the link up in your browser, and you'll find your way there. But you want to miss out on ZywOo v Simple. What a fool. Yeah, we don't have ZywOo buying the AWP. He actually had money for it. He went for nades instead. Simple's got his, so ZywOo may be feeling like he doesn't need it yet. Can try and grab a free one from Simple if they win this round. Bit gets flashed into middle, but sees nothing, and that's because Vitality are wrapping out the playground. Bit's aware of that timing, and so out he goes, leaving it to Simple to answer the call. But Vitality are completely avoiding this Na'Vi setup. Bit re-aggressing at long at least, but Simple now loses all information on the middle. Tries to go wide, but Electronic setting up a flash for Bit. It has to come now.
Oh yeah, it's well timed. Bit with the double. Oh, trying to make it 3. And that's where Kyojin comes in for the trade. Now Simple doesn't look cognizant of the play across. The flash gives it away, and Kyojin's able to escape. It's not too often that you get a second chance at life when it's Simple beating down upon you. And so Vitality are going to look to put this rare opportunity to good use. 2 players for Na'Vi in the A site. The other 2 have cleared out Monster, and they've cleared short as well. Now, Boomich is committing to the full wrap. Perfecto is holding for a rotate back to B. There is a world where you could find the 3v1, and so Boomich doesn't want to let that happen. He's starting to join up back at this B site. It's kind of locked in a weird bit of limbo here. It looks like they're going to trust Boomich with the info. They rotate up this player that was on B to join these players in A, and now they're here with a 3-man hold at the perfect time.
Yeah, Electronic going to swing on long, but Shox delays his face, and now Simple tagged up low, needs cover from Perfecto. He does do that, only for 1 though, just enough time for the plant, and Shox trades the kill to keep the round alive. 5 seconds left as that frag comes in, and you can hear Apex getting hyped as well. My goodness, Vitality on land, bringing some steam. And that's one hell of a round. The fast flank up connector, almost good enough. You know, for Vitality, right? Like these guys, like they're boot camping every day. You know, we've had this online era where we've been seeing these player cams and we've been checking out players' bedrooms and seeing where, you know, where they play, how clean their bed is. Well, for Vitality, every day it's been another day in the office. You know, these 5 sat up in their very nice yellow boot camp. So these guys have already had, you know, not the LAN experience, but the teammate experience, right? In that sense, I guess. For Na'Vi, it's been kind of the opposite. You know, Electronic's got a son, like there's things going on. We see sometimes boot camps for Na'Vi, but not always.
Electronic's like the Dexter of Na'Vi, but for real, right? Like he does have a whole family to worry about. So Yeah, no, you had this situation where a lot of the time Simple and Electronic were playing from home.
And on that note, I think, you know, seeing Vitality in the same bootcamp every day doing this is great for people like Masuta, and in this example, like Kyojin, for getting, you know, acclimatized inside of this team and feeling welcome and, you know, getting to know everyone for sure. It makes all the difference in the gameplay. Simple out in middle, fighting with a Deagle, catches Kyojin. The bomb's back in spawn. This is a weird round thrown into limbo for Vitality. It's one that they have all the weapons, all the hope to win, but not the advantage. Simple's also been given an AK, and so he's going to start to rotate down lower.
Yeah, in all of these rounds so far, Simple has not been a concern. This was his first kill in the game, found with the Deagle here. And now he's armed and rotating in towards this B site. Electronic is going to deeg out Masuta. And so Shox and Apex have got to do the heavy lifting. Shox with the clutch. This guy is synonymous with clutches. Oh, he's down to 9 bullets in this AK. And he's looking to make the 1v4 happen. Smokes down. Missed shots out of Electronic. Shox planting the bomb is spammed down to 7 HP. Now wrapping back and looking to quell the lone Na'Vi player. Shox not able to make it connect. He hits all the impossible shots, but it's that one at the end that eludes him. And so Electronic will deliver this little partial investment to Na'Vi.
Yeah, man, nice shots from Shox as well. Like, just dropping Simple in heaven, hitting every kill he had to. But Electronic's also looking good, and that's a great sign for Na'Vi, right? Even if Simple, you know, does eventually come alive, he's not really had an opportunity yet. You know, it's always nice to have the tag team, the double duo of Simple and Electronic. Simple with a mid spawn and an AWP available. So Na'Vi coming back in with a big buy here after getting their first round on the board. Fast flicks from Shox, though. And at least doing damage, right? Killing 4 players in that round has set Vitality up to reset Na'Vi in this one. Do have that mid spawn as mentioned, Simple. Oh, it's a tag. ZywOo legged. We've had damage dished out between these two, but the kills have not come through. Not yet, at least. Boost up on B short. Shox doesn't look ready for it, but he flicks back in time. And Boomage gone from the round in an instant. Simple's back in toilets, and he's already seeing them start to cross out into middle. They molly him. They keep him contained for now. Vitality, a man up with pressure on B. Does it force a rotate? Is Simple going to hang around, or does he fall off? It's very quiet down lower right now, and Simple's flashed out again, just getting isolated. Finally gets a kill, but he's stuck in the corner, and Kyojin will trade. Where's that second player? He's long, and he's close. Bit drops the bomb. It comes tumbling towards him, and Electronic, as a result, slows down. He hears this mid player. He doesn't know about ZywOo, but now up close, ZywOo hunts him down and finds the headshot. 3-on-2. This is a very weird position with Bit still on long. They know about him.
Yeah, I like this from Apex, though. He hasn't budged. He hasn't moved a muscle. He's waiting to collect a free kill, and there it is. They lock in the round. ZywOo goes on a bit of a tear as well, despite being low on HP. Him and Apex instrumental in closing that round out. It was also Apex's flash that helped set the Kyojin push into the site up. That was the whole reason they were able to trade out Simple in the first place.
Seeing some great T-sides out of Vitality, that's to say for sure, right? Poor Bit there as well. He waits so long after getting that kill in dropping the bomb. He's holding his back. He's waiting for the long lug. And then the second he turns around to go and help Perfecto kill Apex is when he gets shot in the back. Timing eludes him. It's all by design right now for Vitality. They have seemed very cognizant of these flanks, right? These plays up connector, not just there with Electronic getting killed by ZywOo, but even in the past, in that 1v1 that Shox did win on the A site, it was that fast flank from Boomage up Con that got traded and gave Vitality a round. They're very, very quick to react.
It's so weird as well, because Overpass used to be, like, for the CIS region, it used to be one of the go-to choices, right? And even for teams like Na'Vi, they kind of fit into that category. And it feels like over the last, like, year or so, we've really seen it become a troublesome map for Na'Vi. If I were to think of a map where their T-sides frequently run out of steam and run out of time, this is the one that springs to mind. They've taken a lot of uncharacteristic losses to lesser CIS opponents on this map. So it doesn't surprise me that we're seeing Vitality try to use it against them. Simple donning this hero AWP in this round. taking a peek at Long, has given up that AWP is in play.
Yeah, 2 missed shots, 2 opportunities gone. You won't get many more, so he decides to reaggress to give himself more room to back up to. That being said, they're already up and past him. Bit's gone from the long side in the meantime, so now Simple knows that his life is in the hands of Vitality. He's hoping that they peek him from close, or from far, not close rather, but now they're going to start to chase him down. The tag from ZywOo through the wall. Don't know how he does it, but Kyojin will follow up and take down Simple yet again. 5 on 3, the 2 guns in this round eluded Na'Vi, lost in the middle. It should just be a clean sweep for the French side.
And Kyojin somehow is like the kryptonite to Simple at the moment. Electronics Deeg is out with 1 through the smoke, no less, while blinded. That was just on a hope and a prayer, and the second time around, he's not so lucky. Perfecto is thrown into the 1v4. If he can get out with a gun, he's content with that, so he'll take the reward off of Apex. Look to get out of there. Vitality up onto 6. And, you know, I imagine we're going to see teams that feel even remotely comfortable on Overpass looking to use this against Na'Vi, man.
Yeah, and the worrying thing is, like they're 5-1 down right now. A lot of that is like the money. Vitality have won all the gun rounds. Like they've pushed Na'Vi around a little bit. But when I think Na'Vi and problems on this map, I think those T-side executes that you're mentioning, you know, running out of time, like coming down to these A hits where you're still in toilets for 15 seconds and all it takes is 1 kill to lose a round. Like we've seen a lot of those Na'Vi games on this map in the past 12 months or so.
Yeah, one of the last times I saw Na'Vi play since they had, like, you know, Bit becoming the reoccurring theme that he is now over Flamey, it's like I felt like their T-sides got a little better on this map as a result. Yeah. It felt like Boomich was less in the lurk roles. Sometimes they had Bit leaning into that instead. And I think that was a nice change. But you still need to put up a CT half to give you room, right? And thus far, we haven't seen much out of Na'Vi to suggest that they're going to turn it around. There's still time. There's still plenty of time to get this game back into a better position. But with each passing round, Vitality are getting more and more sure of themselves.
Yeah, and you can hear them getting pumped as well when they're winning rounds. They are very, very loud. Clearing connector this time. Simple was here early to hear for footsteps. You might have heard them drop down the ladder, but now it's clear as day with Molotovs getting used to clear the corner. Bits in the toilet, Simple's on divider, and we again have this triple B that hasn't really been tested too much in this CT side just yet. ZywOo back to middle, was able to tag Simple last round. As Simple tagged him 2 rounds prior, it's really just been dishing damage to one another. The double monster setup is nice as well. Vitality would have to commit to clear it out. And they're very patient about taking this mid control. They're giving all the room to ZywOo to just let him work it and try and find this opener. Meanwhile, holding for aggression, and Masuta grabs Boomich dead on the short side. There's still Shocks there outside B lurking as well. So Masuta almost gets a second. Perfecto punishes. Shocks doubles back to the short side, making sure these CTs aren't taking control, and that they are not. This is going to be a B round, though. Apex running with the Heaven smoke, and Vitality only 20 seconds to go.
Yeah, smoke up into Heaven. Here's the push at the final hurdle. Couple of seconds left. Kyojin and ZywOo, all the entries found between the two of them, and a bomb plant to follow. Vitality, they go for a Na'Vi-esque play down into the final, 15 seconds of the round as that push comes in, and they make it work.
This is a dangerous team right now, Harry. This is a really scary T-side. Na'Vi aren't getting any warning, right? Like, they don't want to re-aggress in middle and try and find out what ZywOo's up to. And, you know, even though Vitality are so focused on A that entire round, last second off of Shocks and Masuta's control, they just drop down connector, pop into B, and kill all 3 players holding. The stack doesn't make a damn difference for Na'Vi. And 7-1 on this T side already. Maybe their map pick, right? We do have Nuke coming up. That's bound to be a sick game. But this is far more one-sided than I anticipated to begin. We need more gun rounds here for Na'Vi. This, however, will not be one. Should really be echoing around this. And before they do, they're going to call a timeout. Have a bit of a chat first. Figure out what's good.
This is unreal though, right? Like even when you factor in the idea that, yeah, this has been a troublesome map for Na'Vi, you know, we've been billing this as a head-to-head between two of the best players that Counter-Strike has ever been graced with, right? Simple, who for me, man, I look up to this guy as the greatest player CS has ever produced. And then you've got like the guy challenging him on the other side. I think for a lot of people, you know, maybe you can even try make the argument that ZywOo is the better one, right? That's the whole point of this clash. That's why it's so important. Everyone has a different opinion as to who the better player is out of these two and who's more impactful. Now, in this game, as it stands, Simple has been a non-factor. He has not been someone that you've had to worry about at all, whereas ZywOo on the other side has felt punishing. He has been finding a lot of impact on this AWP, and this round is no different. Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. ZywOo knocks Boomich out to open up round number 9 in a 5-on-4 for Team Vitality.
Yeah, red in the face, horns on the head. He's here. Dishing out death. That's a great start to weaken this B hold. It's not drawn to rotate though. It's still sat back con side. And 2 players on Na'Vi for B. They want to get aggressive, but Shox is hoping they make that exact mistake, right? Vitality have been good at holding on to short water, Masuta in the previous, and now Shox in the present. He's about to get a gift. That all right. Electronic clearing the corner and Shox with the frag. Now it's up to Bit. He is trapped. They don't know this. They've never cleared Con in this round, so Bit's an unknown factor, but ZywOo is ready. Not ready enough, however. Bomb dropped. Now they try and hunt him down. Bit, he doubles up. Really good hold right now. Can he stay alive? Can he find a third? Kyojin doesn't check the corner, and Bit's found everything. He's now got the bomb as well. This is fallen apart.
Shox is down here on short. Bit's looking for kill number 4, and he's got it. Shox knocked down to his knees. Apex left in the clutch. Bit's got the bomb. Apex has got 25 seconds.
Is he even going for it?
I don't think so.
You don't have time for this play. You're walking in spawn. Is he actually saving the 1-on-2? Damn.
Bit has just stolen a round off of Vitality. And you know, when you're looking for heroes on Na'Vi, maybe not the first name that springs to mind, but damn, has he just earned them this second round.
Yeah, I think Kyojin is so confident that he's going to get that kill there, and he really should be after Bit's doubled up, that he just runs down Con with the bomb thinking, oh, I'll get this kill, I'll go back up and I'll join my team. Really? Without him clearing the corner, the better play would have just been to run to A. He had his team pushed up close to the site. That could have been a round. He could have avoided Bit, but yeah, bit of a mistake. Doesn't check the corner, and it costs him the round.
Yeah, especially when you think about the situation that Shox was in that whole thing, right? Like trapped on short, doesn't know what's happening over in B, but later in the round with a bit more time, he could have come up, Con. He could have tried to deal with that and get that trade locked in. Maybe that is where the land nerves, the jitters, the inexperience shines through for Kyojin.
Yeah. Because it's one thing to die there, but it's another thing to take the bomb to him.
Right.
And so, yeah, Na'Vi will take that round, but it's not really anything they can rely on, right? They still need to keep their wits about them for this follow-up rifle. So you know Vitality are not going to let that happen again. Simple's got another orb. Vitality not donning one in this round. They could have, which implies they're going for something faster, right? The money was there. They still went for full AK. So do we see a bit of a B approach here in this round for Vitality? Certainly looks like it. 4 out of the spawn towards B. Apex selling the mid fake. It's important to get this smoke on the molly, right? A lot of teams have a lineup from spawn to do that, but it at least shows Na'Vi that you're challenging middle. If there's no smoke on the molly, if you're respecting it, then Na'Vi are going to take a lot of room in mid. And Bit does it regardless. Push through with that kill. Forces Vitality's hand at the B rush. Great flashes. Boomich is so blinded, and Kyojin gets the entry, but they don't check the fake though, and he's done a lot of damage. Shox down to 20. Not killed through the monster smoke. That could have stalled things out enough for Na'Vi to get set up. Instead, it will be the post plant.
Bomb now planted. ZywOo waiting back here.
Ooh,
and Na'Vi, are they just calling it off?
Ouch.
They're just admitting defeat. They're saying, all right, look, we've lost too much control. We don't know what's going on in this site with ZywOo being pushed all the way up into Graffiti. Yeah. It is a very rough retake to embark upon. I'm just surprised that at this scoreline, Na'Vi are willing to give up another round.
I thought at least, you go for one fight there, and that fight is the decider, right? Like if you die, okay, sure, but if you get the kill, that's going to reinvigorate you.
On the upside, saving 3, you comfortably reinvest here. You have another go at it. You have another chance. I will say though, it's kind of now an added bit of pressure on this round. You've essentially denied yourself an opportunity at a 3-on-3. You better hope that it was worth it, right? You better hope that this culminates in a better situation in the rifle round that you're about to play.
All right, yeah, Bit's got confidence though, right? After that 4K in the previous, just runs out through mid and takes names. He's going to need it with Vitality coming back in immediately with a reset round. Na'Vi save allows a rebuy, Simple with the AWP, and he's ready on this B bomb site. Shox is moving up close, and Simple trying to close the gap. It's a missed shot, but he does escape with his life. Meanwhile, Bit does the same again to kill Kyojin. There's more where that came from, and Bit will deliver almost 4, but not quite. However, his job is done. He set Na'Vi up to close the round.
Yeah, once again, right? Once again, Bit is proven to be the difference maker. Simple. Oh, that would have been sick, but not destined to come in just yet are the fabled Simple Flicks.
Give it a couple more rounds. Let him warm in.
See, I don't know, man. Whenever I see that Shoxy's still alive, especially when he's with ZywOo, I'm not ready to write off Vitality yet. Shox's clutching is phenomenal. And when you factor in he still has a crazy capable fragger with him, maybe there's something to be found here.
Shox found a flash on the floor. He already had 2. He lobbed one to A, and that baited Boomage just rotate. He's not fully committed, but he's at least shuffled up to heaven now. That leaves only Perfecto in the B site. He starts off with 1, though, and that might be enough. 20 seconds as the molly comes down, and Shox is screwed here. May as well go for the kills, right? Try and pick up some damage here, try and take some guns out of Na'Vi, but it feels past the port of cool 15, and he's dead to Perfecto. Na'Vi onto 3, better late than never showing up on this CT side, and with Bit absolutely flexing on Vitality right now at 14-8. There's always hope.
Yeah, 100%, right? And Perfecto has also had a couple of good moments across these last few rounds. Even here, I love this position for holding on to Monster in the fashion he is, right? He knows that if he's given a fight from Vitality there, the odds are they're going to be walking. They're going to be trying to keep it quiet, trying to give the illusion that this could still be an A play while they sneak up B. And so he gets that free 1v1 on the first player, gets the info super early as well. And so by the time Shox was moving in, that site was already stacked to the 9s. Perfecto goes on to finish the job that Bit started. I love what we're getting out of Bit and Perfecto, but now I look at the rest of these names. I look at Simple and Electronic, and I find myself saying, well, why haven't I talked about them yet?
I think yet is the key word in that sentence, right? Obviously,
yeah, well, you know, yet sounds well and good until it's been forever, and then...
Look, I'm still giving it the benefit of the doubt, Harry. I'm not counting out anyone 11 rounds into a map. But yeah, you would have liked to have it out of the gates. Well, this will do instead. Simple posted middle and Bit back to his usual tricks. If Vitality are, at all awake, they will be ready for this mid push. There's no way Bit can go back for it for a 3rd round in a row. And in fact, Vitality are very passive there. Boomich instead. Oh, dangerous decision, but Shox is not looking. He's just turned around. Boomich, oh no, it's a freebie. That's the 2nd time that's happened. It's going to be Vitality the man up. Shox looking to grab the gun. He flashes Electronic out so he can't trade. Bit still owns Connector, and Masuta's clearing it slowly with no support from top mid. It's a 1v1 that Masuta had to win, and so he does. Vitality take a 5-on-3, and this round is falling apart at the seams.
And considering what they bought into it, like the immediate upgrade now available for both of these Deagles, they're siphoning the weapons out from Na'Vi, and they find themselves fully armed, or at least with the option to be fully armed, in a 5 versus 3, where Na'Vi are gamble stacking A. If the bomb doesn't come this way, you're saving.
That lurk smoke doesn't do a thing as well because Electronic is pushed up in front of it. He's climbing over. He's trying to use it to his advantage. And so that's just confirmed that this is a B round. Are Na'Vi going to rotate? Are they going to do anything off of this info? It seems like they just want to gamble and in for a penny, in for a pound on this A site. Now they hear the nades start to fly down B. Simple wants to poke his head out heaven, but I think already Na'Vi know that this is not a winnable round.
Mate, if they weren't going to attempt a 3-on-3, they aren't attempting a 3-on-5, right? They're out of there. And I like this, right? So Kyojin could have gone and got the AK out of connector. The bit dropped. Instead, they're boosting him heaven, or at least they were. The fall down wasn't intentional, but he decides against going back up. I was going to say, you know, he's got the deagle, so he's got like a little more levity to go hunting here, less to give over, but he might just go get that rifle that's dropped in Con after all. I hope someone tells him about it. Yeah, Con. Kyojin, it's in Con.
He's looking at the water, he's so convinced.
No.
Oh,
Shock's got that one. Shock's has that gun. Okay, well, that's fine.
It's not the end of the world, but
no, you know, you're so far ahead. It could have, yeah, you know, if we find ourselves saying, oh, they've broken Vitality's money at the end of the half, maybe then we can reference it again.
Doesn't seem like that's going to happen.
No.
9-3, we're already pretty close. Vitality have enough cash to be absolutely fine for now. Na'Vi would have to get back-to-back rounds, and then we'd be talking. And really, we haven't seen a lot from Na'Vi in this game, right? With Bit finally dead early, not able to pull off a miraculous 3K in middle. Yeah, Vitality just kind of have their way with Na'Vi and have their way with the B-bomb site. 9-3. ZywOo back to mid. Orbs aplenty, 2 for Na'Vi as well, and ZywOo is going to start strong. Dropping Simple in middle, that certainly feels good. After the flash as well. Bit's reaggressed up on long. He wants to try and backstab ZywOo. He might have that opportunity, but instead he sits back at the tree. Boomich with his other orb down to the B-bomb site, having a slow start. And yeah, Vitality, I love the pull of the brakes here. No aggression for Na'Vi allowed in this default. Wants to short, Con, and mid getting held. Finally, ZywOo peels away, and so if Bit activates, he could flank the B round, but at this point, it's only 2 players on lower for Na'Vi. Someone needs to save the day.
Yeah, it's Perfecto and Boomich here. Oftentimes, Perfecto has been the hero. Boomich with this secondary AWP has had a quiet game so far, and it's set to continue. Perfecto can't find a thing, and it's Kyojin opening up the B play, delivering double digits to Team Vitality. Once again, for Electronic and Bit, they're just stuck playing Save Simulator, man. These guys, they start the round, they go to where they're set up to play on A, and then the save begins is how it's been feeling.
Yeah.
This must feel so rough, man. Like, it barely even feels like you've had a chance to warm up into the game if you're Na'Vi.
Yeah, and Kyojin's just been beasting, man. When he hasn't been killed by Bit in middle, he has been getting entry after entry on both bomb sites, right? He was killing Simple early in the half on A with the orb, and now he's just running into B like that with a double entry. Like, for Boomich there, he's on the angle, he's on Monster, the flash comes in, he's full blind, and he's trying to take a timing shot. He delays it by like half a second, but Vitality, that was such a perfect, like, they dry run that flash. That was such a perfect flash that he, you know, he doesn't get any chance to react. They're already close in the tunnel. He had to shoot immediately if he wanted to hit that one. And yeah, here's how it all began. ZywOo just picking Simple in middle. Definitely been beating him in the head-to-head, although it's not been too common.
Yeah, it hasn't been that common. A lot of the times, Kyojin's been the guy besting Simple. Then you've got ZywOo as like that second man also putting the hurt on him. Simple's being made to look tame.
Yeah, not the expectation, for sure. He's getting flashed out of mid again. He wanted to fight ZywOo another time. The respect between the two AWPers, but ZywOo keeps popping, flashes out mid to keep him off. It's ready to explode and be short if Vitality were to take it, but it's only Shocks lurking the smoke. Boomich has to be careful as it begins to fade. He's up on the railing, Shock C trying to hunt, and Spray doesn't do him any favors. Masuta now definitely has to be careful because Bit looks like he wants to peek as well, and Boomich is going to help him. Door swung, Masuta smoking himself off, and Bit won't go through it. Not completely throwing away this advantage. In fact, with 2 players in connector, definitely don't want to make that mistake now.
Yeah, Boomich soaks up a lot of damage getting spammed through this smoke in Con. Not the end of the world, but it might force a bit more of a passive play out of him. ZywOo. Oh, this is time, man. It's so close. Who wins this head-to-head? Will it be Simple? Will it be ZywOo? It's Simple finally getting some revenge against the French AWPer. Okay, that's nice, right? Simple hasn't had many victories in this game yet. He hasn't had many reasons to celebrate. Now that he's tasted blood, now that he's vanquished his #1 enemy on the other side, are we going to see a bit more of an unleashed Simple? Here he is through this smoke at bank and in with a second. That's more like it out of Simple. Electronic alongside him as well. They both double up. And finally, we have a round on the board for Na'Vi that is largely attributed to that main duo that we so often talk about.
Yeah, that 5-on-4 taken early is nice as well. It just forces Vitality away from all this B control they've had all game, right? At any point in these T sides, Shox has been lurking B water, and so if Vitality don't like what they see on the A side, if they're trying to avoid Simple, they can just drop down connector into B. That's been so many of these rounds, but finally, with Shox gone first, Vitality were forced into that stack. It's not just a stack as well. It's Electronic and Simple. It's the deadliest duo in Counter-Strike, at least when they are in form or on form. It's going to be a 10-4 score regardless. Vitality more than happy right now. They've won the half out, no question about it, but can they get any more? Can they get us to that dangerous scoreline of 11-4? But dangerous for whom is what I ask, because Na'Vi certainly seems slow to start today.
Yeah, Electronic's lining up a mid-flash for bits, so maybe we're going to get some aggression here as they play this little 1-2 setup, the flash to support.
Goes ahead of the molly and escapes through the smoke. That's one way to path.
That's smart from Bit, honestly, right? Like, trying to path back out through Park is risky because you don't have a molly at ramp, so you could get AWP'd crossing. Alternatively, you know, like you try hang around, you try push, well, then you could die to one of these players that has snuck out into the Park. So really, I think Bit does well there to stay alive and keep it all even after that mid-aggression.
Yeah, the double monster setup is back again, this time with no AWP, but Vitality have destroyed this with their flashes in the past, and you can see they're very focused outside of B right now. No info for Simple, who's going for these jumps. The door's open, but Shox is tucked close. He can never be spotted. ZywOo now taking the AWP on Monster as well with a bomb. So if, these CTs peak, they get the info, but re-smoked a Monster. Simple still desperately looking for something. And as he does, the boost is getting employed. The silent boost, you can jump right on without Apex crouching. Shox is waiting for the time to strike. Flashes go over. Simple's back in water. He's safe from this for now, and they've got to go.
Yeah, the boost, they fall off, and so now they've just got to brute force their way in. Churned up in Monster. Not the results you were hoping for. That boost falling off, it's only a minor thing. It's just a little misstep, but they lose this whole short challenge. They put all the attention on assembling that stack, and so it's left to Shoxy to clutch. The bomb's cut loose, and Na'Vi will round out this first half with 5 to their name. It's a bit of a recovery over that slow start from Na'Vi. Is that going to be enough to save them on their T side?
Talking about the tournament, we don't have any goals set at the moment I'm speaking. The main thing is just to enjoy. We didn't have a LAN for such a long time now. So the main thing is just to enjoy being at LAN, playing against an opponent in these studios. And that's basically it. And hopefully, of course, we want to go through the play-in, we want to go to ESL Cologne. Going to the playoff will be a good result, and from there just grind every match. But we're still not there, we still didn't play one match. So the main thing is just to, enjoy.
Hey Future Pros, we have a flash for you that should aid in pushing through the monster tunnel on Overpass. This flash should leave your teammates unaffected while the CTs should be blind as heck. To do this flash, line yourself up over the tip of this bottle. Aim over the wall slightly and to the right and then throw the flash. That's it. This should make the Rush B Don't Stop strat work way more in your favor.
French are fragging right now, 10-5 at the half, and Vitality's map pick is going swimmingly. Na'Vi, they're sinking in the waters of B right now with a very, very slow start to this series. Bit seeming like the only player woken up right now for Natus Vincere. Simple getting beaten by ZywOo in some of those head-to-heads, although he did have his revenge near the end, as did Na'Vi. Finding 5 at the end of the half was better than how it started. But can they continue? Can they go on? Or was it really just Vitality's game all along?
Yeah, T-side pistol underway for Na'Vi, and we're going to get a real test of the resilience, and we're also going to get to see if the T-side of Natus Vincere is plagued with those same issues that we're used to seeing, and that is really the clock also working against you, as well as the 5 opponents.
I love this B setup, but we might not have to see it, but the reason it's cool is we have this double boost up. When you see the boost, you're going to expect it to retake setup. Then you'll kill barrels and you'll go, oh, barrels is clear. No, it's not clear. There's a player looking at the ground. That is a very hard spot to clear without climbing over the barrels and looking down. Now, I said none of this might matter if Na'Vi commit to this A play, but it's very common to see what we saw from Vitality, taking the long A, going down connector and ending B. And so if Na'Vi do that, it would be right into this stack. If not, well, Vitality have already pulled players up towards the top site. They've read it well.
Look at this re-aggro. Both these players that are pushing are going to get caught out in the front. Or they go running into Na'Vi, who are waiting back in the toilets. Vitality, that's pretty ballsy, right? To go aggro like that in so many places. You divided that 3-man A-hold into 2 separate 1v1s at long and toilet, and then you left it on one player in the site. I understand you haven't seen or heard anything, and that makes you worried. You want to try and get some kind of info if you're taking the gamble. But now it's left you in a 2-on-3 retake. ZywOo opens up with 1. Oh, and another. Now we look to Kyojin. He smoked the bomb, trying to go for the defuse, and through the smoke, Boomich will deny it.
Yeah, Simple had the knife out. He was running there as well,
there was no way that they were going to let that happen to him.
Yeah, if Boomich doesn't get that kill, Simple certainly stabs him. So nice round from Na'Vi, but yeah, it does feel like Vitality handed that to them on a platter.
Yeah, you know, and that's the thing. I think versus any other team, that would have been a perfectly, reasonable decision to make. But you know that Na'Vi, when I saw that pistol round playing out, I'm sure everyone was thinking, yeah, that's a Na'Vi T-side pistol, right? A slow creep up through mid, just waiting in toilets, hoping to get fed in the fashion that they did.
Yeah, and now it's a force in for Vitality, you know, dangerous Deagles, but if Na'Vi can convert it, suddenly we're going to get a lot closer affair here on the T side. Now, I said if, because there's no guarantee, not with Shox pushed up here on long. Simple's looking at it, but no one's going to be challenging this position. So if at any point Shox doesn't like what he sees, he can press that W key and move in, shuffle behind Na'Vi.
Something else that's beautiful about this is Shock's not peeking is sick because there's so many players in con. If you're Na'Vi, you see all these bodies and you go, oh, it's a con stack. And so right now, all the attention is on dealing with these connector players. Shock's tries to hit that timing, and look at the HPs. They do so much damage, but unfortunately don't get a single kill.
Well, let's not get ahead of ourselves. It's not done yet. Apex has killed Electronic, just charging out B, but with that info, Na'Vi can send the bomb in A. They know the plant at least is a guarantee at this point in the round. And Simple is hanging around spawn, making sure Apex doesn't get cute with it. Very sweaty spot to be in at this point in the round. And I mean, it's an AK being offered up, so Simple just gets out of there, as does Apex. Only to meet somewhere else. Hello.
Yeah, it must feel weird for Apex because like the bomb's down on A, right? And you've seen players at B, you've seen him at mid, you know that they are just all across this map, and so he gets found out, he gets shut down. Na'Vi find the conversion, and now there's an eco round to follow for Team Vitality. The gap's getting closed thanks to this ability to convert on the pistol. Thus far, in both these CT rounds, by the way, we've seen almost like little attempts out of Vitality of using what is standard in the meta, right? Think about the pistol with the boost CT and the beta barrels. You said it's so standard that when you see that boost, you're playing a retake setup. Well, in this round here, they feign the idea of a con stack by all challenging up those stairs to give the illusion that, yeah, we're all here. This is what you should expect in a round like this. I am already a big fan of what we've gotten out of the Vitality CT side, even if the rounds haven't actually followed through from it. Good ideas.
Yeah. It's all ecos at the end of the day. It's all pistols. We're waiting for the guns in the next. And so it's just down to, okay, nice boost. How quickly and how cleanly Na'Vi can take this round away from Vitality. Moving up long and middle. The bomb is late to A, and so of Vitality, but they're still going to be here before the T's start to move in. Simple gets dinked. He's getting spammed through the wall by a Deagle. Dear, oh dear. Nothing is for free in this round. And that might tempt Na'Vi back to the B side. They've seen numbers on A. Boomich checks a connector for a fast flank with nothing activating. Well, not yet at least. Na'Vi are still going to commit with their plan. And really, you know, it is a stat here for Vitality, but it should be a Na'Vi round looking to trade their way into the bomb site. Zywoo's gone down first. Simple turning around to catch this flanker as Perfecto attempts to clean up the front line, and it's easy peasy for Na'Vi, finding all the kills and finding an 8th round. But that was always supposed to go that way. Here's the gun round for Vitality. Here's what they've been waiting for all half long.
Yeah, this is a real test of the metal now for Na'Vi, right? You wanted to embark on a comeback. This was the challenge that was proposed to you on the back of the 5-10 half. You've done well to secure the pistol and get the conversions. This is where the going gets tough. If you are tough, Na'Vi, well, you've got to get going.
Oh my goodness, it's fast for Electronic. He wants the quick B pick. Often you see AWPs do this. I will even did get some kills doing that in the first half. Just fast peeking B. But he just tucks it on short and waits for re-aggro. Not going to be making that mistake, right? If you're Vitality, you don't want to be pushing up here. 5-on-5, first gun round. You really need to pick this up to not let Na'Vi steamroll you back into this T side. So we're getting flashed out. Doesn't deter him. Scoped back up. The bomb's outside of B, you'll notice. So Na'Vi, this could all be ending lower after some top pressure. They're trying to force out these Molotovs from the B bomb site. Make sure the Vitality have nothing left as the time ticks down. If you can, you know, hold your own, if you can keep your stomach together and manage to save your mollies to the last 30 seconds or so, they're going to increase in value hugely. Vitality still have 2 to stop an eventual execute. Simple's coming down B with a bomb yet again. It's unclear at the moment, but with everyone resetting, it's certainly going to be a B play. Vitality have gambled wrong. They've got a 3rd player on A, and they're about to find out the hard way.
Yeah, and Na'Vi are actually moving in with a lot of time left on the clock. I've never been more proud of what I'm seeing. Look at this. In they come, and they can afford for everything to not go right? With kills getting traded left and right, there's still more than enough time to get this bomb down. Vitality having to 3-on-4 this retake. On plant comes in now. And Suter not able to catch a player crossing, and that really should seal the deal on the save, especially with your third player in the retake so far away, already committed to the save in middle.
Yeah, Simple's already hunting as well. He knows it better than anyone. There's someone in playground, but he's going to try and cut off these A rotates. I think he will.
so thrilled, Hugo, that this is the round we got, right? And if Simple is able to take these guns away, it would have been huge. Unfortunately, Masuta gets rid of him. So you don't get like the full benefit of resetting the money of Vitality, bringing them to their knees. They will still have an investment coming on up.
But rounds are rounds, right? Na'Vi are building money. They're getting on the board. This is a very quiet first half. It felt like Na'Vi was sleeping at the wheel. It was only Bit winning them rounds. Then we started to get more out of Electronic. Now Simple's been, AWPing towards the end of that T side or CT side better.
And for their first T-side rifle, that felt decisive. Everyone was on the same page. They moved in together. One of the things that always scares me about Na'Vi's T-side on this map is it doesn't take much for it to start, the wheels to start to fall off. You run out of steam. You're losing to time. But at the minute, everything's looking put together. Yeah, baby, look. Kyojin was so unprepared for that. He was still turned from the Apex flash. Kyojin has still mopped up the kills regardless. It's a nice change of pace out of Na'Vi. However, Kyojin is that buffer stop. He just derails the attempt at a fast round.
Saves Iwu's life, man. He's just completely looking away from the flash and gets put down to 40. Does not die. Oh, the reboost. Oh, the timing. It's jumping. He hits the shot. Simple. Gets dinked mid-air. Can't catch a break right now. Would love the AWP on 7 points of health. And Bit does catch Shocks coming down the connector very early. Vitality knew this was all B, and they tried to throw everybody at the problem. Instead, Na'Vi have now been given a room, a way back in, perhaps, but they're still looking to walk into this B stack. With Shock showing his hand down connector, that should be clear as day. The Vitality know what you're doing. But Na'Vi just don't want to retreat back into lost ground, right? Try and have to retake middle, clear toilets, all of this with 40 seconds. They will decide to do it eventually, but you really have to be quick here, right? This is a round where you wonder what the clock is going to do to Na'Vi, especially with Vitality getting this info. Look at the push from Masuta. He's about to tell his team to rotate up.
Yeah, no, and it's the information that's going to prove to be key here, right? In the grand picture of this round, you would like to actually see more players moving up. It's only one right now looking to join Apex over here in the A bomb site. Masuta's flank timing could be good though. 10 seconds as the push is coming in, and the wrap from Masuta looks to seal the deal. There's just not enough time for Bit. He'll try get the bomb down, but he's a dead man in the smoke. Vitality onto 11.
Poor Na'Vi though, like that's such a that play.
No, that wasn't a classic Na'Vi losing to time. That was just Masuta making a decision with the perfect timing.
Because even those rotates up CT weren't fast enough to stop the bomb. Like if Masuta is not there in that round, if he's not behind them, Na'Vi should have a plant. They should be covering. Like you're not going to get swung on truck. So that is just purely down to Masuta putting on so much pressure from behind. The Vitality can just flood the bomb site. So yeah, really nice round from him. 11-9, and Vitality, and their first of the half. Fast out con for Boomich. He's back in the B short. And nades stacking onto Kyojin. Those were 3 HE grenades Kyojin had to eat. And boy, do they taste bitter. That's one way to find a 5-on-4 for Na'Vi. And ZywOo coming back down into heaven, so Vitality leaning B in this round. It's only Shocks up in toilet.
I like it as well because, one of the things we mentioned in that first half was how when Bit moved into this team, we had a change between him and Boomich on this map. Boomich, a lot of the time, used to find himself lurking over towards toilets. Now that responsibility in all of middle usually gets left to Bit, and Boomich is in with the rest of the team. I really like that. Oh, perfecto. Gonna open up onto Masuta. That's a flash from Boomich to allow them to get that kill in the first place. And at this point, it should be clear to Vitality that this is the B play.
Yeah, ZywOo's here. He's more than ready. Molly gets dropped at 30 seconds. And he's already taken one. Will that deter Na'Vi from this B bomb site? If it does, they've got to get through connector. And Shocks is already here. He's so ready. The early warning system. He's going to get one. Drops the bomb as well. Shocksy mowing them down. And Vitality, a freebie there on the board.
Just listen to that, man. Vitality, always a team that are fun to listen to, right? Who could forget some of the speeches we've heard out of Shox over the years, right? Some of the moments of celebration. Shox is such a high energy guy. When he's the dude going out there, making plays like that happen, making clutches happen, it only hypes him up more, and that spreads like an aura to the rest of the team. That's why he's such a good player to have on your side, mate.
Yeah, and that's the danger of, we were just talking about, you know, when you have this B control and you know that you're walking into a stack, or you see ZywOo at B, and that's a big thing there for Na'Vi. They see ZywOo in pit and they go, no chance I'm going into B. You don't have that mid control, you don't have any map control anywhere else, and so running up connector, you'll knife out, you're thinking it's free, but Shox is all the room in the world, so...
Oh, Shox even drops a little have fun in chat after the tack pause.
Oh, woo! Later.
I think that is actually just him being polite, but it's one of those things where you know that, like, for Na'Vi, they're going to read that, they're going to say, of course the guy who just got 4 is telling us to have fun.
Na'Vi aren't having fun after that round, that's the safest sure. And now Vitality is starting to take the reins off, push a little bit, show some flair. Masuta spotted deep long, and even though he gets out, he was seen by Na'Vi, so that's now a lot of attention on what could be on long. They've got to clear it, they've got to clear toilet, and they're a lot more cautious than maybe they would be. In the meantime, Vitality back all the way up to the A site. Apex re-aggro's on long, which is good considering ZywOo's got his cover. Na'Vi not interested, popping out B water again. Boom is just one nade into B as a fake. We don't have a lot of util here for Na'Vi to be running anything convoluted. And so by throwing that molly, it certainly looks like Na'Vi want to walk up mid and take this A round, but Apex, not again. The big flank, this info, this map control. Oh, he gets gooshed. That's not pretty. Molly in the toilet. They're not going to go through, though. Apex gets a chance to back up into the bomb site, maybe even take the AWP if he's audacious, but why remove it from the hands of ZywOo? Instead, reposition on the toilet.
Yeah, Simple is hoping that he can be the scalpel to make this first incision into the bomb site. Instead, yeah, Apex flashed in by ZywOo. Optimistic. Bit's gonna beat him in that head-to-head. Kyojin has dealt with the lurk in B, but the A player is now looking to follow through. ZywOo on the long side, a head-to-head between him and Simple. No, denied. Perfecto, the man to collect the kill. Simple continuing to spearhead this on the AWP, but might not be needed. Oh no, he is needed. Simple's come in and gotten rid of Shox, or Kyojin rather, leaving it all on Shoxy. 1v2, as mentioned, a name synonymous with clutches. But this 1v2, up against Bit in this form, and Simple still alive. It's a hell of a crossfire to try and get past. And Shox might just have to concede.
Yeah, he's not moving a muscle, man. He's not blinking, but maybe he should be thinking about saving. Nothing coming to him. He's got to go to them or go away. Simple's not even hunting in the post plot, he's backing out, and yeah, that's the round for Na'Vi, up to 10. That was a 10-second hit into the bomb site, Harry. That had to go perfectly, and it did. Kyojin on the truck, spamming Bit on the plant, and he's shooting just centimeters above his head. If he shoots lower, if he gets that kill, it's done. There's no time for a plant, and it's a Vitality round. That's what it comes down to at the end of the day. Unfortunate stuff on that smoke spam. And Na'Vi live to fight another round. A 10-5 half, Harry, that's closed up very quickly.
It's huge when you consider what they brought with them into that round, right? It was a very much cobbled together force by, yes, you had the AWP on Simple, yes, you had an AK in play, but that really was the extent of it. You know, that first kill that Bit's able to get on the back of flashing Apex through the short side, that was the smoking gun almost, right? That kick-started the entire play into that site. Simple as well. We finally get a round out of him. It's not like he got some crazy multi-kill or anything like that, but he landed the shots he had to hit to save the round.
Yeah. And that's all you need at the end of the day. Here we go. Back in now. And Na'Vi with their second wind here in this T side. What a recovery. Are they really going to go the full distance? Are they really going to pull this game back? Shox is in con once again, and he's caught Boomich caught in the air with a MAC-10. Shox is now trapped here, though. He's got a lot of support in middle, but many more players crawling through blue.
Mate, though, look at mid. Look at this setup. Like, yeah, you know, Shox down in con. They know about him. They've tagged him down low. It's by design. You're hoping that they go for trades on Shoxy and walk into this heavy mid presence. They are running into it, and Na'Vi are piecing together exactly what's going on in this round. They lose the party player. We're going to have one of these guys go back to get the bomb, because at this point, they've seen 3 up on A.
Yeah, absolutely. Kyojin waited so long to activate, and that's all the more reason Na'Vi were never ready for a third guy, and really a fourth guy. Nice and clear for Electronic to find Apex in the back of Monster. He was about to kill the short players. Shox is in from CT with a response, and Vitality are playing for a retake here. It's certainly winnable, but look who they're up against.
Yeah, it's that duo of Simple and Electronic. We might not have had to say their names much, but late game, this is where we wanted them to get activated. This is the time to show it. Shox has opened this retake possibility up by bringing it into a 3-on-2 in the first place. Simple and Electronic, they're playing it together. Brothers in arms, side by side, till the end of the round. Up close, Shox takes the swing. Oh, a follow-up out of Electronic, and they'll close it out. A 2-on-3, and Simple and his best mate in Electronic see it through to the very end.
Yeah, no kills for Simple, but he's hitting tags there. He's hitting people through the pillar, and Electronic finds 4 kills, man. Kyojin's head just sticking out behind that plant. And it's enough for Electronic to grab the round. My goodness, yeah, you would always bet on these two in these clutch situations, in these little 2v3s down in the B bomb site. And Na'Vi, what a competitive comeback. What a game we're getting. This was 10-5. This was feeling like Na'Vi were not the team that we've been waiting for here on LAN. But in the second half, they've shown up in a big way.
Yeah, it's nice, right? You kind of breathe a bit of a sigh of relief because now you're in familiar territory, right? Now you're saying to yourselves, okay, yes, we had a slow start, but come on, that's kind of, that's kind of synonymous with the Na'Vi brand, is sometimes it does take him a while to get into a series.
Yeah, Na'Vi likes starting tournaments slow, They did win their opening game, but in doing so, dropped a map to the Renegades. Nothing wrong with that. The win is all that matters at the end of the day. As Na'Vi are teaching us in this map. May have been a strong start for the French, but you would not know it if you just joined. Broken by, Shox with the rifle, everyone else on Deegs. ZywOo's alone on A as well. Typically wouldn't be a problem, but he's certainly not armed for the job right now, and Na'Vi are starting to move up with heavy numbers in mid and long. Even Electronic leaving that B bomb site. He's been prone to lurking out Monster and coming in late short as well towards B, so this is a full commit for Na'Vi. That re-smoke is an annoyance, though. Might make them doubt it, try and get some more info. And they're not the only ones who want to know what's going on. Vitality have double push Monster, and that should allow for a bit more lean at A.
Yeah, they're going to need it as well. ZywOo's Deagle in with kill number 1, but out through long. There's more pouring into the site. They lose everyone here. Apex concedes and lets them get this bomb down. Vitality at this point putting it all on Kyojin's wrap, and he's decapitated by Electronic. The kills are in for Na'Vi, and it's a nice, clean round. A dominant push up into A. They don't let the Deagles get away with murder.
I always get so scared now when I'm seeing bomb plants come down at 10 seconds. Like, I know you're still under control. You still got it. But man, some of these rounds are cutthroat. All it's going to take is, one kill to come in, and Vitality can sneak rounds past the keeper. It's exactly what we saw the other time with Kyojin almost getting bit off the bomb. Rounds like these, we see Na'Vi faltering. And so as Vitality come back in with their best buy in some time, Na'Vi need to have their wits about them.
Yeah, this time even featuring the double AWP between ZywOo and Shox, so it's going to be a treat that we get to see that here in round 25. Masuta flashed, taking an aggro peek at short, and he's able to escape capture as well. Simple was hoping to get that trade. It's denied by the Molotov. This is a nice opener out of Vitality. They're even setting him up to go again.
Man, doesn't know when to quit, but he sees no one there. Perfecto's tucked in, and we've got this boost up. We've already seen Apex jump shot Simple on the dink, so don't count him out. With the flash, he goes for the peak, but you can't really see directly below you. Perfecto should be covered, and he hears all this noise as well. He knows there's 3 on B. He's told his team, and so as a result, Na'Vi have rotated round spawn side, moving up on long with the bomb. Still got to get past some AWPs, though, 2 of which are sat back in A. ZywOo has toilet shock, has long, and he gets flashed off the angle. If he shot there, he would have had an immediate kill. Instead, he's popped back into it and sees Simple jumping as well. Oh, it's so close. Na'Vi, 30 seconds. Are they really going to commit?
I mean, hey, dude, they've got to, right? Shox is really taking liberties now, pushing through the toilets, holding on, and they got to go through this smoke. Shox is just not giving them the room nor the respect. And with 15 seconds left, this bomb still on the back of Bit. It's looking like a save for Na'Vi. The slow round and the problems it can cause rear its ugly head again in round 25. I say again, really, for the first time for this Na'Vi squad. And it's all on the back of Shox, taking some initiative, pushing up into the toilets. With the kills he provides, they are enough to deter Na'Vi from even attempting the round.
That's more of a classic Na'Vi round, though. That's something we've seen before, right? So not going to be, you know, that's, I guess, one benefit, right? Like, Na'Vi have been through that 1,000 times. They're not going to be flustered by it. They're not going to get tilted at this point in the game. It's 12-13. Bit's having a hell of a match. As long as they can get him in the right position, then hopefully he can keep performing here. On a Galil, sadly, this time around. We have some boosting going on at B. Meanwhile, Shox pushed up on long. Best simple. So ZywOo not needed to take down.
I love that they do the triple boost early as well. Like, you know, that would be the last thing you're anticipating, especially in like a 4-buy round. Normally that's reserved when you've got Deagles, when you need a bit of a gimmick to get away with something. Oh. Nice opener out of Electronic, and he just bounds out of B.
That's really sick as well, right? Like, not overcommitting. He would have been so alone there. He would have been on an island completely. So being able to back out and keep the 4-on-4 intact gives Na'Vi the advantage here. So where will they go? Bit's got the AWP now. Can't be against it. He's got so many kills, and Vitality are starting to read things better. They've stacked B fully. One dude left up on this top site. It's ZywOo. He doesn't need your help, but Na'Vi might.
Oh, we got the Apex flash lined up as well. That's to take a monster peek. Most of the push, though, is coming in from short, and that shot missing onto Apex gives him another chance. Shox down in water, annihilates the attempt at the short play, and Bit is left saving. Once again, just relegated to backing off with a gun, trying to hold it into the next round. This puts Vitality up onto 14, and the AWP is really the only thing that Na'Vi are going to have to lean on up against this scoreline. Yeah. Vitality are now pulling ahead, and they've got Na'Vi right where they want them.
Yeah, it's kind of forcing Na'Vi to play for OT here, right? Like, Bit, you know, half of you wants to throw the gun to Simple, and then the other half of you realizes that not only do you have 29 kills, but you have $100. You can't buy anything. Someone give him a Deagle. He's got armor. But yeah, this is quite a predicament for Na'Vi. A big comeback in this T side might all be in vain. Vitality, with Shox to the helm, performing like this, finding 3 pieces off the AWP. Nothing can go wrong. And so Na'Vi, they put some money in, they save some for a rainy day. And right now it's pouring.
Yeah, man. You see guys like Shox, right? He is someone who, you can just tell from talking to him about CS, he has got such a passion for the game. He's been around the block, right? He is one of these legends who had his career forged in the fires of LAN, right? And so it must mean a hell of a lot to him being back on it. He's playing lights out right now. And he has really been like one of these determining factors as to why Vitality at this point in the game maybe about to lock in their map pick of Overpass if they can get past this mishmash of an investment on the Nautispin CS side. You do have the AWP on Simple, saved by Bit, but that's really the only threat up against you. Shox is still waiting patiently as well. Like, this position from him has been gnarly. He's gonna get a swing, and the Deagle takes his head off. That's Bit opening the roundup. He really has just been a reoccurring hero in this story of Na'Vi's comeback. Apex is getting spammed at long. They know about him. They've got him trapped. He's so low and now dealt with on the Deagle. Bit's double down. Simple will come in with another. And this duo of Simple and Bit, they've just made this round happen for Na'Vi. It is a damn good thing that Simple dropped that Deeg over like you asked, Hugo.
My oh my, yeah, and Bit just runs wild there, right? Not just killing Shox in the toilet, who has had an incredible game on this orb, but then just jumps over Truck and finds Apex as well. Great pressure for Na'Vi to keep spamming that long smoke to never let Apex get comfortable. My oh my, that's twice now Na'Vi have won that exact round, right? This time with even less. Last time they had an AWP, a rifle, and pistols. This time they didn't even have that rifle, just AWP and pistols. And they somehow pick it up. Double entry off the Deeg. And Na'Vi keep on keeping on. 13 rounds. It's not like this is going to do much to the Vitality economy. They can continue to buy for now, but that's really a sitter. That's a round that Vitality were looking to lock in for free. That was Na'Vi opting to play for overtime. Instead, they've been given another chance. They've been given the option to win it out here in Reg. And so 4-buy follows. Vitality can't get ahead of themselves. It's a bit awkward. Na'Vi saved a double AWP, so you're not going to, turn your nose up at that. You're not going to throw it away, but at the same time, running a double AWP on the T side of Overpass, you're hoping that Vitality give you those kills to a certain degree. Can't commit with executes with an AWP, not in the same way. I'm sure Simple can. But wow, what a game we're getting out of both these teams. Solo orb this time for Vitality. ZywOo's been often left alone on this A site. Does have Shox with him, who doesn't buy any grenades, so implying the Shox wants to make a bit of a move, wants to get involved in this round and just fight. Also means he's kept some money in case things go wrong, right? And we end up at 14-14. Then Vitality will still be able to somewhat invest. So definitely worth the risk. And Shox has been hitting all of his shots really in this game anyway, so I don't want to see him play with nades regardless. Na'Vi want long. And there shouldn't be too much in the way of that.
Yeah, there is this player, tucked in as they move up. But that's something to worry about when you get there. Apex waiting close. He doesn't actually have anyone back in the site either to help him in this position. So he's out on his own little island right now. Shox, rather, getting pressured on the long side and does respond with the first, but it's traded immediately after. A 4-on-4. It's information at least, right? Bit being the man to get that kill means the bomb has been spotted. They just saw it over here at long. With 30 seconds left, it's not leaving much to the imagination as to where this round's looking to end up. And yet still, Vitality aren't pulling rotations up yet. They're still waiting. So ZywOo is going to have to make magic happen. He's pushed up close to the toilets. He's lost his teammate back in the site. And Perfecto sidelines ZywOo out of the round. In with the double. And Perfecto and Bit do it all to find 14 for Na'Vi.
We've had everyone get an AWP kill here for Na'Vi except for Electronic. All 4 other players have been running this AWP in this map. Boomich had it one round on the CT side. Bit picked it up as well for a round here in the second half. And man, it doesn't matter who holds it. Anyone can get the job done. Great stuff from Perfecto. Bit again, doubling down on the A site. And Kyojin's just trying to save. Electronic does not want to let that happen. He's here for the exit. He's here to take everything away from Vitality, and their money is not pretty either. Kyojin looking the wrong way, but he flicks back in time for the kill. And he should be good to get away. I say that Perfecto last second is not enough. And so one gun kept on, and yeah, you definitely buy it here if you're Vitality. You got to figure that one out, throw some guns over, get ZywOo and AWP. Make sure Shox has a rifle. But what a recovery for Na'Vi, right? Multiple times in this half did I think surely Vitality were ready to close it out. Especially when we had that eco with a hero orb that Na'Vi got to find 13 and avoid playing for OT.
No, it's actually really pretty as well because this Na'Vi slow T-side style has been working brilliantly. Vitality don't feel comfortable to rotate when they see the bomb with 30 seconds left, right? There could have been a world where Na'Vi were trying to late drop Con into a B play, and so you didn't feel safe having those players make the call to come up ahead of time. And that is where this Na'Vi T side is at its strongest. When it gets you doubting the the things you see with your own eyes, that's how you know you're well and truly where you want to be.
Even little other things, right? Like re-aggressing and taking short water in the mid-round, right? You don't know whether Electronic is sitting outside there. You don't know whether someone's lurking in the old get-right spot. So, yeah, it's a bit scary. Here's ZywOo back in middle, shocks alongside him, and Boomage caught throwing flashes, jumping in the air. It's a disaster for Na'Vi to start, but they can always pick up the pieces. ZywOo looking to put them in boxes, and so he has done to Simple with the AWP, re-aggressing on shore. And I love this back and forth for Vitality. You never know where this AWP is going to be, constantly changing spots. Electronic waiting in the fade. ZywOo re-aggresses, and he catches Electronic looking the wrong way. This is just a field day right now for ZywOo and Shoxy. They've even got a third rotate, not that they'll need it. Molly's going to push Perfecto forward, and ZywOo does not stop. 3 in the round, looking for the 4th. Bit will trade, but he's going no further than that. 15-14. Vitality finally lock in OT at a very least.
Yeah, right. That's a bit of a sigh of relief, but you can't let your foot off the pedal yet, right? It's not over till it's over. Even though overtime is a nice little safety net, it means, you haven't just lost if Na'Vi win this next one. It could still end up being a Na'Vi game if you get there. So if you're Vitality, this is where you need to give it your all. If last round was 100%, this needs to be 120. You want to get it to bed before this comeback becomes even a possibility for Na'Vi.
Yeah, with some of the players that we're seeing from Na'Vi, right, you can't count them out of doing the impossible. Bits on 34 kills right now. What a debut. Triple boost dropped off again. And Na'Vi, they've just been going back to these slow A walks. Even though it doesn't work in the previous, they want to try it once more. ZywOo's on B early with the AWP. He will be beginning to rotate up as things are very quiet. Boomage getting run boosted along even, just trying to put an AWP off. Good AWP certainly can hit the shot though. Na'Vi taking the bomb back to B. Simple with the AWP here. No utility on him, but his team do have enough to run a couple of fakes here, keep some pressure on A. I love the deep long smoke. No info for Apex, right? He has no idea if 4 players in Na'Vi are creeping up behind that smoke right now. That's just an unknown quantity here for Vitality. 40 seconds. Na'Vi are coming back down connector and resetting in the spawn. It's a B hit into the 2-man hold. Do I smell overtime cooking?
Oh, well, it could, but here was Kyojin trying to keep that a distant dream. Deals with the first man peeking. That's Electronic, and now a re-smoke down in Monster. That's only going to complicate matters. Na'Vi are having a rush on through, and Kyojin knocking them down. Masuta here to help him out. 12 seconds for Na'Vi. Time could start to be a problem, and it might be the thing that takes this all away from them. Vitality locking them up. 16-14. They get it over the line. The full 30 rounds were needed. Oh my word! And there's still more to come. Na'Vi have got to try and rebound on their map pick in just a moment.
First game is online.
Okay.
What's the score of this game?
Online.
Online. Okay, what you got?
It's close.
Did you get there?
I got 16, 14.
16 first, 16, 13. Doesn't get closer than that.
I mean, I've seen a lot of Na'Vi and Gambit games. They've all been like very close.
Yeah.
It's like, it's either this or like an OT for sure.
Okay, what do you got?
Yeah, what do you got?
Oh, went to overtime.
Yeah. Okay.
I like it.
So Gambit win for both you guys?
Yeah.
Yes.
16-12 and 16-13. Like very close.
Yeah, very close. I think it's gonna be like 70% of the times that played. That's my feeling like.
So Gambit wins it both in this case.
Yeah.
Okay, so take the first page off. The same game, but this one is on LAN.
Ah, now it's LAN.
LAN final. Serious shit.
Yeah, I think almost the same.
Если Гамбит дойдут до финала на лане, они также наберутся опыта и лана, и они будут так же играть, как и в интернете. Я думаю, что они выиграют у Нави. Если они будут гореть победой, то я думаю, что они будут сильнее в финале.
Не сильно поменяется на лане или в онлайне. И в целом в Нави тоже есть игроки, которые не так опытные на лане, например, как Бит. Поэтому и Гамбит до этого играли на ланах еще, когда они назывались Гамбит Youngsters. Поэтому я думаю, это не сильно изменится.
What you got?
The score's the same. I still believe it'll be the same.
I changed it.
Yeah?
Well, I had to change something. I'm sorry, calling Nav onliners right now.
Nah, Navi has got the experience, so they're gonna squeak out like the last few rounds. You know,
They have a couple new players though. Don't forget about that.
But you know, watch. Simple's like, trust me, it's gonna be close, like 14-14. Then Simple's gonna go off the last 2 rounds.
Okay, show us what you got. Oh shit! What is it this big a difference?
Yeah.
Why?
Because Gambit is a really good team. I think they're gonna perform in LAN, but maybe not directly and not in front of the crowd. You know, if you don't live this experience, you cannot imagine what is it. And I think even it's bad for them if it can be really good, but it's not the same. And they are out of the comfort zone, I think, and they can play differently. But I respect them, and I think they're gonna perform well on LAN too.
Okay, Gambit still wins in both cases.
Yes.
Yes.
You think they're that good? They will always.
Yes.
Yeah. I don't think this LAN will be like we choke them.
Yeah, they're playing together, so I think they'll have the same results.
We walk away from Overpass with a victor, 16-14 in the way of Vitality, one that got down to the wire. Of course, a lot of question marks. When we look at the Nodus Vincere side of their Navi for short, welcome back, everybody. This is the Intel Extreme Masters, and we've got a great day of matches still ahead of us. Jason, and, well, it's on.
I'm here.
Oh,
He's
hey.
there.
me.
Oh, it's just a floating voice. It's like the Wizard of Oz.
Yeah, exactly.
God, is that you?
Yeah, is that my conscience?
Hey, Yanko.
Some have called me like that, yes.
Oh, okay. Well, Yanko, what do you think with what you're seeing right now from Vitality, from Simple? What are you looking at?
Yeah, I mean, for Vitality, a great game, kind of shows why we consider them to be favorites on this map. I think for both teams, T-side's a little bit similar in a sense of winning the pistol round, converting, a good start early on, getting the reset and so on. But I think for Vitality, you could see the preparation, knowing that, for example, Navi likes to play close monster. On B, they have had a couple of endings to rounds with, set flashes. We saw, Boomage get full blinded, them getting the entry kills and just kind of playing post plans from there.
So we also look at the can openers, what I'll just dub it right now. Kyoijin over on the side of Vitality. Definitely put in his work, Jason.
Yeah, I mean, he didn't light the scoreboard up with numbers or anything like that, but certainly had some really impactful kills. And obviously, coming down to the wire, he had that solid defense at Monster to really put a bow in the game. For me, I'm impressed that Vitality's able to come out in this, but I'm also impressed that Navi's able to stick into it, considering it's an extremely quiet game from Simple. They get bailed out in a big way by Bit being so impressive. And by the way, he had a very good tournament at the RMR just a week ago as well. And I think it's going to be less and less of a surprise seeing him play well within this Navi team. It seems to start being a little bit more consistent. I don't expect him to get like this hard of a carry mode that often, but we're going to start seeing better performances out of him because he's putting it together.
And I think we need to hit that point a bit further, right? He's only 18 years old as well. First big LAN, 35 kills. It wouldn't be possible for, Navi outside of Simple Electronic to imagine anyone else having that many kills. And Kyojin, sure, he is a rookie. I hope I don't look like that when I talk, but Kyojin is a rookie, but he's 22, right? Like, so he's more mature just as a human being, right? And older. So for a bit, great performance for him, and shows once again that there's no doubt about him being an upgrade over Flamey, that there's a lot more firepower in Navi right now.
And you know, just around here, we start to think about, you know, what's going forward with Nuke. If Vitality would have lost that, there was a little bird in the green room a little earlier saying, you know what? They probably would have just get wiped on Nuke. Do you agree with that, Jason? Is it very possible that that would have been the outcome?
Yeah, it's very possible. I think teams are a little bit more resilient than we've generally. Sometimes we like to ride that storyline pretty hard. I think teams are pretty resilient when it comes to resetting between maps. But I mean, certainly Vitality, especially with an emotional guy on the team like Apex, you never know how that could kind of spiral. I'm really impressed as well. Shox had another good game on Overpass. I think the last time we saw him play on Overpass, Shox was a huge factor to Vitality winning. So he's showing that he's a very important piece of this Vitality puzzle. On the T side, he's able to have a lot of information. CT side, he likes to push up and be aggressive when he has the opportunities. And he works really well within the game plan that Vitality had today.
Yeah, and Vitality's game plan's got to carry over, Yanko.
And listen, yeah, and I also want to say, you know, on 14-12, the round after this one, we saw Navi win like a pistol, basically an eco, right? And I thought at that point they were going to at least get into overtime. There was a couple unfortunate rounds beforehand for Vitality, you know, the one where Kyojin doesn't kill the bomb planter with the time running low, right? He gets killed by Simple. Navi wins that round, forces Vitality on an eco and so on. I thought that was going to break them mentally, but they showed some great resilience towards the end and still being able to close it out. You know, it starts playing with your head that you got 10 rounds ST and all of a sudden the score is, you know, 14-14, right? It's not supposed to be that close. So props to them for staying composed and closing it out in regulation.
Speaking of 14, that's what Big just went up to over against Liquid. That's the second match
Hey,
of the series. Hey, man, it's good to see you down there, Yanko. It's nice of you to join us. Liquid down by 2. They're 14-12 right now. Big with the upper hand. Of course, that being an elimination game. That's not where Liquid want to find themselves. That's just a little bit of a B-stream update for you guys. That's going to be a rough one, Jason.
Yeah, I wouldn't like to see that at all. I'd like to see them progress a little bit further, and obviously they would too. I mean, that's going to be tough for both teams to handle.
How far do you want it to go, Jason, before they lose?
Go on.
I feel like it's fair for all parties involved.
Yeah, you guys made it far enough to be happy. I'm happy. No, it's not about that. I really do want to see them do well, and that's a tough place to be, and they've got some obstacles to overcome, and I know with Eric coming in, they were pretty confident that he's going to be able to help them through it. Regardless, we've got a beautiful map number 2 coming up here, don't we, Trace?
We definitely do. Jason, thank you so much for those nice, kind words you said. You're not used to saying all those nice things, and I understand. We look at Nuke, and really for these two teams, this is the time to shine. This is an upper bracket semifinal, and they find themselves in a pretty good spot, all things considered. This won't be an elimination game, which does go a long way. But then again, you also get to stack up with the sides of Heroic and Astralis should you win this one. So
and
it doesn't
it's
get
pretty
much
cutthroat. You don't want to get into the lower bracket, right? I mean, the team who loses this game goes up against FaZe, who has been on an upwards trend, especially on LAN. I don't think anyone really wants to face them on LAN. So yeah, Navi, we've seen them have slow starts to series. We're moving on to their own map pick here for Nuke. I would say keep an eye out for Electronic. He's very active towards that yard area, right? Getting flashed in through smokes, just positioning himself very well, and usually has a lot of impact on Nuke CT side.
For us, that's all the time we have. We're going to be going to a break, and when we come back, we have Nuke between Navi and Vitality. That's Simple versus ZywOo, in case you need a quick catch-up. We'll be right back, everybody.
All right, let's go. First to 10.
Oublie pas sur le nez, chat. Hein.
Ouais.
Je t'ai casqué 2 fois. Quoi? Bon, je crois que Deagle c'est ton arme. This guy is freaking strong with Deagle.
Kill me, Matou.
Break this? Oh, okay.
Where are you?
Here. Can we change weapon?
Let's change weapon or...
Ah ouais, j'ai oublié que tu pouvais. Bon, on va se calmer, Kevin.
Ah, t'es Matou.
Nice, the comeback is real. Bon, cliquez.
He's playing on my PC, that's not normal.
Oh.
Oh. Non, Matou.
Okay.
T'es sûr?
I'm back. I'm gonna fuck you up. Oh.
Ok, nice shot. Où es-tu? Fuck.
Right. What the fuck? Ok, ça va être...
Stylé, hein, pour vrai. Hein. Pourquoi on n'a pas ça, nous? Ouf. Nasty.
I need another weapon. I'm not good with this.
Don't kill me, Imo. Kimato, j'arrive. Coming.
I'm coming also.
What? So fast?
I'm gonna win this.
Okay, let's lose.
I'm gonna lose this.
It's just the way we live, we own it. Can't stop, we love the thrill, we know it. It's just the way we live, we're grown kids. Just the way we live.
We're all hungry, we're all ready to embark on a second map here. Na'Vi's map pick, and after a full 30 rounder to chow down on already, I have a feeling we're in for a treat here as we move onto the home turf of Na'Vi.
Yeah, my stomach's certainly rumbling. Na'Vi, last 3 games they've played on this map, they've dropped 13 rounds. That's not each time, that's a cumulative. So they've really been out for blood on Nuke as of late. Had some really great T-sides, destroyed Renegades in this tournament here. So yeah, Vitality, they may be up a map, but it is no easy feat to keep up the heat here on number 2. It's Nuke, and let's get into it.
Yes, pistol round underway. It's Vitality with a CT side start, as you probably come to expect. What with this being Na'Vi's map pick, and look at this. Oh, fast into the A-bomb site. Nobody's home. It's just Kyojin in main. This is free as hell for Na'Vi. Even they're shocked at how much real estate they've been given here. A heavy ramp setup, retaking A.
The thing that is a little bit weird, oftentimes, if it's a retake A setup, you have a player with flashbangs that would normally be Apex, right? To flash these players through heaven. Without them, they've got to go in dry. They've not checked for simple. How hasn't this been commed across? Finally, they've dealt with him. It's a 2-on-2. Vitality could still win this pistol round somehow. They're both low, but Apex has a kit, and that might prove to matter a hell of a lot on the bomb. He turns back round, and double up from Shoxy. Not enough time left to win the round. Cracking shots, though.
Yeah. No, you're right, Harry. Those flashes feel like the make or break there for Vitality, right? They're heavy on ramp. I think Apex probably bought a smoke or something for ramp. He had a kit. He'd spent his money.
Yeah, I saw one bit of utility in play, which I assumed was going to be the flashbang for a retake.
No, I guess he just smoked on native ramp, and yeah, no flashes for Heaven. That's what you want. But you're also hoping Na'Vi aren't rushing A. You're hoping they're going into your stack. And when they don't, well, that's a very difficult retake. Nice try, honestly, considering they, didn't check for simple for that long. And they also were a man down from the get-go. So, Na'Vi on the board. That's more what we want to see, these dirty, deadly T-sides. For the boys in blue, it's going to be outside. 3 players fighting with the Force pistols. Pushed up close. Electronic getting caught by Mizuta. That's a freebie. Get the gun and get out alive. It's going to force Na'Vi's hand into the ramp.
Yeah, Shox trying to hold on, but doesn't want to give this kill away. Just has to drop into the B site. He does have an early rotation here, and a third man's even moving in to join now as well. Apex is 5-7, can't find a thing. Masuta will reclaim one, but it is immediately responded to by Na'Vi. A bomb plant now coming in, a 2v2 retake. Kyojin and Masuta. By all accounts, it's the 2 younger guns left in this one. Masuta going to try and lead the charge. Deeg simple out and leaves it on Perfecto. Masuta's impact in this round has been unreal. Can he get it over the line? Can he complete it? No. Taken off that defuse. And no time for Kyojin. He's not being given the fight. He's not being given the peak. Perfecto has just saved Na'Vi's bacon, mate, and got them a second by playing this 1v2 to perfection.
Yeah, it's a fry up. Oh no, he's out of ammo. It's down to the pistol, chasing down Kyojin. He can't get the kill, but Perfecto did play that, as his name would suggest, perfectly. Never giving up the kill in the 1v1, never giving Kyojin the chance, playing with the door, playing with the window, and denying the defuse. Na'Vi find a 2-0 lead. Very, very close, though, considering that force buy for Team Vitality. And it was temptation enough, Harry, right? Mizuta getting the D, doing a lot of damage with that Galil. Vitality going to rebuy. They may find 4 or all 5 kills, but no round. However, that's more than enough reason to reinvest. Their buy is almost, if not better, than Na'Vi's. AKs are out. Zywoo's been given his. And Electronic is crossing outside very quick. The smokes are down. There's no info here for Vitality, but they do have Apex and lower. How ready is he for contact? Jumping back in the vent, the call has been made that, hey, they could slip down through this smoke. And so Apex has a lot to watch, and he doesn't know which one's coming first.
I'm so on the fence about this call to force. Like, a big part of me loves it. I love the confidence of trying to disrupt the early Na'Vi game plan, try to take advantage of all the damage you did in that second round. But the flip side is, right, if Na'Vi do manage to pick this up, it's going to dig you quite the hole.
Yeah, I think it's so worth it, right? Like, there's almost no reason to not do it, just because of how effective these low, priced weapons are, and the fact that you have the AK as well kept on. Oh dear, Apex needs to watch out. They're hunting him down. He gets more than he bargained for. Mizuta dropping B with 1, and he's looking to follow up. Maybe up the vent is where Na'Vi will have to escape, but they're getting met in the middle. Zywoo's dropped down to his death, and this is all up in the air right now. Na'Vi own ramp. They will be committing to B after all. That vent player is going to have to double back.
Do they know about
They have no idea he got out the door. He's dropped the bomb.
There's a low HP player in double as well, so this fight is left on to bit. Dinged on the swing. Shox, he's only got tiny little margins. He's trapped in a cage, and yet he's still fighting, backed into a corner. The claws are out. Shoxy with the clutch, and it's all 4, baby. Vitality. They win that round. The force buy
It's all Shocks.
Unreal, man. Well, that's why we see these reinvestments, Harry. That's why we see Vitality putting the money in. Little MP9 that does it all. My, oh my, these close couple of rounds, and finally Vitality break through. Took back-to-back buys, but Shocks gets it done, and now the AK is kept by Shocks this time around. That's what you like to see. ZywOo's even got an AWP, and that's Na'Vi's money busted before it even began. They never had 5 AKs. That was Mac 10's Galils and a couple of guns. So already thrown up into the air and crashing down to the ground with only Tech-9s and Deagles. Not fun for Na'Vi. Is this an A split? Got Boomich above main. He's just hiding. He doesn't want to show a face yet. Smoke actually landing for main. So Boomich is going to try and flash himself to CT, going round the world, attempting this hell wrap. Now, it's not going to be easy with CTs here. No, he drops into his own smoke. Even Vitality were trying to cover the hell wrap. And now the A site belongs to Na'Vi. ZywOo's firing in pot shots to stop the vent drop, but he can't hit more than one shot. Bit's dead. Kyojin swings out with his teammate through the main smoke, but it's all running out of ammo. And Na'Vi are winning the fight. This force for Boomich is a 3K off the Tech-9, and that's all Na'Vi needed. It might force the save.
Yeah, ZywOo, man, he's you know, as good as he is, even he's writing this one off. He doesn't want to put the AWP in the hands of Na'Vi, and you don't want to go running into Boomich after he's had a round like that. Where's this come from, Boomich?
Unreal, man. Yeah, that main drop was perfect, because when he throws the main smoke and starts like flashing hell and making it look like he's dropping CT, that garage player, instead of trying to cover a main play, goes all the way back and watches hell and watches CT from garage. So yeah, Boomich completely duped him. He duped me, and then he just drops into that main smoke on an A hit. Great shots with the Tech-9 as well. And so the force buys, Harry, well, they are very much on our plate. Back and forth. Double buy for Vitality, and Na'Vi do more with less.
And talk about a different look when compared to Overpass, right? Like, this is from the get-go, right? You had a force buy in the second round, finding all 5 kills for Vitality. Then another force in round number 3, where Shocks wins a 1v4 clutch. Now we have a force buy back from Na'Vi with Boomich on the entry, main drop it in, and stealing a round back. It is competitive from the word go here on Nuke. However, as we look at this, right, if you think about the longevity of these force buy wars and the fashion in which they've gone down in, Na'Vi are massively favored now.
Oh dear, it's fast out the hut and out the door. Boomich is so blinded. Deagle finally gets a kill, but Shocks is left with one shot to make it count, and he cannot. Bit tag, finished off by Apex, who's again swinging through this main smoke and finds a lot of damage in doing so. ZywOo all that stands suddenly, and this is a bit of a weird one. They don't know he's here.
He just took CT vent. Apex was in this position, but now they get the info. ZywOo's gonna win that 1v1 to Perfecto, and Simple's back in main. Temporarily, ZywOo's got a 1v1. Simple, lurking in late, through the vents, might surprise ZywOo.
ZywOo knows Simple was outside. He's trying to read him. He's trying to read the rotate. He doesn't know that Simple's actually flanked him instead of coming down secret. And this is gonna leave ZywOo forced to save. He's wasted so much time waiting in the wrong position for a lurker. He can't go for it. But that's really not a huge problem. Like, at the end of the day, it's not an easy clutch. You'd be giving Simple an AWP. You'd much rather keep it for your next force buy if you go back in. Really, at this point, maybe it's time for Vitality to call it and let that loss bonus begin to build. Because your first gun round, your first proper buy, is going to be severely delayed. We're 4-1 in.
So now, right, you got like a hero AWP round out of ZywOo. That's essentially what Apex is going to have to say to the guy, right? Gonna have to look at him, look down the line and say, look, you are our hope in this round. If anything was ever going to happen, it's got to come off of ZywOo with the hero AWP.
ZywOo, go kill.
And oftentimes he would look you dead in the eye back and he'd say, yes. It is that going to happen versus Na'Vi. They're back to the fast A plays. These have been working brilliantly. I love the fact that they're just following through with what's working as well, right? Sometimes you see things maybe overcomplicate things. These A plays, you know you've been ahead in terms of the money. They just haven't had the utility to stop them. So they just keep repeating it, never getting deterred by the fact that they could get lobby crunched, right? Or they could get pushed. Full confidence, full steam ahead, and a 5-1 scoreline secured for Na'Vi.
Perfecto got that spot for Electronic onto Masuta as well from Roof. And Apex might find a gun. That's a kill to Boomich. Bye-bye. Going to try and follow ZywOo, get this weapon out into the next round. He's getting hounded down. But even Electronic won't go through that smoke to certain death. Regardless, Na'Vi are more than happy with how this game's going. 5-1 on the T side right now. It was more of a comeback story right in the first map. They got a 5-round CT half. It was them trying to keep the game going in their T side. Well, now it feels even better. Just coming out of the gate, storming, and not giving Vitality any room to breathe.
Yeah, it does come with like a bit of a caveat in that, this is like the first rifle v rifle round that we're gonna get, right? We've had like 4 spies mainly up until now, and so even when you've had rifles on both teams, there's always been limitations. It's always been just a couple, or Galils in play, or SMGs complementing it all. Now we get the proper head-to-head, and anything we're lacking is an AWP in Simple's hands to really get the creme de la creme. We might not even really see him lean into it too much till later on in this game. Right now, just a bonus round out of Na'Vi. I say bonus, right? Because of how the nature of this game started, it's a very well-endowed bonus round.
Yeah, they want another A hit as well. Look at this util coming in. Again, the hut roof molly, everything landing, and it's full blanket fire in every corner, every position. Kyojin fully chunked by the molly. He was blind from the get-go, and he sits from 100 to 0 in the flames. Even ZywOo back at the site was getting burnt out of position. That's a triple molly A take.
Yeah, no, that's a thing of beauty. They won the round on the utility alone, right? Yeah. Like, Kyojin was blind to the point where he burns from 100 to 0, as you say. If you're able to fully cancel out a player on the back of chaining together a Molotov and a flash, that is already an insane start to a round. To top that off, the other mollies force the players out of their positions that they were trying to hold. You deny hut, you deny, backer site. You're rushing them down as you push on out, and it's just utter chaos. These A takes from Na'Vi are just so nice, and it's going to take Vitality finally putting a stop to one before I think we even see them change game plan.
Yeah, why stop it? If it ain't broke, don't fix it. That's what they say. And while the gun will be saved, well, not the round for Vitality.
I like it. Boomich is probably having a very easy time right now. He's saying, right, boys, same again.
Yeah. Run it back. Run it right back.
As long as everyone has that exact set of util, man, we're golden.
Yeah, we got enough money spread thinly for a buy here. Look at that scoreboard on the right side, guys, because you've got only bomb explosions here for Na'Vi in terms of winning rounds. That not only shows, how clean these rounds have been, but also the fact that Vitality is just saving, right? Like, yeah, okay, it keeps their money alive, but there's so many rounds that are unretakeable, unrecoverable, and that's because of these top hits from Na'Vi.
There's no like mid-rounding right now. No. You get the start of the round, and then you're saving. That's essentially how these have played out for Na'Vi. Outside of the, for Vitality, that's really outside of those first few 4 spies where they were able to make it a bit more competitive. Since the guns have come out, you've had to lean into saves, so now we're looking for someone to step up, and ZywOo is hoping to be that man. He tags a player in back lobby. Neither one falls just yet.
Smokes are out, but the flash comes through and Electronic is blinded. Doesn't matter. So is Apex. Everyone's lost in that round, right? 5-on-4. Na'Vi take it, and they get control down towards Secret as well. They can drop B or at least feign that. Vitality will hear footsteps down low. Shox is still out of blue. Lots of pressure being put on outside by Vitality. Eventually, Masuta will have to go back to the ramp room, and especially as Na'Vi start to make contact. That's the first guy dead. Masuta spraying, and he's good for a couple. ZywOo already a lower, and he scoped up with the AWP for a couple of kills of his own. Suddenly, this round doesn't look so dark for Vitality. It's just, where is Simple? Where has he ended up in this 1-on-3?
Yeah, it might have been quite on overpass regardless. When you look at the leaderboard and you see it's this guy still alive, you'd like to think they're worried, but Shocksaint just runs him down. Goes looking for Simple. Very few players want to find that guy in those 3v1s. Shox is apparently feeling up to the job. So there's Vitality in with a second. I like there for Na'Vi, you know, we made the comment of it wouldn't surprise me if they go back to the A play. I like that heading into that rifle round, they actually didn't. They know that there was going to be utility for Vitality. They know that Vitality are going to be worried about A. And so you show them, like, yeah, you know, we do have other ideas. You've got to watch out for other things. It's going to make the A take, hopefully, that much more surprising when they throw it back in. Right, it's all about reminding Vitality that this is something you're capable of doing and repeating the results of.
Boomage is behind the vent now. He would love a teammate there to boost up above the hut roof and get a kill, but hell, why not just run into main? The flash is through. Boomage runs into the smoke, and he suddenly disappeared. He spots ZywOo, but ZywOo a quick shot up close, and this is still a top hit for Na'Vi. It's still up in the air. Smoke spam gives ZywOo's position away. Bit will take him out, and the bomb has been planted for Na'Vi.
Oh, Masuta makes a mad dash through the vent. Oh, but isn't able to follow up with anything else. Perfecto there to see it through to the end. And I could feel that A take coming, right? I could feel that getting locked in. They try to switch it up. They say, all right, boys, look, we tried the outside play. We've got them worried about other areas of the map. Let's just go back to those fast A commitments that are working. When Boomich gets all that space, that is really when they decide, like, yeah, this was destined to happen. They've once again gone back to what we expected on A. And so they exploit the hell out of it.
No, I love how Boomich is incorporating himself in these rounds, right? Think about that Tech 9 round where he gets 3 kills, in which he drops off of main roof into that A split and just causes so much commotion. Even there, like, he doesn't kill ZywOo, but as you said, space is taken. He is somehow flashed from behind vent into main, and not a single A player sees him. They're all blind. These A flashes for Na'Vi are immense.
I can't stress this enough, right? Like the kind of generally accepted rule for a lot of IGLs in 2021, as has become fairly standard with the meta, is a lot of these guys now are space takers, right? You look at these guys to lead from the front lines. It's no longer your happy lurk, you know, staying right at the back kind of style. It's fallen out of popularity a lot. And we have these leaders, you know, like your Carragans, your Boomiches in this case, your Stewie 2Ks, guys who are good at creating you room. And this round is another crazy dominant one out of Na'Vi. Vitality didn't even feel like they had a chance.
That was literally less
over in seconds. Yeah,
that was a 20-second round there for Na'Vi, and they killed 5 people with no deaths, all in different positions. That wasn't a rush. That was, you know, Boomich going above Silo, ZywOo getting spammed. He dies in the molly because he gets shot through the vent, so it slows him down, sticks him in the molly, and he burns to a crisp. And that was a huge buy run for Vitality, although you wouldn't know it. Look at the result. They're back to Deagles. That is not how they wanted their gun round to go. They barely got a time to play it. So here we go. Na'Vi, it's only going to get easier from here on out. 8-2, and they're starting to flex their muscles, shoot their shots, and remove these pistols. Electronic overwhelmed, but Apex is locked in behind the box. And Simple's got more than enough support. He is flashed off, though. Meanwhile, Na'Vi have seen 2 outside. They could just pop out A, and in fact, they certainly look interested in doing so. Only 1 man left up that they don't know his position, and Kyojin had a backstab, but had no chance to get away with it. Perfecto swivels, Simple's ready outside, and Na'Vi keep them clean as they have always been in this half.
Yeah, crazy dominant, man. Crazy dominant. You know, we know that Na'Vi have been looking good on Nuke, and it was a very, very comfortable map for them. I still did not expect this kind of debut out of this team to open the map, right? Especially not after the struggles in the beginning of Overpass. It just further seemed to reinforce the idea that maybe it was slow starts today. Not the case come Nuke. Not the case come this second map. Once again, another opener taken for Na'Vi. And it's even kept in their favor here outside, dealing with that AWP up close.
Yeah, Bit does die in the door in the meantime, but Electronic has put so much pressure, made so much space in the yard. Shox is desperately trying to patch the wound here. Hiding behind the smoke, he's got the secret cross. He can tell his team that they can't be B right now. They can wrap main. They can execute A. In fact, it's all Na'Vi have really wanted to do in this game. Couple of players back on the roof. Do we have more mollies to follow? It's about to get hot in the top site. There's the backside molly. We've got everything landing here now for Na'Vi. Kyojin getting burnt out as well above the hut. And Perfecto, he's on ramp, but he can just go back and hit this A site. We've still got this lurker outside in Boomage, but Na'Vi actually aren't committing off of the double molly exec. They're waiting for their leader to come back, and they're going to group as 4.
Yeah, they've got everyone in the right place, but is that going to be enough? You know, you've struggled with A. God only knows you've struggled at holding this site, and oh, it's going to continue. Oh, Na'Vi run in, they only lose 1 player, and it's just over in seconds. Yeah. It's how decisive the rounds are. Na'Vi push in, and the round just ends. Like, that's it. The round begins and ends with the Na'Vi push. They get all the kills. They reap the reward at the A bomb site once more. Vitality, I do not know how they can save this game. I don't know what it's going to take. You cannot stop the A rushes. And I've not seen a team as big, as prominent, as big a name as Vitality just be dealt A rush after A rush in a fashion like this.
Yeah.
In a top tier game on LAN, no less.
Yeah, these are stacks. Like most of these rounds, not this one, but most of these rounds are heavy numbers. 3+ players on this top site. They know what Na'Vi are doing. There's no question about it. This is such a statement. Very different map, but where was this Na'Vi on Overpass? The bomb, by the way, dropped down the vent, mate. It's a B play. Vitality is set up in heaven for the retake. They might not even realize. Yes, Shox does. He makes the call. He doubles back towards the secret. But wait, no, do they not realize they're doing the one-way smoke on heaven? They still think it's A, Harry. They have no idea. Vitality are just looking to kill Bit at this point. They drop on in, and now the pennies dropping, as will the bodies, most of which in the wrong site. Na'Vi are just laughing all the way to the bank.
Oh, you're not even getting away with the saves. It's so relentless. You're just trying to run. You're playing hide and seek. It's like prop hunt, for crying out loud. And Na'Vi is still hunting them down. They will not let up. It's so unforgiving. This T-side, one of the most punishing T-sides I've seen on Nuke in quite some time. It is one hell of a display out of Na'Vi. Talk about a return to form.
Like, they've not done anything. We haven't seen Na'Vi run out ramp other than 1 round, and we haven't even seen cross smokes outside. I think they did them once, but no one, you know, went down secret. They just took the stairs and then went back. Boomage, quick trades. Oh my goodness, these fights are fast, and Bit's going to get another one in the door, keeping Na'Vi up a man. Talk of those smokes, Electronic will, but Zywoo finally in the garage for a second, and only a second. Simple snipes him on the escape, or attempt at it. And now it's a 2v3.
And like, just look at this. There's a minute, minute 20 left on the clock as of right now. And I mean, already all these fights have come in. Already it's just a bloodbath across the map. When was the last time you had to be worried about Na'Vi being this in your face, this aggressive, this relentless? They're leaving it all on Masuta now in this 1-on-3, and they're letting him stew in how unlikely this round is. He's really having to come to terms with his limitations here.
And Bit's the info man. He's cleared out the A site. He's told his team to bring the bomb, bring the beers, because there's no one here. Masuta on the big flank. But look who's holding. Perfecto ready in the lobby, and there it is. Na'Vi 12-2. Absolutely no survivors, absolutely no care in the world. This was competitive in the first couple of rounds. Remember Shox's 1v4 on the B bomb site? Ha! Na'Vi don't. 1 round left of the half. Vitality just looking for scraps.
Yeah, and I mean, they came into this, you know, like willing to force, willing to take fights, feeling confident. Yeah. Whatever confidence you had from Overpass has been destroyed on the back of how this first half has gone. As mentioned, it is unprecedented to have seen a game go on and just have a relentless A plays constantly, man. It feels like we're watching Vertigo, for crying out loud.
It's just faster for Na'Vi, right? It's like more fluid. Everyone's together, everyone's making quick moves, and every fight is being won. That certainly helps. Flash is outside here for Vitality, trying to challenge Na'Vi in the yard. They do actually get the better of them for now. 3-on-4 in the favor of the French. Electronic is down vents, and the bomb also in secret, leaving Bit alone in lobby. And in fact, Vitality, they've seen numbers outside. They want to get some more info. So lobby getting pushed up. Bit needs to watch his back or move into the front, because right now he's sandwiched between two CTs, and Mizuta gets the better of him, leaving only Na'Vi on that lower bomb site. Now, this isn't a position that Vitality have any stake in. Not that Na'Vi know that. And because of Na'Vi's lack of info, finally the rotates are coming through. Down on the ramp, Misuta's dead to Perfecto, and now we have the bomb planted.
Yeah, a 2-on-3. That was a 2-on-4. Vitality need this round if they want to save even a little face. And oh no, a 1v1 Electronic versus Kyojin. Talk about a trial by fire, and he gets burned. It's Electronic closing it out. A 2v4 for a 13-2 half out of Na'Vi. They obliterate Vitality on Nuke.
Hey Future Pros, back on track and back to Nuke. Today I wanted to show you a molly you can throw that will land on hut at the A site. To throw this molly, you first need to shoot out the windows on the right skylight. Then hop up onto this vent, realize you're on the wrong side, and then hop onto the left one. Position yourself so you're over the center of the vent. Aim along the bottom line of the coping, then run forward and throw the molly immediately. This molly will blanket the top of hut in flames and force a CT player out of position. That's it, and good luck because on T-side Nuke you are gonna need it.
Well, the Frenchmen have been silenced. Vitality fans all around the world are probably feeling the pressure right about now. Na'Vi have bought the heat on their T side of their map pick at 13-2. It really does put a bit of context on that 16-14 victory for Vitality back on Overpass. When we get to Na'Vi's pick, it's far more dominant.
Here we go. Is there any hope left for Vitality? Is there any pride to be salvaged in this T side? Well, an A hit might do it. It was Na'Vi's bread and butter. And so Vitality, they want to make a meal of it right down the vent with that utility. And Electronic is going to hear them pass, taking a late shot to Zywoo. Oh, he jumps around the corner. It's a bit of a mess for Electronic, mopped up. And the B site lost here for Na'Vi. They're taking quite the casualties. Vitality looking like they're going to be on the board after all, trying to save face.
Yeah, Perfecto and Simple is still alive, but the trades should just come in, right? It is Simple. Oh, getting one. I don't want to write this guy off. I think if there was one person you wouldn't discount in a spot like this, it would be this guy, Simple. Low on HP now after that exchange in Decon, tapping the bomb, trying to bait out peaks. He doesn't know where the second player is. Vitality are doing a good job of wasting time, and yet still, Simple comes in. Both the kills found. All the frags go to Simple, but the round goes to Vitality.
Color me silly if I'm forgetting this, but isn't that the identical pistol to the first half where Shox does the same thing on the A side and he kills like 3 dudes with no time? Really nice try from Simple, but it's Vitality on the board. Okay, I'm not talking about a comeback at 13-3. We'll give it a few here, especially with the likely 4 spies we're going to see at the start of this half. But yeah, that's something. It's what you needed. It's the building block. And here comes the buy for Na'Vi. They don't want to let it go down without a fight. They want to keep Vitality on their toes every single round. And I mean, how can you blame them with buys like this for Vitality in the second round? It's so weak. What an opportunity for Na'Vi to steal a force. Looking for A, Perfecto spots the fast hut, and he's got the Deagle up close, but jumping his Apex to find that opening killer. Na'Vi are trapped outside of this bomb site. The suit is very low, but the molly will keep the scout out of heaven. At this point in the round, Na'Vi know it's a lost one. They might even be thinking about saving and trying this again in the next.
Yeah, and I mean, there's no shame in that, right? You're bringing a lot with you if you keep all 4 players alive. And it leaves you with a good chance to find something in the follow-up round. So I do like the decision just to save here and cut your losses. You've still got a huge buffer. You're not really worried at all yet about Vitality finding these conversions. You would, however, like to save, because this was a round you never even gave a chance. And so losing that FAMAS there, you know, never actually getting to play into the round and won't be accompanying you into the next either.
Yeah, Na'Vi just cowering right now. Leave me alone. Oh, if only Boomich shot the first player. Oh, he still kills the guy with health. So that's something. An exit at the end, at least for Na'Vi, but by and large, Vitality take the round, and they're more than happy with that as well. Every comeback has to start somewhere, but I don't think I'm considering much until we see Na'Vi's gun round, right? They're just so close to closing this map and taking us to Mirage, which, by the way, will be a banger if we get ourselves there. Fast on the ramp for Vitality. They try and set up the boost, but they're not going to have any time to do so. It's just a double tower as the T's come flooding in. Lots of kills from the SMGs. A scout shot from Simple at least, but they lose control of the ramp. Vitality don't drop B, though. Shox has gotten out A, and so they double back into lobby. Simple's here in time. He's read it well. Oh, the scout had to hit that shot, though. And now it's just Boomage out of position, coming up from B. Any kills he gets is going to be lovely, right? Just taking a bit more money away from Vitality for the long haul. Not today. And we're up to 5.
Yeah, you're not looking at this, rubbing your hands just yet if you're Vitality, right? You still recognize that there is a long way to go, but you've taken some necessary baby steps towards the end goal of trying to make something of a T side. This is the real test, though, right? This is where you need to have done your revision, you need to have done your homework, because you'll be taking a big old failing grade if you show up to Na'Vi's test here. Now the proper preparation, Simple, donning this AWP outside. This outside duo of him and Electronic is one of the scariest that CS has to offer, and Simple has opened up already. That's the bomb through the smoke. Yeah, that is the bomb, and it's dropped out in his line of sight. So, luckily enough, Simple gonna have this angle to keep bearing down upon Team Vitality. They need this bomb back, and they've only got a smoke on Masuta. He's gonna have to make the journey, surely, to come smoke off Simple.
Oh, it's not gone very well, though. He could peek ahead of it. So he's trying to fight back with an SMG, and he's gonna get dropped from a range. Quite the flick for Simple. The bomb was picked up in all of this madness, and so Masuta does have it back in the lobby. Notice there's even a player down B as well, but that's not providing much help, much safety here for Vitality. Na'Vi are just a couple of kills away from closing. And if those kills come in on the top site, we're in trouble. Back to ramp. They're going to try and stall here a little bit, wait for this B player to come up from below. This is still winnable. There's a chance here. Shox is going to get this guaranteed kill onto Bit, and then everyone else can flood down ramp. There's no hell rotation. There's no one here to stop Vitality. So once Shox sees Bit, there it is, and once he's cleared hell, maybe he can even...
Oh my word.
Yeah, he saw
Simple.
Simple.
Just saw Simple. Oh, he will get it. Shox, all right, toe-to-toe with the behemoth that is Simple on the other side. And he has opened up this B site to Vitality. Oh, Kyojin comes in with one, but Electronic is waiting behind the double doors. Bomb plant in, and no one's looking. How's Electronic gotten away with these kills? Wrapping out through Decon is Boomich. And he is there to deliver 14 to Na'Vi. First going to get this AWP from Simple's body, and then going to grab the defuse.
Oh my goodness, that was a very nice try from Vitality, right? That was what, 3 on 5 from the get-go with Simple getting the double kill outside. So really nice try. Shox coming up from B, dropping Bit, and you believe for a second, but Na'Vi are very quick to react after that all goes on, right? It's so clear that it's ending up lower. Everyone dives down the vent from A, and they're able to trade themselves to a round. 2 left for Na'Vi, and then we go the distance in this best of 3. This was so unlucky, though, that, I mean, the first kill that comes is the bomb so wide behind the main position as well, and Vitality just did not have the util to, get rid of Simple, get him out of position, or get that bomb back without taking more casualties. They were doomed from the very beginning.
Yeah, interesting to note, right, is that Electronic is wrapping in through Secret, right? Boomich was supporting outside with a rifle to give Electronic this window. And yeah, he doesn't get a kill out of it, but it's information, and look at the damage. Shox and Apex are effectively out of the round already. They're still able to fight. They're still able to give it a go. But these two now are severely limited in terms of how much they can hope to create space and opportunities for their team.
This is the one time you actually want to run into Simple, because he's got the AWP. It's a one-hit regardless, right? And there's lots of targets for Simple to pick on up. ZywOo the first to fall, and now they start to flood in, dropping or not. They decide against it. They run towards Hell instead. 2 Ts chasing with a bomb here, trying to get this CT player. Bit does he know they're running his way. He doesn't seem aware, and it's going to be a free kill for Vitality to set them up into heaven. This A-split's coming in, whether Na'Vi like it or not, and they don't like it. Apex dropping Boomich out through the door, and Masuta has time to drop in and plant.
Yeah, it's very, very weird. What with Apex still so low on HP, and the other man having to be the one to get the bomb down. Apex can't afford to be the player left up alive, so he's taken a gamble. He's wrapped all the way through lobby and is now taking heaven, which is where the bomb is planted for. This is a beautiful way to try and win this despite being low, right? You've taken a risk by planting for heaven and making the wrap come in. However, Electronic is just a little too fast. flicks up, trades that out, grabs the defuse. Na'Vi are up onto 15 and are now just 5 kills away from taking us to the third and final map of this series.
Yeah, it felt inevitable, right? And now I'm glad we just got the clarification. They never let Vitality back into this game. They never give them the room to breathe. And, you know, if Vitality start to find a few consolation rounds and get up to double digits and suddenly this game becomes close and Na'Vi still close it, you know, Vitality is suddenly believing again. They've got, you know, pep in their step going into Mirage. Na'Vi want to crush them. They want to destroy them on their map pick. All the more momentum to run into that third map of the series. And so this is a very different Na'Vi to the team we saw on Overpass. Stuck behind the smoke, fire, spam, and even Boomage coming up from below. Bye-bye, Shocks. Happened last round as well. Didn't learn his lesson. Electronic trying to stop the main wrap. Apex low as he was, but now he's not going A. He's wrapping all the way towards Hell, setting Vitality up for another topside hit, but he's being loud about it, breaking windows. Zywoo had to get that entry. Now Vitality need to storm this A site, and it's not going well for them. Quite the hold for Na'Vi, and quite the map as well. 16-5. They shut down Vitality. They never let them in. Vitality never get comfortable, and now we have to see how they fare in the full distance, the full 3-mapper. Mirage is just up next.
Very strange counter, so you don't see many teams run this over and over again, but it works for Na'Vi. They seem to get on the bomb side and hit their shots. That's really what it's all about.
First found, Twist aggressing. They have to double peek. He's getting his shot. He's hitting it. Simple. No!
This is a shooting gallery for Simple. It's practically deathmatch. Just the greatest. Simple with 5. Get out of my server.
But you don't have to pretend that you will make a change. 'Cause you don't want to change. I'm gonna be real honest this time. I'm okay with it. I am more than fine. I'm gonna roll all less red dice now. Tell me I won't get out.
Well, Elvis never performed outside of North America, and not many CSGO teams have either. For Liquid, former Intel Grand Slam winners, their road ends with a loss to Big. For us, we go to a third map between Na'Vi and Vitality. That's what you've signed up for. Welcome back to the Intel Extreme Masters. Yanko and Jason here with me. This one was pretty one-sided, fellas.
Yeah, well, I mean, right from the get-go as well. I mean, it was just free access to the bomb sites whenever Na'Vi wanted it. They just had to basically march in. The first 6 rounds they won were all bomb plants that went off. Vitality's defense couldn't even stop them from getting in. So in that sense, you're not going to have a whole lot of success. Great game from Perfecto as well. Still have yet to see Simple kind of show up in the way that we expect him to in this series, but that's okay for now. It's 1-1.
And here it's important, like you pointed out, Perfecto, look at his highlights, like mostly it's on Kyojin, and mostly he's killing him like inside from hut. Why is this important? Most of these A-pops have been through door, perhaps Boomich is like trying to come through A main from outside, right, or something along those lines. And that's basically a 1v1 fight. Perfecto's role in those pops is just to hold site in case someone peeks him and punish that peek, right? And he did that time and time again to Kyojin. When Kyojin was on rafters, he burned 100 HP because he was flashed as well. Those like A hits, maybe the plan was actually to target him and that A site as the weak link, and he just couldn't really, you know, figure out what was the best way to play against what Nai was throwing at him.
Yeah, perhaps a little bit of an experience they're showing as well, because those hits on the upper bomb site and any kind of play towards the upper bomb site, it's so much more powerful when that, like, the fear of the verticality of having to fight someone inside the site when they can peek and up in the rafters rotating over. When that's gone, you feel so much better as a T.
Also, just how much of a nuisance can Electronic be within Secret, Yanko?
Yeah, you saw that. Like I was mentioning him on the CT side. Well, you saw him do all his work on the T side, and I think this game was a good example of what Blade was talking about in interviews, right? Yeah, Electronic hasn't been playing as well online, but on LAN, when people aren't as random, right? They're not taking as many risks. They're calculating more with their plays, right? Like it's easier for him to predict what people will do, how will they stand. You know, when he kills one guy, he gets a feel for what the setup is supposed to be, right? And that allows him to have much more impact for Na'Vi. And yeah, he's a real nuisance because you're not really sure he can be alone outside and they just throw the smokes for him, or he can just be the first guy in and the rest are right behind him.
And really, if we look at this series as a whole, we're looking at a back and forth. I mean, we've gotten ourselves to a third map. We do get to settle the score here on Mirage. And I want to know, you know, just in contrast, are we looking at it such a one-sided in the third map?
I wouldn't expect it, especially, I mean, this is a map that both teams are going to be, you know, happy to play and they're good on. Vitality, I mean, actually, not that this means anything, 100% win rate with 3 matches in the past 3 months on Mirage. Na'Vi doesn't have that. I think they're up around like 60% or something along those lines, but both are going to be very proficient. And again, you know, Mirage is a well-known map at this point, and these teams are going to be very familiar with each other on it.
Yeah. I think also what Jason said, it hasn't been a monster series from Simple so far, right? And he's very rarely quiet on, you know, across all 3 maps. And Mirage, a bit more of a puggy map, right? Especially compared to maps like Overpass and Nuke. You feel like that's where he can really unleash himself onto Vitality. But I mean, if there ever was a match for him on the server, that's Zyvo on the other side, so we'll have to see how that one plays out.
Yeah, I think even the only way that this third map goes one-sided is if Simple goes absolutely bonkers or if Zywu goes absolutely bonkers. And like, regardless of if that ends up being the case and it goes a blowout in one direction, you still get the fun of watching, you know, two of the best players. One of the 2 of the best players in the world is gonna go wild. So I think it's gonna be a close, grinded out affair, though.
You know, going just a little further than that, just 2 of the best players who've really ever done it, which is something, you know, we don't often get. We don't often get this matchup, much less on LAN. So a lot riding on this one, Yanko.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think also Vitality, they have a sort of a specific style on Mirage on their T side, right? They had these, well, guess strats, you can call them, you know, they like to have a little bit of diversion with utility, and then you have like 3 guys just walking out AFs without anything, right? Like that's a bit uncharacteristic, but if you play them or even if you've done your research, right, the important thing is for your players to be, you know, mentally on point, to be focused, right, not to get caught off guard by this, because it can be very frustrating to lose around that way since it's kind of common for them to go for those plays.
It's a very snowbally style for them to play on the T side. If it's working, it's going to work real well. But if Navi's prepared for it, Na'Vi can put a stop to it, it's one of those things where it's going to look silly. Like that kind of tactical style, if they maintain that kind of style they've had in the past on Mirage, that's kind of the risk you run.
Yeah, and the risks do run high here at the Intel Extreme Masters. We're going to go into a quick break so that we can come back and get this third map underway. One that's going to decide who goes on in this upper bracket. Vitality in one corner, Navi in the other. Who you got? Let us know. Hashtag IEM. Be right back.
Nice, just had a really rough game. He's going to get that shot, and it has to feel a little bit going out middle of the air. To the AWPAs.
I can't believe he's just done that.
Epics.gg official CSGO trading card. Collect your Epics on shop.eslgaming.com.
The upcoming player to watch in IEM Cologne, I will pick my little Mizuta from my team. Definitely, you better look at him. He's a really talented kid. As Kyojin, remember us a lot of Mizuta 1 year ago when he just arrived to the team. So we need to give him still more time, and it will come. Mizuta, it's been 1 year and a half almost that he's there now, and you can definitely feel the difference now. And yeah, I mean, he's really excited. I mean, he's been waiting this moment a lot for more than 1 year now. So his talent, he's eager, this hype, yeah, you better watch him.
Hey Future Pros. Who doesn't like being aggressive? Well, if you do, this is a handy Mirage smoke that will be useful to know. When thrown correctly, this will put a smoke right up to the top of T-sided mid. To throw the smoke, hop into the back corner of the CT spawn. Aim just to the left of the corner of this building. Then run forward and start walking as you get close to the top of this thin building thing. You want to walking jump throw this smoke right as your crosshair hits that section. And just like that, you can keep T's back while you take mid, or they push through the smoke, which should allow you to get some easy kills. But be careful, this smoke will always leave a slight gap that the T's will be watching.
Counter-Strike is feeling a triumphant return to LAN. Over the last few days, we have been blessed with some incredible games of Counter-Strike. And this one, between Vitality and Na'Vi, is no exception. Na'Vi just delivered a masterclass back on Nuke. Vitality had no responses to what came their way. And now we go to the decider of Mirage. This knife round, very drawn out in the background, has currently, we still don't know who's going to close it out, but if I had to guess, it's going to be Vitality.
Yeah, there we go. They wouldn't give Bit the 1v1. They were just playing for the trade, smart stuff. Yeah, knife round's not the be-all and end-all by any means.
Especially not on Mirage, right? There are some maps where maybe you'd matter it a little bit more. You know, you take the weight, you take the consideration, but here, you're perfectly fine starting either which way. I want a great third map, man. We've had two sides of the coin in this series so far. We had a full 30-rounder back on Overpass, and then a game that was over almost as soon as it began on Nuke.
Yeah, now which one will this fill the shoes of, right? Vitality, recent results on this map have been really good. They've picked up 3 wins as of late. Na'Vi, for them, they're far more well-practiced. They've got 18 maps on Mirage in the last 3 months. And so, you know, obviously not as flawless as Vitality, but plenty of practice is always a nice feeling. Vitality, though, they've got to brush themselves off, right? They've got to, you know, wipe off the dirt because they just got thrown in the ground on Nuke by Na'Vi. This has to be a different map. This has to be a different Vitality, and we're about to find out.
Yes, that's right. Look at the guys on the left. Na'Vi fired up. Vitality, they've got to dig deep to come up with answers to the problems and the momentum that Na'Vi picked up after that previous map. We're into this now, pistol round beginning, and already it's one of these slow, grimy defaults out of the Na'Vi T side.
Yeah, ready to pop mid later in the round. We've got players holding either bomb site. They're more so waiting to see the reaction of Vitality. Will anyone aggress on this CT side? That's the question that Na'Vi have in mind. And when no one does, they'll eventually commit to this mid take. Question is, which site does it end up on? This is very sweaty. And Vitality aren't biting. They're not making that mistake of walking into this default. Top con smoke here for Electronic. There's no kit for Vitality, full armor. Bombs coming out from the middle. Will it be going catwalk into B, though? Because you'll notice Perfecto is still in apartments with Util. This A Util looks like a fake, and ZywOo has spotted that. Shocks up on short, getting one. ZywOo helps out, and only the bomb makes it to ladder, but not for too long. Bit put down, leaves this split just down to Perfecto in the apartments, and he won't last long either. What a win for Vitality. 5 alive, barely a shot received.
Yeah, quite the fashion to start this one off in, right? Na'Vi try to run what we're used to seeing out of them, one of these slow creeps, and Vitality just brush it aside. Already a nice indication that Vitality are going to have a little bit more to offer here on the familiar proving grounds of Mirage. Force buy back in for Na'Vi. They want to keep the pressure on. They want to try and do to Team Vitality what they did to them on Nuke.
Yeah, Deeks on Mirage, always a delight. But this is a hard angle to clear for Na'Vi if they want to come out under, with Vitality having 3 players in middle. The guy watching under is pushed up at ZywOo, so Na'Vi in no hurry here, still holding for a mistake. Surely someone will drop under, they ask. And maybe ZywOo will go for a spot eventually. That or retreat into the connector. He's still got full util, so you don't want to die with all of this. And much as how the previous round went, Vitality just aren't biting. They say, fine, you want to hold? You can hold all you want. We're not coming to you. Window smoke thrown from the spawn, and so that will start to be Na'Vi moving in from under, taking this mid control. ZywOo's clear top mid. He does spot the bomb there at least, but Simple is the guy to watch out for.
Oh, nice little opener. All right, Simple and Bit, the Deagles getting away with murder down here in mid. Oh, that's quite the advantage for Na'Vi to have plucked out of the ranks of Team Vitality early on. Now they start to make their way up connector. Kyojin is really about to get tested, fully blind from the flash at ramp, and he falls as well. The force spy for Na'Vi looking up as they move in, taking control of the A site. I think Vitality have already stopped considering this round as a possibility.
Yeah, you hate to make the call, but the numbers alone, forget the weaponry, forget the health left on Na'Vi. None of that is going to be taken into account. Vitality just want to keep their guns. It's a sad way for it to go, but already off to a bit of an exciting start with the force buy being one. That's going to put Vitality on the back foot, meaning some forces are likely to come through on the CT side. And these force buys on Mirage CT can be very difficult to win without this info. And from what we've seen from the 2 rounds of play, Na'Vi have been extremely passive out of the gate, setting quite the precedent that they, know Vitality are going to be bringing some aggression to this half eventually. And so if Na'Vi keep doing that, Vitality's options are going to be limited. They're going to be left to having to stack with pistols rather than push with them. But this buy will be pretty whack.
Yeah, a game that starts off with Force by Wars is always an exciting time to find yourself in, right? If you are able to win these out, especially on the T side, if you're able to claim victory in the Force by head-to-head, you are on to a real kind of freebie in the start of the game. They get the 2 openers from Simple over here at ramp, and he's just continuing to steamroll his way into the A site. Electronic steals that kill away. Simple doing the bulk of the damage, and that has sealed the deal on a save call here out of Vitality, you imagine. That's if Na'Vi let them get away. Masuta back here in CT, wants to stay alive with the MP9, but look at this. Boomich is already in market, for crying out loud. Okay. He scared Boomich off of the hunt by doing that much damage, and so Masuta's carved himself a little path to get out and save. It's still only the MP9 and armor though, right? It's not like a resounding success here out of Masuta. It's just a little extra to fight up against these rifles with in the next round.
Yeah, this is like worst case scenario on the CT side when you lose second round, because for the 3rd round you have to buy, like there's no question about it, even if you save guns like this, right? The others on 14 to 1700. So yeah, this was always the likely result for Vitality. Just left on their laurels for a few rounds here while Na'Vi pick up steam and pick up a lead. First gun round's not going to be till number 5 here for Vitality, so Na'Vi surely 3-1 up by that point. Time to just throw Masuta into the action, get him under Palace, maybe flash him into ramp. Because right now, this should be Na'Vi's bread and butter. Full eco for the other, or not surviving players here of Vitality. And Simple again, just walks out ramp. Did it last time around, worked wonders. No one here. Vitality leaning B. They're finally pulling a USP over to spawn, and the Stairs player might be able to spot stuff, but Boomich is about to ruin their day. Kyojin overwhelmed, and now Na'Vi start to let off the leash. Easy stop. Masuta's the only man to worry about, as said, and he's done some damage, sending Boomich back. I'm sure someone else can provide the cover.
Yeah, that's Simple dealing with Taiwu. It's nice, it's clean, it's what we wanted out of Na'Vi. Money getting made, smiles on their faces, and a 3rd round on the board. It's Vitality going places. They've got to try and reinvest in this next round and have some kind of a response now. It is going to be lacking the AWP, I imagine, on this CT side. Masuta's got a kit, and one man in the site is Perfecto, not able to sneak some weird defuse out of that one. Na'Vi up onto 3, and now we have this reinvestment. As mentioned, the AWP is going to be lacking for Vitality. Na'Vi also, I imagine, just going to run a bonus. They've shown that they're more than willing to do this. They've got 4 rifles in play anyway. And so they're looking for a money-making round. If they pick this one up, man, this is prime Na'Vi condition at that point. They would have so much cash. They would be leaps and bounds ahead of the game, and they would break Vitality's money again as a result of this this force by back and forth in the beginning of the game.
Oh, the climb up for Kyojin. Catches Simple coming up from the ramp. Leg spotted first. Nice little nade does tag Masuta down, but it's not going to send him further than the car. Bits coming out from under, and he's got to worry about ZywOo there, tucked in the window, looking for the jump up. Smoke instead, and ZywOo really wants this kill. Bit won't give him the satisfaction. Meanwhile, with this window smoke, it gives room for Boomich to get up catwalk. But you'll notice this is not a B commit by any means of the word. Boomich would love to get a kill here to sell a fake somewhat, maybe draw a rotate, but the bomb's back up mid, and there's even a player down on ramp as well. Oh dear, ZywOo dropped on by Boomich, and that's one way to get into the window. Now Na'Vi can start to set this split towards the A site. Someone just needs to go back for the bomb.
Yeah, I guess that someone's going to be Boomich, right? He volunteers himself, he goes and gets it while Electronic is spearheading the assault of A. Kyojin swept aside as well. Shoxy in from Cat, trying to make a round-winning play.
He doesn't know.
Oh, Perfecto with the knife out. Perfecto. Yeah, I was going to say, he goes back to the M4, and now the legs have been spotted. Shock's going to swipe him out in the connector. Bomb plant now coming in, a 2-on-2. It's given a chance to Vitality. However, Electronic is taking every single chance back in favor of the Na'Vi squad. It's all eyes on Shoxy. 1 versus 2. Takes that first fight to Electronic and does win it out. But the bomb, Boomich was the man to plant. He planted it for Palace and he set himself up in this position. Shox has got no choice but to smoke and stick. Tap on the bomb, baiting a peek. Oh, Boomich! He now realizes it was all a ruse. He now realizes it was all a fake, and he's won the round to time here. Even going as far to collect that last kill. Great stuff from Boomich. 4 up on the board for Na'Vi. And it is tricky to put a stop to Shox in those situations, right? When he gets it to the 1v1, you know Shox is fired up. He's been in these spots thousands of times before.
Yeah, did he not wonder what was going on with that con smoke, right? That just appeared out of nowhere. It was Perfecto right-clicking it just to try and hide inside of the smoke. Lovely entries from Electronic here as well, doubled up to get Na'Vi into that A-bomb site in the first place. And that's a 4-1 lead already. Quite the strong start for Na'Vi. Looking to break that 100% win rate for Vitality on this map. But again, that is only recent times, and we haven't seen a huge amount of games played. Oh, double under push. Shox and Masuta coming in on the B-Apps wrap. It's only Perfecto here, and he's just left position as well. So Na'Vi is setting up for an A play. Luckily, Simple is already out into the site, and so this flank might not matter at any point in the round. We can catch kills, but if Na'Vi can get these CT players out of position, they can set up for a post plant. Simple going in deeper. There's still one more behind the boxes. ZywOo cleared up, and now this big flank is in. Perfecto's even holding for it. He might need to be careful. That bomb going down for CT, and luckily Electronic has found out.
Yeah, he's got the info about the flank, at least spotting one of them, right? And as they turn their attention back to ramp to catch a player moving in, they're going to find Masuta as well. So 5 up on the board for Na'Vi. It's another very clean round. And this is what I was talking about, right? When you have these force by wars go on, if you win that first rifle as T, you're looking at a 5-1 scoreline. You're laughing all the way to the bank because they are just flushed with cash on the Na'Vi side, right? Even Simple, buying an AWP up in this round, still has $6,000 to his name. There is serious cash flow for Na'Vi. And for Vitality, they're going to feel like they're constantly right up against getting broken.
Not live, not live. This round, I repeat, is not live. No damage has been done. A restart will be called, and a player has crashed for Na'Vi's T side. Perfecto dropped, but we should be right back in. We should be fixing quick. But, yeah, luckily nothing had happened, right? No one took any spawns. No one ran out ramp. And so all problems should be solved. Na'Vi are readying up. And we're just going to replay that round.
Yeah, all 4 seconds of it that we got to see. No, you'd much rather that's when any tech problems creep up, right?
Exactly.
Right at the beginning. That is the ideal time for them to have encountered a problem if they were going to. And now we're right back in, so don't have to wait long. As mentioned, Simple did purchase up the AWP here, so we've got it out for Na'Vi, and a double AWP invested into from Team Vitality. I'm hoping that can be a solution to the many, many problems that Na'Vi are causing.
Yeah, Na'Vi, whatever they had in the previous round, worth changing it up completely, calling something different. They're going to head towards B very heavily. Electronic is lurking in Palace, but you'll notice Zaiwu with the AWP is still here, looking to party. Double orb here for Vitality as well. Shox sat back on short. Masuta, who has been prone to climb up in the apartments before, is just jumping and spotting, dropping the smoke. Simple was holding that deep pixel angle with the AWP. Now it's an A split. Shown something in B, made some noise, come out under, and clearing mid together. Apex in the window. Not been smoked off here. Na'Vi looking to fight, and it's all contact right now. Apex, don't know how he gets that kill. Flicking down to Perfecto. 5-on-4 for Vitality, looking good.
Yeah, Shox holding the gap in this smoke, but oh, the first shot's missed. They're getting closer, Shox. Boomich chases him down. Once more, Boomich is keen to get this control of ladder, exert some pressure on the players in window, and really make it tricky for Vitality to have any idea what's going on in mid or what the intention is behind this mid control. Boomich, continuing his tear, is brought to a stop over on the short side. It's Masuta trying to cling on to this side of the map. Simple, they're through COD, and he's got the Glock out. Tries to pistol whip Apex, but the M4 serves him well. Electronic left up in the clutch, and with only 6 seconds left, Apex has won the round by dropping the bomb at short.
That's so sad for Simple as well. If he has the AWP out, you know he's hitting that flick in time, but Glock, he doesn't have, you know, enough time to switch weapon. He just has to commit, and Apex drops him and the bomb. Sad round for Na'Vi there. It was all going so well after Boomich got up into the ladder room. And to Na'Vi, even they want to call a timeout after that one. A streak of 5 finally broken by Vitality. So get on the problem, solve it before it is even bigger. And Na'Vi, of course, still have loads of money off of their 5-round streak, so never going to be an issue. Yeah, this was insane.
Yeah, I really thought Perfecto had that in the bag. I think he did as well, right? Really, really smooth stuff out of Apex. The guys to open the round and the guy to win it for Vitality. Yeah. And sometimes, you know, all it takes is getting that first round on the board, right? You even think back to the game we were blessed with earlier on, Team Spirit, when they had Some Die Young win that 1v4 clutch. It almost spurred them onto a comeback versus FaZe Clan. Well, if one round can sometimes give you that push in the right direction, you're a Vitality fan, you're hoping that that was the one.
Oh, no!
Electronic fast split out of Palace. Kyojin trades, but is spammed out. And Masuta now in sandwich, cannot deal with Simple. It's Zaiwu left in the clutch. They might feed him a kill here in jungle. You don't want to give him a reason to go for this round. If you keep it 3-on-1, you probably just win. Zaiwu probably just saves the AWP. Yeah. But if you entice him with a kill, and there it is, you just might have tempted the beast back into play. You've poked the bear. Simple has also pushed up into jungle, attempting to play a bit of an off angle to surprise Zaiwu, and surprise him he shall.
Yeah, I think in that round, Vitality were expecting far more warning about an A play, right? We had 3 CTs on that A site. Kyojin under Balk, Masuta in sandwich, and Shox AWPing ticket. But Na'Vi, they just run out of Palace and they kill Shox off ticket. They get that for free. There's no response. There's no one there. The one guy who should have been holding, who really is Masuta, is tucked, which is fine. But that needs to be like communicated, right? That needs to be micromanaged. And it really just does come down to, you know, typically on an A play, you're going to be seeing smokes over ramp. You're going to get flashes. You're going to get warning. That round, you get no warning. And so the triple setup is completely made completely useless. It's just shredded. So nice round from Na'Vi, catching Vitality by surprise and breaking their money as well. Apex very focused, very emotional right now. He did just get dropped immediately in that round by Bit. You saw him mid. So always hard when you die first and got to watch, you know, the round fall apart like that. And not even the save of ZywOo's orb either. So Vitality, they put together everything they have, but it's not pretty. No orb, no kits, and even the util's a miss.
Apex attempts to block the window smoke, but wasn't able to do so. Mid control taken very, very speedily for Na'Vi, and it might just be a fast mid to be on the back of it. They need to be cognizant of short. This is where the only B player resides, and Boomich from that split is going to catch him. Simple ops, another out of the round, and already if you're Vitality, you're talking about saving. The T-side calling from Na'Vi is a whole different beast in these games, man. Since we get off of Nuke, everything has felt so quick. It's felt so sudden. I've never seen Na'Vi move this fast for anything.
For sure, and it feels like, you know, because we often have Boomich like making these crazy, audacious plays. Like on this map, he loves running up catwalk and just diving into ladder. We've seen that already, but it's not usually, you know, like the rest of Na'Vi behind him. So many times I see Boomich do stuff like that, and it always looks so silly when he's on his own, because if it works, it's excellent. But if he just dies, it's like, well, no one was even there to help. It feels like Na'Vi are all, you know, in the right spots to get those trades, and when Boomich does get those opening kills, Na'Vi are there to react off of it. So yeah, I mean, that Nuke game was just immense, right? I've never seen Na'Vi play Nuke like that. So
mate, even thinking back to Overpass, Na'Vi ran out of time on their T side once, which, you know, okay, that sounds kind of funny that we talk about that in like a positive light, but bro, I would watch games where they would run out of time 7-8 times in a half on the T side.
That was a good T side, man. Remember, they were 5-10 down from their CT half, and they made that game a 30-rounder. So they really did put in some work on the T side. It just came down to the first half not being enough. Right now, Na'Vi are keeping it up, and they're running it down mid yet again. Look at Boomich. As we were talking about him, running up cat with no fear. How is he in ladder within 15 seconds?
It's kind of mental. He's almost become, you know, like your art type character on this team, right? Someone who is going to be hyper aggressive, trying to take away map control. And this round is no different. He's all the way in ladder again. This has been his bread and butter so far on these mid hits, taking this ladder room and using that to manipulate this window control and the information that Vitality are able to get. They so often are getting caught off guard by these fast plays because they just don't have any information ahead of time. And this round is no different. Na'Vi have gone very, very quick to get the map control they wanted, but now that they've got it, they're not moving a muscle.
Yeah, I wonder where this is ending up. It looks like A from the bomb, and that's a bit scary considering we've still got Perfecto lurking under and Boomich and ladder. How is Boomich going to assist to sell this fake? Drops a smoke. Na'Vi walking into the palace, though. Kyojin's here, up ahead, and Bit wallbangs him through the corner. How has that happened? Now the split is in. Boomich has jumped off catwalk, and he's going to backstab onto Shoxy. 5-on-2 now. Boomich with another. Oh my goodness, they're getting shredded. Apex shot through the floor, and ZywOo not long for this world either. There's the late wrap, and Boomich finds a triple kill. Leading by example, that's what you love to see here. We're not needing Simple to go nuclear, although he still is 11-3 on that guy.
It is really something to behold, right? Like, as we say, the last LAN event to have really taken place on like the big stages where everything started to lean into what eventually became the online era was Katowice, and it felt like Na'Vi were robbed of their chance of an era on LAN. But here at IEM Cologne, you know, over a year past that point, we've got them looking this good versus Vitality. And really homing in on the point you just made, it's not just this simple and electronic show. In fact, you know, like while they've had huge rounds, there has been some monstrous stuff out of the rest of the team. Overpass would have never been as close if it wasn't for Bit. The calling out of Boomich across this series has been impeccable. This is a very complete-looking Na'Vi. This is a very confident-looking Na'Vi, and it's the exact team that we wanted to see come their return to LAN.
Yeah, and the question is, do Vitality have any answer? Do they have any solution to what we're getting out of Na'Vi? Lots of very different rounds, but all with the same result. Again, creeping out ramp. They've done this so many times. Bits leading it. Sharks walked on, and Boomich through the smoke with an opening kill. He's got to worry about Catwalk. There's a double push there, and ZywOo does respond. Now it's clearly an 8-8, and Na'Vi are running through Molotovs for crying out loud. Smoke will land. Kyojin trying to hide below, and he somehow gets out to default, but surely there's no way he's going to live here.
Oh, he's gone back up. He just got spammed in this position, and now he's retaken this same angle that they think is clear. I like this at least, right? You're trying to play with the hearts and minds. Oh, an Electronic still able to flick onto him. They've got him trapped under Palace, but you're not stuck in here with him. He's stuck in here with you, and now ZywOo all alone in the 1v2. Na'Vi are bailing. They actually have time to change their minds. They're going back through T-Spawn, but ZywOo trying to remain one step ahead is already here. Bitten Perfecto. Have they bitten off more than they can chew? Free kill out of ZywOo, and now Perfecto has to embark on the 1v1. He's got to peek in late. He wasn't with Bit in this 2v1, and that's a bit of a glaring error for Na'Vi.
Yeah, I think they thought they could get to B for free at least, so Perfecto was going to run up Catwalk, and you know, then one player gets the info, the other can trade from a completely different position. ZywOo's on for the ace. He's been tagged, he's been pushed back, and the question is, where does Perfecto go? He's only got 15 seconds. ZywOo is playing the clock right now. Forget the ace. He wants the round. He needs the round, and in comes Perfecto. ZywOo lets him cross, and he hits him in the air. There's the ace. Finally, Vitality, something to marvel over. It's about time.
All 5, and that decision in the 1v2 to go through lower, to try and get ahead of it, you know, to us, we look at that, we have X-ray, we have the gift of information, we know everything that's going on in the round, and so it doesn't relate, it doesn't translate well enough just how immaculate that decision making is out of ZywOo. To have made that read, to have committed to the lower tunnels flank, just unreal from this guy.
It's what they need. It's what they so desperately desire, but ZywOo won't be long for this round. It's simple, flashed out of mid, finding that con shot. Shox even getting naded as well. Oh, following up with more utility. Everyone's taking a bit of a bruising in this round. ZywOo's all picked up, thrown over to Shox. Apex just delivered that from con to CT. Kyojin's taken ramp. You got to be careful, right? Think about the amount of rounds Na'Vi have triple pushed Palace, right? So Kyojin may have ramp, but that's not full info. That's not confirmation on anything. He might catch players late to the B apartment, but in the same vein, oh, Electronic, no, he hasn't seen him. No. They are walking right by each other, and now Electronic is running with his knife out. So is Boomich coming back. Kyojin, 180s Boomich in position to trade, and this is quite a mess because even Na'Vi know now they're walking into a stack.
Yeah, it's horrible, right? You get this, you know what you're walking into, you know you're running into a brick wall, and yet you just have to keep going. You have to hope that you can bulldoze your way through, and with Shox landing these kind of shots, it's easier said than done. Boomich finds himself in the clutch and blindsided by Apex on that rotation. Vitality get a 4th, all made possible by Kyojin on that aggressive push through ramp and the timings he's able to find.
My God, yeah, nice try for Na'Vi to still commit there. They got a couple of entries, but Shox grabbing that orb from ZywOo's dead body proves to be worth its weight in gold, doesn't it? Couple of closing kills there. And like, yeah, some of these rounds, Vitality, they've been doing their best to get this information, right, to work out where Na'Vi are ending up. Some of these ramp and Palace pushes, some successful, others not. But all attempts trying to beat Na'Vi's default right now. This time again, it's back on A. We got Perfecto lurking under. He's not even got a gun. Back on a pistol. Just selling the B pressure, throwing in all his grenades, keeping 2 here for now. Meanwhile, ramp getting taken. Kyojin, this position has been really good for him, and he gets a shadow advantage. He turns, but he still hits the shot. Simple trades, and now these T's are flooding out Palace as they so often have been.
Yeah, Boomich again providing a lot of freedom with that opener. Accelerates the pace, Simple holds the CT angle, and he even gets past ZywOo. Masuuta's the man to get tagged, peeking closer. ZywOo's cancelled out by Boomich, and it is just Masuuta left in this clutch. knows that Boomich was over towards bench, so likely has crossed into jungle, baits the peak, and Boomich takes him out of the round. A hell of a map from the man at the helm of Na'Vi. He's keeping up appearances alongside Simple and Electronic at the top of the board.
Yeah, that's got to feel good, right? And we don't really have the same heroes for Vitality. That one ace round for ZywOo. Otherwise, there's nothing to marvel at for the Frenchman. 9-4, and the T-sides today have been immaculate for Na'Vi. Such a rare statement that. It's often their biggest problem. Fast into middle here, just Eagles for Vitality. They're waiting for round 15 to get their next full buy, the next attempt at quelling this aggressive T-side. Bit now running up catwalk with Boomich side by side and looking for these entries. It's only 2 men on B. Already you can see the panic rotates coming through market, and there's a Deeg that almost does devastation. Boomich trades onto Shocks. Mizuta still sat here at the back of the bomb site, and they're starting to fall like flies. Na'Vi having no problems. Everyone entering the scoreboard. And Kyojin on the big flank. Simple's ready.
Oh, yeah, and scoped up, tiniest of gaps, but the easiest of shots for Simple. 10-4, and it might be another one of these dominant first halves, right? The best you're hoping for is another return to a 5-10 for Vitality. That wasn't enough for them. Back on Nuke, and well, are we going to see an even more dominant scoreline, right? And the idea that this could finish up 11-4, that puts a lot of onus on that pistol round. And it's scary to put your hopes and dreams on a pistol. They can feel pretty wild card at times.
Yeah, flippy, floppy for sure. Even the best laid plans can be disrupted. More aggression here for Vitality. This time it's in the right position, right? They've cleared B apartments fully, but Simple, what on earth? Smoke spamming Kyojin, and back to the AWP. He's got both guns for every opportunity, and Perfecto even kills Mizuta on his push as well. Shocks, will he face the same fate? Oh, it's a mess, and Perfecto will not miss. 2 kills up in B, and this aggression has been quelled well by Na'Vi, looking in for an 11-4 half.
Yeah, I mean, Vitality are getting fooled. Yeah. They're getting made fools of. Perfecto has baited them into a B rotate. The A bomb site is wide open. Perfecto's just gone there and rolled out the red carpet for you. ZywOo will catch Electronic on the push, but Simple scoped up. Shot misses. Clash of these AWPs, and in a 2-on-3 like this, with timings being missed for Perfecto, it could be huge. He does hear the drop down. I think that goes both ways, because Apex even looks aware, and ZywOo loses out in CT. It's Apex versus the world versus Simple, and he's not able to get past him. 11-4 for Na'Vi. Another one of these dominant T-sides. Vitality heroes need to emerge, or else Vitality just might end up falling short in this series.
Intel Extreme Masters Cologne is brought to you by Intel. Acer Predator.
It might have been a slow start to the series for this Na'Vi squad, but as it's gone on, Na'Vi have only looked stronger and stronger. For Vitality, it's a bit of a grim situation here. They move into this second half of the third and final map at 4-11 down. To say the pistol round would feel like a necessity is a bit of an understatement when you're in a position as fragile as Team Vitality.
Yeah, most dominant half in this series so far, and Na'Vi just look like a different team to what we've seen over these past few months. This is even more impressive somehow. Great T sides today. Let's see how their defense goes. Boomich having to deal with the A-rush. It's right out ramp for Vitality with a top con smoke and flashes to follow. Electronic holding from the window. Boomich dead through the smoke. They're chasing down. They're taking jungle away from Na'Vi. This is great real estate for Vitality. If they can get an open plant, that they will. And now, well, it's all up in the air.
Yeah, 4-on-5 retake, but there is this ramp flank, right? That's something that I think it's worth paying attention to. It's very dependent on the success of the rest of the team. If they're pulling attention away from Simple, it can give him a lot of room, but he misses the opportunity. Dinked on that peak. Now up through ramp, he should get finished off. The trades are coming in. It's a 2-on-3, a bit of a whirlwind in this A site, but out of ammo. Back in CT for Perfecto. He's late, and now finds himself trapped in one hell of a crossfire. 1v1 and not enough time left for Perfecto. It will be a Vitality pistol locked in.
There we go. That's something. Mizzou doesn't even let Perfecto get out as well with the kit. So Vitality, if there was ever a chance to start believing, this is it. 5-11, quite the recovery needed. But it's going to be easy before it gets hard, right? Forces for Na'Vi, couple of pistol rounds here at the start. And with Vitality being on the T side, they can go wherever they please. They're looking for the 7-11 before guns come through. Lots of rifles. Vitality don't want to lose to the force buy. Play it as safe as you can. Hubcat for free, much as how Boomich did in their T side. Zywoo's going to do the same, and it's looking like a quick B approach into a triple hold.
Yeah, lots of bodies here for Na'Vi, and we've seen these Deagles get away with far more than they should be able to. Bits Deagle. Oh my word! A third in the round, and it's all on Masuta. His team laid to waste by Bit on the short side, and now they're all watching on from beyond the grave as Masuta tries to navigate this clutch around that Vitality needed. Stolen away by Bits Deagle on the short side. Beautiful shots out of Bit. We need a replay of that. I do not know how he just got away with that hat-trick.
Man, they run right by him. He just sneaks into the corner, tucks into the cubby, and man, that's one way to steal a round. Just when Vitality were beginning to believe again, Harry, they were tasting victory on the tip of their tongues, but it's been washed away. Look at this.
Madness, absolute madness, and this round's no different. Electronic on the swing in middle has decapitated Masuta. It is still some form of response out of Kyojin. He brings it back into the advantage of Vitality. Not over yet. They're not ready to give in. Still fighting hard with this force buy and hoping to return the favor to Na'Vi.
Boomich, does he really want to risk the mid-info? Electronic has a great pop flash for Perfecto, but he doesn't need it. He's just going to walk in through B and clear out the apps fully. Bomb's going A-Wood. Electronic's already rotating. And Boomich is milling about in spawn. They're deciding to go together. Bodyguards walking into A. Kyojin's on the late mid lurk. He'll be coming up through connector. But the big flank is the worry here for Vitality. They don't know it's coming. There's a kit on Electronic. As long as he can live long enough that Perfecto can get these kills, there's hope for Na'Vi in this retake.
Yeah, Electronic tucked in this corner, right? You have another player who can come here to support him if needed. Right now, Electronic is just playing around the bomb plant, and Boomich is doing much the same. Nade onto the plant, and not going to come in right away. That could have been some free damage, but Electronic hasn't given up his position yet, and it lets him get that kill. They have dealt with the wrap. They've dealt with the flank. The scouts followed up with another shot as well, ridding us, leaving it all on Electronic. 1v1, and Electronic's not missing a beat with the AK. 4 in the round to make it happen. The hearts and minds of Vitality broken by one man on the Na'Vi side.
What a beast. He's been playing great all day, right? From map 1, this guy has not been quiet. With Simple, you know, he was the guy who was really struggling at the beginning of the day, and Electronic was luckily filling the boots, as was Bit. So it's so great to see him keeping it up all the way here on the third map. 13-5 Vitality. They're just rebuying round after round. It's all they can really do at this point. They don't have the breathing room. Shox is on a armorless AK, and 2 more have been dropped over.
Yeah, right. At least you did a lot of damage you can try and capitalize on, but you're really working hard to look for silver linings. Blinder of a shot hit the bomb, dropped at ramp, and this might be the great unfurling of Team Vitality. This might be this T-side coming unraveled before our very eyes.
They wanted to pop out Palace. Now they've not even got the bomb. They're stuck here in the choke point, and Simple's got an AWP on the connector as well. Can flick back to Palace if ever needed, but first he's got Electronic as the line of defense. Cywood does catch him from Con with a wide angle, but he won't live long, and Mizuta is now alone in an unwinnable position. 14-5, put it down. Na'Vi, absolutely no way back in for Vitality, not with these 4 spies not working.
So exciting that this is the Na'Vi we've got at IEM Cologne, man. This feels like a Na'Vi destined to make a deep run. It really does. I've loved their T-sides, and it's been so long since I've got to say that about Na'Vi. Their T-side calling's been great. It's set up every one of their CT halves with just these incredible score lines and very little pressure. You know, on top of that, I think the fact that they're throwing in fast rounds, they're changing paces, only makes that slow style that much more oppressive when they do lean back into it. It feels like the old Na'Vi's only gotten stronger, and the old style, while also bringing something new to the table.
Yeah, they've definitely caught Vitality off guard, sleeping at the wheel, wool over the eyes in some of these halves. And right now, Vitality with a 3rd force in a row. Just looking desperately to get a round out of Na'Vi. It's not being given over. Galil's not pretty either. Na'Vi have got your AKs and they're using them against you. Grouping back on the A site with the bomb. Shock selling B. Simple is going to confirm pretty quickly that this is all a ruse. He tells his team not to worry. He has abs. Now, that being said, there's still a triple B. Boomish is about to confirm or deny, and it is him getting denied by Mizuta. An upgraded gun, perhaps here for Vitality as they set up into this A split.
Yeah, Bit's been holding mid on timing, so he's not aware of a player already getting deep. ZywOo does catch him by surprise. Electronic back in CT is getting spammed out, so he's got to use that flash to escape, and it might be a full save here for Na'Vi.
It's a good call.
Just going to admit defeat in this round, right? The 4 spy from Vitality has kept them afloat. It does deny 15 to Na'Vi for the time being.
No, it's definitely the right call. Like, yeah, if Electronic's able to get kills as the ramp players come out, sure, maybe you go for it. You just know that, well, you know, even if you can fight your way back in, the time is the biggest problem. Vitality are going to tuck. They're going to have a couple of players playing that bomb, and they're just never going to peek you. So winning the round is unlikely. Losing all your guns is inevitable. So Na'Vi just want to keep their weapons and buy up in the next. Can't afford to die here, though. Oh, that's awkward. Electronic falls to Shox. You're still going to be buying, but it's just going to be one less rifle. That's all that means. And Shox, one more rifle perhaps for him. Yoink. For Na'Vi here, it's more about figuring out the finances, dropping the guns over and arming as many as you can. For Vitality, it's trying not to lose your mind.
Yeah, and that's easier said than done, right? When madness is so rife in this series, when the stakes are so high, this is the upper bracket, right? Winner of this has secured themselves at the bare minimum a quarterfinals appearance in the playoffs. The loser, well, their fate's still uncertain, so there's a lot on the line here. Na'Vi looking to be the ones to book it.
Yeah, Loser's going to face FaZe as well, who have actually looked pretty decent, right? We saw them against Spirit earlier on today. Twist's been having some great games, so it's certainly not a free ride in the lower bracket, I can tell you that much here at Cologne. Na'Vi looking to guarantee that playoffs, as you say, just 2 rounds away. Simple had enough of waiting around, and I can barely blame him with shots like that. Maybe the bomb? No, Apex keeps it intact here for Vitality. That is the kill that wins the round, or at least keeps the round going for now for Vitality. Without it, Simple's probably shut Vitality out. Perfecto, he's pushed in deep. Look at his control all the way through the B apartments. His execute's coming in. They got knives out. Perfecto, easy peasy, grabs the gun. And there's plenty more where that came from. 2 more T's round this corner. They've got to go. They've got nowhere else. 30 seconds here. Molly comes in. Perfecto's done more damage, and he can be happy with that one. This Molly's even stalling Vitality's push. Are they really resetting A with 20 seconds? Boomich isn't moving away. He's still here on the stairwell.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. Na'Vi aren't feeling the pressure in the same way Vitality are right now. The clock, 15 seconds left on it. Up through Con, the bomb dropped. And for Masuta now, reality is setting in that this round is one that's going to elude Vitality, putting 15 up on the board for Na'Vi. 1 away, and even Masuta dying after time to further make matters worse for Vitality. Now just 5 kills away from a playoff spot as a guarantee for Nata Spinseer.
Yeah, this is not where I thought this series would go after watching, not only how well Vitality started Overpass, but, how they closed it out despite Na'Vi's comeback. There was a huge comeback on that T side. Vitality never shaken, never, put down from it. And right now, this looks like a shell of the team we saw on map number 1. 2 dominant victories for Na'Vi if they can close it here and now, and it feels inevitable.
Yeah, a meat grinder in the A site. A couple of kills coming in for Vitality, hoping to keep this game chugging on, and they will get into A. It's left onto Perfecto in a clutch, and he's going to back on out. So Vitality have at least denied the victory for 1 more round. The question is, how long can they keep this up? The 7th to their name still leaves them 8 away from an overtime scoreline. You are asking Vitality to do a hell of a lot here. Na'Vi, meanwhile, they need 5 kills in 1 round, and that would seal the deal.
Cat's out the bag now. They're hunting the save. They won't be able to find him. Could be anywhere at this point. So AK kept on. Perfecto could even throw that over to Simple as well. Or Electronic. Both are rivaling each other at 21 and 22 kills respectively. Both had monster performances throughout the day. I think Bit deserves a lot of credit as well for his debut of this series. 30 plus on Overpass. Not enough to win the map, but enough to at least get our fancy, get our eyes.
The thing that is just so startling as well is, look at the T-side scorelines on both the previous maps. It was a 12-3 half back on Nuke on the T-side for Na'Vi, 11-4 here. When you're starting games that dominantly, every single situation that Vitality have moved into in a second half of play has been some impossible comeback that they would have to embark upon. The fight's going on in mid, and with the weapons leaning in their favor, Vitality have at least seen this round through to the very end.
Whew. Yeah, that's Na'Vi just putting bodies in mid, right? Just flash peeking, trying to fight, trying to close it while they can. And for now, it gets a little bit scary for Na'Vi. They've got to take some ecos. They've got to give some room back to Vitality. And this is where these Ts can start to pick up some steam after all. It's not over until it's over, and Na'Vi need to keep that at the forefront of their mind. Pistols, deagles, no armor.
Yeah, you got about 3 rifle rounds left if you're Na'Vi, right? That's the thing, they are CT side and the money is broken, so you have to bear that in mind, right? Even though there is this gap of, what I imagine is about to be 6 rounds between them, only about half of those will be full investments for Na'Vi. So still a world where Vitality could take this game to overtime. I'm not doubting Vitality. I'm more in awe with what we've got from Natus Vincere.
Yeah, not in this round, though. You're just looking to get this gun out of there. If Perfecto can escape, that would be lovely. Right, because even here, even when Na'Vi should really be full ecoing, they're just buying Deagles, they're putting cash in. It's going to limit their next buy if they don't want to double eco here. But with the saved AK, that might be temptation enough. He should be getting away with it as well. 9 rounds, though. Vitality, they're taking the freebies while they got them. They're very happy about this. Makes this game suddenly not feel so one-sided. And really, because of those investments, Na'Vi probably should be double eco here. Spread the wealth, get some Kevlar, get some pistols, give it a go, but double digits on the horizon, looming over us here on Mirage.
Na'Vi are actually just keeping the hero AK in play. As you say, they did throw some money into that last round, so they're waiting until they've got everything in the bag. Oh, but Perfecto can still do damage with this AK.
Not like
into the B site they go. Bitsdeek, we've seen it do disastrous stuff to Vitality in the past. This time it's only 1. It has still kept the 3-on-3 open, and Perfecto still taking scalps out of the round. Masuta's dead as well. Kyojin, talk about a trial by fire on the big stages versus the best teams. He's all alone in the 1v2, trying to keep this comeback coming in for Vitality. A moment of silence as Kyojin taps out the first and the second. 10 on the board. Vitality are not ready to let Na'Vi close this game out yet.
Wow, there's that star power, right? There's that individual flair that we know he has. We've seen it before. Pulling it out at the most important point in the series, really. Every round seems to be that now for Vitality, as they are hanging by a thread on a knife's edge against 15. Against that playoff point that Na'Vi so desperately desire. What a tap for Kyojin. And what a round for Vitality. It was only eco at the end of the day. Now we've got Simple armed. He's always dangerous, but AWP put to good use, finding that first, and it can all come crumbling down like this. A flash blinded, Simple just doesn't care.
Yeah, man, you're removing his vision. You're using your util to get Simple off angles, and he's still getting kills in spite of that. Simple tries his hand at the no-scope. He's looking to be the man to end it all for Vitality. 3 in this round so far. Finally dealt with by ZywOo, but they're asking him to 1v3. Crossing into the site. He's got so many angles to worry about. He's going to start by pressuring this CT player in Boomich. Another man nearby to trade, and there it is. Perfecto swinging out. Na'Vi booking themselves a playoff spot. Quarterfinals at a bare minimum, and still a chance to carry it forward to the semis. Oh, this Na'Vi, they're looking excited.
Well, there you have it, folks. That is the way the cookie crumbles. We've got Vitality picking up the first map of the series. We come back, and it seems like Na'Vi decided to play a little bit of brand of Counter-Strike different than what we saw in that first map. Welcome back, everybody. Intel Extreme Masters is in town, and so are we. This is Jason. That's Yanko over there. Yanko, did this go according to plan on Mirage for Na'Vi?
I think it's fair to say yes, it did, considering
They wanted
the
to lose.
convincing that they have. Yeah, and the 11-4 T side, right? Even when we looked at some of the previous tournaments for them, like prior to IEM Summer, for example, DreamHack Masters or Pro League, that T side on Mirage was very disjointed, too slow at times, right? And then we saw some improvements for them in the CIS, RMRs, and here again, I think the preparation was good. The trading was really good from Na'Vi in this game. I say preparation because, for example, Apex really likes to throw that HE from window every single time. You could see in one round Bit just jumping through the top mid smoke, just kind of, even if he takes the damage, he gets the kill, the entry frag, and there was a lot of that going on for Na'Vi.
And definitely something we kind of talked about going into this one was who's going to step up when it comes down to the torchbearers, right? And definitely Simple did. In terms of Mirage.
Well, actually, I mean, yeah, in terms of Mirage, the whole series was great from Na'Vi. It was a pretty team affair. What would Overpass was Bit having a great game. Nuke was Perfecto having a great game. Mirage here wasn't a standout in my mind from any like one person, whether it was Simple, Electronic, and Boomich all did really good. If you go look at the stats, this is a pretty even series from the Na'Vi players, all sitting very, very close together. But certainly, I don't know, the hard part is if you're Vitality, this has got to be a little bit of a bummer, and this shows a bit of the disparity between the teams in my mind, because if you're Vitality, whether it's game plan or whether it's just sheer random luck, you got two maps where Simple, the best player in the world, the most dominant player in the game, was very, very quiet, uncharacteristically quiet relative to what we normally see him at. And if you're Vitality, that's got to be like your top win condition, is find a way or pray that Simple is going to have some rough games, and they did, and they weren't able to capitalize. They did on map 1, Nuke was a blowout, and that's their opportunity kind of missed it in my mind there.
Yanko, you agree?
Yes, and I think another theme that was apparent on both Nuke and Mirage, where Na'Vi had great T sides, was Vitality couldn't string rounds together, right? Like, winning pistol, losing the second round, that's what happened on both Mirage and on Nuke. And also you could tell from the player cams, I mean, yes, Apex is a player who, is more emotional maybe than others or expresses it more than others, but it really did feel like there was either miscommunication or things weren't really going according to plan, not just in the regards that they were losing, right? But there was like clear frustration from him in multiple rounds. So I don't know if that's because of, Kyojin's first LAN or this or that, or guys just not following the game plan, but not everything was as they wanted it to be.
I think I noticed that it almost felt to me in certain situations with Vitality in this game that they seemed, players at times seemed a little bit panicked in different situations, like unsure of exactly what was going on, of what their responsibility was in a certain scenario, like where their teammates were looking, where they were supposed to be covering. And there were just a few scenarios around like bomb sites that I looked at Vitality players and I was like, oh boy, calm it down. Like, slow things down in your mind.
Whoa there, fella.
Yeah, pull it back.
Let's take a look at Group B. We're about to jump into a break, but I want to go ahead and tell you what's going on now that Vitality has taken an L there. They drop down to the lower bracket. They play FaZe.
That's going to be good.
Yeah, that's going to be real good. An elimination game, so definitely a lot on the line in that notion, but almost as much on the line as what we have coming up. A Danish derby, as people just want to say. A derby this, a derby that. We're looking at Astralis taking on Heroic. We'll be right back.
shoot.
Okay.
2 wins, and what's the score? So just write the score beside each one of them.
Yeah, pretty much, almost.
Let's say 16-12 for Heroic.
16-9 Heroic. Show me what you got. Okay, so Heroic beats Astralis every time.
T'as mis quoi? T'as mis combien?
16-10.
10.
Do you think the LAN environment would favor Astralis more?
I'll keep it Heroic just because of like the lineup changes. I don't think Astralis you'll get that like super boost just because they're playing LAN.
Yeah, I almost got the same, but I mean Astralis will be like stronger because they are more experienced, and yeah, but I think Heroic is too strong, and they know how to play online.
What you got there? Yeah, I think
Astralis winning now.
16-13. I think Astralis can just pull it. Like they just have some good land tricks. I feel like with how they play. So I don't know. I feel like they could squeak out. I think they'll perform a little bit better in a land environment. You know, obviously Heroic is a way more inexperienced team. So, but then again, you never know.
Sorry, il y a some problème. What do you got?
Reverse, I guess.
Actually, Heroic they are better than Astralis even on LAN, bro. But Heroic play good, and they have some LAN experienced player. For me, they beat Astralis actually on LAN.
No, I think Astralis have really more experience, and especially if it's in stage, I see Astralis favorite.
In-game leaders don't get more passionate than in today's Danish derby. As Glaive is regarded by pretty much everyone in the scene as the best in-game leader to ever grace the game, it's easy to overlook the fact that the man can frag. And if you want proof, look no further than yesterday's match against FaZe, where he dominated the kill feed. Speaking of domination, it's Cajun's favourite way to play. The AWPer leads his young team by example, unafraid to inject a bit of flashy style into his round and even tournament-winning plays, while capitalising on his team's notable synergy in their creative mid-round plays.
There's no way, Caden, you can't win Pro League like this! You can't win Pro League like this! No way! The leader.
Leadership and serious mechanical ability means that this is one matchup not to be missed.
The Intel Extreme Masters Cologne 2021. There's about 750 kilometers between Cologne and Copenhagen, but tonight it's gonna get much, much closer than that. Astralis versus Heroic undoubtedly will be on many screens across that Jutland Peninsula. These two Danish powerhouses are both fighting for a spot in the playoffs, and one of them is gonna be joining that coveted bracket right here and right now.
Would you say you have a rivalry with Team Heroic?
I think we definitely do have a rivalry against Team Heroic. I mean, it's a Danish team, and as of right now, they are the stronger team, at least on paper, and they've been winning against us the last few times. So yes, of course, it's fun to play those matches.
I guess in terms of how it's been in the previous years of the Danish scene, Astralis hasn't had any rivalry with any other team because they've always won. And I'll be quite frank, but at this point we haven't lost to them for a very long time. So if they beat us today, I can accept the fact that we have a rivalry, but if we don't, I'll smash the hammer and say there's nothing.
I think Heroic is going to play like they always do. They're going to play without fear, and they're going to be taking a lot of aim duels and play with a lot of confidence, especially because they've beaten us the last few times. So that's something we have to be ready for, to punish them and make sure that we out-aim them.
I think they are in a better shape than they were a few weeks ago. It's no secret that these guys are no slouch when it comes to lands. They have major experience at doing this, 4 times major champions, and 4 of them just has more experience than 5 of us combined, you know, so they are definitely going to be a difficult task. I'm going to be interested in seeing what kind of shape are they going to meet up with today, because it's hard to figure, but there's also a bit of turmoil in the background of the organization and so on these days, so yeah, it's going to be a hectic game for sure, but I'm not expecting it to be easy.
If you were in the same room as Cajun right now, what would you say to him?
Ooh, I'm not sure. I'm not good at banter. I think that's his strength. I don't know. I think I would just wish him good luck with the match because that's how I am.
Good luck and have fun. I'm excited to play these guys. Haven't played them on LAN for ages, and yeah, I think it's just good for everyone to be back. It's good to see you in the eyes here, Frank, at the interview as well. I mean, the atmosphere is just different. You know, I'm used to doing my laundry and taking out the dish, opening the dishwasher and so on between maps, but here it's full focus, it's different, and yeah, I'm just super excited to, I guess, hear Magisk yell a bit as well when they win some rounds, because he's probably going to be pumped up.
100% equal terms, so there's no excuses. The better team is going to win today.
That's damn right, Magisk. One thing that I can't rally behind is the idea of wishing good luck to your opponents. It seems a little weird,
Very
but
polite.
I get it. You know, I completely understand, especially when you think in context to the head-to-head between these two teams. For Denmark, this is a pretty big one. For these two teams, this is a very big one. In terms of a matchup history, it's going to be pretty self-explanatory that right now, Heroic lead it 4-0 in 2020. Now, we did flip over to 2021.
Yes.
Weirdly enough, it's new year, new time, new teams.
Look, the forces have shifted. The forces have shifted. If you're just joining Counter-Strike after a year and a half of online only, yeah, Heroic is now a better team than Astralis. That is how it is. That's the lay of the land.
So there was a tweet from Cadian that came out, and it's pretty funny. You know, Astralis hasn't lost a map on LAN in a year and a half, and people still say we're the favorites. Insanity. Quite the banter, huh, Yanko?
Yeah, and I think obviously, you know, whether it's the in-game leader or the coach, your job is to an extent to deflect as much pressure, I guess, as you can from your team, right? Because the pressure is going to be there for Heroic throughout this whole tournament. I mean, you can see even in the video pieces we did, right? The players are saying, yeah, Gambit and Heroic, these are the 2 teams that need to prove themselves on LAN now. And I think Astralis wasn't only the best team in Denmark, but the best team in the world for a long time. And I think undoubtedly that's Heroic right now. And the only thing that's left, the only asterisk, the caveat, is the LAN aspect, right? Because these 4 results that we've seen, that's all with the current Astralis lineup. That wasn't with Device. So, you know, there was no changes since that.
Yeah, I think that's what Cadian is also doing in an interview when he says, you know, there really isn't a rivalry because we have beaten them all the time. What he's trying to do is make sure that none of his teammates get in their own heads thinking, oh my God, we're playing Astralis on LAN. This is it. We have to confirm something. If you can allow your teammates not to think about it, just, you know, take it as a match as always. We should be better. It's going to be fine. Then that should be it. In terms of results, it's night and day. There's no question. But you have a Heroic that has been slouching just a little bit. They've lost to NIP. They've lost to Gambit. They've lost to Na'Vi. They've been bleeding, whereas Astralis is looking better. So honestly, if it was an upset, I'd be ready to go on it.
And, you know, the fact that both these teams have a bit of vulnerability, that's something to consider going into this matchup. We did obviously just hear from Magisk, and I'm sure that we can back that up a little ways too. Magisk stats in the last 3 months before Device left, and then perhaps after. Reaction, I think. Device leaving Astralis obviously was going to create reactions across the roster. Oh, yeah.
It would either hinder them or it would trigger motivation, and that's what happened with Magisk. We see this next graphic right here, 1.11, and it's getting better and better. He's the highest rated player during this event. He's the one that's been picking up the slack. Look, when you lose Device, you lose a huge input of frags, as simple as it is. A huge security in terms of kills. Magisk right now is the one cleaning up the server when Device is missing.
Which is scary stuff. Yanko, I want to look at you because we, you know, obviously we run these games pretty late. I want to look at you just after this. Device leaving the team gave me a lot of motivation. It gave me the hunger to prove that it wasn't the correct decision. Now, that's interesting enough. Also would be interesting is what maps we're going to play, Yanko.
Yeah, I guess Magus took that one personally to an extent as well. Both teams have permabans here, so Dust2 for Heroic, Mirage for Astralis. That's good for Heroic as well. Mirage is one of the maps they've lost the most, even though they haven't lost that much in general. Astralis going back to Inferno, like we saw yesterday against FaZe, it was Nuke. Again, that's a map where Heroic has a lower win rate than on others, and we see that Heroic doesn't hesitate. They go for the overpass pick. They wanted to leave Nuke. I think they thought they could get it as the decider. That's the most common pick for Heroic, but Astralis with a smart veto and just vetoes it out in the second phase.
Yeah, and that's exactly what we're looking at. Guys, it's not as clear-cut. It's not as simple to pick a winner here, is it, Maniac?
No, it's not, because we have this caveat of now Astralis being on LAN, and you could see the webcamsters when they were playing against FaZe, you could feel that energy. Astralis, as a roster, has gone through so many hardships recently, the past few months. You talk about frustrations, you talk about players leaving, Device leaving the ship, obviously, and you feel like this all is balled up and it's about to explode. That's what happened when you looked at them play. You look at Glaive, his reactions against FaZe. I'm thinking, man, if they bring that kind of rage onto the server, if they force Heroic to think, hold on a minute, maybe there is a rivalry, then we have a game.
Yeah, and for Astralis, we got to look at them in a game versus FaZe early on in the brackets, right? That one pretty much, I think, sets the tone when you look at Astralis, what kind of team they're going to show up as here in Cologne, Yanko.
Yeah, and what we saw there was, like, sure, the second map was a grind with a triple overtime, but it was the strong CT sides, right? Like, that's what was the name of the game for Astralis for a very long time. And what I want to see from Heroic, since we didn't see them on the A stream first time around, is they are very active on the CT side, right? They're one of those teams where if we get a 1-for-1 trade, a CT, we like that because we are the ones dictating the pace of the game. We are the ones making the moves and getting the information, right? So that's something that Astralis can very clearly see and prepare for. So is that still going to be I think for Heroic as much as it was, in the online games? And also, what is the approach going to be from Astralis? Are going to start maybe a little bit more defensive, a little bit slow pace, and try to punish those aggressive plays, or are they just sticking with their own style and then seeing how every round goes for itself?
And you know what? Cadian, with that sort of smirk on his face right there, looks quite nefarious. I'm not going to lie. We've seen this guy do some pretty cool stuff in the server, and I expect today to be absolutely no different. We've got a banger of a matchup, and we're ready to get this bad boy started. It's Astralis going toe-to-toe with Heroic in our last matchup of the night. Whoop. And hello, Machine. Let's go and get you guys going.
I'm excited. Okay? I'm excited. Woo! Nice one. Nice one. I knew the audio guy hated me.
Oh, well, there you go.
Evidence. Astralis Heroic, boys. Let's go. Just doing my stretch.
They're running down mid.
Of course they are. Gunning it straight into Magis domain. And they're actually going to fight second mid. This could be a biff. Here we go. Dupree catching two. Just putting my head back on my shoulders. Give me a second. Shush has dinked down to one. Hanging out in the apps. He'd love a heady. Not going to find it. Wouldn't we all, to be honest. And we're going to be seeing a bit more action for this 1 HP gamer. He's got the bomb. He's got the headshot. Dupree's continuing to add a third to his tally. And Shush, just by surviving, has made this round competitive.
Yeah, with the bomb down, plenty of time here for Astralis to work their way around. Magiska's actually going over towards Banana here, so he can go around the world, come through CT spawn and put the flank on. Smoke has been dropped over towards the apartments. There's no rush just yet. It feels like Shush has a bit of an idea here. You see he's parked his way back over towards that library position.
He's considered it.
Yeah, it's not an easy clear for Magiska either, so keep that in mind because he is coming through library. That'll be the first point of contact now that Refresh has tucked himself in towards pit.
Abracadabra, will he clear his corner? Kind of depends and hinges on Magisk. Dupree working apps, Sip, Boiler, and this is the clear. Will he do it? I don't think he will, Shush! Oh! Nearly makes a meal of it, but he's found two, both with 1 HP, and the bomb's still idle. They have to commit A. Refresh yet to frag, and it's an easy pickup. They are turning it around. Shush and Refresh conceding early frag. Zip hasn't got the time to run B. No armor on him either. Aim punch is a factor, spots him out. Refresh could lose his head. Instead, they opt for the plant of smoke to perhaps enable it. Shush should be able to push the gap here. Close the gap, just trying to pull out his Glock. It's over. Big recovery from the Heroic boys to get that pistol locked down.
That's the two new boys there as well. So look, they've been in the team for some time now, but to see them picking up a round like that one when the chips were down, great stuff for Heroic. And yeah, just not considering that corner right there. And you understand why. You think that they're going to be burrowed down, maybe playing double pit. But they knew the room they had to work with right there, and Heroic pick up a nice one. Now, how's your leg?
Yeah, sorry. I got my foot trapped in the chair. I was doing,
Just as it was getting thrown.
I don't know if people know, but like I can't sit still. So I'm just doing various yoga positions, and I'd opted for a bit of an avant-garde strategy, and I got my shoes stuck in my chair.
It's always very scary being next to Alex, especially in this new setup we have because the mic cable's so short. So when he was trapped, I thought we were going to lose the entire setup right
I just embarrassed myself live on air before the biggest game of the tournament, mate. That's all. That's all I did.
It was a good way to kick it off, you know. We've kind of diffused the situation here for the teams.
I'm super hyped for this, by the way. We haven't really talked about it. Astralis Heroic, head-to-head on LAN, plenty of banter, plenty of rivalry, and I do really want to dig my teeth into the fact that this Astralis, I'll be honest, many people considered it, you know, dead on arrival or dead on departure.
Yeah, that's a good way to look at it here because things have not been going well whatsoever. This team is, well, the Denmark squad, right?
Yeah,
you have
are.
Heroic in the server here. They're not considered that whatsoever. Pushing out Banana here. Stown goes down for free. Tried some retake utility right there, but the flash not working. Magisk avoiding it, and now that's a great M4 drop towards top of Banana to be picked on now.
Oh, God, yeah, it came a bit too easy. Smoked off now, contesting mid. They're going to push through this. This is lovely. They won't have any resistance. I spoke too soon. A couple of stray bullets do connect, and actually Testis has clawed one back. Very short-lived. Looks like Dupree's had the perfect breakfast to start his day off.
Oh, another smoke being dropped out towards top Banana here, and Magisk is still in front of it. So if Tessis continues this crawl forward, he would be in danger, but that magic line drawn in the sand, he will just be standing. Shush in rotation back over towards B. He's going to be here in time.
All right, Tessis. It's predictable. Magisk is low. If he takes first contact, the pre-fire will have to scrap his plan. Smoked off Coffins. There's no way for that support to come in from Shush. Dunk down to 25. The M4 does push out, doesn't quite manage the spray. More damage, though, chipping away. And with 15 seconds left, if they don't force this new box fight now, as they found, there should be a safe bomb plant. Uncontestable, unless Dupree walks straight into this domain. That's a nice weapon upgrade for Cadian, and a nice find from Shush. He actually gets two, Chad. We're into a 1v1. Magisk knows where he's coming from. Cadian does have the AK and the advantage in the health department. But it's all too easy for Magisk. That's a huge round from him. 4. He started that off with a great catch onto Stown, and he built upon it into a conversion of the second.
The kills were fantastic, but just the fact he held that top of Banana, the information was Astralis' almost from the start of that round. So great stuff there, kicking things off in style. And you need him to show up. He's going to be a big name in this matchup here today.
And nearly another 2v4, though. I mean, we had it in the pistol, and now into the second round. Heroic are one frag away from doing it again.
Well, let's see if they're going to force buy back into this one, because
this transfer, by the way, blah.
Very good stuff there to keep it competitive, but we're back underway here. And look, it will be that force buy. Scout out for Shush, Eagles for the rest. A little bit of utility around. Banana control being taken again. Shush has been put on notice here. He even hangs around for another fight, so finally dropping on back here. Cadian soloing, trying to one-way with the smoke. More damage done. But they will get Banana control here. All 5 members of Astralis making their way up Banana. The rotation from Heroic miles away at this point.
They just hard commit. It feels like they are. Yeah, look, CT smokes and they're just going. This is such a punish. They got the read. And already Cadian just running out of options, running out of bullets and vision. The entire Astralis squad is already on B, and there's only still the 1 minute mark on that clock. Now that's an interesting CT smoke. I'm not sure how that's going to adjust the battlefield.
I think they're trying to get out to save right here. Maybe just guarding it so Cadian can get away from this Ruins position and hold on to his armor and Deagle as well. And that will be the play. Another smoke towards CT spawn signals that. And the gamble, it didn't pay off, but they're able to hold on to their goodies and play again in that next round. Looks like Shush is hanging around to CT spawn with that scout right now.
Genuine question then, while they save. How did Glaive's statement that we can't be a tier 1 team without an AWPer in our roster land on your eardrums?
Well, look...
Hang on. Maybe there's more to be said about this.
There might be a big fight here.
Oh my God, they just lose it all. It was supposed to be a second bite of the cherry, and they've got nothing to write home about. Cadian 1 consolation frag, but sidearm upgrades and some good final frags there.
Okay, yeah, that one really fell apart. We were painting the picture right there that Heroic were going to get another crack at what they just invested, but obviously the plan wasn't just to throw it away, it was to try and punish their economy and get an exit or two. It hasn't worked that way at all, and now it looks like we will have a bit of a technical code. You can see a player has dropped out of the server, and we can return to that conversation. Look, I think when you consider what has happened to Astralis over the last year, the year plus now, obviously we had the Yugi Snappy situation, we had the 6-man roster, we obviously had more recently Device leaving. Device is such a huge name, and what he did for this team in terms of just filling that role of being not only a superstar, but the AWPer, that was a big part of Astralis' identity. So I think that plays into the conversation with what Glaive is talking about, right? And then to have somebody who, look, has done secondary AWPing in the past, that of Dupree, picking up the AWP. Sure, it's going to be in the short term, a little bit harder to read, but it's not a long-term solution, right? And these conversations, right, probably not the time for us to be getting into them too much right now.
No, but it's certainly something, the fact that that's the in-game leader of this squad is already vocalizing, it's rare to hear Astralis talking about not being able or capable of being the #1.
Yeah, and him himself has picking up the AWP, right? We saw it just the other day when they were taking on FaZe that he was AWPing and actually looking pretty handy with
nice with it.
Yeah, so it's going to be curious to see how this one all pans on out. No Hunden behind the team over there at Heroic, by the way.
Yeah, it's Robbie, right?
Yes, I do believe so. He was with them when they won EPL over Gambit. So Hunden's only been back for a short while. That statement that Heroic put out there, you can read into that however you want. We won't get into too much speculation.
No, but it does seem like, you know, that Caden even did a little Twitter video, which I took a look at, just talking about what these new names, I think they've got a psychologist and Robbie acts as something similar, more of a support structure as opposed to a tactical support. But both of them are in attendance at IEM Cologne, and I'm just so glad to have Heroic, A, in the player area, and B, competing up against Astralis. We do have a bit of a pause straight after that mismanaged save.
It does look like it's coming out of Astralis here, because you can see all 5 members for Heroic are in the server. I think just as we were panning earlier, one of the Astralis members dropped on out. So hopefully it's a quick little issue. These things tend to happen. You got the new setups, the SSDs, all the goodies. As long as we get these kinks out of the equation early, we should be good for the remainder.
It was interesting during that veto as well, just to see that Ancient and Vertigo remaining. I mean, what year is this? It's 2021, Alex. You know that. It's just exciting to see that the newest additions to map pool floated all the way to that final stage. I would have loved an Ancient.
Yeah, that's the thing. Astralis yesterday, I do believe they had Ancient as the 3rd map against FaZe. We didn't actually get to see it because it was a 2-0.
They've shown a willingness.
Yeah, and then when you take a little bit of a look at the Heroic Spirit series, well, they did play Ancient. It was the 3rd and deciding map there, and that one ended in overtime, right? So it has had a little bit of play. I think it was the first game that we did. It was NIP. We saw them against LDLC on Ancient. And, well, that was at the start of the week. But lots of Counter-Strike has been played, and still a lot of Counter-Strike still to go. Just to put the gravitas on this one for everybody playing at home. Not only is this one a big domestic derby, battle, biff, brawl, all that good stuff, the winner of this will end up in the playoffs, right? And then they have to play against Na'Vi to determine that semi-final or quarter-final spot. But there's a lot on the line here. Now let's just talk through this lower bracket run that could be on the cards if you lose this matchup here. We've just had Vitality go down against Na'Vi. They've dropped to that lower bracket. They will be playing against FaZe tomorrow. Then they will have to play another best of 3. And that best of 3 will be against the winner of Furia versus the loser of this game.
Whoa.
So it's not going to be any easy Counter-Strike to be played if you want to secure yourself a spot in that final 6.
And that is just there's one spot in that lower bracket. I mean, when you look at the amount of names that occupy it, it does kind of blow your mind. Like right now, FaZe, Vitality, Furia, the loser of this, one of those is coming to the playoffs. And this is their chance now. You've got that beautiful opportunity to just guarantee playoffs and then get to pick your poison between the quarters and the semi-final.
Yeah, exactly. You almost get a free crack in that matchup. You know, if you want to try some things with your map pool, obviously you'd love to get straight through to those semis. Playing extra games of Counter-Strike means you have to show more of your playbook. And if you take a look at Astralis so far, they've only played 2 maps, right? We haven't even seen them play Inferno so far in this event. They've only had to play the likes of Dust 2 and Nuke, neither of which are in this series. All right, so whatever they've been working on in the lab coming into this event, you're going to get to see that here. If you take a look, we do have the B-Stream game going on right now as well. That is NIP taking on Virtus Pro. The first map did go in favor of the CIS squad. The second one is happening, and you can actually see that one on your screen here. Perfect. The first map was Ancient. VP won that 16-9. Second, Inferno. That is the choice of VP. So things are not looking good for the Ninjas in Pajamas.
Yeah, and they were the ones that were, you know, I don't want to say hottest prospect, but within Group A, it was one I was expecting to see at least test the likes of G2 as a hot prospect in that upper bracket, but we haven't got to see that head-to-head. NIP thrust to the lowers versus Gambit.
Yeah, that's going to be a big one, right? So Big took down Liquid earlier, so Big are waiting, and they'll play the winner of NIP versus Virtus Pro tomorrow. and the winner of that game will be going through to the playoffs next weekend. But it does look like we are ready to get play back underway here on the main stream. Astralis and Heroic, they've worked out all those aforementioned kinks. And just to surmise, well, Heroic, they won the pistol. Astralis bounced back off of the magic of Magisk. And then Heroic threw away a couple of upgraded pistols here. So it's going to be 4 USPs and the Save Scout. Cadian's actually been donated that one here from Shush, so Shush feeling very generous. Let's see if they can make anything of a round like this. Should be Astralis securing their third.
Should.
Scout shot down mid is actually allowed Stown to push on. He's taken down Dupree. That's a nice opening, but I think the B bomb side, it's open for business, and there shouldn't be too many woes right here. Zipex is isolated. Stown might be able to turn this into a 3-on-5. How long is he going to hide and seek? Tessus has confirmed there are presence on the B bomb site, and the bomb sound does more than just that. Zipex is spotted. He has to worry about all these angles now. They're flanking him too. So, look, Zipex is just keeping them busy right here while that 40 seconds is starting to transpire.
Well, I mean, for Heroic, this has just become a game within the game. This is a mini game of Counter-Strike at a tier 1 level. It's Hunt the Zipex. Heroic do seem to be whittling away at him one by one, chipping and carving themselves a MAC-10. And there we have it.
You've got to feel a little bit, you know, like Zipex's like, well, I've won the round just with my presence alone right there, but he was screwed the whole time. And hold up, Tessus might be able to put a couple of USP bullets in the back of the head. Magisk is looking great here. 7 kills for him right now. And oh, another freebie there. Refresh running into his demise. Just to note, these players are all playing in the ballroom, so you will be able to hear them yelling at one another, or more so, they'll be able to hear each other yelling at each other.
How was your Danish?
Not great.
No?
No, but I know the tone of smack talk, so...
it's probably slightly less... what's the word that I'm allowed to use on broadcast? Well, never mind, I'm just... it's probably not quite like the French.
4 players now heading to Banana here for some control out the gates here for Heroic. They have that MAC-10, the Scout, and the Famous, so their buy doesn't actually look great here.
Whoa, yeah, you can see a big battle of the macro decisions here. Lots of util dumped into Banana, and they're right to do so this time. Heroic trying to contest. The Molly forces them off half wall, and already that battle for half, or rather Banana control, still being fought for by Stown passively, has receded now. Deep smoke keeps them at bay. And a 4-man stack as our initial util starts to be deployed by Astralis.
Yeah, they're going to get Banana control yet again. It's Stown with the biggest gun right here, and he's left with only a smoke to defend and 1 minute and 10 seconds left on the clock. Heroic are hedging towards this top mid control, and they're actually pushing forward here to take some space back. As I say that, the molly lands, and they reconsider their options. The smoke from Stown has now been deployed. We still have about 60 seconds to work with here, so Astralis are in the driver's seat of this one.
Yeah, again, just winning that war. They'll have so much time to not worry about being grey-screened upon their finish B. It looks like Dupree and Glaive might try and manufacture a little bit of a fake, at least maintain those 3 players over on towards the A site. Magisk is already going for an early look and does tag up Tessus. He's got plenty of smokes in the bank account. He's got 3 in play, so if he chooses to at least try and draw out what little remains of the CT util, they can do so.
Yeah, Tessus did just drop his smoke right there just to peer on over. And now with 25 seconds left, they're heading back towards A.
Boom. Here they go. Util flies through the air and Refresh. Good find. We'll be able to tuck into Pit. He's a powerful player if he's brought online. Peeking into Dupree is a bit of a risk, though. They swing into the site. More from Refresh. Oh, the impact is felt, and it looks great for Heroic. Shush and Cadian combine as well to neutralize, and it's not even going to be sweat on the brow there. Some weapons to be retrieved, and just the 1 casualty.
That's actually fantastic considering what they brought in, right? They took the MAC-10 from Zipex, Down and picked up that AK from Dupree, and Cadian was holding on to that Scout from the earlier Force Spy. So they didn't even fully invest, right? They could have upgraded a couple of their purchases there. So the fact that they get it done with this, great stuff out of Heroic in response here. And we didn't think time would be a problem there for Astralis, but the last 20 seconds of the round, things did look a bit flustered. AKs will be back out. Zipex into a MAC-10 again. Definitely some upgrades over there for Heroic now. 3 AKs wielded. Tessus getting aggressive in middle. Couple of warning shots down with that Famous.
That nade is destined for success. He's unable to pull it. Top Banana confirmed is under Astralis rule. That's the half-wall smoke, and you had alternative, a safer alternative, as opposed to mantling all the way up.
They're really liking this option here, aren't they?
Yeah, but can I just say, I need to learn that one, because the one where you have to jump on oranges and stare at a pixel, you can die looking like a bit of a plum sometimes.
Oh, this is interesting right now. So now that they've thrown that utility, that's a buffer. They're doing a bit of a swapsy right here. Cadian and Refresh swapping out with Stown and Tessus, who have residual utility. They're changing this up. Very nerdy.
Smart. Yeah, I love it. And now, Astralis have the 60-second mark reached. Bit of contact on B. Stown holds onto his incendiary. He's not falling for any of this smoke and mirrors. And as I say it, smoke is deployed. Quite a deep one.
So that nade still does a decent amount of damage there, but it looks like they're going to pop in towards B. Zipex and Dupree are in Banana now. Cadian and Refresh just cleared top mid, so they're going to rotate over. Refresh should be there in time. Here they come.
Refresh is going loudly down the speedway. They'll know he's coming as well. Tessus with a flash over Nubox. Down might catch it. Does. Still in loads. Tessus, good find. Only 3 hearts beating in Astralis. Can't quite change it there on the peak. Down. Has to drop down. Good control of the spray. It's Cadian that will finish it off. That bomb needs to be planted, and it is, courtesy of Zipex. Magisk. Highest flyer for Astralis so far, and a 2 versus 4 established. It's a world where they can shape this up nicely. First is provided. Claws it back into contention. Zipex is on the hunt. He wants to equalize. And it's Magisk that steps up to the plate. They're doing it. 2 versus 4. Shush neutralizes the threat on Nubox. Doesn't have the smoke, does have the kit. A little bit of time to play with. Zipex just shows a little bit of cheeky leg, and that should be it. Play the time, counting in his head. 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. No time. And it's locked down. Astralis, 2 versus 4. Magisk and Zipex come up clutch for a 4th.
Yeah, that's fantastic stuff right there. They're just able to isolate all of those fights. The first one from Stown almost comes for free. Nobody was close enough to look in for a trade right there. And the proactive work of Astralis, able to really just punish Heroic here. Look at the big red button Heroic have hit in response. Double orbs brought out immediately. 1 for Stown, 1 for Cadian. We know that Stown does love bringing out that secondary orb from time to time. That rotation from Heroic was genius. The timing was great. The utility really helped them there, but still not enough to get through with the round. Take a note right here on Kit Watch. Not a single one in play here for Heroic. So if we get into another one of those post plants, no longer have that 5-second buffer on the defuse. And maybe setting up for a bit of an A piece here. Bubsky selling the banana control. Heavy presence right now as they do throw out some utility top mid, but then rotate back through that chicken pit. So back and forth they go. Astralis looking very fluid here. Now they're working on top banana control. Oh, that flash says they're ready for the AWP.
Yeah, and this tight line. Oh, it's a hard flick to find. Bubsky just elevated on the sandbags, and they're going to punish on this. They want to twist the knife, and it's just Tessus kicking and screaming. Only good for the 1. Shouldn't be way back in here. Considering the commitment of Shush and Stown, they're still so far on A. I'm not sure what Refresh's intentions are. Careful there, soldier. He's got $50 in his back pocket. He'd love to keep all of those goodies.
Well, look where Dupree is right now. Shush has pushed all the way down. Dupree's actually going to be just above him here. So if Stown thinks this is clear, he might lose that AWP. Needs to be careful about the way he plays this. And like ships in the night, Dupree and Shush cross one another. And yeah, Stown might go down here.
He's not even going to consider it, considering that's the route Shush just departed from. Oh, they're both there. Oh, a disaster! They lose it all! Dupree does manage it in the end. And Heroic, that's 2 for 2 now on these saves. They've just been punished, and more through their own negligence. Shush just didn't catch it, though. Dupree just slips on past. And that's another brutal, bitter pill to swallow. Astralis not only posting 5 in our opening 7, but taking all of those guns away. They've got very little now.
Yeah, needing to take a timeout here. Heroic have to have a conversation about this. They're looking out of sorts at this point. The fact that they win that pistol in such a great fashion, it was a really rough start to the game, and then losing to Magisk. He had 4 kills with that Galil. It's been looking very, very good for Astralis since.
Oh, that's going to leave a mark.
Now, look, you're not going to see the full purchase just here. The loss bonus going into the next round, 2,900. They can upgrade into some pistols, right? Cadian, if he wants. Stown could get into a P250 at best. So they can stay threatening, but I don't even feel like the weaponry's been a problem. Some of the reads haven't even been a problem. Just in the moments like these right here, Heroic just haven't been switched on enough. Glaive doesn't even have a kill right now, and things are going swimmingly.
great to see Magisk, you know, unburdened from leadership. I think he's definitely an individual that thrives when he can just focus on his crosshair, despite having the capabilities, clearly. And I'm sure there's probably a bit of a partnership with Glaive, considering his announcement and inevitable departure for the fancy word that means he's taking a holiday because of a baby. What's that called?
I thought it was maternity leave, but then someone...
Paternity.
Oh.
Paternity, because you didn't birth them.
Ah.
That's the word. Magisk, oh, he's cooked, and that is the opening Heroic dreamed of. They've only got one rifle in play. He's put an AK in play as well now for Tessus. A flash and a push. Brave. Tracer Fire will be easy to track, and now Heroic, surely they're expecting the response on A.
It's only Refresh over here, and he just has a USP over towards Pit, but they've been held at bay, and
well,
Heroic are rotating back on over here, so there's still a minute left on the clock. There's no dramas just yet for Astralis. They're all in this mid-choke point right now, and if Heroic want to clear it, they can.
Yeah, just use a sacrificial lamb in the form of a USP.
But you can see they're not flustered, Astralis. They're now just taking back banana control. Sure, we lost that kill. Sure, we gave up an AK. But we know that you only have these USPs to work with.
Bubsky makes no secret that Top Banana is back under Astralis rule.
Oh, this smoke is actually going to be fantastic. Shush, the fact that he's gone down, I'm not sure how much of a factor that's going to be. The dink is good. Bubsky down to 12. Glaive's grouped up with the team here. Now it will be the B finish, and Heroic are not moving just yet. They're going to be out of position one more time. Astralis, looks like they've got their 6th.
It looks like they've just kind of got the read every time.
Yeah, they're never flustered, right? There was the one round where they ran a little bit late into A, and as I prefaced it at the time, it was against the Scout, the MAC-10, the saved AK. Yeah, just looking way too easy for Astralis so far. That's still very, very early days, only 8 rounds of Counter-Strike played, so we won't get too far ahead of ourselves, and it is Astralis' pick. Keep finding myself wanting to say the Danes. That applies for everybody in the server right now. Got Jakey on the 1s and 2s.
Lovely little bit of camouflage, teamwork. It always reminds me of like proper, what was it called? The musket setups back in the day.
Okay.
Basically, because it took so long to reload, you'd have one man crouching, one standing, and then you'd alternate.
Yep. I don't know what that's called.
It had a name.
It definitely had a name.
My brain's clearly not switched on today.
Definitely
Paternity leave, and then the thing that the blunderbusses used to do with the muskets and the stick and the powder.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, the description's there.
Yeah.
I think people, they've got the visual.
Yeah, that's a good start. Oh, boy. Okay, so Heroic really do want to kind of just shake themselves awake now. They've definitely felt they've had a couple of, you know, I would say, for lack of a better term, tilting rounds already conceded. And they're back in with everything they could possibly desire. A couple of absent flashbangs, that's about it. Shush with a good chance for some early nade damage there, and it is going to chunk away at Glaive. Look how much ground Dupree has covered early. He might be flashed up early. Glaive's at least posturing to set him up. Shush would be there on the receiving end. He is postured aggressively. And they're up to the half-wall fight. Looks like Heroic want to contest this. Here comes the flash. Molly's perfectly timed. It will isolate Stound's retreat. Sticks around. Molly for the sandbags. They're doing well to try and force him. Stound, though, playing around all of this util. Maintains his presence and that man advantage. Elsewhere.
What? Glaive just got him straight through the smoke right there. He was just spamming through Banana, and now we've got the 4-on-4 situation where Astralis, they can do the exact same they've been doing every round, just play back and forth between top, mid, and Banana. They're back in control of this. They just need to break the mid crossfire of Shush and Refresh.
Glaive's first frag, and it's that wall bang. Pretty strong and potent crossfire here from Heroic. He catches a little glimpse of the toes, baited the shots, and Glaive should have the clear here. He just has to pull the trigger first. Opts not to. Smoke will force him back.
Well, now it's on Cadian. It looks like they're between two mines right now. Glaive's just picked up the bomb. Where do they want to end here? Dupree's end of halls. Magisk's top of Banana. I think it's going to be A. It has to be A. 27 seconds left now. Selling a B fake. That's drawn Shush across. It's a 2-2 split from the CTs. Astralis have this perfect.
This is going to work out wonderfully. Let's see if Refresh and Tessus are made of sterner stuff. Shush is going to get his knife out. It's too obvious. Yeah, they're both charging in. They're committing towards short. Dipex to open up the proceedings. It's actually Dupree that takes the head off, and that's the end of that. Damn, Astralis. And with a couple of seconds to spare, I mean, this looks like a masterclass in T-side Inferno.
This is what we used to expect from Astralis, right, on the T side of Inferno. And it's, well, for once upon a time, it was them winning out the utility battles in Banana, but now they're just foregoing it, and they're not even needing to really contest that early. They can take this territory whenever they want. The fact that they lost the early man there, they've lost the early man a couple of times, and it hasn't really seemed to matter too much. They're just staying calm, and they're working as a unit. Holding on to these guns is name of the game again. Cadian has taken down Zipex there.
If they lose their guns again, Chad.
I think they're going to be fine now. Magix is close towards top Banana. I'm not think he's going to push all the way in there. So yeah, look, they get to hold on to their 2 weapons. And at least that's something, because that loss bonus has built. And we're finding ourselves in a position where Heroic are now going to have to start getting a little bit desperate. Scoreline 7-2. This is the CT half of Inferno here. You're going to want to walk away with, well, at least 6. And the bomb has gone down time and time again. Just taking a little bit of a look at the round timeline there. It's been 4 rounds in a row that Astralis have been able to win the round through that bomb going down. So flush for cash, plenty of money for the likes of Dupree. Magisk has enough as well. Residual for Glaive. Here we go. Maybe a bit of aggression towards Banana. Stound's gone down early one more time.
Oh no, he's going to get another. Tessus is the one to deny. Gobble up my words, but regardless, fully flashed. Bubsky has managed to open up proceedings again. Bombs left at spawn. Looks like they are just going to want to try and show some early presence. Banana. Force that rotate out of refresh if they can. Currently the sap's set up.
But this is it. It's so calm where you know it doesn't feel that way for Heroic because they have no information. This is it.
Could be Cadian's frag every day of the week. He gets it. That's the return as well from Shush. That's why that setup hurts.
But they still have the forces in the wrong place here. It's a 2-on-1 on the B bomb site. Smoke's going in towards Coffins. Molotov towards New Box. They can push in. If they get the kill onto Tessus here, they can plant.
Yeah, Tessus going to have to bide his time here. His position, being unknown, is his greatest advantage at this point. Oh, and now he strikes. Perfect timing. Just as his teammate draws the attention, Tessus will finish the job. A triple kill for him in total, doubling his frag total. But Heroic now posting a 3rd.
Well, there you go. So we had the exchange early, but it was those 2 kills in apartments that were the difference maker. That one still really felt to me like it could have fallen apart if Tessus didn't do exactly what he did. If he was in the open looking for a bit more info, trying to take a fight there, well, then maybe, just maybe, Astralis could be pulling off another big one. Because remember, Zipex and the likes of Magisk, they won a 2-on-4 situation on a gun round, right? You need to think about these rounds that Astralis have been winning. Here it is, just pivoting late and back underway we go.
Very excited to see.
Sounds aggressive down mid here.
Lordy, straight down with a double. That could be round ending just off the back of the flash aggression. Dupree's caught out as well. Shush the babysitter. Keeps him safe, keeps him sound. Zipex tucked on logs. There's no way back in. What are you supposed to do? Glaive's T-side up, doesn't even get a chance to have a go. Makes it clear where he is. Smoke obscures the view. Won't be able to piece together the CT's locations now unless they want to push through it. Or flash through it even. But yeah, Heroic are going to just hedge their bets, play it safe. No need to be particularly aggressive to finish this one. Already the damage is done.
Yeah, the fact that they've been able to evacuate after that aggression without any casualties is fantastic. And now for Astralis, while they do have this T-side AWP, the MAC-10 for Zipex, I'm sure he'd love to upgrade that into something a little bit nicer. Cadian's been pushed forward in this position for a very long time here. And it's not like we talk about T-side AWPing being very difficult, and now we're getting T-side AWPing from the in-game leader. He's going to know how he wants to apply it, but how much success is he going to have with it?
Yeah, I mean, perhaps this round isn't a fair example either of how he was planning on plying his trade. There was clearly a call and immediately got thrown out the window as Down in the first 10 seconds gets his Nikes on and charges in for the double.
Yeah, that's great though from Heroic, because the way that some of these rounds have gone, I thought they might start shying away and maybe even turtle up a little bit more, but the fact that they have that tenacity, that bite to go for an aggressive maneuver like that, it will put Astralis on notice, and now they're here to play. So maybe just starting with cold feet, but warming into this. Scoreline now will be 7-4. Zipex has been able to upgrade that MAC-10 into an AK, so not looking too shabby here. There's enough money for the likes of Dupree to purchase on into an AK or a Galil. The same thing for Bubsky here, both of them around that 3.8, 3.9 mark. And they are going to do that. We can see the buys coming on through in this first timeout for Astralis. But this is a really pivotal part here of the game. Heroic need to build a bit more of a CT-sided economy here. And we spoke about the fact that they'd be loving at least 6 rounds on this half. Now, if they continue these financial woes, if Astralis are able to keep these rounds close, then Heroic are going to have their backs against the wall for the remainder here. They need to keep it clean. Let's see what type of approach they adopt, because this was last round. Down straight down middle.
They're both just full white screen. Not even a chance to voice their concerns. And Stound's going to be feeling good about that, because it's not like he hasn't been trying aggressive maneuvers, but primarily Banana side.
Hasn't been working either.
Just chucking him down mid, and he gets those 2 elusive players. Bubsky's been a real thorn in his side on B side, and I'm sure he feels good to claw one back in the head-to-head. Lots of early util and lots of early map presence, at least from the CTs. They managed to at least lock him out. Deep smoke currently being disrespected. Bubsky goes through. Good timing on this nade, actually. Oof, Glaive swallows it.
They've got this banana control again. Now they're just working on clearing out top sandbags. Boost over the half wall. And just we'll be calling this one clear. This is a very traditional setup here from Heroic. No funny business this time round. Tessus and Stound locking down B.
Welcome to 2021, where your 2 B defenders are both just sitting there with tapping A and D with a smoke in their hand. Look at that.
Bombs down T stairs. Like, Astralis really are in no rush in any of these rounds. We haven't seen a pace change out of them just yet. Front side smoke will be dropped. Oh, and Stound, speculative shots through the smoke, takes down Bubs. He gets some revenge. A number advantage here for Heroic.
Yeah, back up mid. Typical response. Cadian's holding this tight line. This is almost always good for one, regardless of flashbang or not. The boost, though. Cadian struggled with the sandbag side boost. This elevation could catch him. Shadow doesn't piece it together in time. Dupree has poured it straight back into a 4v4. Bogdan's Law still stands. Down, you wouldn't. Just going to nutmeg the smoke, I think, but as he peers that pin pull, that might spur him forward. If Magisk did go for that.
It's only 15 seconds. They don't have time to go for this.
Oh,
they have to save. The clock right now is really Astralis' worst enemy. That one got so weird. Like, the bomb the entire time was down T stairs. So even though they get that kill top mid, they can't accelerate A. They didn't have enough time to get the bomb and go all the way back to B. And Heroic have been gifted around where they keep the lion's share of their forces alive. So 7-5 right now, and it hasn't even come through needing to eliminate all of the opponents or defuse that bomb. So pretty easy way for Heroic to start clawing together a respectable CT half. Now, is this where we see a pace change coming out of Astralis? Because they still have that AWP, which tells me, no, not going to be a very likely change-up.
Cadian's going to take a little glance down mid.
Going down.
Straight down. Cadian to support him, and again with the double. Glaive, good response. Smoke should guide Cadian's reposition. 3 bodies in the blink of an eye down. Advantage, though, to Heroic again. They are really managing to pull this straight back into a competitive first half. And Tessa's in the off angle. There should be a first for free. Doesn't get hit by the flash too deep, but Zipex is there. Game on. Plenty of time. Will they commit, though? It's Glaive on the AWP, as you discussed. Not too easy. Great find from Cadian. Baited over by Zipex, but a flick of the wrist, and Cadian locks it down. All too easy. Heroic make it 6, and this is how you get the energy flowing in the right direction.
Yeah, it's starting to get loud now, but it's so weird the way that they're getting this done. Oh, we can't push down Banana because we're running through all their utility and we can't find a frag. How about we just run down mid instead? That's a bit of a mix-up here. And they've gotten away with it multiple times now. So after this great start from Astralis, we're looking at 4 rounds in a row from Heroic to start making this one more than competitive here. Here's the highlights once more. And here we go again. Just down to the pistols now. Heroic could even win this half.
All right, Chadney. Starting to believe. They're ahead of the smoke util half wall. Barrel bait from Zipex. Cadian is not pulling the trigger. They're committing, I think. Or at least they might want to. Now Stound flashed off the line. CT smoke. Everything indicates they're about to commit B. Magisk across. They are chipped down. If they could deny the plant, and they have certainly made it difficult now. Tessus, a couple of bullets, needs to reload. He could have that gap closed. Bubsky just the CZ. But they've done a great job here of just delaying it by finding the only first frag out of his weapon, and it's the bomb plant. Or rather, the bomb carrier. Now, dupreeh will at least get that one down. Another one for the Astralis tally in that respect. Could be anything more to be said about this one. It's down, confirms our suspicions. 7-7.
Oof, it did not feel like this at all. The scoreline at one point, just to remind everybody playing at home, it was 7-2. Pistol round for Heroic, forced by loss, and that's where the woes really started to begin. Can see that visualized on the right-hand side of your screen. And like I said, Heroic can still win this half. Now, sure, it's not like a double-digit half. It's not a 9-6 where you're feeling like you have that buffer. But still, how this one started, they're going to be feeling confident now, and they've done it in confident ways. They haven't just been necessarily sitting back and letting the game come to them. They've gone passive, and then Astralis have had the clock as the woes. They haven't been reacting in time, and I thought that was actually the benefit of their play style within some of those earlier situations. So here we go. Final gun round of the first half.
Game time, 3 up second mid. Magisk loves that lineup. Where does it go? Just for my own sanity. Okay, we've got 2 going long side.
Oh, they're quick up mid here.
Yeah, this is going to be a very different flavor. Up long, and there's no one there to receive them. The smoke's are great. Tessus actually might be able to contest with the flames. Oh, it's going to do damage. dupreeh burning just a little, but across. And so much smoke, so much ammo being unloaded. No one's gone down, though. And wrapping into the A site, the entire Heroic squad are here. And now the smoke fades, they strike. Looking good for the double. Glaive finds them. Now the advantage is back in Astralis' court. Keeping going, though. These trades just relentless. Just like Coinbase. Good from Shush. Needs 2 more. Bubsky, elevated, could have a chance here. Bomb's running B. If he can isolate this jewel, he's not expecting it. Nice find from Astralis. They will take the half just by a Nat's wing. Maintain the advantage, swap inside. It's time to see if Heroic's T side has got a different flavor.
The most underrated team of this tournament is going to sound really weird, and saying this a year ago would be insane. But I think the most underrated team is actually Astralis. Because even if they lost device, obviously, to us, I still think they are a force to be reckoned with, and this environment is where they belong. So them playing bad online just after we got device from them doesn't really mean that much to me. So I think people are just putting them off as this team who, they're going to have their online results, but I don't think so at all. I definitely see them as a contender for getting into the semi or even the grand final.
The stakes are high here for Astralis Heroic, a Danish derby. We're getting to see the Prince take a shot and a pop at the King. Crown is up for debate, and a spot in the playoffs is on the cards. It started very bleak for Heroic. It looks like they've got their energy flowing, as well as their vocal cords warmed up. They're playing head-to-head here, live from IEM Cologne 2021. We're back to LAN. Thank God we're back to LAN. And an 8-7 half certainly bodes well for a competitive one.
Yeah, Heroic really brought that one back in a big way here. Excited to see what they're able to pull on now in this T half. And the double Julies. Astralis, they are madmen over there. Both of them with head armor, both of them with 30 bullets to unload. Dupree and Zipex will keep our eyes closely on them.
Now, I know not everyone loves the raid boss description, but I think Zipex and Dupree definitely would have a large health bar shared between the two of them.
Well, at least there's a couple more chances to at least make some impact with the Julies. We always see these fall flat, but that's a great start. Dupree onto Cadian. He's down immediately, and now towards top banana into that second set.
Why do I have a feeling this is about to be the Julie round? Zipex, not able to deliver much. Glaive, however, can. Oh, tap away another head. Great control of the USP in the face of adversity and multiple Danes. Bombs across. Bubsky loudly from construction. They've got 3 points of contact here for the retake. This is dreamy. Coming in thick and fast, loud, charging in. Dupree doesn't catch a glimpse of Shush, lingering in the smoke for now. And now, it's down so low, it's going to have to fall to Shush. Bubsky just waiting for him to overstep the mark. Get greedy, try and equalize. Flash for the swing of his teammate. They know where he is. He looks away. Ouch. Nothing left for Stown. He hasn't got the health. And Dupree will make it 2 on the Julies.
Yeah, no, that's going to be said through your teeth right there. It's such a crazy purchase. Like, there's been discussions about it. I've seen people talking about it, but we never really see it come to fruition in the server.
The whispers in the hallway is that they dominate in scrims.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, okay.
You know what I mean?
Yeah,
you know, like,
fair play.
Look. It worked here. He's gotten 2 kills. It's all good. But taking a look into the next round of play, this is where we really need to turn our attention, because I can see some AK-47s getting dropped over there. That plant, which they were lucky to get down Heroic, has facilitated a pretty decent-looking force buy. AKs for Teslas and Stown, Deagles for the rest. The buy for Astralis is that mix of rifles and SMGs that we've grown to love. Full banana control granted here out the gates. Zipex and Magisk, they've been able to push all the way down, clear this out. Now they can actually go for that rotation over towards this A site to bolster the forces. Glaive's joined up with Bubsky over towards the long side. Dupree anchoring over towards the pit. And Zipex can be that 4th man to start to cheat on over now. But as that time and utility has subsided, Heroic are working back towards banana.
Can't really put your AKs first when they're the lion's share of your util. Just off the line. Rotate on its way through Speedway. Magic's just buying time with his own smoke. Oh, and an opportunity goes away from Tessus, just down to 69. Bree lives on.
Almost with the nade as well there. Bubsky was just a little bit shy of copping damage from that. He's going to drop out his smoke towards top banana. And this pendulum swings back again. So now towards top mid, both of the AK-47s working in unison here to find an opening. And Heroic desperately need it now. Sub 40 seconds.
I think Glaive just had a little look and peek around that corner.
Oh, this is great. Just denying space with U2. Glaive's done a great job there. So much info. They know it's going to be B. Dupree can rotate over, but will he be there in time?
Bubsky wants first contact and great control of the spray. He puts 2 bodies in the dirt. One of them had the rifle as well. It's been scooped up. No armor on it now. Tessus has a lot to do.
Oh, more damage.
It just hurts. Every bullet through the smoke. And they're not even going to get into the site. Flawless from Astralis on the first challenge from Heroic.
Oh, that was way too easy right there. And Bubsky, if we just take a look at how this guy is playing, he's got the knees up. I know you can't see it there with the economy grab. He's just sitting here, just casually, just chilling out, got the knees up.
That's his
No
knee.
dramas whatsoever, just chilling.
Okay, I thought that was a bait.
No, he's just relaxing, man. You can be relaxed when you're doing stuff like this. Completely denying here the entry from Stown with that AK into the site and pushing Heroic down to just these pistols. We'll be seeing a Deagle make it 2, a P250, and a single smoke was in play. Look at this.
Three incendiaries from Astralis. Look at the floor. Straight off the break. I guess they know the weapons aren't going to be there. They want to just stop anything fast banana. They would have cooked them. Medium rare Danish steak.
mind a steak right now. Getting a bit peckish.
I've had a great steak in Denmark before.
Yeah, what's that restaurant called?
Couldn't tell you. We're not great at it. Our brains aren't fully functional at this point in time.
Oh, we normally do the day shift. All right, well, up mid they come. It's a two-man crossfire here. They're about to walk into the blender.
Yeah, I mean, the only hope they have is that Cadian just hits this one bang. With the Deagle, not going to happen. The multi-kills are in. Cadian does voice something. Good damage from that Deagle. Cadian gives us something to dig our teeth into. Weapons.
Well, they're not going to be able to get
retrieve,
these.
not at all. And Zipex, at least his information as to his location. Bubsky's down on mid, and actually Zipex is willing to challenge. It's not an easy shot for Stown. Does whistle one past the ear of Zip. Cadian rejoining the forces as well.
Zipex is just bait here. Walk across mid straight to Bubsky, I dare ya. And he says, yes, please. Stown goes down. Zipex will get it done. They pick up that rifle. And honky-dory for Astralis here. 11-7 is the scoreline. Things are looking very, very good going into this, well, real first gun round of play. Now, one of the things that we loved with Heroic online when they were at their peak, or maybe not even their peak, just one of the quirks within their playstyle is how reactive they can be. And the question was, are they going to have that same conviction on LAN? Are they going to be able to make those calls and follow through within their mid rounds? We're going to get our first look at that right here, right now.
Let's go. Shush. Challenging out, taking some liberties in mid. Dupree could meet him. Oh, and he beheads him. Immediately neutralizes the AWP in mid. He's not quite done. Magic's down 2. Shush comes alive into the first gun round.
Yeah, they're going to rush this or they're going to wait. Looks like a bit of a pause here with this top mid control. No need to rush this now with the number advantage for Heroic.
That is spectacular. The pace on that. Astralis haven't opted to gamble yet.
Oh, looks like they're going to push up short side here. We're about to see a fight. They're still going?
Still clearing, and yeah, straight into the crosshair of Cadian. That pause has rewarded them. Zipex can't get out of here. Tagged up to 46, won't be able to retreat. Tessus to punish, and that should be the round. Bomb to be planted. Shush, trying to remember the code.
Tessus is here for this as well. Glaive should be taken down. Oh, put on notice. Now maybe he might just save it. Looked like he was actually going to go there and have a look for a kill or two, but operating at less than half HP. The AWP have refreshed. It's been picked on up. That'll be dropped across to Cadian, and they finish off the round. Shush should be very happy with himself right there. That's a huge amount of impact. And the call just to stroll up mid and take that fight. Big stuff here from Heroic to get their round on the board. Their first second half of play.
The first, amazing. But the fact you're winning out this duel here, teammate just in the nick of time to support and to give you that peace of mind about the long side.
Yeah, that barrel was spotted, right? So Shush had a little bit of an indication that he could peel on out and look for that frag. But look at this. Glaives actually has an AWP. So does Bubsky. All right, this is going to get interesting. Dupree had it on the first gun round. Now we've got two other... Oh, okay. That's teammate stabbing him in the back. Sorry, mate.
Oh.
Sorry, bud.
Oh, tensions are going to be high. They just look at each other kind of...
Still looking at each other. Eyebrows back and forth there. He didn't mean to do it.
No.
But he still did it.
He did. And Glaive does put the AWP in the feet right out of the gate. It seems Heroic are going to just try and apply that AWP as best they can, at least for the initial engagements on Banana. Glaive hasn't necessarily fallen off either. He's posted up, looking for that fallback. Anyone jumps up, boosts up, and he's aimed it to perfection. Can't quite knock the beret off of the head.
Rotation coming to help him now. Zipex has been called upon. Smokes are coming in, and I think they might push this.
Ready to strike again. Glaive is real nice with it.
Glaive!
3 on the AWP. Oh dear, they're going to be feeling shaken after that one. Jumping straight into the clutches of Magisk as well. What a play from Glaive. He looks so calm. Like, he's floating in the off angles. It's not like he's just holding the line either. He's playing anti, he's dynamic, peeks in off the util.
He was the only guy on the bomb site, right? I said Zipex was rotating in, but they tried to swarm the AWP, knowing that it was potentially, you know, the only man on the bomb site. This is the opening. I don't think you're going to be ready for 2 AWPs. That's not the response you're expecting from Astralis. And it all started with the whole Dupree knifing Magisk situation, and that will be forgotten.
Water under the bridge.
They're all good. They're sitting right next to each other as well, so probably need for a couple of looks there as the buyback from Heroic is in play. KDM back into the AWP. Ooh, very interesting. Astralis, they're only operating with 1 AWP in the next round of play. They just had 2.
They'll take an AK for their troubles.
Lots of info again. Glaive's going to hang around and back Zipex up here.
Zip is full anti. Oh, turns now. He's blinded. Oh, still pulls the trigger. God, it is a game with nuanced indications. Spots one, fires off the shot. He could get swung on by Pit here. They're trying to apply pressure from multiple angles. Bubsky still thrives. Through flashbangs, through smokes, Astralis still finding these openings. And you can see that that was like the lion's share of the weaponry, the threat. Almost neutralized entirely. Cadian with the big green, down to 20. Not going to be able to find too much impact, at least initially.
You'd hate to think that a save call should be made here, but with only 2,900 as the loss bonus into the next round, at least for Cadian, maybe that is the call. So try and facilitate these Deagles, see if they can find some space. Oh, they would need to hit some shots, but it's just looking way too easy. Glaive with another kill. Refresh has been able to walk on in. But look at this, they're more than ready for... Oh, are they ready? Maybe they're not. Glaive is back turn. Oh. Refresh does find the kill, immediately traded there from Bubsky, and now it should just be Cadian with the save. 20 points of health. Backing off out of this one.
Posed himself to that balcony position, just a little wide on that fight with Glaive. Could very well have maybe even wormed away. Of course, Magisk can pit as well, but Cadian will keep hold of this.
All right, well, this is starting to look very bleak for Heroic now. Astralis are doing fantastic things here. Just how different they look, right? We spoke about it. In this event so far, Astralis have not played this map. They've only played 2. It was Dust 2 and Nuke, right? So we didn't really know how much they had changed, what they had really been working on coming into this. Land is a completely different beast. I'm sure you've heard us say that more than one time.
Yeah, and we get 3 new looks of Astralis' map pool, of course, with Overpass and Vertigo to follow.
Now you can see here they need to take a timeout. It will be Heroic second just to talk through the options. Looks like Cadian is having a conversation with Stout. I was going to say his right-hand man, but he's on his left.
Leader in the middle as well. Everyone's gone back to the LAN standard.
I'm trying to think. The only team that I think is doing it differently... Was
Not Vitality.
Was it G2? Did G2 have Amanek in the middle? I feel like I've got that visual in my brain.
You've done well there.
Look, I've been trying to soak it all in.
Where was Nexa? Yeah, I think he was beside him.
Yeah, so I'm not 100% on that. So someone will let me know on the internet. They always do.
Yeah, but not to be forgotten is that extra element of gameplay that you can look at your teammates monitor.
Yes.
That is it's super undervalued and a component that, especially when you're a newer player like Refresh, he's going to be probably getting used to that again.
They're just going to get absolutely bullied by this Util here, having to drop smoke early. More nades coming on through, so damage done to Cadian and Stown as that one lands.
Blave's ready to stand and deliver here. The decoy forces him off the line. That's not bad. Brown covered. Smoke forced out of Astralis, and they look to return to middle. Now, Dupree, equipped with an AWP.
Oh, denied at the door, isn't it?
Signal, yeah.
They don't even have a flash to pop through this, right? Back in the old days when smokes would be top mid like this, you just pop a flash through and try and brute force your way. Smoke's getting lined up here from Shush.
So as it fades, they deploy their own. Try and trade off of one another using their power in numbers. It will be a 5 versus 2 here on A. Smokes start to sail through, and I think Dupree decides to pull the plug on that, but rather partner up with his teammate, Magisk and Dupree. Good use of util. Look at that. Completely denied. Completely denied. And look at the rotation straight in. Bubsky's already tucked into the site tight. Dupree, here's them, and 5 bodies are peeking him. They're trying it. Trying their luck. It's not too bad. Not a bad call at all. Zipex is trying to find an alternate angle. He's found a good control of the spray. 2 for 1 deal. A weapon to help Tessus' project.
Time's a problem here. 15 seconds. They need to get past Glaive, and now.
Yeah, someone's going to have to go first. Glaive found. Great shot out of Tessus. They're low. And can they contest that bomb? Oh, damn. The bomb should go down. Can he cock it? Can't. Pull it out in time. It's going to be Bubsky with the double. And Astralis running towards this 16 here on their map pick.
That's wild from Bubsky, right? You think about that situation. If he runs in and dies, then it puts Magisk in a situation that's a one-on-one, and he's going to have to work on where possibly that last member could be. But the fact he's run in and got both kills and made it look so easy, it's kind of just shrugged it off. So that could have worked the opposite way there if he went down with a 1-for-1. But Heroic made that one competitive. And on the T half here, when you take a look at that round count, there has only been one posted so far. 6 to the good for Astralis on this CT half. Now, this is kind of how the first half started. Heroic started quite slow, and then they warmed into it. Well, running out of time to warm into it now. Gun round in play. Round number 23, and I don't know what the mix-up is going to be. Cadian trying to find a pick and banana with this AWP is flashed in between some mollies.
Look at them, so pushed up, and they still thrive. Heroic. Oh, and Cadian can't even hit the shot. Glaive just wide swings in. That's the trade they needed. Stown provides something to give some hope into round 23. But how many flashed or smoke frags have we seen out of Astralis here on the CT side?
Yeah, they've just been having their way with Heroic here. And the thing is, Heroic aren't getting space to be able to play out these mid-rounds because they've lost so many members before they even get that opportunity. Oh, okay, there you go. Stown's found another kill. Bubsky's down it. Zipak's towards the back of the site. He has to deal with 3 players on his lonesome here.
Yeah, good chance. Holds the line. Oh my God, through the flames he finds them both. Only Refresh now. 6 frags to his name, but can he be the catalyst into a heroic recovery? Emo opts for the pillar. Powerful angle. He'll be able to perhaps even isolate these one-on-ones. It's about when the contact comes. Dupree with an AWP. It's not ideal. It will likely be Dupree to crawl, Magisk to trade. First chance. Shots go awry. Magisk still alive, and he can't quite get the spray down range. That's going to be 15 for Astralis. Yet to break a sweat on this defense.
Yeah, it's been looking really, really good. And just the different looks that we've seen with the weapon purchases and the positions played. Big smile on the face right there. Coach Zonic, the big man in the background. And, well, this could just be it here for map number 1. Not the barn burner that everybody signed up to. That mailing list. Maybe a couple of unsubscribes coming in after this one. But we still have potentially 2 more maps in the series. Overpass coming up next. That was the choice of Heroic. And then the third and final, if we do require it, you can see at the top right of your screen, Vertigo, the decider. What do Heroic have left in the tank here, if anything? AKs are out, Galil for Cadian, last-ditch attempt.
Down, just about gets away. Glaive definitely looking to throw some aggression into this banana fight. Bunny hopping away, just about still in the round. 17 points of health. Bubsky, ooh, is he going to be cleared? Refresh. Refresh. Doesn't check, and Bubsky will make it 18. Oh, nightmare fuel for Refresh now. He just to sit, sigh, and listen as these 4 try and make it work up long. We've seen them get this ground before. Great smoke grenades enables that. But where do you go from here? Bubsky's lingering on the edge of his smoke. He has the support in the form of Magisk. Shush with a flash to set up their push. It does buy them some space. Here they come. Slight gap to work with. Magisk maneuvering around Pit. The bomb already in, so Heroic have gotten into the site, and Tessis has gotten himself a headshot. Barrel spotted. Dupree unable to find it just yet. But here comes the Astralis retake. And it's looking great already. Both of them win their duels. Magisk still in that pit. Still a problem. They line up. Low HP, even lower, and it's down with 3. That is astounding. Maybe even another, not quite, but it's denied and traded. Cadian pulls the 9th, and they will go again.
Oh, that was so awkward there. The fact that Magisk was alive in pit that entire time, and they were just allowing him to sit and wait for that smoke to fade. That could have just been the complete undoing for Heroic, the inaction. Made up for by the man on your screen right now, Stown.
Yeah.
Huge stuff.
I mean, it's usually a really bad sign of things to come when you're planting on A and there's still a CT in pit. Yeah, I mean, that's nightmare fuel. He still did manage to cause some problems, Magisk, with his frags, but that was part of the plan from Astralis, excuse me, from Heroic. The smokes were there, just able to ignore that part of the map while they got that bomb down.
Time out here from Astralis just to talk how they can close this one down. And oh, dearie me. VP 13-11 up against NIP. Look at the top right.
Holy moly.
Yeah, this one could be over real quick. And that's the Ninjas in Pajamas. Device knocked out of the tournament. We will not be seeing Device versus Astralis if he loses this one right here. And that's a storyline everybody wants to see.
Yeah, and don't forget Magisk's statement. Reinvigorated, inspired, wanting to prove that Device's departure was the wrong decision. Well, Astralis in pursuit of playoffs here, and already one round away from being up in the series. NIP VP on that B stream.
Look, the double ops again. Glaive's brought out one. This time Dupree has that. Well, I guess Glaive has the secondary. Dupree is doing the lion's share, the primary AWPing. He's posted up towards mid right now. Might be able to catch Cadian. Flashed off the line. Diligent stuff here. Magic's being able to hold on to a bit of extra territory with that balcony boost. Are they going to clear this position? It's a bit awkward.
Oh, lots of chances. Tessus, good find. Dupree still on short, but they start to wrap long.
They love long, don't they?
It's worked for them. Can't fault them. Glaive will be unable to contest, and as I say that, Tessus, just before the smoke pops, is taking it. They're heading CT, and Bubsky's here. They'll have to find him. Good control.
Oh.
Double from Bubsky. And Heroic now feeling a little hot under the collar. Dupree's posted up for the Cadian hunt. Yeah, spots him. Spotted him. I thought, no, Cadian will get it. And now things will go awry again. The bomb's in under CT rule, and they've got 55 seconds. A bit of a 2v2 wingman here with a whole lot of ramifications. Good fight again from Cadian. Close quarters with the AWP. But Bubsky, quite the angle. You won't see so much impact out of an angle like this. Down nullifies. What is going on?
Oh, that was some kooky stuff right there. And you can see Tessus having a bit of a giggle about it. Refresh with a smile on his face as well. I swear that Dupree spotted the barrel there. Maybe X-Ray fooling me. Because that looked like he had Cadian's number every day of the week. The fact that the bomb, with 50 seconds left on the clock, is literally in CT spawn, it feels like a dream come true for Astralis there. But now, a competitive scoreline mounts, 15-10, and it will just be the pistol upgrade. Actually, it's going to be the Force. Astralis, laid out a spawn, have fully invested here.
Okay, well, they know they've got 5 rounds to find the one. Figure they may as well have a good shot at resistance here.
You can see Shush was expecting not too much head armor. He's gone for a Mac 10, and oh dear, lots of nade damage done. Cadian and Shush immediately chunked on down. They can't be too quick about this, Heroic. They might run into a 3-man B stack.
Smoke exchange.
We've seen a lot of resilience from teams here, bringing games back, keeping them close. It's been a lot of fight.
If there was a team, though, with the tenure to be able to just close out an advantage, there's one name at the tip of my tongue, and it is Astralis. The majority still present. Good timing on the incendiary as well.
Just take a look how many smokes they have left now that we are sub 1 minute. 3 smokes, now 2. Nade through as well. More damage done. Shush, Cadian, Refresh. This time the 3 members to take some damage, and they're all just bottlenecked in mid together right now, just following each other around like lost puppies.
Yeah, Astralis utility damage. I'm getting some throwbacks here.
Well, now they've pivoted. They're going through apartments. Dupree's up here. The deagle to the belly could be absolutely deadly.
Certainly not the most ideal weapon for the job, but Bubsky knows this
get flashed in.
I swear this timing could be absolutely perfect. Flashed, push, does find one, at least finishes off Shush. They'll know Bubsky was sight from the trajectory, and a nice little dink out of the P250. It is insignificant in the grand scheme. And Heroic just going to clear all their corners. They will find the success in round 26.
Felt like that was going to get out of control, didn't it? That flash could have been absolutely perfect. Like, just everything Astralis did there and keeping them contained, and then the final moment, they almost pivoted into that deagle. Imagine, like, the other option was if he didn't flash forward, and he sits there and he just gets the deagle bullets in the belly as they run out, you know, maybe he gets a couple more kills.
Yeah, or an alternate reality, of course, Shush has got a Mac 10, he just flies over you and kills you mid-air.
Oh, we've had our detectives out. You know how we were talking about Dupree, maybe seeing the barrel in that previous round from Library? Our detectives, they've been on the case, and we can actually show everybody at home if he did or didn't see that barrel. So let's take a little bit of a look at that one. Bomb is about to go off here in the 11th round. Will be secured for Heroic. And here it is. So just so we can see if he... There it is. He definitely caught it. So
maybe he's looking at his
does he think he's getting baited in? Or I'm not sure. Either way, right, that could have been the round defining and then the game-winning frag right there because it would have just left Stown in a 1-on-3.
Yeah, and Cadian did only get enabled by the fact that Dupree went down.
So just to quickly recount what Astralis have brought forward from that last round. An AK, a Mac 10, and they still have some deagles in the mix here, right? So the fact that they've been able to keep this next round of play, round number 27, pretty dangerous. Let's see how Heroic are able to maneuver around this. Banana control once more, triple nades top Banana, and just, well, he does not take a lick of damage.
Oh boy, and he swings straight out to try and control the spray. He will get away. Needs a fresh mag, he just goes straight back into it. And Heroic with 2. Tessus will fall. And now, with the deagles both filling the feed, a bit of a problem. Heroic were supposed to have an man advantage at the bare minimum. Now they're the ones looking low.
Well, they have to go, and now, right, because Bubsky's rotating over. If they stall this one out for too long, Heroic might just...
It's flustered.
Rough spot, yeah. Dupree's even locking the door here. Oh, dearie me. Dupree coming through the chicken pit.
This could be it, man. Astralis to finish off. They started so strongly here on the defense, and he's tucked in tight. They won't clear it. They won't clear it. All the backs will be turned. Dupree to strike his deagle. Bangs. This time does eventually knock him in the back of the head. It's shushed down. They surge forward. Trying to contest on short is Bubsky. Refresh doesn't clear it. Bombs loose, and it's all onto Cadian. With just 15 points of health, there should be no way. Astralis to take their map pick. It's Zipex to lock it down. And the first of the derby goes the way of Astralis to the stars. One away from the playoffs. Heroic to recover. Overpass next, as well as that analyst desk.
If I had to put my main team, I would start with Nico as an intro fragger, because he's just... I remember at E-League Season 1, and I saw Nico playing Deathmatch, and he was just destroying that server. And then obviously we felt the same thing an hour later when our match started against them. So yeah, I would definitely put him out first. I'd have to go with my boy Zipex. He's a guy who is extremely good at reading his opponents, obviously, especially in clutches and when you are that anchor position. Yeah, he's by far seen over the history of CSGO, the most valuable player on that position, in my opinion. It's either between Kenny or Fallen, but I would go with Fallen this time, because I think that being an in-game leader, winning 2 majors, and being so consistent with the AWP and being the AWPer, being the in-game leader, having to call with 10 seconds left, I think that's quite impressive. I'm gonna have to choose one of my players as well, and it's Glaive, definitely. I think that Glaive is a phenomenal leader. I think that's a must-have trait, actually, if you want to succeed as an in-game leader, because a lot of the times it's about your players believing in your calls. And Glaive has this magical way of just making his players believe in his calls. There's no question that it's simple. It could be Saiwu in the future, but I still think that if you want to be the star player, like the history of CSGO, you need to prove yourself. So it will have to be simple. He is that X factor who just can always carry his team and always shows up. Has been proving himself on different teams and in different scenarios. So it's simple deserves it. I would definitely go with someone I think that I know, and that is Zeus. He has won 2 majors and has been coaching a bunch of teams and has made them successful, in my opinion. So I think that he has been proving himself time and time again, and he's also a leader and a guy that I think a lot of coaches looks up to. So yeah, definitely put him on the team.
And if the question is, did you get the desired result? Well, I guess that depends who you were rooting for in this upper bracket. Sammy, we've got Heroic and Astralis going toe-to-toe. Astralis picking up this first map after a pretty equal-killed first half of play. Welcome back, everybody. We've got Bubsky leading the charge over there for Astralis. I've also got Maniac and Yanko leading the charge for us over here on the analyst desk. Yanko, what'd you think of the game?
Yeah, I think again we see more of the same from Astralis in terms of just really strong CT sides winning the games. Of course, they had a really good T side in this game as well. It was powered a little bit by winning some crucial rounds in terms of economy, right? The force buy win from them, which is something we don't really see that often. It's not something that Astralis is known for, you know, winning those rounds with low buys, deagles, and so forth, right? But I think their identity hasn't changed as much, even though you would expect it to. The star player, the Opera, has left, but still they're being able to have, throughout this tournament, really, really good city sides.
Let's talk a little about Heroic's aggression, too, on the back of that, Maniac. What do you think?
Yeah, what's really interesting is that Heroic tried to play passive at the very beginning, but as Yanko is alluding to, the T side from Astralis was quite well oiled. So what happens is that you have Heroic that then answers with aggression. We have a couple of clips we can run just to showcase how Cadian, as a captain, as Nigel, helped this team regain control. It starts here, round number 11, that's Stone, finding that timing down middle. He's got someone covering in the back, so it is safe, and just a beautiful spray on two unsuspecting members of Astralis. He's going to get another kill. There is going to be a third kill, coming in from Heroic as well. That is the cover that I am talking about here, Shush, making sure that Dupree has nothing to say about this round. And then down the line, round number 13 is going to happen exactly the same. And beyond just the tactical aspect, I think this is Heroic finding a way back into the game, regaining control of what's happening. Because before these rounds, it was Glaive outcalling Cadian. It was Glaive finding solutions that Cadian hadn't even thought of. Here we have another example of, again, the same duo Stone, and this time Cadian behind him being aggressive. But it's just the principle. It's regaining control of the game.
Yanko, what's your take on where we currently stand?
Yeah, I think it's just like, you know, at that point you're losing 7-3. Like, you have to change the pace. You have to try something different. Definitely helped. And they tried some different things before that, like switching players mid-round in the side. So they trick them with utility, right? The big guys spend their utility, but then they rotate players mid-round, but it didn't really quite work out for them. So yeah, it seemed like they got enough to work with, but they didn't get a good start in the second half either, and Astralis just managed to close out Inferno.
Yeah, and weirdly enough, you know, you're seeing the last round of the game where I think it's Dupree that's in the little underpass pit, and he's just sitting there with a deagle, right place, right time, right equipment. Isn't that right, Maniac?
Yeah, a lot of the good attributes we used to give to Astralis on their CT side, which is good reads in general, rotations being one step ahead of time. The last round you mentioned, obviously, is Dupree pushing towards Apps, knowing that he can get towards second minute once he does. I mean, the element of experience is something that is going to count more now than ever before in the last 18 months. When it comes to the crunch time, when you have these individuals faced with split-second decisions, you think that Astralis would be the team to make the good one, and that was the case here.
Okay. And yeah, I mean, that's something that we can buy into, especially the further we go along into this series. Do you think any of these, you know, the fact that we have this sort of rivalry game, do we think that that's playing into this at all, Yanko?
I don't really think so. From what we've seen on the server, it just seems like, you know, a normal game. Yes, people are getting fired up, but I think that's just the LAN element and being able to compete in that sort of an environment. But yeah, I think moving on to the next map, like Astralis, even if you look back at the old Astralis, right? Inferno, Nuke, those were their staple maps. Now Overpass, it's like so-so. It depends really on the timing of the lineup. So now we'll have to see. They will get to start CT again, right? If they have another strong side here that leads to a 2-0 for Astralis, then we really have to, you know, start thinking about, wait, is this team like actually still here? They're still just a contender as soon as we got back to lab.
Maniac, put a short suite for Overpass. What are we looking at?
Looking at the sniper. Looking at the sniper trees, because that could be the one weakness that Astralis have to fight for, right? Usually it would be Device on the A side making a huge work. We would be giving him praises on the positions. The A side of Overpass is one that requires a lot of experience, knowing the angles and the timings. I haven't seen Astralis figure out that problem, that enigma, ever since he left. To me, that is going to be the main reason why Heroic went for Overpass. You're probably going to see them take a lot of space on the A side and punish Dupree if he tries to yield it.
Yeah, and Yanko, I hate to cut you off here. It does appear that we need to go to a break.
Trace,
you got one?
They can just borrow Device. He's out with NIP, so maybe they can just sub him in for one map.
All right then.
Well, it could be that simple. Thank you very much, gentlemen. I think everybody just wants to see a little bit of Overpass, and that's exactly what we're going to do. We're going to pass it on over into a break and then jump into Astralis and Heroic on the second map of this upper bracket semifinal.
Glaive is camping! Oh, that surf as well.
Oh!
That's nice.
I did it. Kill him.
Oh!
Okay, Glaive, I like that.
Imagine if he's rotating again.
Imagine if he's actually doing it.
Oh, he does it again!
And again.
It's the rotate king. Nice matches. Okay, did you hear me?
Yes,
yeah, I
you
heard.
just stop sounding like an elephant.
Are you an elephant? Oh my god, what a
Top right, top right. The left!
Oh, left!
No!
Nice, what a good.
I learned to rotate from the rotator himself. Oh,
Down left.
oh, top right, top right.
Oh,
And-
left.
And walking around
That's the way.
like a Christmas tree.
Crumbles.
The Zip is afraid of anything. He's walking around the Christmas tree. And
Oh.
happy head.
This is not the season for it, guys.
We don't care about seasons.
Yeah, I know. That's why I said you really
Close
have
left, pushing.
Far left.
No.
Oh, really gotta win
Matis,
those.
you are crazy good today, my friend. I must say. Thank you, buddy.
Oh my god.
Glaive, you
22. I saw one going top left on left cam. One, he's left, middle left, middle left.
Dead, nice.
Man.
Where is he? Please don't take the
Far left.
H's.
Oh, Sim, push!
Kill him! Oh my god!
Okay.
One top right, I think. I think I saw him.
Left,
Top right.
top right, top left as well. And one push to top right.
Oh, Peter.
Oh,
Peter Parker.
Mr. Parker.
One
Top
down
right. Top right. Nice, Peter.
Left.
In the middle, right?
Oh. Oh, down below.
Top left and down left.
And now
Down in the
guys
middle of
camping,
everything.
Oh, middle. Comes the soup. Oh,
Dog King.
Duck this stuff.
Yeah! Let's go!
Yeah, no, not just audio, but also hardware. It seems that the PCs are being chopped and changed. 2 computers changed out before we get into Astralis Heroic IEM Cologne 2021. I'm Machine, I'm joined by Chad Sponge Birchill. This is our second map, and it is for a spot in the playoffs. So they're just going to be waiting to get those 2 computers swapped out. For anyone that's not aware, they rock that SSD lifestyle, so it's not actually too stressful.
It should be pretty straightforward. Someone just needs to do some lifting and some plugging.
I know the word as well. Hot swap SSDs. Yeah, that's right.
Okay.
Bit of a tech wizard, me.
All right, and drinks are being delivered here
Actually,
as well. Isn't this phenomenal?
I may be the tech wizard, Chad, but I'll tell you someone that's not. You are cursed. Chad Birchill is cursed. I've never witnessed another human being who is so capable of... there's either some weird lines in your config or you're using some weird launch commands, because I have seen you in 5 different countries be given a complimentary computer and proceed to be slowly driven to insanity upon blue screens of death, weird FPS issues.
Okay, so when we got last year, okay, let's just go through a couple of these because we might have some time to fill. Headsets aren't in. So last year when we got thrust into that house with Hugo, Harry, Trace, you, me, Henry, we had the 6 of us. Yeah, we had that situation. For whatever reason, when somebody walked past the row of PCs we had, mine would reboot.
Yeah, mid-game.
Mid-game with power issues. What else do I have?
Just in case anyone was wondering, it took him about 3 days before he became a really grumpy goat and like just projected all of his fury onto all of us.
Yeah, that was fun. And what else was there? There was, oh yeah, at my PC, at the last place that we had in Cologne, Cologne again.
Yep.
The computer would freeze, and then I couldn't control Alt Delete. I couldn't get to Task Manager.
You've forgotten the best one.
Is this the one where I restarted and remove Counter-Strike?
No, I forgot about that.
That's a good one too. I restarted and I had to reinstall Counter-Strike.
User has joined your channel. Boys, I've lost Counter-Strike.
Wait, didn't you just I just rebooted it and it was gone.
No, I've got a better one, dude.
Okay.
You also had that weird issue where you would randomly get like super deep voiced.
Oh yes, that's
every
my microphone.
You'd join TeamSpeak and you'd just be like, "Hi guys, can't hear."
Okay, so this might shock a lot of people watching, but Counter-Strike players, and I'm not just talking about myself, you go and do a little bit of a survey of the Counter-Strike players out there.
Yeah.
Most of them know how to click heads, but not set up a computer. That is pretty standard practice. Now, I fall into that category. When people, they like video games, I don't like video games. I like Counter-Strike.
A video game.
Yes, just one. Right, so a computer functioning, look, that's definitely part and parcel of all this, but I've never really mastered it.
Also, bite your tongue. I saw you slaving away, chopping down trees with Rush on Valheim.
That's true. We did play that.
He did get very obsessed. He kept talking about all the goblins and the ghouls he was killing.
Yeah, that was Rush and I go down these little rabbit holes of games occasionally.
Yeah.
He's probably playing some video games right now. Rush. We got Jakey with us. But tomorrow night, so Jakey can watch the football, Rush is doing the evening game.
Yeah, Rush isn't a big into the...
He's not into the soccer ball game.
I was like considering it, and then, yeah.
I like triggering people. The funny thing is, I'm half British, so, I do know that...
Dude, I'm full British, and I'm less excited than you are, so cool.
All right, so look, let's just recap for everybody playing at home, because there was a lower bracket match going on in the other group, and there's a little bit of a storyline that intersects with our matchup on our screen right here for everybody. Now, NIP were in the lower bracket. They were put there by losing to Gambit, and then they just had to take on VP, and they lost to Virtus Pro 2-0.
What was the map pool just out of... I know it was Inferno as the second.
Yeah, we had Ancient as the first map, which NIP picked.
Oh,
They've been saying, yeah.
What was the score? It looks like it was bad.
16-9. So NIP only managed 9 rounds in that first one. Then Inferno, which was VP's pick, VP picked up 16-11. So it's good to see a resurgence from VP because a lot of people had question marks.
Yeah.
But the sad sign of things is Device had made the move over towards the Ninjas in Pajamas, right? Thinking this was going to be a better option than the direction Astralis were going. Now, look, it's still early days. I'm not saying it won't end up that way, but in the microcosm of this event, I think you maybe get a couple of smiles out of the Astralis players just to know that their ex-teammate has bombed out of the tournament.
Oh,
right?
I mean, yeah, and they've made no secret. I remember the Dupree video, where he was actually really candid about how Device's departure affected him, and I mean, I'm not surprised. The double Ds. We used to talk about them day in, day out. They forged a bond. They lifted trophies together. They traveled the world together, and this one, from what I understood, was a surprise. It came as a surprise to him, from a friend and a colleague. So I completely understand the human side of it, and the fact that we're witnessing on the very same day of play, seeing it manifest in our first LAN back.
Yeah, because we wanted to get the grudge match that would have been Astralis versus NIP. Imagine that in the playoffs, right? Even if it was a quarterfinal game, something like that, it would have been, it would have been an amazing game. I think the fans would have loved it. There would have been so much on the line for everybody involved in that game. Unfortunately, we'll have to wait until a matchup in the future to see that one go on down. But we do now have our lower bracket matchup for Group A to determine who will be going to the quarterfinals from that group. So it will be Big versus VP, that one going on tomorrow.
Elimination game. But VP beating NIP, I'm not lying when I say I think NIP were onto something when they said they're the best on Ancient at that point in time. The results backed it up. Their strats looked okay. It wasn't like it was a game-defining, map-defining, but certainly did look like they were competitive on it. So I'd be interested to go back through that one and see how VP did best them. I will also remind you, there was probably a handful of demos for Dastan to dive through from NIP's Ancient game so far.
Yeah, good point. And when I just take a look at that map there, Buster's been having a bit of a game. He had 24 kills there. He was +8 overall, and his teammates were chiming in as well. He had 20 kills for James. Sanji was up there with 19. We love it when Sanji is getting a haul of frags. Everybody's favorite support player out there. Little Sanjini, let him out of the bottle, see what he can do.
Yeah, I definitely am a Sanji fanboy.
So yeah, this might be a bit of an extended technical issue, ladies and gentlemen. You can see here just a bit of walking around. Oh, that's the opposite. That's getting in the huddle. That's getting ready to go. So this is the one we want to see. Coach Zonic in the middle there, giving all the orders.
For the landscape usage of the notebook.
Okay, yes, I can see what you've done there. Oh, yes.
Like for his
What,
sketches?
has he drawn like is it like a picture or something?
I think so.
Is it? I wonder what's on there.
I'm so intrigued. I reckon there's nothing. He just wants to look important.
That's what I do.
Yeah.
That's why I carry a notebook around with me everywhere. It's blank all the time. ESL keep giving me new notebooks, but I don't use the other ones. They're all just still blank.
He's even pretending to write on it right now, actually. But regardless, and jokes aside, Astralis do sound like their PC issues have been resolved. We've got 2 new computers swapped on in so they can be fresh and ready for our second map of this series. And this is a series with a whole lot of ramifications. Not only does it condemn the loser to that lower bracket, it's no guarantee that you're going to be able to keep your head above water and get yourself a spot in the playoffs.
Exactly, just seen by NIP, right? So look, that story, we've already seen how that one could fall on down. And just taking a little bit of a look at Astralis' recent results on Overpass. Sure, now that we're back in this environment and we're seeing them looking good and looking loud, they have lost their last 3 Overpass games in a row. So that might have played a factor here as to why Heroic have picked this. Heroic was even one of the teams who have taken them down.
Refresh looked great in some of the games we saw from Heroic in their pursuit and lifting the trophy of Pro League. His style of play, though, and something that Matt, you brought up to me and brought up on the desk, is there's a volatility to the kind of gameplay he plays and thrives within. You know, we've seen his flashy moments, but they're often through a smoke with a team flash and a quick multi. Those are the kind of plays that you have to have a degree, an air of confidence to you, and then this is an environment which takes a lot of that from you, especially when you're 0-1 down, facing potential lower bracket. Refresh has struggled on Inferno, and so looking to see if he can recover and find his footing, find a way to ply his trade his way on this LAN stage.
Yeah, look, Overpass about to get underway here, and we need Heroic to show up in a big way to give everybody the series they've been looking for. The grudge match, the derby, the Danes going toe-to-toe. Who's the better team? Well, the online era says Heroic, but now that we're back to LAN, this is where Astralis do their absolute best work. I'm sure they have something to say about this one.
IEM Cologne 2021, upper bracket. Danish derby, Astralis. The Kings, certainly with the crown firmly on their brow at this point, 1-0 up in the series. An Overpass is where Heroic will be looking to respond. It's their map pick. Let's see if they can justify it. We're getting straight into the action. It does look like a bit of a deviation from the norm. 3 CTs, and I think they might be heading down lower, so they'll be able to react quickly if they wrap short. They're going Monster, though. They'll be quick there. Straight into the site. Dupree spotted out, baiting in for the alternative.
They retake.
Trying to get out of there in time. They're coming in from Monster. They're not going to be ready for this. Shush will call it. A lot of resistance. Bomb to go down. Zipex, however, peppering them. The bomb does manage to get planted. And now playing for that retake. One from Heaven. Rest advancing from the Monster side. It's going to be hard to find afterplan positions here. Not bad from Tessus at all. Hard strike from the range with the Glock. Tagged up one, they're already on the defuse. He should be able to deny it, but it's not going to be easy. Oh, what a shot! Back of the dome, 1 bullet. Where did he get his Glock from?
Time's a problem
He's
now.
got the long barrel on it. If he does it again, they're trying to body block it. They're trying to body block it. Can he do it? I don't know if he can. It looks like Stoun's forced him off. And Heroic will take it in the end. That one was completely topsy-turvy.
Oh my dear Lord, you can hear the yells getting started there from Heroic out the gates because that was looking dicey. That was looking very, very dicey.
That was not an easy shot to hit, and combined with his powers with Stoun on the other side of the map, they managed to shut down that Astralis. Very, very interesting shape-up. This was Tessus' first shot, I believe. Actually, no, he's already knocked Bubsky off after that. So it's Stoun that did it.
Here that stops the.
You can see the defuse in the top left. Takes his time onto Dupree and then knocked them off. Look at this force. It's got a little bit of a different look to it. Double scout.
Yeah, don't mind double scouts on a map like Overpass here, especially if Glaive is given some opportunities to tag them up. But once that first bullet is shot, they will know it's in play. And look at Stoun. He's just keeping this pace here, straight up towards Sandbags, peppering damage down on towards the B site. Dupree chipped away. Zipex has been tagged as well. And aggressive stuff here from Heroic.
Yeah. They fire off 2 AK-47s on short immediately.
They're going to be smoked off, yeah. I think that will force them back, or they can just wait. There's so much time on the clock right here. One more smoke remaining for Zipex to lob on out and be able to re-smoke that monster position, but Glaive, that is huge. A scalp to find for free right there, and considering the damage that we can see, the man advantage means everything to Astralis. Surely not another 4-spy win.
This would be such a quick removal of all the wind in the sails of Heroic's pistol. Tries to swing in to punish. No one's home. Evades the nade. Cadian, what are you doing? Caught with his knife out. Shush defends him. They'll have to chop and change, yeah. But regardless, Good timing from Bubsky, just unable to finish the job with that Mag 7. Dupree. And crazy things on this map with that Deagle. Refresh, however, makes short work of Glaive. They're tagged up, and now body bagged as well. 20 seconds, no one to contest. And so Magisk, he's very happy to have found an AK-47, there's no doubt about that.
I'm sure he'd like to hold on to this as well here. Shush is trying to make sure he can't get away easily, and Cadian's even starting to have a look in. Shush has been great. Big kill for him. AK denied. Astralis will not have anything going into round 3 of play, and we should see the full eco come on through. Heroic, again, a little bit shaky for moments there, but they stabilize. They course correct, and they set themselves up nice here in the second map, first half. You can't invest anything right now if you are Astralis. 5 USPs, not a single penny spent. These should be the easiest rounds. If you're Heroic, you want to keep this to as few casualties as possible. Triple boost over here towards Graffiti might get a little bit cheeky. But we can note, take a look at the radar top left of the screen. Cadian and Stown are making their way up long with the bomb. Shush is dealing with that connector aggression. Tessa's over towards Fountain, and Refresh in the backyard covering the B push. So at this point, no danger of falling foul to that triple stack. If they just continue this creep, this crawl, they'll get into a free A bomb site. Glaive's the closest member, and he's over towards connector, just having glances every now and again. That utility spells a little bit of trouble.
Still 2-party.
They're in the side. They can just plan.
There you go, bomb's going to be going down. Nothing Astralis can really do to say, or have anything to say about this. Glaive is in toilets, and that's going to be changed to past tense very shortly. Cadian gets a good glimpse of a lot of them there in pockets 1200. Not going to be too upset that he's foregone that Mach 10 coming into the next gun round.
Yeah, he will be able to get himself that AWP, no dramas whatsoever. Looking very good Heroic here going into the first gun round. Same really can't be said for Astralis. Might be a few omissions in their CT-sided purchase for round number 4. I just think if he can keep this one costly, should have decapitated another. There you go. Magic's looking good. Bit of a bonus there. AK picked up. How much more damage can he do? That'll be nothing. Stown finishes off the round. And the logical conclusion. So 2 kills. Look, it wasn't hugely costly, but still have to be some reinvestments here. Glaive into the AWP immediately again. Not Dupree.
He's not shy.
No, and look, he, like we mentioned earlier, he looked handy with it, right? There was no dramas with it on Dust 2, had a couple of nice rounds.
Yeah, he looked nice on it on Inferno as well. I mean, you saw him defending that B site. Definitely seems to have an affinity for it. Doesn't look too uncomfortable with it. Admittedly, trying to force the issue on his T side a bit, but it's what you'd hope to see if in the absence of device.
They're just feigning a default control over towards A here, so they extinguished the Molotov, they threw out some nades, and now they're pivoting straight back towards this B bomb site.
The boost, and it will be flashed off, so Bubsky should have info as soon as he takes another look. Vision's restored. Nobody's home. That smoke, yeah, Zipex is going to lock him out. So a 3-2 split of their defensive resources. Starting to crawl now. This is the push. Looking for contact and just dropping off in time. Good damage. Wallbangs coming in. Dupree sees him, knocks him down. 2 already for Astralis. Heroic kept at bay. And a smoke could lock him out again. They can't disrespect that. Magic's could come all the way around the world. He's locked them down. They won't be able to lead through Monster. A great wallbang connection has at least closed the gap to 1.
Oh, it looks like they might want to fall back here. Magis could have a couple.
Yeah, Shush isn't going to consider it. He has to. Trigger discipline considered. Magisk punishes, and now 2 versus 4. They're boosting. It's already been considered and sprayed. With an 8 off, no sound cue required, but Glaive and Bubsky will divide themselves evenly. We'll have them both on A. Zipex and Magisk posted up on B. Oh. Spots him. Nice find from Cadian. I don't think Glaive can stop it unless the wallbang's there. It's a safe plant. Got ourselves what could very well shape up to be a 2v4. Nice from Glaive. Patient on the trigger. Cadian anticipates 1. does eliminate Magisk. 2 more to find. Bomb planted for him.
No kit.
But Glaze posted up on that wall. Tries to swing out. It wasn't a bad shot. And it will go Astralis' way. So into the first gun round and already flying the Astralis flag.
Yeah, knew of that gap that they'd left open there. Bubsky got his head ripped off. I think he's going to be feeling pretty hard done by that because they played that one very, very well. And you could see the timing that Heroic tried to pip there, just walking up the sandbags on a bit of a contact play. The flash was coming in, and that's why you saw Refresh turn away, because he'd spotted him. He would have just wanted to go for that kill, but I think his team was throwing a flash to help initiate this push. So a little bit caught between 2 mines right there. And you can see just taking his time, making sure that that was all he could get. We get back underway here.
Those shoulder rubs are important.
Keeping him relaxed.
Loved seeing Malek's support. When G2 were, down in the dumps, he was right there behind him, trying to rally his boys in the face of defeat and adversity.
He's got that proud dad aura, doesn't he?
That's exactly the perfect way to put it. So, see Astralis putting a lot of accentuation on that monster control, re-smoking prior to the other's fade. They don't want a second of vision for the T's early. And Zipex is playing with fire. Does that mean he wants to kind of lurk? They might want to... Bubsky could flash him. They wouldn't, though. That's not...
No, I think here's just, if there's an explosion, he'll be ahead of the flash. They can re-smoke this now.
That's 3.
Glaive has 1. He can do it from A, but at this point, they're coming up towards B, and Magisk has taken away so much space again. Here we go.
Here comes Shush, looking for some damage. Straight in, good flashes, but again, Zipex with a white screen, no issue, and again with the double. Stown trying to return the favor, not bad. Good damage, but not enough. And now a 1v4. Cadian handed an impossible task, especially with the Galil. Magisk confirms our suspicions, and Astralis break the boys of Heroic.
Here's one of the things that Heroic aren't getting right now, and the big word is respect. They're not getting any respect. The fact that Magisk is able to push and do that 2 rounds in a row, he is not respecting their feigns for defaults over towards A whatsoever. He's locking this in. He's giving them so much extra information. Sure, Astralis are aware that there are possible avenues that could be slipped to get on towards that A bomb site, but they're more than happy to do that. And Heroic are just going for these contact plays, trying to explode on in, and they're getting absolutely decimated right now.
I know there isn't a stat of like kills while blind, at least not easy to dig up, but that would be really interesting to me. I feel like Astralis have had an absurd amount of them.
This is wild. The AWP getting force bought into here. I don't think Cadian's going to find himself an opportunity with this 4-man boost. The train will pass. His ticket has been punched.
Oh, and this is the complete opposite. They're not feigning that control. No one's taken it, admittedly, this time.
They don't even need a jump peek, because we could just see dupreeh was already pushed all the way out here. So now Cadian, the only man, has to work with this AWP. He does have some upgraded pistols around him, a Deagle and a P250, but it's all on Cadian. He needs to find an opening here. Lots of pressure on the in-game leader to come up for his team. And they've just crossed in time. Zipex has been able to get over towards... Oh, he's actually jiggling between the 2 feet spotted. Cadian down to 24. Zipex, he's not worried about this whatsoever, just taking some fights.
Yeah, understandably so when he's expecting just pistols. But little does he know, he's just taken down the prize winner. Tags down the AWPer to 20 HP, flash in hand.
Cadian has to be so careful. A stray bullet, he's dead.
What are they supposed to do with this? Chance, good chance. Bubsky's head is plucked from his shoulders, and Refresh has found another just on the Glock. Weapons retrieved, space found, only dupreeh. Nice finish onto Cadian, he's no longer a threat. Excuse me, that was Refresh, and still more. It's only Tessus, and he'll do it with the USP. dupreeh shrugs off what little remains of Heroic.
Oh, wow. That investment there from Heroic as well. They put a lot into that, considering the AWP. Now, we know Cadian can operate in these rounds with lower buys. You get a Tech 9, a Deagle, something of the sorts. But still, they were hoping to get at least a bomb plant there, so not picking that up. It's 3 on the trot now from Astralis, and they've got themselves a double AWP. dupreeh's picked up that one off of the corpse of Cadian. Almost feels like a free upgrade from the MP9 with a couple of kills into an AWP. That's profit if I've ever seen it.
Yeah. And Astralis, they're showing us their map diversity here. Every single game we've seen a new map out of them. So far, 100% conversion. IEM Cologne 2021.
Double AWPs defending this A bomb site. dupreeh and Glaive paired on up. Glaive to deal with long, dupreeh in the bathrooms, looking towards connector as well. Front of those bathrooms about to be smoked. You can see that sailing through the sky there from Stown's POV. That is a long-range Molotov towards Divider as well. And the crawl, well, this is different. Heroic haven't done this level of default, at least with the players behind it up until this point, and it's been red. Bubsky's rotated over towards A. Magisk and Zipex there towards B.
It's quite apparent.
They're reading this very well.
There should be a flash. If not, Glaive is in a prime position. The smoke will instead, Cadian will throw one out. Got a strong arm on him. Nice and smoke. Look at that. He threw that all the way from back playground. It does deny Dupree's line, but they might want to boost. 2 AWPs on top of each other, a totem pole, a very expensive one at that. Nothing but information for Astralis. They don't spot a thing, and after all of that hard work, Heroic look to be returning to the unknown.
And that's where Zipex and Magisk still are. Bubsky's now rotated back over towards this side. Astralis are not worried at all. This business that Heroic are doing is not fooling anybody.
Yeah, and they've thrown that smoke that divides this site. Enables Zipex to hold this line with confidence. And they've only got 15 seconds, Chad. I'm nervous. They really are going to struggle here. They need some hero moments out of their riflers. A chance. 8 seconds, still no plant. Bubsky standing, destroys them. It's too easy. No resistance. And Cadian so late to the party. Maybe one on the way out, but that's nothing. Astralis will take that any day of the week.
Heroic are just not convincing at all right now. There's no threat. They're not finding any picks. They're not doing any damage. Astralis can just sit back and wait. They're just having a field day, this one right now. Reading them a bit like a children's book. Big, beautiful, colourful pictures.
Yeah. What, about the dog and the big red ball?
Yeah, like this is not a bedtime story that I think Heroic were hoping to get read here this evening. Cadian no loss bonus, and he was already in the dumps, right? Because he had that AWP earlier, so now he's carried across a deagle, some armor, and he's bought a smoke, so now he has no funds whatsoever. It is still very early stages here.
Yet to be convinced, though. And I think it's easy to look at the 4-3 and think, okay, game time. Don't forget that was pistol and it's following 2.
Yeah, and we all know what happens when you win that 4 spy. That third is almost a guarantee. They did it in one of the cleanest way possible. But look at this, 9 seconds. Like, they're only getting the kills at this juncture. And then the bomb planter has to run in to try and get it down, but there's just no cover. No cover indeed.
Double AWPs. Didn't really get activated in the previous, didn't need to. Glaive's going for a very aggy line. Oh, and it's been rewarded. He might even stick around for more. Shush, first to fall. Options limited now. You don't really want to walk back into Glaive. You don't have the util to force him off. You're going to have to opt for long, and that is where our second AWP comes into play.
Oh, Dupree just about clears it. Now he does. They're just getting beat
he
down
spotted
here.
the bomb there. That was Tessus. He spotted the bomb out for Shizzle.
It has forced a bit of a rotation here. Ooh, even more info as they jump back. So Dupree can communicate all of this. It's felt a bit more threatening, this one. At least they get into some pressure points.
And they have, at this point in time, actually managed to force that third man over to A. So only, quote unquote, only Magisk can, that'll do. Gets his info on a jiggle, no resistance or threat. Got a smoke and a flash.
Yeah, if they pivot back up through bathrooms, Bubsky's actually quite aggressive here now as well. So he's going to get a lot of early info with the sound cues. He's perfectly placed.
Here they come. Knocks down another. Is he going to be able to get into the side? Yeah.
Did they flub their own smoke and smoke themselves off a divider right there?
So sure, bomb's loose already. That's something, but too far gone. Just a shooting gallery for the boys of Astralis. 5. Now then, very quiet over on the Heroic camp, and Astralis have been nothing but respectful. It's not like they've been hooting and hollering.
Yeah.
It's just a day in the office for them.
I'm a little bit perplexed right now what we're seeing out of Heroic, right? Because they haven't even established like a full-on default to any point. We've seen 2 contact plays. We've seen 1 attempt to go over towards A with a default that then pivoted back late into a B stack. And now we finally see a full gun round where Refresh has no utility. So how are they going to operate with this? They need to find an opening pick here. It's going to be the default spread.
Ooh, bit aggressive. Out of Magisk, he's spotted out and will fall before Vision returns. This is it. This is exactly what you were just asking for. Heroic have got themselves the man advantage.
And now, in theory, they should be able to play with these rotations. They should be able to force Astralis over the map, push them around, put them in a position where they second guess, have to gamble stack. He's going for aggression, Bubsky?
Yeah.
Are you mad?
This is kind of crazy, actually. He's actually taken one with him. Not too shabby. It's information. It should enable a rotate as well. This is a bit more like Heroic's cup of tea now, though. Seeing Tessus on long fills me with hope, fills me with glee.
Dupree has a good idea, though.
Oh no. Oh, he's just been caught and there's nothing else to report. They'll suspect B. Dupree's pushing for more info. It enables Glaive to post up. This is such a perfect line. He wants more. Peeks into Cadian. That's cost him. Only Zipex now on the site, stands his ground and fights his way out. Just Shush, and he's been spotted as well. There's time. Shush can think this one through. 1v2. Zipex on site. Dupree last seen on A. Damage as well inflicted. Zipex is down. Down to 22 for Shush as well. One bullet from the pistol could finish it, and that's the Desert Eagle, no less. Orp on his back, won't be needing that. 11 frags for Dupree already here at round 9. It could very well be 12 in a matter of seconds. Shush looking towards heaven. Ooh. Dupree does not take contact. Shush has thrown out the molly. Yeah, he knows where he's coming from. And easy as that. 1 to the spine, 6 for Astralis, and Heroic still yet to make a peep after those first 3.
If Shush didn't throw that Molotov, Dupree was about to go back up through connector, assuming it was going to be an A play. And the fact that Dupree was even thinking that Shush would have had any idea where he was in that situation was wild. So right there, Astralis grabbing another round in a row, and this was all down to Zipex. It's like Glaive's death baited them into Zipex's off angle here. Bang, bang. The all gets it done. And this is looking like a very comfortable Astralis here.
Very, very comfortable.
Well, they've been able to scrap together something that resembles a buy, but a UMP for Cadian, a Galil with no utility at the moment for Refresh, and very light for everybody else. 3 smokes, a handful of flashes, and as we talk through that utility, it's already being lobbed on out. They're going to try one of these contact plays again. Dupree posted up towards Divider, Magis down towards Connector. They have to get past Dupree here.
He is flaming hot. He actually tags him up there. He lives on. And Magisk advancing to finish the job. Does end Shush. And now Heroic can't really consider that rotate. You know Magisk is through the underpass. That option is completely null and void. It'll have to be A or round the world. Cadian, only a UMP. The nade does chip away at him. Glaive playing a dangerous game here. Wants to be able to turn that flash should it come in. Still has his vision, ready to challenge. He suspects Cadian's presence, and another far too easy collection. 3 remain. They need to get in. Dupree's knocking them for 6. It's only a couple of them now. Refresh and Stown. Young Guns, and they're looking good for this. Starting to turn it around. They've equalized. 24. Not in a rush to plant, understandably so. Optimus the safe haven. Damage inflicted. Refresh will get it down, but he's got more than just the bomb. Oh, Zipex finishes it with ease. And now we're really cooking with gas. Astralis already with 7. They're 1 away from winning this half. Right in the early stages. Heroic absent, and that will be timeout number 2 immediately called.
They're just not getting any of the space that they traditionally would to be able to play these tricky mid-rounds. They're just not getting any of it. And when they did, and you were getting excited by Tessus's long presence, and for good reason, that is normally where we see Heroic doing their best stuff. They have one player on the other side of the map, they're able to keep them busy, they get a kill, they draw the rotations, they open that gateway to the other bomb site, and Heroic win a miracle round with the last 10 seconds. At the moment, they're not winning opening fights, they're not being able to trade, they're not getting space to play the mid-round. They're just getting absolutely owned right now.
And it's like Astralis have definitely, like within that little Zonic landscape paper as we discussed, I imagine something about aggression, something about just getting in their face. We saw Bubsky pushing short in a 3v5. We've seen that peek from Dupree, readily available, ready to take it.
2 rounds of Magis pushing behind them and
that's
locking
a great
them
example.
In on those contact B plays as well. Astralis are not afraid to take the fights here.
Magis just then pushing up Connector.
They're loving this, Astralis.
Is that double? Going to be extinguished regardless. Just a flash and incendiary.
This is another new look. Magis tucked in towards the tree at long, so he can push if there is contact over towards this B bomb site. There's Cadian again with another rubbish buy. The poor guy. Well,
he's been out of
falling these rounds.
Ever since that, like we saw the Deagle.
He's that one guy in
that hero warp, yeah.
That keeps buying when everyone else is on eco.
Oh, that does trigger me.
Well, they're going to try and get out long with a run boost here. Magis is set up perfectly for this. He might have even heard that.
Look at his passive stance. Now steps in. I can't believe he's not dead. Finally caught through that tree. And Zipex, this is the perfect weapon for this angle. You'll be able to see those tippy toes descend the stairs. Ready for that left swing as well. Knows you can jump across the line. He's anticipated as such. But here comes Refresh's challenge. Holding the line. Focused. Controls the spray. Oh,
no
Zipex! He dings another as well. That's round winning. Just like that. The Orc, the perfect weapon for the job, and Zipex clearly the perfect player. 12. Early into this overpass. Heroic. They're starting to, Google the lower bracket, try to work out what on earth's coming next, because this is falling apart so fast.
Well, this is on Glaive. They're faking B. They're heading back towards A. All three of them coming in now.
Glaive on the AWP. A little bit of a shy of the mark there, but it may not cost him as he finds the healthy Cadian. The rest have only got pistols and recovered AWP now. Do 2 frags for Tessus, and he's gone. Shush to plant. He can run him down, and he will with the pre-fire. This is just too easy for Astralis. They win the CT half already. 8 already in the bank for the Kings of Denmark.
Another opening again, right? Heroic have been gifted a couple of those. Think about the round where Magis pushed out Fountain and he died to Tessus. This time round, Tessus gets him dead again at long. So they're operating one more time with a number advantage. But the fact that Zipex gets 2, make it almost 3 over towards that monster position, changes the entire tide of the round. They're just not going the 1-for-1. They go the 1-for-1 there. Okay, they keep going B, but they don't. Well, then they have to pivot. They have to move around. Yeah, it's just going way too easy. Way, way too easy.
It's flying past. Okay, back into the action then for round 12. Is that really half health for Refresh already? The wallbang just down as well on his short pipe. Both of those M4s just rattled 100 damage into the Heroic side.
Oh, and the door's just been broken off as well over there towards Connector, so going to be operating with that one wide open for the remainder of this round here. Utility coming out to plays, and there we go, another opening. This time Glaive's down.
And 2, both the AWPers fall. Shush has given Heroic just a little bit of light at the end of the tunnel. Expect a bit of a gamble now out of Astralis. Just dumping his util here. He's missed his molly. Pushing in regardless. Spots out Magis, got the Optimus. What a shot! And just, oh my god, Shush! 4 frags. Heroic call upon the superstar, it seems. It's going to be all on to Bubsky. They are still coming into his domain, so he will have a chance to voice his concerns. There's so much more than he expected, though, and that's something out of Shush, isn't it? Not only the first 2, definitely catches Glaive unawares, but the rest, they were looking for him.
Fantastic shooting here.
Look at this onto Zipex. Like the first 2, look at this. Dupree looking for him. Scoped up, just quicker on the trigger, but
that's huge. That's huge stuff. And the awareness there for Magisk as well. Great stuff from Shush. Shush, over these 2 maps we've had so far, in terms of his entries, he's been fantastic with the multi-kills, right? Not just one and done, but a couple of rounds where he's had 2, and this time with 4. And that has done a lot to Astralis. The ramifications here are quite large, actually, down to just pistols here. And Heroic are given an opportunity to start building a half again, but it feels like we're having that same conversation as Inferno. And meanwhile, Glaive takes down Cadian. He was all the way back over towards the T stairs. Just had his head ripped off by the Deagle.
He's feeling himself. Oh, he's even got a lovely line. Come on now, Glaive. You're not allowed to hit stuff like that. Fortunately for Heroic, he hasn't. But Tessus catches a glimpse and a good headshot, but maybe baiting in for Zipex. Clears it as well. Good find from Tessus. Not falling foul to any of this funny business. Now the rest should just be a formality.
Yeah, really at this point, they can just group up, trade out. They know where Glaive is, still staying around that divided position, and Shush continues to produce. So Glaive falls, and now it will just be a 2-on-4. Bubsky is flanking here. And they left the weapon on the ground. They have indeed. That is a beautiful little find right there. And maybe even he can find Shush.
He's looking, and he's loud. Shush ready. Was he? He's not ready at all, actually. Tags him up. Baits him in. Just nice find from Shush to secure it.
Yeah, now it's just Dupree on the site here. There's still plenty of time, so even if Tessus takes contact, the bomb can just head over there towards the B site. Doesn't even need to happen, and now 8-5. Okay, well, what looked too easy for Astralis for a while there is now, again, quickly making me eat my words. All out for Glaive. Utility looking good. Timeout taken here from Astralis, and well, why not? Why not? They haven't used one just yet.
Zonix just thanking his lucky stars that Heroic got 5.
Yeah, avoid the 11-4.
Avoid the 11-4.
2 more rounds here that Astralis will be able to net and potentially put in that bank balance. And I'm sure they'd love that. Walk into the second half, the T side, a map they used to be very, very handy on with a 5-round buffer. It's also given a bit of time for Heroic to have some conversations, to fire up the troops. Build a little bit of a bank here, so even if they lose round number 14, they will be able to buy in the last round of play, round number 15. Should be looking flush. And here we go. Finally, it feels like we have a full, proper gun round out of Heroic here. Everybody with AKs, everybody with full util.
But let's see if that opening frag trend continues or if Heroic can buck it. Because even when they have found that opening kill, it's been too easy for Astralis to pull it back with a multi of their own. Magisk flashed in, this time no resistance. He'll be able to slink his way towards that playground. And God, he is taking some liberties. Flash, spotted. Tessus, this has to be yours. Magisk damage, not enough. Good find, not the double. Zipex keeps him honest. Tessus tagged, man advantage for Heroic, but that bomb is loose. They're fully committed to the short side, and this boost, they're looking the right way.
Catch two here.
Good. So many bodies. The info's there. Looking to reposition. Dupree claws it straight back into an even keel. Baits the shot, can drop the smoke. Okay. Glaive from that underpass, and that door is blown off, so he can actually be a threat to short. Walking to the line, Zipex thrives in this angle, and again, with more impact. They come to his site, he's always taking two, and he's done it again. There might be a third on the cards here for Zipex. Stown denies. Dupree still sticking around this site. Waiting for that sound cue. Stown thinking about it. Oh, spotted out now. Not an easy exchange, not an easy duel. Lost Glaive in the process. The 1v2 quickly becomes a duel. Stown, Dupree, oh, not enough bullets. Needed one more. Head in hands and Heroic find their voice. Took them a while. But after 8 consecutive rounds from Astralis, we were at 3-0, 8-3. We could be wrapping this one up and putting a bow on it at 8-7.
Not again. We had that happen in the first half of Inferno as well. Astralis, look, they have won the half. They should be very happy with that. But to finish the tail end here, just with a couple of MP9s, Deagles, and that one M4, not going to be the easiest round to apply their trade. Standard stuff, 2 towards A, 3 towards B, and finally Heroic with a bit of a spring in their step. Door blown off. Questions asked as both A defenders are playing over towards this connector, so using these lower weaponry up close and personal. And Heroic are just waiting to see what gets thrown their way. It doesn't look like they're in too much of a rush right here. Shush and Stown locking down connector. Smoked off that door. One less thing to worry about.
Oh, Magisk, he's going to burn. What's the response? What's he supposed to do? Die? Yeah, okay. A little late on that one. Glaive fannying around, but has responded in kind. Nearly a chance at a second as well. But attempted aggressions leaves Heroic with the man again. MP9 certainly not the best weapon for the job. Certainly not to hold A. Refresh catching Dupree. Good control. So yeah, that 8-7 does loom.
It's just crazy. This was looking like, you know, Heroic were all sorts. They weren't looking themselves. Any of their little maneuvers, their mid-round just weren't playing on out. Have Shush step up with that massive 4K.
Yeah, I mean, that was impossible to account for.
This is a 2v4. Heroic, regroup, trade out, win the round. That's the story here, but they're currently spread out, so opportunities are given to Astralis right now.
And Zipex, they know exactly where you are. Tessus is very ahead of the pack, so he should have the element of surprise here. Zipex may even have his knife out, and he does. Tessus scrapes out. Ooh, gives him a chance. Tessus fumbling a little bit, but there it is, 8-7. Okay, Heroic will take that any day of the week. And you boys should stay tuned. We'll be separating the two of them and finding out if we even need a third. Trying to lock in one of these teams.
Hey Future Pros! Today I thought I'd teach you all how to do the famous quad boost on Overpass. To execute this boost, you must have 5 Future Pros and 1 AWP. Future Pro number 1, you have the easy job. All you have to do is run and stand in this spot. Future Pro number 2, you will have to jump onto the head of Future Pro 1 by jumping from the railing. Future Pro number 3, now that Future Pro 2 is nice and situated, you can now jump onto their head by also jumping from the railing. This is higher than 2 people, so you'll be sliding when you jump onto their heads. Make sure you are sliding into the wall and try not to slip off. Future Pro number 4, your job is to get Future Pro 5 on top of everybody else's head. You need to crouch down and let Future Pro 5, FP5, hop onto your head and get in their spot. Lucky Future Pro number 5. You actually get to shoot something. Hop on top of your teammate's head and you should easily be able to jump on top of everybody else's. You will also be sliding when up there, but you should be able to make it around the corner while sliding into the wall. Now you'll have a clear vision to a few spots on B, so take your time and place your shot. Happy boosting.
Eight to 7 on the half, and it's been frustrations, it's been tantrums, and so far a stabilization from Heroic. It did look like dire straits. 8 to 3 down. Shush steps up in the biggest way he possibly could. 4 kills, and puts his team back into a chance at striking while the iron was hot. Does mean we've got a competitive one, but this was exactly the same set of circumstance we found ourselves on Inferno. In fact, the same words leaving my mouth, and then Astralis happened. We'll see if this head-to-head continues to have some twists and turns. One expert believes Astralis has the advantage. We've seen a P250, double smoke and double flash. Jakey on the observing. And it looks like these CTs want to contest here. Bubsky is going to be walked in on. Cadian makes a real meal out of that. A full 12-bullet attempt. But he does knock Bubsky down eventually. They're ready to contest this. I wonder if they even want to swing. They're being quite loud about it. I'm just going to drop a smoke to get evacuate, and now more fights. That's the bomb, and Refresh has found the crucial frag of this pistol. If Heroic win both pistols, should be on for something. Both of them had their knife out. He's got 5 bullets left to work his magic, and he has taken a second. This was their chance. Cadian recovers it, converts his second. Smoke to be recovered if he desires. Couldn't seem to find it. But at least the bomb is within their grasp, and they've got 60 seconds, so a very high octane and high stakes 2v2.
This is really falling apart here for Heroic. It started so well. And now they're getting played with. Magisk and Zipex both making their way through the upper part of the bathrooms here, just checking if everybody's close. They're going to find a timing. Going to be able to make it all the way into the site if they'd like. And in the meantime, Heroic are looking elsewhere. Shush down through Connector. They've completely lost where the Astralis members are. Now, if they continue this jaunt in towards the A site, they can plant safe and then have full control. Both of the Heroic members are now making their way down Connector. If the bomb gets planted now, they won't even know which side it's at.
Yeah, Magisk has cleared bank, so they can plant bank side. Look, he's not going to plant until Magisk clears bin. Gets the go-ahead.
Well, they know now. They need to get a move on, and very, very quickly. The Glock comes into play for Zipex here. It's going to be perfect. Magisk has that P250. Sure, there's a smoke from Shush, but they don't have a kit to go with it.
What's Magisk up to? He's really having a look. It is that bankside plant, so understandably they want to be separate. Util to be deployed
Halfway
now.
ticked.
Yeah, becoming an issue. They don't really have a kit for this. They don't have the time for this. Magisk to flash for the first sound. Sails into the sky now. They're on it. They need to contest it. No, forces them off the fight. I don't think they've got time now. It's just Cadian. He doesn't. And it started so well for Heroic. A nice kill out of nowhere. Charges straight in. Pockets himself an extra 1,500. And Heroic will not be taking both pistols on their map pick.
Oh, it looks so good. It's just another round here that seems to just fall apart from Heroic. Their mid-round tricky business that they're normally getting away with.
When?
Yeah, when these two individuals run with their knives out. Hello, Dupree. He has no dramas whatsoever. Sure, lots of bullets to convert the frags, but he gets them nonetheless, and that is what throws the round into absolute turmoil. They go through long, they stay as far to that left-hand wall as possible, and now, well, Heroic, look at this buy. It's conservative.
Oh, they're so quick. Dupree's going to farm. That's 1,200 already.
Yeah, just really, really strange mistakes coming out of Heroic today. Not normally things that we'd be attesting to their name.
Yeah, like uncharacteristic Heroic rounds all over the shop.
They get away with a lot, right? Normally online they would get away with a lot, and you hear people talk about how aggressive they are. But their aggressive maneuvers on their CT side of Inferno was working quite well for them when they had to go for that little bit of a pace change.
Yeah.
I don't know how it's going to fare for them here on a map like Overpass. Only a matter of time until Stown will find himself getting farmed on up. There's only one AK to find anyway, and he would love to be able to get that one. Not to be the case. Long-range UMP. And that eco, what that tells Astralis is they're up against the rifles now. Right? They know that this is going to be the purchase coming on through. Cadian into an AWP early. Will be a glass cannon for him. Famis's for the likes of Shush and Refresh. Tessa's yet to buy. He could buy an M4 if he'd like. Util will be light, though. That's one of the things you have to note. It's actually going to be an AUG, so Tessa's can use that at range. And these SMGs can shred the heads of 4 Heroic members. Cadian without any Kevlar whatsoever. And no head armor for Stown, Shush, and Tessa's. It's just Refresh who's invested in that bad boy.
Okay, this is interesting. Heroic really need to convert this one and cleanly if they want to dig themselves straight back out of this hole they've been thrust into. Double molly toilets on that divider.
Looks like they're going to go back and clear long now with Glaive and Magisk.
Okay, so Flash should catch Cadian's AWP. Still got vision. And just like that, Magisk falls. Weapons to be recovered, but that's exactly what Heroic wanted to start with. Wow, that's what we're talking about. That headshot instantly removes Tessus from the equation. A weapon to be retrieved for sure. Famas likely more sought after than that Mac-10.
They will be able to get, I think it was an AUG that Tessus had there, and as well as that, there was an AK that was dropped off of Magic's body towards long. So they're upgrading these very, very quickly to more potent looking rifles. The reposition of Cadian is now over towards bathrooms with Stown. So still in tandem. More sound indications towards long, and Zipex is just keeping them busy over towards B with a little bit of light utility. So all in all, I think the end will be this A bomb site.
Oh, they catch a glimpse of him. Cadian anticipating a wide swing, and oh, he's missed it. Bubsky punishes, and he can get another just like that. Heroic collapse. The B defenders remain, but the site is theirs, and they've got plenty of time to get that bomb down and set up this after plan.
Everyone's favorite 4-letter word here of save is going to have to be the call for Heroic. But if you are Zipex, why not keep hunting? Why not keep having a look? You have this Mac-10. Just go see if you can rip anything out of the hands here of Heroic and really devastate them going into the next. They went for the early buy. They went for the second round eco. That's not really what we see these days in the current meta. Not too many teams are opting for that option. They saved for this. They brought out that early AWP, and it even got the opening kill in the round. Now they're left with nothing.
Yeah, but this is going to be very telling that Astralis have come in and definitely got a land buff, right? Like, FaZe, as discussed at the desk, clearly as well had that land buff, and Astralis 2-0'd them. They're a team people are trying to avoid now, and if you go straight from that into a performance like this against Heroic, you're not only straight to the playoffs, but people are going to start fearing you as they used to.
Yeah, it definitely helps when Dupree is getting 21 kills in the game up until this point, right? He's going beast mode, but everybody else is looking handy too, right? It's the information plays in that first half from some of the players. Zipex was always feeling like he was good for 2 on that B bomb site. So they're delivering across the board here. Bubsky, this is great. Obviously the newest member to this team. He's been there for some time as that 6th man, but now getting that opportunity to play his trade day in, day out.
Yeah, honestly, I think the gaming chair much more comfortable than the bench.
Oh dear. Oh dear, and that's the seating position he's opted for. I think it's a unique one. We'll have to see. We had JDM's unique sitting position once upon a time. I think Bubsky might be contending for that as more aggressive maneuver out towards the sewer position. Zipex will be able to note that aggression, and now they're pushing underpass.
Ooh, Bubsky was flustered. Lives on. No one to contest him underpass, but this is a lot of ground covered early. And you spoke of dupreeh, definitely the highest flyer in the server. And he's looking for his 22nd. The crosshairs, bang on. Plucks them one by one. There's a third perhaps, Cadian. Oh, straight away deleted. dupreeh with a laser beam in their hands with this M4. And the rest, I'm afraid, Shush is going to be staring at the scenery. Stown the same.
Yeah, and at this point, maybe they do want to rip away what is left. Shush has this Famous, a Deagle for Stown. Zipex is already over towards spawn, so he will be meeting Stown any moment now if he continues to head forward. Both of which holding that W key. Stown around the corner here. He's caught the barrel and caught the frag. This AK would be fantastic to carry on forward. Shush is trying to hide in plain sight down there. Just chilling below the bomb site. It looks like Stown will get away with this. He looks far enough away here from any hunting Astralis members, but that's 12 rounds. And this is a massive problem now for Heroic. This was their map choice. Remember, a lot on the line in this game. Winner of this will go forward in the bracket and face Na'Vi. But not only do they get to face Na'Vi, they're already locked on in for the playoffs going down next weekend. So that matchup against Na'Vi will be one to decide either the semi or the quarterfinals. And that'll be going down tomorrow. Bit of a classic, isn't it? Astralis Na'Vi, two massive names, two giants of the land.
I mean, that would be the time I'd fully buy into this Astralis land buff. You know, like, yeah, great, phase, sure, Heroic, but looking shaky Heroic. If you come in and just take the wind out of Na'Vi's sails, you've done something magical. And for a semi-final spot, no less. Of course, all the fans that tuned out as soon as we online, great stagnates, and that's already going to really sour the tone. Oh, there could be another one here. This could be a 3v5 in the first few seconds. It is. Oh, Heroic not only catching nades, catching more from dupreeh as well. Ah, what do you do with that? 3v5 handed to you in the opening 20. You have to make an aggressive maneuver. It looks like they're opting for short. Smoke Monster take that back towards the sewer.
Well, it could get messy here, I suppose. Cadian in this position... No, actually, no, it's not getting messy. Cadian would have to pull off something absolutely miraculous from here. There's no way.
Oh, like a collateral, perhaps? That's something. Okay. Just like that, completely equalized. And the bomb's down as well. He's going walkabouts, understandably so. Does want to evaporate and reposition.
Definitely a conversation now. I didn't see that one coming.
Neither did Astralis.
Got 35 seconds and he still has the bomb. They need to get a move on here, Astralis.
It can't be Glaive. It just can't be. What's Zipex waiting for? I guess he doesn't know if he's not being held.
I think they want to end B, get the bomb and go B, but they're going to have to get through all three. This is now completely changed.
He's got vision. It should be his any day of the week. What was that from Glaive? He evades completely. Picks up the bomb just around the corner before Cadian or Shush could catch him. I think he's going to get it in time. Does he get around the corner? This is a movement challenge just in the nick of time. Baby sat by Magisk. And now we've got ourselves a 2-on-2. Refresh is so loud about this. Magisk should be able to punish. The bomb's already ticking. If they could isolate Refresh, Cadian's still fanning around on long. They tuck in. 3 from Cadian. And it still may not be enough. Glaive's movement, the determining factor here. Good chance onto Glaive here. Sees his head. Tames the spray. Magisk alone. Baited nicely with the steps. Cadian starting to close the gap. He should have a chance here. And there it is, recovered by Heroic. It was a 3v5 right in the opening, and Heroic will finally put themselves a CT round on the board.
I have no idea. Obviously, the stars had to align there for Cadian to get a double, right? But then the fact that the bomb's down, everything was working in his favor in that moment. That should never have happened, not in a million years. Like, this is how the round kicked off. It's down here with just getting absolutely destroyed. That's the saved AK from the round before. And this is where it all falls apart. So the bombs drop. There's still plenty of time at that point. We just went sub 1 minute. It's just Astralis. They didn't commit to anything there, and then time really became an issue. Okay, well, that's the leader with a big round. Maybe that fires the team up.
It's going to have to. Wants to contest. Tight line held, and it does look like Astralis will be having some presence there, and these double orbs are in play. Posted up on short, Bubsky's across. Gets it right. And Molotov, oops. Sailing out now, doesn't quite pop as desired. Waiting to see if Heroic will give them anything early here.
It's kind of like Astralis' Inferno, right? Just slow, steady. There was no rush about things. They were just combing through this map territory, and they're doing the same here. Already had a minute on the clock transpire at this point. Oh, and there we go. Stown grabs the first. Zipex walks into the crosshair.
Oh, this bodes very well now for Heroic.
You know there's double AWPs as well. Bomb still very, very passive right here for Astralis. It's all the way back towards spawn. So they will need to pick that one up. We've already seen the clock be an issue for them. Oh, movement flubbed. Second attempt good. Nobody home to find right now.
Holding the right line. But with 25 seconds left, it's who's going to blink first? Dupree's bringing the bomb through. They'll flash for him, and all starting to group up, trying to draw attention towards short. Shush is looking at it. Down though with the AWP. Vision's there. So is the frag. Should be good. Shush down. Looks good though for Astralis. They've got a chance. 2v3. Running out of time. They're getting it in time. Now all onto Magisk. Closing the gap fast is Cadian. Pressure from short as well. Good find. Needs to transfer. It's not far off. But Heroic will make it 9. And Astralis' bank balance is starting to be stretched a little thin. We'll go again.
I am really impressed with how poised Astralis is staying in these super late rounds, and then they're keeping it competitive in a lot of these times. Now in Inferno, there was a couple of rounds that looked a little bit silly, but in this situation, the bomb goes down, they get a couple of kills, it was back and forth. It's even forced a timeout out here. So Heroic standing and delivering now, and you have to give credit where it is due. Stown had a big round right there. His impact felt. 2 consecutive rounds with not that many bodies left over for Heroic, right?
Yeah.
So their money is going to be left on that knife's edge, and that's why the conversation from Astralis here is very important during the timeout. They know exactly that. So this call right now from Glaive could be the half right here, could be the game right here, because they can still break. Have a look right now, right-hand side of your screen. The money is not fantastic for Heroic whatsoever. If they get obliterated and lose everything here, that's 13 on the board. Not a lot of money. We're talking 2,400 loss bonus in the next.
Yeah, and I mean, I think I was a bit over-dramatic about Astralis' funds as well, but I think I kind of neglected to remember that there was 4 plants back-to-back.
Yeah, lots of stimulation to that.
There's a lot of stimulation. Can't say that with a straight face. Doornated off, Stown peaks regardless. And just like that, another opening. 2 for 2 from Stown's AWP. It's Astralis that will have to overcome the disadvantage now. Shush is high up on jail. He will eat that flash unless he goes anti now. Oh, he gets to draw at least 1 out of the pack. Glaive tagged up as well from Refresh. Should just fall into a formality. Dupree, though, definitely more than capable. We've seen him do it once already in that pistol. Can he once again cause enough chaos to get Astralis' teeth back into round 22?
Bomb's all the way back towards T-spawn again, right? So when they do get to a point of being able to make a decision here, I'm not feeling too confident Astralis can strap this together. Bubsky's been tasked with having to go pick that up. Glaive will have to get past this off angle that Cadian's currently holding. It's a bit of an awkward one here. You also have Stown on the side, so it's the double-pronged AWP A defense.
Feels pretty safe, doesn't it?
Yeah, they get a lot of info from range, right? So Glaive is now working up long, and if he steps out towards that tree,
which he will,
should go down immediately, yeah. Simple as you like for Cadian, and that formality you were talking about, closer and closer, 30 seconds now. It's down 18 kills. Let's see if he can make that 19. Molly a little bit late. Dupree can push into the site. They know Cadian's towards long. The plant would be nice.
More cash for Astralis to splash. Oh, and a missed shot. Dupree is still kicking around, and you're not. You wouldn't. Yeah, Tessus shuts it down before anything can go too crazy. Bubsky does get the plant, though, and that's something. More stimulation.
And this would be wild here if he can just do damage, right? Because we were talking about that heroic economy. So 2 kills would be beautiful here.
Yeah, and every second that passes becomes more and more of a possibility. 4 players, though. They've got a smoke. They've got the kit. Bubsky looking for damage here. A fake. Does he call the bluff? Starts to unload his mag, and he'll have to go for the repeat. Tessus to defend. Nice find from Bubsky. Down will shut it down. Just in the nick of time on the defuse. Okay, double digits, here we go. Heroic 10. And that's 3 in a row from them.
It's definitely close there, right? That defuse wasn't too far off. If he gets that spray transfer, then maybe you have a bit of a conversation about a miracle 1-on-4 round right there from Bubsky. But all those plants leaves Astralis in a position to buy yet again. So another timeout. And that economy's still really not built for Heroic either. You're talking 3,700 at the high end over there for Stown.
Who needs rounds when you can get plants?
Yeah, there's been a lot of them in there.
Yeah, in a row. And 3 in a row from Heroic.
This is the thing, right? For the T side, if you're continuing to get the bomb down and you get to max loss bonus, we're talking 3,400 plus the bomb plant bonus. You're going to be able to buy AKs with utility round after round after round, and you can be constantly threatening. So there's not going to be any easy rounds for Heroic as they continue to win them, right? That loss bonus building with every round that they keep putting on that board. So simple as you like here, Cadian. Going to grab his 18th kill. Stown and Cadian are having a great game. 19 for Stown, 18 for Cadian. On the other side, it is Dupree. We've already been talking about his prowess on this one. 25 for him at this point. Glaive into that AWP. Here we go again.
Now, what will happen when Stown doesn't find them an opening frag?
Let's see, shall we? He's having a look towards Monster yet again. He's found success here before. They are aware as this is in play. Well, they definitely should be. Lots of utility thrown out early from both teams, but posturing for what will be a B finish. Astralis early, gearing up. That util shy, nobody home to receive that just yet. Looking like they want to throw a lot of bodies through Monster here. Glaive with a heaven smoke, flashes are going to follow. Here we go.
Strap in. Shush has to extinguish. Blind does so anyway, and it's a nice isolating smoke all the same. They're very early into the site, and the whole squad is here. This could be a brawl. Little gap for him to work with. Bullets are through. Frag is in. Zipex shuts him down and refresh. It's not long for this world either. Double entry from Zipex. Good nade damage. Stown holding the line. A great find just on the edge. Things fall silent for a second. Everyone posted up. No one wants to be the next to fall down. A flash for the swing. A good chance. Even trade. Zipex 3. He's still going, and it's double AWPs right now. Cadian and Stown. It's not ideal. Magisk will be able to plant. Now, they know Heaven's on a timer. What is that? Stown caught out. Zipex 4. He could ace them right now. Cadian to try and deny. Zipex walking straight in. Info and a frag. Cadian needs the next. He could very well hit the wall bang. Magisk trying to exploit and swing. That's nice. Big play from Magisk just to put the cherry on the top. It's Zipex that puts the 13th on the board for Astralis.
Beautiful stuff. Absolutely beautiful stuff from Astralis there. Just keeping that pressure on that B bomb site. It's crazy when it all just stalled on out. Everybody was there just waiting, just waiting, just waiting. And then that little jump peak from Stown, easily punished. And so is Heroic now. This is it. Bottom of the barrel. They have no money left in their bank balance whatsoever. The full investment here. Their loss bonus not looking good whatsoever at this point of the game. Cadian does get the AWP back, and he's even going to go for a peek straight away. Needs to get something out of this. Cannot go down.
Ooh.
He doesn't.
Okay, yeah. Suppresses them enough.
This is a really important round here for Heroic in this half. If they lose this, I think that might be the game quickly following. So Cadian's opening right there.
And on the other side of it, of course, Astralis, should they take this, should they overcome the 4v5, they've got an open gate to the playoffs. This would be the right read if they try and dip their toe in the water on short. Another smoke lands. Wonder what they'll do. Yeah, and the trajectory does imply that they're monster side. Coming in from short, no resistance just yet. Glaive wants to challenge this out. Zipex will find him with the spray. It's all onto Shush. Just the deagle, and he stands his ground again. The hero, Heroic need. He finally goes down. And so does Stown. What a shot. Zipex definitely sharp. Not going to hit the head this time. Cadian advancing into the site. You saw Tessus on short. Now we've got 25 seconds left.
Have to go B.
Util at a premium, not a single one. It'll just be bullets now. Bullets and bodies. Great find. Cadian makes it all onto Zipex. already with 2 to his name. Tessus locking the door behind them. Cadian trying to draw crosshair and attention. 10 seconds. Zipex confirms no one's home. He'd have to hit the reaction. And he has! No, no, no. Save plant. Cadian should have him. Just walk on it. Eye to the scope. Should have his bottom exposed. Zipex, there's no hope at all. My God, what a shot, though. Heroic will find 11 in the 1v1, a 1vx converted, and a compulsory one from Cadian. He not only opened that round, he closed it as well.
Find yourself holding your breath there in moments like that. The fact Zipex hits that shot on Tessus' flank, it looks like it should be done. It looks like Tessus has absolutely no business in that moment. He hits an absolute banger right there. We've been talking about Dupree. Well, guess who's been quietly getting himself up to 22? Zipex. He's on the scoreboard in a big way here. Another plant coming in from Astralis. Let's see what that does to their economy. That shot right there, under pressure with the time. And Cadian, yeah, it's still a pressure shot.
Actually,
because if he misses on a jiggle right there, Zipex pulls out. He's able to convert that kill and win a massive round. That's the clutch minister on your screen right there.
Yeah, good discipline from Cadian. I felt like it was a guarantee, but when I'm watching it from his POV, not far from it, actually.
Hard shot to hit, indeed.
Oh, yeah.
All right, well, this is definitely the business end of the game right here. Having a little bit of a look at the timeouts. We have 1 remaining for Astralis in this map and 2 for Heroic. I think we're finding ourselves in potentially a little bit of a technical timeout here. There's no movement of the players' mouths right now, so that normally paints that picture.
Seeing players type, you know, the ones that play the full, like, vertical keyboard as opposed to horizontal.
Sure.
Seeing them just type in chat, it just
pretty
looks
funky.
Yeah, it just looks like they don't know how to use a computer.
Yeah, it's weird how like everybody has different like stances with keyboards and monitors and stuff. You look at Elige, like he's got that perfect posture as he sits back, the monitor's miles away, and then look at the way Stound's got it done. He's got all his entire arm on the desk, the keyboard there.
I thought the only real like justification for the keyboard like that was from the small desk gang. Like people that grew up on a small desk had to angle the keyboard. What's the alternative?
I think it like, and I know it's going to be the cop-out answer you don't want to hear here, but over my entire career, I've seen a lot of people with that keyboard like that with a lot of space, right? Because you think about it, with all that space, his arm is not hanging off.
You can pivot on the elbow.
Right? He is full on the desk, like leaning into it,
as opposed to having that like an arm, no armrest, no support, perhaps.
Yeah, so it's all just that lovely personal preference, everybody. And this music, we all know what it means. Just a bit of a tech issue. We'll get this one sorted ASAP. The people on the ground over there in Cologne, they'll be able to fix this one up. No dramas whatsoever. Hope you're enjoying the match here this evening. I'm sure there's lots of Danes tuning in to this one. And I think that they're probably still majority Astralis fans, I would say. You know, even with all the woes that they've gone through, I think Astralis, they fly that flag. They represent Denmark in Counter-Strike without a doubt. And obviously the dramas that have happened with Heroic in recent times as well, I think that maybe smears their name just a little.
Yeah, and seeing Astralis make Heroic sweat so much so here. 16-11 on Inferno. I thought we were seeing the changing of the guard, and this game was going to be backing up that dialogue. Astralis not interested. And some of the names that do the damage for Heroic yet to truly manifest their greatness here at IEM Cologne. I haven't seen anyone that really, you know, like Stound, admittedly, fully land proven in my mind. This guy's just a very capable gamer. It's Shush that's impressed. I mean, in terms of impact frags, not only just the numbers, but the impact he's had. He put them in Overpass. We wouldn't be here without Shush. But the Arrest, Tessus, Refresh, a lot to prove. Cadian, admittedly, is in the same category as Stound. Those boys have definitely been pulling their weight at times. The flamboyance, perhaps, muted a little from Cadian, though.
Yeah, you still see him trying to, but the thing is, when you're playing from behind, it's so much harder, right? Like, when you're getting fired up now as part of this comeback, if we see them draw this up to 13-13, you're definitely going to be seeing a lot more of it. Now, I'm not too sure how far away we are from getting this tech issue resolved.
How long do you think it will take them to change a monitor? I reckon that's, I'll call it 2 minutes max.
Is this like a tire change, you reckon? Like a monitor's like a tire change in Formula 1 or something?
I do see some similarities, like our pit crew. Yeah. It's just it's not 3.4 seconds or something.
I think we've seen them before, like come in and do the panel swaps as well, where they just, you know, because with certain monitors, you just pop them off. You just go pop, and then you pop a new
full panel?
Yeah, you just pop the panel off. There's a couple that have a little bit of a button just there. But this shouldn't be too long. So maybe what we can do, even though this music, it doesn't really help me set the scene, we may as well set the scene of the buys, because we can see everybody's economy and all that jazz right now, and we can start painting this picture, right? So Cadian he's bought an M4, but he has the AWP on the ground. So I believe that M4 is probably going to get dropped across to one of his teammates here, and it needs to be. Because Stound's invested, he has a FAMAS, Shush is yet to buy, he's got 4.1, he can buy a rifle for himself. It means that either Refresh or Tessus will be left with an investment of their own, which a FAMAS is fine, they can make that work over there. If you're taking a little bit of a look for Astralis' money, this is where there are more questions, or at least more answers required. Glaive has 4K and 4.5 for the likes of Bubsky, 4.2 for Zipex. Those individuals right there can all buy AKs, and that might just be enough to get them to go for another gun round here, knowing that the economy is yet to be established for Heroic. So we've been having this discussion for the better part of the last 5 rounds of how important the money situation is. With Heroic not being able to build a bank, with the closeness of these rounds and Astralis holding them to plant, constantly having to do these retakes, having very few members survive time and time again, Astralis is still in the power position. It might not seem that way. 4 out of the last 5 in the favor of the CT side, but just 1 round is really all they need, right? That's very fickle right now.
Just been updated that apparently the monitor is not the only thing being changed out, a computer as well.
Oh, okay.
That will be added some extra time to it. And I think perhaps we have the opportunity to take a very short break. You guys can grab yourselves a water, grab yourself a snack, and perhaps prepare yourselves for Heroic being thrust to the lowers or a Vertigo to separate these two. It's all coming up just a moment, just changing out the hardware, and we'll be right back to continue Astralis Heroic.
It's just the way we live, we own it. Can't stop, we love the thrill, we know it. It's just the way we live, we're grown-up kids. Just the way we live.
Yeah, they done told me to be myself. So when I went and found myself, the ones who told me back then, be true to who I am, ain't think we was really gonna win. Now they watching us from the sidelines while we trying victories like we getting high tides. I'm getting my prize. Only thing my eyes is locked in on, $500,000 mine. I want it right now. Don't waste my time. Family in a penthouse with a view sky high. Blood, sweat, and tears bring more to my eyes. Cause the whole gang winning. I done gave my life. Odds low, but we did it, ain't we? And we always moving, never on the same thing. Now our lives are highlight reel. We like the thrill. This life's ideal. The hype is real.
We know it. It's just the way we live. We own it. Can't stop, we love the thrill. We know it. It's just the way we live. We're grown-up kids. It's just the way we live. We own it. Can't stop, we love the thrill. We know it. It's just the way we live. We're grown-up kids. We're grown-up kids. In the dark, stone cold, sinking deeper. We are
Back in business. Astralis Heroic 13-11. We appreciate your patience. Got everything sorted out. Some hardware chopped and changed. And what a game on Overpass it's been so far. A story of economy management, a story of Shush bailing them out. Some collaterals on the AWPs have put Heroic in contention of their map pick. And you can see that eventually we're going to be seeing if that CT economy can continue to withhold. It is just about the breaking point, the tipping point. I've got Chad Burchill, who's been setting that scene previously.
Jakey, give us a refresh of the HUD, could you, mate? Thank you, buddy. All right. Everything's sorted, everything's honky-dory, and you can see the buy of Heroic. It is still a little bit broken there, but the same for Australia, so a pivotal round here. Round number 25 might be one to remember. And who ends up picking up map number 2?
They are doing the contact walk toilets. I'm not going to speak too soon. Bobsky cannot afford to go down. He sticks around. He's brave. He wants the contact, and that's going to force a rotate, you'd imagine. Already Bloodshed, if they do the contact walk, spotted out. Do they accelerate on this? They might have to. Going straight in. It's Tessus. It's time to shine. Good night. The A site's open for business, and just like that, Astralis might very well make it 14.
Oh dear, that economy on the CT side has been so fragile right now. If you're Astralis and you've been able to walk into the site for free like this, it might even be worth your weight in gold here to go for the hunt. You know that you need these guns for the remainder of the game, but if you can take this away from Heroic now, you absolutely break them. It's 1,400 as the loss bonus going into the next round.
Oh, good point. They're even flashing for him. He might be able to hide at least. Tucked in. They clear him. Nice find again, Shush. At least keeps his rifle safe. And they'll be able to hide it out. Takes the AK upgrade. And these three are just the hottest property for Heroic right now. They need to keep everything, and it looks like they will.
Yeah, look, you can always understand this from both sides here. There's only going to be 3 players holding onto these guns. The upgrade's not going to be hugely possible, and the money doesn't exist for Astralis either. So them keeping their rifles just as important. But how are they going to make this one work here, Heroic? You know, they can definitely try and bolster Tessus and Refresh, and they're going to have to. The scoreline currently sits at 14-11. They lose this one without an investment behind it. They're not going to have enough of a loss bonus to buy anyway. So there's the purchases coming on in. You can see an MP9 being dropped across. What goodies do they have in store for Tassus? Looks like someone's dropped him potentially a Deagle. We'll wait and see what he picks up. Yes, indeed, it will be. This is it. This is it. This is it for Heroic.
Whoa, okay. And already 1-0 up to the good. Astralis 2 rounds away. Heroic potentially to be thrust to the lower bracket here. Kirsch sails on up to his jungle. Try again to his jail position.
Could have been a jungle gym.
Could have been a jungle gym, certainly. I was never any good at those monkey bars. They're lining up for the Ronster resmoke, so they are going to lock Astralis out. Tessa's just waiting for his cue, making sure he's got it right.
Yeah, just on the bottom of the sandbag there makes things a bit easier for Stound to mount on up and clear that one out. That jump peak as well, but a little bit too early as, wow, Bubsky quickly thrust forward up towards this sandbag position. Might even just be faking out the steps here because with a minute on the clock, there's still no indication, as per usual with Astralis, where they want to end. It's just default after default. Another smoke towards Monster that will deny Zipex. Glave's taken some liberties over towards the party here. A lot of room for him to work with and a lot of pressure on Katie, and you can see he's the lone man aggressive over towards A. Tassus is on the side, but he's miles away. He cannot assist whatsoever.
Yeah, and I wonder if dupreeh will be the first to clear. Cadian, will you consider it? Baits the shot, Zipex, great jiggle. Does manage to punish Bubsky. He's got so many targets to deal with, though. dupreeh's awaiting his return.
Back turn.
Yeah, too easy. I spoke too soon. Just about gets it down. But that's the AWPer. And Tess is already tagged with his Deagle. He has to convert the first shot. He does not. Bang through the box. Denies the plant. 10 seconds. Magisk has a lot to do. Looks like Heroic are recovering. Good find on the AK. Has to be planting now. Options just not there. And the round will fall apart. The clock shuts him down. 3 bullets left. Good taps, and he lives on.
Oh, you could see that right there. The scramble to find them an extra rifle ends up in a death there, but the understanding of needing a better gun, you can get it, you can click with it, but that one got dicey, and you have to really point all your credit to Tessa spamming through the box. How often do you see players go for that and it never pays off?
The only way they were going to be able to deny that. Everything else was defended. He peeks out on this flash. He gets info on that one player to contest, and he knows he can't swing again. The only way to force them off that bomb was through the box, and that was a great... They snatched that away.
Another lifeline for Heroic. That's all it's been. And Katie, and this aggression, this is mental. UMP in hand.
Look at the minimap. He's on his own little island with the entire enemy team. They suspect, and Glaive is coming round to knock his head off. Cadian down, now forced to watch as potentially his squad are tested early. dupreeh chasing a 30 bomb here in regulation. Straight in, info. Tessa spotted out, same spot as before, a better weapon. dupreeh focused entirely on Tessa's great find on the FAMAS. He is not going down without a fight. A flash high for one more engagement. Does have a chance. Glaive will take Bubsky with him. I think Tessus gets that one in consideration. Refresh is already caught. And now the bomb can go down. Shush, you've had so much impact for Heroic. I think a 1v3 is they're asking too much of you. That's the info. Will take Magisk. May not expect a second though. Shadow, I think. No, doesn't confirm it. Suspects Bank. They doubled up on Optimus as well, so the unknown entity bomb is ticking. No kit.
There's one near the bomb.
There is. 2, in fact. He can work with this. Oh, tight line. He's not dead yet. 10 HP, still sticking around. Chances dwindle, though. Astralis just hold their nerve, hold their spots. And as that bomb confirms it, it will be 15. The sound cues reveal they can retreat. And now Heroic are facing, staring down the barrel of 15.
Must have heard a sound cue there. There's no way, right, that Cadian in that position is hard cleared like that. So they must have heard a sound cue on him pushing up and through. So that's a devastating opening for the in-game leader to give up to Glaive on the other side of things. And you can just see that rally of rounds. Since 23 onwards, it's been back and forth. And Heroic, well, they are limping right now. It's going to be a scout board in, some Deagles around it, the saved AK-47. They don't have a lot to work with here, and they still need 3 more just to take us to overtime. How it opened and almost how it finished right there, because Tessus did his best to defend, but the cavalry too far away, isolated by great utility, and it's just a scrappy buy. Need another miracle round, don't they?
Yeah, I don't think he wants to stick around much longer.
He is.
Get tapped, and there he goes. 2 opening deaths for Casper, Cadian, Muller. Tessus with a response, and it's just damage. Can't finish his meal. This is falling apart. Heroic. No real voice in this final round of play. Shush, perhaps, with his AK, that's their best bet, but Astralis are in no rush, no hurry at all.
This is looking like vintage Astralis in the sense of not dropping any maps. They are just rolling through this right here, and another one offers himself up, down into the crosshair of Dupree. He's hit that magic number of 30, and just 2 more kills to find. Refresh, your toes get hot, he has to move, and a minute on the clock, that's all they have left. This is looking done for Heroic.
Yeah, 100% win rate on 4 different maps so far. Just Shush and Refresh. And only Refresh on this site. They're not even committing the bomb here. They're just going to go a full clear. I think he sees his toes. He knows. Or does he? Refresh, perfect timing. Surprises him, but still controls the spray. And Astralis looking to maintain that same LAN form. Cadian said they haven't played LAN in a year and a half. Well, straight back to their winning ways, it seems. Astralis just looking for Shush. And the Kings of Denmark sit happily on their throne. There it is. They're off to the playoffs. Astralis locked in. Only the upper bracket. An untarnished record. And Heroic are going to have to battle through the lower bracket if they want to join them in that playoff.
Hey, hey.
Oh, this thing's on. Hey, everybody, how's it going out there in Astralis land? All Astralis fans obviously on their feet in the stands and really clapping and rejoicing as to how this one turned out. It did get pretty tight and really hairy all of a sudden, but nonetheless, Astralis stay alive in the upper bracket. Yanko and Maniac with me. And we are ready to put a close on this one. I've got just after midnight, and I think that means it's real gamer hours. Hey, that's a vibe, isn't it, Yanko? What do you think?
Yeah, Trace, you know, it's Saturday night. You're going to go to a club after or what?
No,
like
I'm going to Club Angelo, a.k.a., you know.
No, but, you know, I feel like it's going to be a party in Astralis' practice room because they've showed up, you know, Heroic, who's been beating them, well, thrashing them online pretty much, and did take over as the best Danish team in 2021. But, man, Astralis shows them who's boss on LAN. I don't think anyone would have expected Astralis to be this dominant, really, in the first LAN tournament back.
Well, does this settle it, though, Maniac? I mean, this is one, you know, meetup here. Does this settle it?
I think it has to be. It has to be a little bit settled, you know. If you want to go back to the last time Astralis beat Heroic 2-0, that was 9 months ago. 9 months ago, the last time that Astralis beat Heroic 2-0. Huge performance. A man we need to mention, obviously, is Dupree. Top fragging on this map. He was taking so much space, and this, for him, is sort of a vindication, right? Think about how much sacrifices he had to go through, being an AWP when he didn't really need to, flowing in roles that were not his usual, you know, terrain in general, and now he's just styling on them.
But, you know, Maniac, that's all great. Then I ask you, kind of look at the idea of Zipex.
And he looks cool. And his CT side is strong.
He's doing it with style. And moreover, Yanko's got a bunch of words about Zipex he wants to say. Yanko?
Yeah, I think he's done a great job on Overpass, especially on that CT side, right? And we're going to see some of his highlights. That's probably some highlights you're not going to see from Zipex online. I think he's one of those players who is going to perform much better on LAN comparatively to or relative to his opponents, right? And we're going to see, I think on that Overpass B side later on in the highlights, right? Some of those multi-kills he's had in crucial moments, right? 3v4 rounds, he gets 2 kills, turns it around for his team, like some of these B holes. That's just the experience coming through, the composure. This round, I think, was really key. Astralis won a lot of rounds in the first half while their economy was still not great, right? So one of these losses earlier on could have turned the whole half on its head, and you know, I think that's one of the main reasons why Astralis is playing better now that they're online.
There's a feeling I'm getting from Astralis at this event that used to be the signature Astralis back in times, is the idea that they're never really out of the round. You know, the fact that they will have individuals like Zip in that highlight reel or Dupree on the T side who will find ways out of a situation they should not win. And this is definitely a characteristic that any top team needs to have that we hadn't seen in a long time in that online period. And now we're seeing it again. We're watching clutch situations, 2v4, Zip and Megisk, and you think, damn, they can do it. You know, you get that feeling that they can do it again. And this used to be their main weapon, and they have it right now.
And, you know, let's not sit here and paint this any other way than what it is. This is an Astralis that came in here with a ton of question marks right off the bat. You know, we even heard Cadian saying in the pre-match interview, behind the scenes, this, that, and the other. That doesn't mean that they forgot how to ride the bike. You know, like they are back on the bicycle and they are pedaling.
And there are still a lot of do-it-yourself solutions, right? You think about that Overpass CT side, and it's Clave and Dupree both taking the AWP. Sometimes they're doing like a totem, like they're boosting on top of each other with the sniper. There might be limits down the road, right? But the very fact that they make it work right now against Heroic and they made it work against FaZe, it must strike fears in everyone that's going to play against them, because you know they're about to hit you with things that are not necessarily conventional, but it's working.
Yeah, and Navi's going to get that opportunity. But first, we get the opportunity to hear from Bubsky. What's up?
Bubsky, congratulations on the win against Heroic. This is the first event it feels like we're getting to see the most from you as part of this lineup of Astralis. So what needed to change to really get the most from you as a player?
I mean, first of all, one guy needed to leave, I guess, since Device is no longer here. But we needed a lot of time to get things together. It's not easy to lose a caliber player like Device. We know has been proved to be one of the best over the years, and he also have a very different role from anyone else in the team. So it took time, and I think we're showing it that we improved on that.
Last year, Glaive was talking about how you're actually quite a similar player to him in terms of the aggressive plays that you like to go for. So what have you done in terms of working with him and Zonic to find the right spot for you in the team?
I mean, when I didn't play, I obviously had a lot of talks with like both Sonic and Glaive on how I could like potentially do better and how I could improve in terms of that. And I learned a lot of Zipex, even because he played a lot of the same roles, but he's very like passive. So I found a pretty good combination between those two.
What's it like playing against Heroic, given that you're playing against your former Fragsters teammates?
Yeah. We go way back with me and Refresh and Down, so it's pretty nice to also Shoes actually played on him with Medlines. But yeah, it was a special moment. It's been a one-sided derby the last couple of times for them. We haven't really felt ready for that challenge, but I think this time we were ready and we showed that we were able to take it home.
Do you feel ready for the challenge of the playoffs now you've qualified?
Are we qualified?
You have. You've won 2 matches.
Nice. Okay,
congratulations.
That's good.
You're definitely in the quarterfinals. You've got a winners match-up tomorrow.
Okay, I didn't know we qualified. I thought we had to win one more. But yeah, that's obviously why we came here, so that feels great.
And finally, do you feel like you played the best version of Heroic today?
I think this may be like unpopular statement, but I think the online era people were better. I think people were more like instant with their kills and people were headshotting you really fast. I think that's the difference between online and LAN, but I think that actually what we saw on online, teams were playing at a higher level, but I feel like some teams have decreased in level. So it's not really that they're playing worse, it's just everybody else is not as good as they were online.
Well, Bobski, congratulations again, and we will see you in the winners' final tomorrow.
Yeah.
Strong words, real strong words. GG, though, that's the one we were looking for. Gambit G2 at the very end of the day for the Group A upper bracket side. Maniac, what do you see?
I'm just looking at this bracket, Trace, and I'm looking at the lower bracket side, and I'm looking at Ninjas in Pajamas getting kicked out of the tournament by VP 2-0, and that one has to hurt.
Oh, yeah.
They came here as very strong candidates for the playoffs, having devised huge tenured player in your ranks. This has to hurt. This is not acceptable for NIP and the goals they had for this event.
It's got to. We're going to bring up Group B now. Yanko, would you do us the honors?
Yes, of course. Astralis may be a little bit of a surprise. They're making it this quickly into the playoffs. That winner's game against Navi waits for them tomorrow. And we have a couple more games in the lower bracket. FaZe Clan still in it against Vitality. That should be a good one. And Furia, Heroic. I think Heroic is a big favorite in that matchup. Furia only beating Renegades, but we'll see. Usually when they are underestimated is when they play at their best.
Yeah, absolutely that. With backs against the wall, everybody's got to step up here at the Intel Extreme Masters. That's what it's all about. We do have another action-packed day of Counter-Strike matches coming your way tomorrow. That much I can rest you assured. For us, we are just about ready to call it quits here for the evening. Tomorrow, a big one, though, the very end of the group stage, and the place that you should be putting all of your focus and attention on. Here's the schedule. You can see it at the bottom of the screen. FaZe, Vitality, Gambit, G2, and Navi Astralis to round it out. Ooh.
I'm ready. I'm ready.
Yeah, that's something special. Tomorrow, end of the group stage. And for us, the end of the broadcast for today. We'll see you all tomorrow. Good night.
We were caught in the fire. Our faith was left out in the open. Saw the fear in your eyes as we move through the dust. Nights turn into days, one by another. Under darkened skies, we await, bound to each other. But our spirits never die. Try never die. Fighting as we push through the darkest times. I'll be there by your side. We rise. Everything's breaking. Our souls will awaken. Our spirits never die.
I stare and stumble into place. I've tried to build a home. I feel this world coming over me. The pressure makes me fall. If I stay locked in the half-life, or choose to give into my own mind, standing with all I know, through the hard wires, and finally feel it all. I can simulate my own life, or live.
These are those moments I don't think anybody else is going to forget.
Nice, just had a really rough game. He's going to get that shot, and it has to feel a little bit going out middle of the air. Oh, you've got a big three. Takes every single one from nothing to the AWP ace.
I can't believe he's just done that.
Epics.gg official CSGO trading card. Collect your Epics on shop.eslgaming.com.